Anyone who has been a police officer knows that the job is filled with uncertainty and danger. Not only do you have to face all kinds of criminals, but you might also encounter life-threatening situations at any moment. Moreover, you need to deal with various emergencies. Yet, on my very first day joining the Major Crimes Unit, I found myself entangled in a complex case. And I also faced a mysterious attack and a sudden earthquake. I sat under the old, colorful checkered window, watching the experts on the evening news trying to reassure the public that the earthquake in New York was an isolated incident and that there would be no casualties. This restaurant offers a variety of delicious food from morning till night. Although Chinatown has seen better days, it still attracts quite a few elderly locals and foreigners. I had just sat down and ordered a lamb noodle dish when my phone rang. Seeing it was Barbara Moore's, I was a bit surprised. When I answered, she inquired about my previous situation, and I smiled as I assured her that I was fine and my shooting skills were good. She laughed, calling me the police department's famous quick shooter, and I quickly corrected her, saying I'm a marksman. In the entire New York Police Department, I'm the only one who can empty a magazine of bullets within 3 seconds and hit the bullseye every time from 50 meters. Suddenly, I calmed down and asked her what the matter was. She informed me that I would be transferred to the anti-triad unit next week and that the internal affairs would also investigate me, and she advised me to go to S.H.I.E.L.D. I told her I would call her back tomorrow and hung up. I knew Barbara's intelligence was reliable, she had deep connections within the upper echelons of the police department, and my transfer to the Major Crimes Unit already came with a mission. The anti-triad unit is not a good place to be. I could very likely be sent undercover, where life and death are uncertain. I suspected that Kingpin was behind the scenes. I had been ambushed by the Hand yesterday. Although I had killed all the ninjas with my marksmanship, the earthquake disrupted the pursuit, and by the time the Major Crimes Unit investigated, the bodies had vanished, leading to Kingpin's counterattack. I didn't want to go to S.H.I.E.L.D., as they had their own issues with Hydra, but right now, it seemed there were no other choices, unless I could take down Kingpin tonight. After finishing my beef soup, I quietly entered the basement. In the middle of the night, I donned a tiger mask and slipped out through the back alley. Kingpin's building is in Brooklyn, and even at midnight, the Brooklyn Bridge was still bustling. I stood at the top of the bridge, noticing many elite gunmen patrolling inside and outside Kingpin's building, along with numerous supervillains serving him. He himself was also a formidable force. Though I wanted to take down Kingpin, my previous probing made me hesitant to act recklessly. At that moment, Spider-Man arrived as expected, and I called him Parker. Soon, Daredevil Matt Murdock showed up too. He and Parker had known each other for a long time, and I had known Matt even longer, often introducing him to minor cases. Matt asked if I was planning to take down Kingpin, and I helplessly mentioned that I was going to be transferred. Kingpin was using his connections to get me moved to the anti-triad unit, and I decided to vent my frustration before heading to S.H.I.E.L.D. I instructed Parker to draw away the guards at Kingpin's building while I asked Matt to find out the 2 mid-level positions responsible for Kingpin's operations in Manhattan. Matt was worried about my big plan, and I mysteriously hinted that there was a sequence to my actions. Before long, Kingpin's building became lively. Parker drew away the crowd, and I seized the opportunity to sneak in, but I left before entering the building. Matt was puzzled, and I told him he would understand in the morning. Daredevil quickly gathered information on the mid-level positions, and I took a few items before leaving. Matt was concerned I might go on a killing spree, but fortunately, I did not. The next morning, Matt heard a chorus of police sirens and turned on the TV to see news reports of a massive explosion at the City Hall building at 6:30 a.m., where a statue of the former president had been destroyed, but there were no casualties. He instinctively felt this was connected to me, as my actions from the previous night seemed very suspicious. Kingpin was in big trouble this time. Although my actions were discreet, they were not difficult to trace, and they would surely put him in a difficult position. I held my phone between my ear and shoulder while calling Kinko, loading my tactical jacket with a handgun, a dagger, and grenades, listening to her excitedly talk about how the FBI had uncovered a large amount of documentation and evidence at Kingpin's building and arrested many people. I said the people in the city council were doing a great job, otherwise, the investigation would still be in the hands of the police department. Kinko detailed the unfolding events, explaining that the mayor initially made a strong showing but that progress was slow, and later, the city council intervened, with the FBI taking over the investigation. Leaning against the changing room door, I thought about Midtown, which was a crucial part of my planned operation, bringing Kingpin comprehensive trouble. However, defeating him through this means was unrealistic, as many people in New York were in his pocket. My true goal was money, to prevent him from accessing funds, disrupt his cooperation with the hand, and gauge the mayor's attitude. I was relieved to have shifted my focus to the city council. Although there were those colluding with Kingpin within, more people were dissatisfied with him, which could bring him significant trouble. Kinko thought I shouldn't be transferred, and I reassured her that staying could implicate her, then hung up the phone. I put away my phone, grabbed my assault rifle, and walked out of the changing room. I entered S.H.I.E.L.D. under the guise of a transfer, joining a special operations team at the Dark Energy Joint Operations Base. This base was newly constructed, and behind it was where the personnel worked and lived. I knew the so-called Dark Energy Joint Operations were a cover. They were actually researching the Tesseract, and I hoped to stay until the Avengers showed up, using that to escape the troubles with S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Leaving the changing room, my teammates were mostly assembled. After Captain Anthony counted heads, we all climbed into an open-top SUV to patrol, tasked with monitoring anyone lurking around the base. The base was built by Fury in a small basin in the desert, and Coulson was strict about security. Our patrol hours were from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m., covering the right front side of the base. Just before 6 p.m., suddenly an earthquake struck, and the SUV shook violently. I quickly pinpointed the earthquake's source to the laboratory building, and Captain Anthony immediately drove us there. Upon arriving in front of the laboratory building, we prepared to rush inside, but Coulson ordered everyone to secure the perimeter and hurried back into the building. The atmosphere became tense. There were noticeable tremors every half hour, and I suspected that Professor Sylvag had achieved some results in his research. Sure enough, an evacuation order came through, and we assisted personnel in fleeing. Seeing several helicopters circling overhead, I had a bad feeling. As the retreat was nearing completion, our squad was left to cover the rear. At that moment, Hawkeye Barton, Professor Sylvag, and a Nordic man named Loki, who was wielding a golden scepter and dressed in a dark green cloak, emerged from the building. Anthony stepped forward to inquire, but Hawkeye suddenly shot him dead, followed by a barrage of gunfire from S.H.I.E.L.D. agents towards us. I barely had time to warn everyone before I found myself caught in a hail of bullets, taking a hit, but fortunately, I had my bulletproof vest on. Loki remarked that I was special and stabbed me in the chest with his scepter, the energy from the blue gem impacting my consciousness. Just then, Agent Hill appeared, and Loki seemed somewhat disappointed, using his scepter to attack Hill, while she fired but couldn't harm him. In that moment, I felt an unexpected surge of strength. I reached out and grabbed Loki by the ankle, slamming him to the ground again and again. What kind of god is he? He's nothing special. After I slammed Loki to the ground, he became furious, using his scepter to shoot energy beams at me. I was engulfed by the beams, and strangely, I felt no pain. I just lay there twitching a couple of times before going still. Barton reminded Loki that the base was about to collapse, and Loki shot me a hateful glance before jumping into the SUV to leave, with Barton driving and a group of armed agents quickly retreating. Hill rushed out from behind a pillar and fired at the SUV, but it had no effect. She intended to jump into the vehicle to pursue, but then looked down at me. She recognized me. She had reviewed my file before. Hill called out to me and reached down to check my pulse, but I suddenly opened my eyes and grabbed her throat, nearly choking her to death. Hill fought back fiercely, and I released her, throwing her onto the SUV, then jumped into the passenger seat, aiming my assault rifle at her and demanding she drive after Loki. In truth, even without me, Hill would have pursued, as Loki had stolen the Tesseract and used the scepter to manipulate Barton and the others. My current state was a result of the scepter's influence as well. The SUV sped through the tunnel as I struggled to control the violent urge to kill surging within me. The scepter had stabbed into my chest earlier, and it felt like my consciousness had been shattered, replaced by a strange desire to kill that threatened to take over. At that moment, we spotted Loki, and Hill fired at him, but he dodged, igniting a fierce gunfight. I realized I had a special connection to the Mind Scepter, able to determine its direction and location. Suddenly, Hill's SUV exploded. I quickly grabbed her and jumped out of the vehicle. I sprinted after Loki, who was firing energy beams from his scepter, and surprisingly managed to evade them, leaving Hill in shock. Then the tunnel's ceiling was shattered by an energy beam, rocks raining down. The entire base shook violently as the hidden lab exploded and the underground space began to collapse. Hill couldn't afford to look for me. She called to her colleagues to escape through the gaps in the tunnel. Crawling out of the tunnel, Hill saw helicopters buzzing overhead, chasing after Loki. In the wilderness, Loki sat in the SUV while I rapidly closed the distance behind him with astonishing speed. Loki shot at me with his mind beams. Though he didn't hit me, it slowed me down. The helicopter quickly caught up, with Fury standing at the door, firing a heavy machine gun that blew up the two cars in front. Loki retaliated by blasting the helicopter's rotor with his scepter, and Fury jumped down, aiming his gun at me, urgently shouting for me to stop. I halted, glaring at him with rage, my body trembling, but then suddenly lost consciousness, and Fury immediately lunged at me, slapping handcuffs on my wrists. I dragged my heavy shackles, walking down the narrow corridor of the Sky Mothership, the clanking sound echoing under the flickering lights. My hands were shackled with specially made metal handcuffs, connected by a slender iron chain to the shackles on my feet. I was wearing a dirty blue shirt, looking disheveled. 8 fully armed SHIELD agents were behind me, aiming their heavy assault rifles at me. I turned my head to look at the agent behind me, scaring him enough that he had his bullet chambered, his finger resting on the trigger. I silently sneered and turned back to continue moving forward. Finally, I arrived at the interrogation room, where a blonde female doctor in a white lab coat, wearing a mask, was fiddling with a polygraph machine. This was the first time I had seen a polygraph during an interrogation. The female doctor told me to sit down, her expression cold and impatient. I sat at the interrogation table, and the agents locked my handcuffs to the table. The female doctor placed a cold adhesive pad on my chest, and the polygraph's lines fluctuated, displaying my physical condition. At that moment, Agent Coulson and a beautiful female agent walked in. Coulson asked me my name, and after I answered, the polygraph's alarm went off. I explained that my English name was Henry Lee, and my Chinese name was Li Hung, after which the alarm stopped. Next, Coulson asked for my home address, and I answered correctly. He wanted to ask my age, but the female agent noticed that my ankle was bleeding from the shackles, pointing out that it would affect the polygraph results, so Coulson asked the female doctor to leave. The female agent took over the questioning, asking me what had happened that day. I recounted the team's patrol, the evacuation of employees, and our encounter with Agent Barton, Dr. Selvig, and other agents escorting Loki out, including how the captain inquired about the death caused by Barton, and how I got shot in the process. The female agent pressed me about the chase between Agent Hill and Loki, but I said I couldn't remember clearly. She then asked how I knew it was Loki, and I replied that it was Agent Hill who called out his name. Subsequently, the female agent asked me where Loki was, and I said I didn't know, but the polygraph let out a piercing alarm. My whole body stiffened, and I wanted to say something but couldn't make a sound. I found myself in the cold interrogation room, the piercing alarm ringing continuously, and the flickering red and green lights creating an incredibly tense atmosphere. Coulson and the female agent beside him looked serious. I knew that this routine interrogation had yielded unexpected results. At that moment, SHIELD and the Avengers were fully engaged in searching for Loki. They had activated all connected cameras to conduct facial recognition scans and were using spectrometers from global laboratories calibrated to gamma rays, attempting to locate Loki through the space stone. Coulson suddenly turned off the polygraph, staring intently at me, emphasizing that Loki would bring immense disaster to Earth. I leaned back in my chair, closed my eyes, and said that Loki was in Germany, but I wasn't sure of his exact location. After speaking, I lowered my head. After all, this was my information advantage in this world, and I wanted to reveal as little as possible. However, I also knew that even if I didn't speak, SHIELD would eventually find Loki. The female agent asked about Loki's purpose for going to Germany, and I replied that he was looking for materials to build equipment. Then I asked her name, and to my surprise, she was Natasha Romanoff, also known as Black Widow. This surprised me, as it was rare for her to be present in an interrogation with Coulson at SHIELD. Coulson and Black Widow left the interrogation room and went into an adjacent room. That room was larger than the interrogation room and had more people. Nick Fury stood in the center, with numerous agents focused on computer screens analyzing data, which ultimately consolidated in Dr. Isabel Stevens' hands. In fact, Coulson turning off the polygraph didn't mean SHIELD stopped monitoring my physical data. Coulson and Natasha waited at the door for Fury's decision. Fury looked at Dr. Stevens, and after receiving a positive response, issued an action order. SHIELD redirected all resources to Germany, and if my information was incorrect, their reaction would be delayed. Coulson and Natasha went to find Maria Hill to adjust the operation, while they themselves used intelligence resources to investigate Loki's whereabouts, and the Sky Mothership began to head towards Germany. Fury asked Dr. Stevens about the effects of the Mind Stone on people. It turned out that while SHIELD was sure I hadn't been fully controlled by Loki, they suspected I was a Trojan horse left by him and wanted to clarify how Loki controlled people's minds, which was why they were interrogating me. Dr. Stevens was responsible for studying me. She handed over the analyzed data to Fury, who was more concerned about my mental state. The doctor said that people controlled by the Mind Stone not only fall under control but also become more perceptive. After I awakened, my personality had changed dramatically, becoming almost like a different person, resembling an awakened second personality, with the first personality never appearing again. The doctor also mentioned that I had said, "The world has become filthy again," while I was unconscious, and Fury, fluent in Chinese, understood the meaning of those words. Fury suspected I was a demon, but the doctor hurriedly explained that it wasn't that severe, it was more like the second personality had overthrown the first. Fury then speculated that I might be a devil and suggested the doctor find a chance to hypnotize me, but the doctor stated that the environment here wasn't suitable. Just then, an announcement came through the earpiece, saying that Loki had been found. Dr. Stevens let out a sigh of relief, her judgment about me had been validated. At that moment, I vaguely heard Fury muttering to himself, "The world has become filthy again, huh, how interesting. I guess they must have found Loki by now." At this moment, I was alone in the dark confinement room, lying on the bed, my gaze fixed on the flickering red dot in the corner of the wall. In the darkness, I could only vaguely see the general outline of the room, while my expression was hidden from view. "You are very special." This was what Loki had said when he had poked my heart with the Mind Stone, and it had been swirling in my mind lately. I didn't know if this had a deeper meaning or if Loki had discovered something. After being pierced by the Mind Stone, an external consciousness invaded my body, attempting to completely replace me. But I was not easy to deal with, having lived 2 lives, my mental strength was exceptionally strong. The more it wanted to delve deep into my consciousness, the greater the resistance it faced. As time passed, I gradually became aware of the essence of this consciousness. Though it possessed powerful and frenzied murderous intent, it lacked independent will, it was merely a collection of numerous insane thoughts of slaughter. In some ways, it could indeed affect me, but as long as I found the right method, I could resolve it. I closed my eyes, and in the dark realm of consciousness, a black and red fireball floated above the depths of my mind, constantly surging and burning. Occasionally, dark red sparks would fall, igniting fiercely for an instant before quickly extinguishing. Whenever the flames ignited, the frenzied thoughts of slaughter would influence my consciousness, making me irritable and impulsive. However, another thought within me observed calmly, as I knew that after the irritability, everything would return to calm. For a moment, it felt as if there were 2 of me, one was externally frenzied and irritable, while the other was coldly observing inside, making me feel completely torn apart. However, it didn't take long for me to return to calm. Deep in the darkness of my consciousness, the black and red fireball still burned, but after several encounters, I was certain its influence over me was not that strong, it wouldn't take over or replace me, as it had no independent will, only madness. Once I found the right way to cope, I could not only resolve the trouble but also use this power to sharpen myself. After each bout of dark flames, I could feel my mental strength increasing significantly, which was a good thing. Yet sometimes, the frenzied thoughts would still affect me, causing me to act out of line and scare those shield agents. They looked at me as if they were seeing a devil. But I tried my best to control it, avoiding truly harming anyone, or else my situation would be even more awkward than Barton's. I speculated that to completely resolve this issue, I would have to start with the Mind Stone. The Mind Stone possessed special abilities, and those pierced by it had a high probability of awakening extraordinary powers, as evidenced by Professor Selvig, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Barton. Before Barton was touched by the Mind Stone, he was nowhere near as powerful as he became later, he just had always been Loki, and few knew his true strength. The Mind Stone could not only control hearts but also enhance and unleash a person's potential. Professor Selvig had shown promise in the field of astrophysics, Barton awakened knowledge related to archery, while Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver's super abilities stemmed from their father's genetic inheritance. I felt something similar, to be precise, I felt a bit like Ultron. Perhaps the real Ultron still resided within the Mind Stone, with only a part of its power being drawn out by me. I lay on the bed, closed my eyes, and subconsciously took a deep breath, relaxing my body. My hands naturally spread apart as I slowly adjusted my breathing, allowing it to enter a natural rhythm. Inhale, exhale, repeating several times. After 3 inhales and exhales, I concentrated my mental focus on the void between my eyebrows, at the front of my forehead. Quietly, I waited for the points of light in the darkness to converge here, gradually coalescing into a round mirror, its light bright and full like a full moon. This was the method of visualization of the bright mirror. In my previous life, due to discovering a spinal tumor, I had spent years bedridden, and out of boredom, I learned it from a fellow patient to calm my mind. After all, that illness was a tremendous torment for both myself and my family, and maintaining a good mindset was crucial. Over the years, visualizing the bright mirror had become my habit. Even after arriving in this world, I had never let it go. Previously, I had only seen some enhancement of my mental strength without much progress, but at this moment, I could clearly see a magical mirror in my mind. The mirror vividly displayed all my experiences from the past 20 years. The Mind Stone and the Mind Gem had materialized the bright mirror visualization that I had unintentionally cultivated. I felt a surge of excitement and suddenly jumped off the bed, completely disregarding the camera in the corner of the room, and directly assumed a horse stance. Before my awakening, I had been called Henry Lee and had studied Peking opera for a long time, but unfortunately, my voice had been ruined as I grew older, destroying my future. After a bout of unconsciousness, I awakened as the person I am now. Assuming the horse stance was basic for someone who had studied Peking opera. I had grown up in an opera troupe, and while I couldn't claim to be proficient in every aspect of singing, reciting, and acting, my fundamental skills were solid. Years of basic training had given me a strong physical constitution, greatly aiding my growth. Even after becoming a police officer, daily basic training had still remained a habit. At first, I simply stood in the horse stance, but soon transitioned to the three-body stance, followed by executing the tiger form of Shingi. After my voice had been ruined, I had once tried to do martial arts. I lay alone on the bed in the dark confinement room, my body constantly rising and falling. The low, rumbling tiger roars echoed in the room, each sound causing my muscles to twitch, my blood flowing like a rushing river. This was the silent practice of the tiger's resting stance in Shingi Tiger Fist. Using it to replace sleep over a long period could repair physical injuries, sharpen myself, and condense my strength, accumulating the foundation to climb to higher levels. Amidst the low tiger roars, I could clearly sense the movements outside the door. More than a dozen fully armed shield agents were guarding outside. As soon as I attempted to break out, I would be met with a barrage of gunfire. Nick Fury, that old fox, was especially wary of me after I nearly killed Hill and had issued a shoot-to-kill order. But I didn't act rashly. Despite having superpowers from the Mind Stone, I didn't dare to act recklessly in the face of concentrated gunfire. I was waiting. Loki had been captured on the space mothership, and I knew he would cause trouble. Once chaos erupted, I could take the opportunity to escape my cell, and afterward, whether to flee alone or help the Avengers fight Loki would be up to me. I didn't know how much time had passed, but suddenly, I opened my eyes wide in the darkness, a flash of intensity sparking within me. Like a fierce tiger, I lunged forward, my hands transforming into claws, ready to strike fiercely at the figure that suddenly appeared in the center of the cell. As I leaped into the air, my claws reached out, while my hind legs quietly prepared to push forward. If my front claws tore at the opponent, my hind legs would kick at their chest or abdomen, then I would flip over and sweep my legs horizontally, crashing into the enemy while they were off balance. I unleashed a series of deadly moves, but I missed. It was just an illusion, a projection. The intruder had to be Loki, only he had that ability. After the battle at the base, I was very familiar with his physical data, and that illusion matched his height. I was on high alert, my tension mounting. I hadn't even gone looking for Loki, and he had come knocking on my door instead. It made sense. He had lost face at the base, having been thrown around by me multiple times. If it weren't for the impending explosion, he might have turned me to dust. Now on the space mothership, he would certainly want revenge. I stood on the ground, my feet slightly bent, my body swaying, my legs ready to spring into action at any moment. My eyes were wide open, like those of a tiger, but I couldn't sense Loki's presence with my mind. I had to rely on my sight instead. A faint red light flickered in the corner, but he was nowhere to be seen in the room. This was magic. As one of the strongest sorcerers in the 9 realms, magic was Loki's most formidable weapon. I knew I was not his match. He weighed more than twice what I did and possessed the Mind Stone. But I had my own ideas. The Avengers could become my sword, and I had a trump card as well. In my mind, the fireball swelled and contracted violently, my gaze darkening with agitation. At that moment, Loki's voice sounded behind me, and I kicked back instinctively, but I kicked at nothing. He appeared again at another corner, raising his hands in what seemed like a harmless gesture, but the blue glow of the Mind Stone made me hesitate to move. He lightly swayed the Mind Stone, saying that I was special and that the stone had a unique connection with me. I remained silent, glaring intently at him. This unpredictable guy could act in any way at any moment. Loki continued, saying that the benefits I gained from the Mind Stone weren't so great. It could take my life at any moment and could make me harm my loved ones or even destroy the world, becoming a world-ending demon. As he spoke, he unleashed his mental powers, conjuring images of destruction in my mind, but the bright mirror in my consciousness spun gently, dispelling the illusions. I understood that Loki was already aware of the secrets of the Mind Stone, during the battle in New York, he had abandoned the staff and taken the Tesseract. At this moment, he was trying to manipulate me. While I appeared calm on the surface, my mind was racing with thoughts. Loki sneered, then said that to eliminate the threat, I would have to kill the owner of the Mind Stone. After saying this, he gradually became translucent and vanished. I let out a long breath, my forehead slick with sweat, my entire body drenched. Loki's words were intended to push me toward opposing Thanos. After all, Thanos was the true master of the staff. I slowly sat back down on the bed, as noises erupted outside, yet I remained perfectly still. I knew the real Loki had just been hiding at another corner of the wall. The bright mirror allowed me to see clearly, but I lacked the confidence to defeat him, so I refrained from acting hastily. Loki's words were probing, provocative, and more about revenge. He loathed what I had done at the secret base and wouldn't easily kill me. Instead, he wanted to toy with me, instilling fear and creating enemies for me. If I became an enemy of Thanos, the suffering and despair would be worse than being killed, but of course, if I could kill Thanos, it would be an unexpected delight for him. I gently exhaled, though I told myself not to take it to heart. How could I simply dismiss these matters? Loki's unwarranted provocation, coupled with my special connection to the Mind Stone, forced me to think deeply. Suddenly, Ultron's figure appeared in my mind. Ultron was created by Stark, yet secretly manipulated by Thanos. The frenzied thoughts in my mind were similar to Ultron, more akin to Thanos. Could it be that in the future, I would replace Ultron and become the destroyer of worlds? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but laugh. If that were true. I was in the confinement room when I heard the rapid tap-tap-tap of footsteps outside. The image of Natasha Romanoff flashed in my mind, and various data about her became clear in an instant. The door was kicked open, and an angry Black Widow grabbed my collar, fiercely demanding to know Loki's whereabouts. I honestly replied that Loki had gone to Stark Tower in New York. She then asked what Loki was planning to do, and I informed her that he intended to open a portal to bring an alien army to invade Earth. She lowered the gun pressed against my side, but her expression remained grim. Later, I learned that the Avengers had already suspected these things. Stark had deduced the opening of the portal based on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s blueprints and information, while Thor had brought news of the alien army's arrival. Previously, S.H.I.E.L.D. thought capturing Loki would reveal everything, but things had gone awry. The Hulk had been unleashed, Coulson had been killed, the Sky Mothership was incapacitated, and Thor had been imprisoned. Now, they urgently needed to find Loki's objective and the location of the Tesseract, which was why Black Widow came to me. She regretted not having asked me a few more questions earlier. Observing her closely, I noticed that she was younger than I had imagined, wearing her signature leather outfit and exuding a pleasant fragrance. She asked why I hadn't escaped during the chaos, and I countered that with so many people outside, I had no opportunity to do so. At that moment, Captain Rogers appeared, stating he was going to Stark Tower. Black Widow told him that I had provided the information. I requested to join them, saying I could be of help in a critical moment. Black Widow advocated for me, and Rogers agreed to let me come along. However, as soon as I stepped outside, Black Widow handcuffed me, yet the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents did not stop my departure. I suspected Nick Fury had given the order. Hawkeye Barton was also present, and Black Widow asked him if Loki had mentioned anything about me. Barton replied that Loki hadn't brought me up, and he himself had struggled greatly to break free from control, with hazy memories of that experience. Once on the plane, Rogers was curious about how I knew Loki's location. I told him I could sense the staff's position. Wherever the staff was, Loki would be there, and I pointed toward New York. As the plane took off, I got my first clear view of the Sky Mothership in its entirety. Nick Fury was in the command cabin, watching the plane take off, and he erased the surveillance of my conversation with Black Widow. Maria Hill expressed confusion over my release, but Fury believed I was within a controllable range, especially since they had plenty of monsters on hand. The plane soared high towards New York, and I felt incredibly free, relaxing as I prepared for the impending battle. Suddenly, Black Widow's terrified voice broke the moment, and I opened my eyes to see Captain Rogers rushing toward the cockpit, so I followed. Through the window, I saw a blue beam rising from downtown New York, a black vortex swirling, as if the gates of hell were being opened. The sky was torn open, and from the black vortex, countless demon-like Chitauri soldiers surged into Earth. Endless laser fire rained down on Manhattan's busiest areas like a torrential storm, instantly engulfing buildings, vehicles, and crowds in flames. The sounds of explosions, screams, screeching brakes, and calls for help intertwined, resembling another 9/11 unfolding before my eyes. As a New York police officer, witnessing this apocalyptic scene weighed heavily on my heart. Stark was in the air, desperately trying to stop the Chitauri invasion, but it was far from enough with just him alone. Natasha contacted Stark through her communicator, and we followed his instructions to head to Park Avenue. Stark cleverly utilized the terrain to lure the enemies to a designated location. The fighter planes arrived, their cannons firing bullets like raindrops toward the Chitauri soldiers, carving out a bloody path for us. I discovered that while the Chitauri technology was more advanced than Earth's, they were not invincible. With the right approach, ordinary bullets could still be effective. My words earned me newfound respect from my companions, and Rogers even said he believed I was a normal person now. I suggested that I could help if I were freed from my handcuffs, but Black Widow refused. When the plane reached the top platform of Stark Tower, I saw Loki pinning Thor down in a fight. Black Widow attacked Loki with the plane's cannons, but he countered and blew up the plane's engine, causing it to plummet. Fortunately, the plane crash-landed heavily on a small plaza without exploding immediately. Once we got off the plane, we realized the situation was becoming increasingly dire. The portal above us widened, and a massive, hideous monster burst through. It was the Chitauri's ultimate weapon, not only powerful itself but also carrying numerous soldiers. Countless Chitauri soldiers leaped from the monster onto buildings, unleashing a massacre. I saw Loki with the Chitauri, firing energy beams and killing ruthlessly. Rogers broke my handcuffs and told me to follow him. I wanted to grab a weapon in that moment, but I didn't have the chance. I tore open a bus door and rescued trapped elderly people and children. Rogers directed the police to rescue civilians in the buildings, and initially, Captain Stacy expressed some dissatisfaction, but after I revealed my identity and explained the situation, he handed me a gun and 2 magazines. I put on my police cap and aimed with precision, each bullet striking the Chitauri in their eye sockets. Amidst the chaos, I rescued civilians while taking down enemies. During a brief pause, the arrowhead distorted, and 4 figures in gray uniforms appeared out of nowhere. As the uniforms faded away, I was astonished to find it was none other than Captain Rogers, Iron Man Stark, Hulk, and Ant-Man Scott Lang, Avengers from the Marvel MCU universe. I suddenly stood up from behind the trash can, gasping for air, my face pale. Looking at the empty street, I was filled with disbelief, my body even trembling slightly. A surge of anger rose within me, an impulse to smash everything around. I had thought I was in the main Marvel MCU universe, but I never expected that I was in a parallel universe affected by time travel. I had encountered Captain Rogers, Iron Man Stark, Hulk, and Ant-Man Scott Lang, who had come to borrow 3 Infinity Stones from this version of Manhattan. Stark and Scott were to retrieve the Tesseract, Rogers was to deceive Hydra into giving him the Mind Stone, and Hulk was headed to the New York Sanctum at Camartage to borrow the Time Stone from the Ancient One. This situation completely derailed the previously clear plotline of the Marvel Universe, and I realized I couldn't reveal myself in front of these Avengers from the parallel timelines. My top priority was to hide and strengthen my own abilities. After much thought, the Mind Stone became my only target, as my own power breakthroughs had benefited from it. Having made up my mind, I sprinted toward Stark Tower. I had to act quickly and reach it before the portal closed. On the way, I encountered a few Chitauri soldiers, and I raised my hand and took them down with several shots. I intended to pick up a Chitauri energy weapon from the ground but found it wouldn't activate, so I reluctantly discarded it. Just then, I heard a gasp, and when I turned, I saw Ashley Johnson. I had once gone on a date with her, and we had watched the fireworks at the Stark Industries Expo together. She looked surprised, staring at my feet, and it was only then that I noticed the energy blade at the end of the weapon could easily cut through other energy weapons. This thing was quite sharp and might serve as a bayonet. I kicked the energy weapon into the lobby of the tower and continued running toward Stark Tower. Using the energy blade, I dispatched more Chitauri soldiers blocking my way. Soon, I arrived at the base of Stark Tower, and at that moment, the wormhole in the sky was still open, and S.H.I.E.L.'s nuclear bomb had not yet arrived. I dashed into the tower and took the elevator to the top floor. As I neared the top, I hesitated and decided to press the button for the 86th floor, opting to carefully scout the situation via the stairs first. Upon reaching the top floor, I heard loud crashing sounds. The Hulk was slamming Loki into the ground repeatedly, creating several deep craters. The elevator door opening caught Hulk's attention, and he tossed Loki aside, sauntering over to the elevator while disdainfully remarking that Loki was a fragile god. As the elevator doors closed, I stepped out from the stairwell and saw Loki, bewildered, trapped in the pit. I couldn't help but feel the urge to slam him down a few more times. After all, I hadn't had my fill of revenge for the threats he made against me on the Sky Mother ship. But just as I grabbed Loki's foot, I heard Black Widow's stern voice, "Stop! Don't move!" What do you think you're doing? I turned around, released my grip, and gave a sheepish smile, explaining that I just wanted to slam Loki a couple more times. Seeing Black Widow aiming her gun at me, I quickly clarified that I had no intention of saving Loki, stepping aside and raising my hands to show my intentions. I moved out to the terrace and spotted a massive space device. This apparatus, utilizing the energy from Stark Industries' arc reactor, heated the Tesseract to open the portal, allowing the Chitauri army to invade Earth. I knew that finding the Mind Stone was the key to shutting down the machine and the portal. At that moment, Professor Selvig awoke, feeling guilty for being the cause of all this chaos. Natasha comforted him and mentioned that Loki's staff might be able to close the portal. Just then, the professor noticed that I was holding the Mind Stone, and Natasha immediately aimed her gun at me, commanding me to drop the staff. I responded without hesitation, stating that this was New York, and she had no jurisdiction here. As a New York police officer, I wouldn't be penalized for shooting her in this situation. Natasha stood her ground, insisting I drop the staff, stating she needed it to close the Tesseract. I looked at the staff in my hand and smiled, telling her to wait until I was done using it. With that, I decisively jabbed the Mind Stone into my chest. In an instant, the Mind Stone's brilliance surged, overwhelming me with powerful psychic energy that flowed into my body and merged with my mind. I felt as if I could see a pulsating energy heart, and the visualization of the bright mirror in my mind shone brightly, consuming the psychic energy voraciously and becoming increasingly radiant. The majority of the psychic energy was absorbed by the bright mirror, while the dark red fireball above it only managed to capture a small amount of residual energy. Soon, the entire mental realm was filled with brilliant light, completely engulfing the dark red fireball. Afterward, the Mind Stone fell to the ground with a thud, and I slowly collapsed, becoming motionless. Black Widow was stunned, and Professor Selvig speculated that I might have done this to resolve my own issues. Natasha seemed to realize something, unable to help but call me a madman. But for her, the most important thing at that moment was to close the Tesseract, so she walked over and picked up the Mind Stone. I groggily heard someone calling my name, and after several shouts, I finally regained consciousness and slowly came to. When I opened my eyes, a beautiful face, no larger than a palm, appeared before me. It was Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. I pushed myself up on my hands, my throat burning painfully, and hoarsely asked, "Agent Romanoff, what happened to me?" Natasha stood up, glanced at Agent Sitwell and the Shield Strike team members like Rumlow who had just exited the elevator, and told me, "It's okay, you just fainted for a while. You can go back now." I felt inexplicably exhausted but still managed to stand up with effort. Strangely, my body felt somewhat lighter, yet no one seemed to notice my unusual state. The Avengers were focused on Loki, while Sitwell and the other Hydra agents were concerned about the Tesseract, and Stark's gaze was not on me at all. I gently closed my eyes, sinking into darkness, only to find that the dark red fireball was gone. Moreover, I no longer needed to force myself to calm down to see the visualization of the bright mirror. I could clearly see it just by closing my eyes. Under the softly glowing mirror, my emotions were completely at peace. I no longer felt anxious or tense, nor did I feel any sense of oppression. I quietly retreated to a corner, watching as the Hydra agents boxed up the Mind Stone. The Avengers were escorting Loki and took the Tesseract into another elevator, while Hulk, too large for the elevator, remained behind. Once everyone had left, I entered the stairwell, where I heard Hulk angrily roar, "I hate stairs." I chuckled and quickly caught up, my speed surprisingly good even compared to Hulk's strides, and I made no noise. As I moved, I felt changes in my body. After coming into contact with the Mind Stone, my strength had increased by 15%, allowing me to lift 275 kilograms, 2.9 times my body weight. My speed had improved by nearly 20%, reaching 150 kilometers per hour, or 41.6 meters per second, about half the speed of Quicksilver, but I still had a long way to go compared to him when he could reach several Machs. However, I was more concerned about my control over my body. My self-awareness range had increased exponentially, allowing me to sense everything within a 200-meter radius. With my eyes closed, everything around me became clear in the visualization of the bright mirror. This was the most significant change. I kept no more than 10 meters or 3 floors behind Hulk as I stealthily followed him. Suddenly, I heard the elevator and Captain Rogers's voice, followed by a series of probing exchanges. Finally, Rogers uttered the phrase, "Hail Hydra." Moments later, he emerged from the elevator with the Mind Stone. Though I was eager to see the two Captain Americas face off, I restrained myself, feeling it was more crucial to focus on preventing Loki from escaping. I heard the elevator again as Stark and his team arrived at the lobby below. Just then, Alexander Pierce appeared with Hydra agents, demanding control over the Tesseract and Loki. The two sides began to argue. Suddenly, Stark convulsed, and his heart stopped. Ant-Man had made his move, allowing Stark to seize the Tesseract. At that moment, someone shouted, "Hey, Hulk!" Hulk roared and charged out of the stairwell, crashing through the stairway door. I followed him out, yelling, "Get out of the way, the monster is coming!" Hulk barreled into the lobby, smashing a large hole in the ground, and Loki seemed to sense he had missed something. At that moment, Thor placed a hand on his shoulder. I ignored the others and found Captain George Stacy after emerging from the lobby, returning the gun to him. He patted my shoulder and said, "Kid, you really made the NYPD proud this time. How about a transfer to Manhattan?" I was taken aback, and after inquiring, I learned that my rescue scene had been filmed and posted online, making my identity public. I had become the second most visible person on the internet and television after the Avengers. I immediately realized that the police department and the New York City government were trying to save face by pushing me into the spotlight. I smiled at Captain Stacy and said, "If there's an opening in the Major Crimes Unit, I transfer right away," but Captain Stacy sighed, noting that positions in the NYPD were scarce, especially in the Major Crimes Unit, which rarely had vacancies. He understood that while my future looked bright, arranging a job for me would be difficult, so he gave me a personal business card, telling me to call if I needed anything, before heading off to handle other matters. As I strolled down the street, I helped people in need since I was still wearing my police cap. There were many scattered Chitauri weapons and aircraft on the ground, but I didn't touch them. For one, those weapons were rendered useless after the Chitauri mothership was destroyed. Without the corresponding genetic fragments, they couldn't be activated. Secondly, it was unnecessary. Many people were eyeing those items, and there would be investigations afterward. I didn't want to stir up trouble. Even though alien metals could be valuable, they could be obtained through official or black market channels. During this time, I was questioned by S.H.I.E.L.D., but I had an alibi. The disappearance of the stone had nothing to do with me, as I had mostly helped rescue people. The alien invasion had resulted in numerous casualties, and the National Guard and Fire Department were overwhelmed. My extraordinary strength had proven useful. Before I knew it, I had walked back to. I was nestled on the sofa in the top-floor lobby of Stark Tower, lost in thought for a long while. This was a rare position for me. Bucky is alive. That phrase, spoken by another version of myself when he took the Mind Stone, kept swirling in my mind. Who was he impersonating? How did he know Bucky was alive? Years ago, Bucky fell from a speeding train into an endless glacier, and despite the Allies' extensive search, he was declared dead after the statutory period. I was the lucky one defined as missing. But now someone was telling me Bucky was alive. How could that be possible? I sat up abruptly, realizing that I had been frozen in the Arctic for 70 years, so it was entirely feasible for Bucky to have been similarly preserved in such an environment for decades. The thought ignited a fire in my chest, but who could know about this? Had he seen Bucky? Who exactly was he? Loki had the ability to impersonate, but he was being watched by Thor and had no chance to act. Besides, I'd seen Loki mimic my appearance. His essence and speaking style were quite different, while this person imitated me perfectly. My intuition told me that it must be an older version of myself. The thought sent a chill through me. Ding! The elevator doors opened, pulling me back to the moment. I glanced at the other Avengers who had also been left on the top floor and then shifted my gaze to Alexander Pierce, Agent Sitwell, and Agent Rumlow as they walked in. The latter two looked disheveled, avoiding my gaze with an expression of disbelief. I sensed that Alexander Pierce was somewhat critical. After all, if I couldn't detect the fake me, they would have an even harder time. I stood up and moved toward Pierce with Stark and the others, asking, "Mr. Secretary, has there been any trace of the stone?" He shook his head, clearly scrutinizing me. Today's events significantly impacted Hydra, and plans needed to accelerate. In fact, when the fake me shouted "Hail Hydra," they should have known it wasn't the real me, yet they told no one, and I hadn't shared my suspicions about Bucky possibly being alive or that the impersonator might be myself. Nick Fury suddenly appeared, saying he had investigated the whereabouts of powered individuals and had mostly ruled out suspects. Pierce remarked that they had conducted a thorough search of the building and found nothing unusual, his suspicious gaze falling on Stark. After all, the Mind Stone had been taken by the fake me, but fortunately, the surveillance footage proved my innocence. Stark was indignant, complaining that S.H.I.E.L.D. suspected him and his staff. While Pierce thought Stark, as a billionaire, was unlikely to take such a risk, he didn't dare to completely rule him out. Pierce instinctively glanced at Thor before telling everyone to go back, adding that the search for the Tesseract and Mind Stone would continue. His words were clearly a threat, but no one seemed to care. After they left, Nick Fury stayed behind to ask me about the combat capabilities of the fake me. I omitted any mention of Bucky, stating only that the fake me was slightly better in combat skills but physically inferior. Fury seemed to ponder my words, saying the suspect list could be narrowed down. I then asked Natasha about Henry Lee's situation. She replied that Li Hang had lost the ability to sense the staff and had an alibi when both items went missing. Li Hang had used the staff on himself to break free from control, and when the Tesseract vanished, he was in the stairwell. When the Mind Stone was taken, he was outside the lobby. He had no chance to commit the crime. Stark instructed everyone to get some rest, mentioning he had booked rooms and ordered pizza and coffee, though his gaze shifted toward Fury. Fury understood what he meant, and after he left, everyone laughed. Not everyone in New York was without a place to stay, they just had different plans for the next day. Later, Stark was reviewing surveillance footage in a darkroom filled with projection screens. He asked Jarvis where Fury had gone. Jarvis informed him that Fury had gone to Baxter Building to find Reed. Stark frowned. Reed was someone he both admired and feared, nicknamed the Wizard for his broad field of study. Stark suspected Reed might have discovered something. In mid-August, Manhattan was bathed in a bright moonlight, the night air cool and crisp. The gentle moonlight streamed through the glass skylight, illuminating a tidy loft in Chinatown. The spacious floor-to-ceiling windows were adorned with white jasmine, purple lilacs, and various houseplants blooming vibrantly in the suitable temperature, releasing a faint but pleasant fragrance. New York, being coastal, experienced significant temperature variations between day and night in mid-August. In the corner of the room sat a neatly arranged police uniform, and atop a black box lay a golden honor medal, something I had received from the mayor that day, along with a cash prize of $10,000, which held great significance for me. Previously, I had been personally received by Chief Reagan of the NYPD, and this honor brightened my prospects within the police department. After changing out of my uniform, I donned a pure white cotton t-shirt and comfortable black shorts, sitting cross-legged on a floor cushion, forming a Tai Chi seal to begin my practice. I focused my mind, directing my awareness to my lower dantian, gradually visualizing a five-colored transparent lotus flower. As I inhaled, my palms spread outward, envisioning the lotus blooming with golden light. As I exhaled, my hands came together, imagining the lotus closing, crystal clear. With each breath, the lotus grew larger, and I sank into a trance-like state. In this state, my entire body was enveloped by a white mist-like energy known as qi, which coalesced in my lower dantian, illuminating my body and nourishing my internal organs with spiritual energy. The lotus breathing technique was the next step following the bright mirror visualization, ultimately condensing into a point of true yang energy. This was my greatest gain since the battle with the Avengers, marking the beginning of my cultivation journey. From observing the bright mirror to practicing the lotus breathing, and progressing to higher practices like condensing elixirs and refining the spirit, all of it was being replayed and deduced in my mind. The once vague memories became clear, with significant modifications and additions. This cultivation method set me on a path of advancement, with the potential for foundational building, fluid condensation, elixir creation, spirit refinement, and even immortality in the Marvel Universe. Achieving immortality was not impossible, and this was my golden finger for reaching the peak of power. In the dark realm of consciousness, an oval-shaped bright mirror, as tall as myself, floated, its edges entwined with countless crimson patterns. Standing before the mirror, the images of my reflections inside and outside merged into points of light that converged on the surface, revealing my information. After being pierced by the Mind Stone for the second time, my physical abilities had greatly improved, my endurance exceeded human limits, my strength approached human limits, though my speed was slightly lacking. My invisibility talent had gained attributes of death and brutality, and the black fireball representing hidden dangers in my mind vanished. I could fully control my emotions, but the crimson patterns at the edge of the mirror unsettled me, yet I couldn't remove them. As my consciousness returned to my body, I focused on my practice. I didn't know how much time had passed before I concluded my evening session. The spiritual energy in the environment is most easily sensed and absorbed at night and dawn, and although I was in the loft, everything within a 200-meter radius was clearly presented in my mental mirror. As the sky began to lighten outside, I wrapped up my practice and prepared to head back to the precinct for work. I had contacted the department a few days prior, and today I was officially reporting back after my leave. Shinko had fallen asleep after a long night, and after kissing her, I washed up, changed, and headed downstairs to a breakfast spot before driving my black second-hand Mustang to the precinct. On the way, I noticed a familiar SUV closely following me, unsure if it was Nick Fury or Hydra agents. Despite my low suspicion regarding the disappearance of the Infinity Stones, there were still those who wouldn't let me go easily. Upon arriving at the precinct, I first met with my direct supervisor, Captain Reed, followed by a meeting with Chief Conford. The chief praised me a few times before ushering me out, leaving Captain Reed for a private discussion. Soon after, Captain Reed called me into his office and handed me a transfer order stating that the Department of Homeland Security was assigning me to a secret mission. I recognized it immediately as a cover for S.H.I.E.L.D., and I had no desire to get involved in their mess regarding the missing Infinity Stones. I had my own plans and wanted to develop my career within the NYPD. According to the transfer order, I was to report to the New York branch of the Department of Homeland Security. Sure enough, I met Maria Hill there. I was surprised, especially since I had almost killed her during my previous loss of control. Hill explained that someone else was supposed to pick me up, but she had some business and decided to take me instead. She then led me to the rooftop helicopter, which took off immediately, heading toward New Jersey. Under the night sky, the vast mountain forest stretched endlessly, lying in darkness like a slumbering giant. At this moment, I was seated in the cabin of a helicopter flying westward, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. The helicopter had been flying for quite some time, and we still hadn't reached our destination. I asked Agent Hill where we were headed, and she informed me it was to Area 13, a secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D. located in the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. Area 13? Pine Barrens? I had never heard of this place. While I wasn't an ardent Marvel fan, my previous life had exposed me to the Marvel Universe's cultural significance through various films and short videos, yet I had no recollection of this site. Hill assured me we were almost there, and soon, a blank square and a few low buildings hidden in the dense woods came into view below, appearing desolate from the air like an abandoned base. This reminded me of the secret base where Rogers was born and where Hydra's Dr. Zola had hidden away, making me feel somewhat uneasy. The helicopter landed smoothly, and Hill jumped out first, followed closely by me, feeling slightly more agile. Hill didn't say much and headed straight for the three-story building ahead, which didn't look like the entrance to a secret underground base. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the building, there was little decoration, the concrete walls were painted white, and many room doors were open, revealing empty, dust-filled spaces. After entering, Hill took a right and walked down the corridor. I noticed that we left no footprints and didn't stir any dust as we passed through. Upon reaching the third floor, Hill approached the end of the corridor and pushed open a dusty, musty office door. After searching the bookshelf, it slid apart to reveal a hidden door, which was actually a secret elevator. The elevator descended for nearly a minute, going down at least 100 meters underground, and I felt relieved. It seemed this place was not Zola's base. When the elevator doors opened, Sitwell greeted us with a grin. Seeing him made my eyes widen in anger, and I had to suppress the urge to lash out. Hill asked if everyone was present, and Sitwell replied that they were all there before leading us deeper into the base. I greeted Sitwell somewhat begrudgingly and inquired about what this place was, to which he cryptically responded that I would find out in due time. We entered a conference room of about 50 square meters, featuring a long, wide conference table. Sitwell and Hill sat on the outer side, and I followed suit, turning my gaze to the inner side. There sat a group of people or creatures, a white man in his 50s with a weathered face, wearing a black hat and sporting a thick mustache, a younger, sharp-looking white man in his late 20s, a pale woman with a round face and heavy makeup resembling a vampire, a humanoid with a fish-like head, a slender monkey in his suit and sunglasses, a hulking figure resembling Hulk but with gray skin and a menacing expression, and the largest creature, over 2 meters tall, with green skin covered in leaves and fingers resembling branches. They sat quietly, creating a rather bizarre atmosphere. Hill directed Dum Dum Dugan to begin the meeting, and it took me a moment to realize who he was, the member of the Howling Commandos during World War II and one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. I had thought he was dead, considering that figures from his era had long since become outdated. Captain Rogers had mentioned that Peggy Carter was the only acquaintance he knew to still be alive after his return. But now Dugan was not only alive but appeared quite youthful, perhaps having taken the same anti-aging serum as Nick Fury. Dugan welcomed me to the Howling Commandos, which left me bewildered. Nobody had mentioned this to me before. They remarked that I didn't seem like a monster, yet they themselves looked like a gathering of monsters. Hill responded lightly to Dugan, and everyone's gaze turned toward me. I questioned Hill in dissatisfaction, but she told me not to worry, explaining that this was merely my temporary work assignment. Her calm gaze gradually quelled my anger. After all, I was already here, and it wasn't the time to turn hostile. Then, Hill's expression grew serious as she began discussing the matter at hand. A photo of a massive oil tanker sailing through the dark sea appeared on the wall's display screen, labeled Cheney. Hill explained that this was an oil tanker traveling from the Middle East to the United States, suspected of smuggling a powerful prehistoric artifact. The agents had lost contact with it and had reason to believe that the tanker had been infected by a mysterious force, which needed to be contained as soon as possible. I frowned at the screen. Hill's statements raised many questions: mysterious force, prehistoric artifact, infection methods, none of which were clearly defined. It seemed such matters were previously handled by Coulson's SHIELD team, but since he hadn't yet been resurrected, and the team hadn't been reformed, was this base and these people responsible now? But why had I been dragged into this? I was just an ordinary police officer in New York. Just then, a harsh voice broke the air, and Hill pressed a button, splitting the screen into two halves. One side displayed the tanker photo, while the other showcased a disheveled middle-aged scientist. After tapping at a keyboard for a moment, he grinned enigmatically, and the screen changed to reveal a series of bizarre images and data, leaving me and the others utterly confused. The middle-aged scientist stated that SHIELD wanted us to retrieve a dangerous ancient artifact, the Gotana totem. Under the bright lights, the air in the narrow metal corridor was clean and well ventilated. I walked alongside Captain Reyna, whom I had just met. Captain Reyna was an agent of SHIELD, sitting second in command under Duggan, very capable, with bright eyes. After a brief interaction, I sensed that his combat abilities were not weak. The muscles straining against his uniform were proof of that. Countless stone doors lined both sides of the corridor, and I could sense the overwhelming life force and heavy pressure emanating from within. I couldn't help but ask Captain Reyna what was behind those doors, and he only stated that there were no humans imprisoned inside. I scoffed internally. It was obvious that with so many surveillance cameras and energy weapons around, something was being kept. Then, Captain Reyna introduced that the Howling Commandos belonged to SHIELD's STAKE department, which was formed to combat supernatural threats. We were in a massive underground fuel depot in Area 13, where the department recruited non-human agents to handle secret missions. He further introduced the team members. The pale-faced woman was Nina Price, the Midnight Vampire. The one with a fish head was an amphibian who could breathe comfortably both in water and on land and had extraordinary swimming abilities. The small monkey in a suit and sunglasses was a notorious assassin known as the Killer Monkey. Resembling Hulk was Colonel Emil Blonsky, the Abomination, and taller than the Abomination, resembling a tree person, was a humanoid who was originally an ordinary human but transformed after injecting the super soldier serum. I recalled that both the humanoid and the Abomination were related to the super soldier serum and couldn't help but stop, cautiously asking Captain Reyna if the others had been injected as well. Captain Reyna retorted with a question of whether I had been injected too. I quickly waved my hands to deny it, claiming I didn't know why I was brought here. In truth, if it weren't for the monsters surrounding me, I would have lost my temper long ago. I felt that this Howling Commandos team might have been Fury's preparatory team before the Avengers were formed. After all, Captain Rogers and Dum Dum Duggan came from the World War II Howling Commandos, while the Abomination and Hulk were similarly powerful, and both the Midnight Vampire and Natasha were women. The other members likely had remarkable abilities as well. Captain Reyna said, "You will find out soon enough," and then continued moving forward, saying the weapons cache was just ahead, and I could take whatever I wanted. As the steel door opened, the armory was stacked with various assault rifles, handguns, grenades, and other ordinary military equipment, lacking any mysterious items, which left me somewhat disappointed. I took a bulletproof vest, 2 assault rifles, 4 grenades, and many bullets but skipped the handguns, feeling they wouldn't solve any problems. I also didn't take any knives or daggers from the warehouse. After all, I had my own and needed to keep a hand up against these people. After organizing my weapons, I followed Captain Reyna further. Beyond the narrow corridor was a circular helipad, where a butterfly-shaped aircraft was parked. Everyone else was already on board, and Citterville was piloting the plane. I sat at the back, leaning against the humanoid. Upon seeing me sit down, the humanoid tensed up a bit, trying to withdraw his body to avoid brushing against me. I found him amusing, such a big guy yet so earnest. An obscure door opened ahead, revealing a deep, slanted passageway. Citterville glanced at Captain Reyna and then powered the plane into the passage. Our secret base lay 100 meters underground, and the passage stretched for 2 kilometers. Soon, the aircraft flew out of the tunnel, with the exit hidden on a cliff face, the shadow of the rocks above just covering the passage, making it hard to detect. The cabin was very quiet, and no one spoke. I recalled what Captain Reyna had said earlier and realized that everything would be verified in battle. I closed my eyes to rest, reflecting on the mission information provided by Maria Hill and Dr. Corey. The mission's target was the Kotana's Great Totem, which could transform living tissue into plant organisms. I had never heard of Kotana, but just that ability was enough to raise alarms. Fortunately, the destination was at sea, which should limit the totem's power, but I still had to be cautious. I didn't want to end up like the humanoid. The full moon hung high in the starry night sky, its light spilling down. Deep in the Atlantic, a massive oil tanker slowly advanced over the shadowy sea, still decelerating. Countless black birds appeared from nowhere, circling above the tanker. The rolling waves crashed against the ship's hull, while faint sounds echoed from within the tanker. At that moment, a butterfly-shaped aircraft swiftly approached in the night sky. It was the Howling Commandos. I sat at the back of the cabin, intently listening as Commander Duggan assigned tasks. Duggan stood in the center of the cabin, shifting his gaze between the killer monkey and the amphibian, saying, "Monkey, you're responsible for finding the captain. Fishman, you take care of underwater operations, make sure no plant entities escape from the water. The rest of you, hold the plant monsters off with me. Dr. Corey, deploy the micro-robots to scan the hull for the Great Totem. Sitterville, you and the humanoid handle backup support." Sitterville didn't turn around, his attention was entirely focused on his headphones. At that moment, the captain's voice crackled through the headphones, filled with terror. "I'm Captain Anderson of the Cheney cruise ship. We are under attack. The crew have turned into monsters. First Officer Scully and I are trapped in the control room. He's acting strange. We need, no." Followed by a frantic, "No, Scully, don't." Gunfire erupted violently. Sitterville looked back and noticed that only I and the humanoid remained in the cabin. I awkwardly stood at the rear hatch and explained, "Sorry, I need a moment." The butterfly aircraft hovered at least 10 stories above the tanker's deck. Any average person jumping would surely die. Yet, everyone except me, including Duggan, jumped without hesitation, without even bringing parachutes, leaving me momentarily stunned. Standing at the hatch, the cold wind whipped around me as I gazed down at the deck. The Howling Commandos had already engaged in combat with the monsters. Those creatures were dry, emaciated, and towering, their bodies twisted and strong, covered in vines and branches that seemed to grow out of them. As they moved, the leaves swayed, their severely mutated bodies and limbs had transformed into dry tree trunks and branches. Although they barely maintained a humanoid shape, they were entirely monstrous. This was the dark side of the world that remained unknown to most. With my knowledge, I understood that saving these people would come at a tremendous cost. The government wouldn't fund it, and private enterprises were unlikely to invest. Even if they were rescued, they would probably be ruined, just like the humanoid. Duggan wielded a heavy machine gun, firing wildly. Countless bullets rained down on the monsters, blasting large holes in their bodies. The recoil was firmly controlled by Duggan's powerful hands, and his aim was precise. This scene caught my attention, and I realized that I too could control the recoil of a heavy machine gun with my enhanced strength, and even aim more accurately. Suddenly, I felt that my assault rifle was no longer appealing. I couldn't help but think that in the future, I might not only use a heavy machine gun but also a large-caliber sniper rifle, rocket launcher, heavy mortar, and even the possibility of throwing heavy shells by hand. However, tossing a nuclear bomb was out of the question. I couldn't handle the radiation and wouldn't outrun the shockwave. The government would definitely not allow it, otherwise, I would become a terrorist. Snapping back to reality, I continued to watch the deck. These branch monsters were difficult to deal with. Regular handgun bullets were ineffective against them, and only assault rifles and heavy machine guns could inflict damage. Their skin was tough, and they possessed immense strength. If one wasn't careful, being hit would lead to a fall. Fortunately, aside from Duggan, the Midnight Vampire, the Abomination, and the Werewolf were also battling the monsters. I realized that the werewolf was Captain Reyna, whom I had previously spoken with. I finally understood the meaning of his words back at the base. "Hey, are you jumping or not?" Sitterville finally couldn't hold back and urged me by taking off his headphones. I shot him an annoyed glance. That Hydra bastard didn't even lower the aircraft's altitude. In the next moment, I leapt from the cabin into the wind, stretching my body in the air to let my clothes fill with wind and slow my descent. As I neared the deck, I quickly rolled in the air and slammed into a few monsters. Bang, bang, bang. The monsters were sent flying, toppling others and clearing a path on the deck for me. Using the monsters to absorb the impact, I quickly sprang up, my assault rifle immediately firing flames. The brief contact allowed me to understand the monster's physical attributes, making my attacks more targeted. The bullet struck precisely into the monster's eyes, piercing through to exit through the back of their skulls, splattering brain matter. However, even with their heads blown apart, these monsters did not die outright, their movement speed merely slowed dramatically. That's useless, kid, these things have no brain activity at all, or else I would have controlled them long ago. The midnight vampire, Nina Price, swiftly flew past me with athletic grace and powerful fists, but her words sent chills down my spine. Brain activity, control, could she manipulate people through mental waves? That was far more terrifying than Black Widow using her looks to seduce men. I couldn't help but question what kind of team I had joined. You're not bad, the werewolf Captain Reyna stopped in front of me, his wolf-like jaw nearly the size of my face. His weapon consisted of two hard, sharp steel gloves, which we had previously acquired together. Bang! A scorching bullet whizzed past my ear, precisely striking the eye of a tree creature on the opposite side. I could even see the monster's eyeball explode, and its movements instantly slowed down. The abomination roared in fury and charged forward, using its immense strength to crash into the monster's chest, shattering it into pieces. The abomination turned back and let out an angry roar at me before pivoting to attack more tree creatures. The midnight vampire and Captain Reyna, the werewolf, were far more agile. The abomination held the front line while they dealt with any stragglers, and I kept firing from the back to assist. The narrow corridors inside the tanker made it difficult for more than two of us to move side by side. Duggan had already paused. In this environment, my assault rifle was more effective than his heavy machine gun. However, at this moment, I could only fire in short bursts to avoid hitting our own team. Duggan, holding two large handguns, reassured me not to mind the abomination's temper, saying that if I stopped firing, the abomination would complain instead. He kept a cautious eye on our surroundings and behind us, prepared to shield me from any sudden monster appearances. I expressed my confusion to Duggan. Despite us having dealt with hundreds of monsters since boarding, there were still more pouring out from the ship's hold. Duggan said that was a question for the captain. At that moment, the killer monkey burst out from the front, hanging upside down with its hands gripping a submachine gun, unleashing a torrential rain of bullets on the pile of monsters. It then hung its tail from the ceiling and somehow pulled out a new magazine with its back paws, replacing the empty one and continuing to shoot. Seeing this, the abomination halted, eyeing the killer monkey warily. The midnight vampire muttered that the killer monkey was like an entire army, keeping a cautious watch on it, worried about being targeted. Duggan's face turned grim as he said the monkey had found the captain and was going to ask about the situation, why there were more people on board than reported. With that, he held his guns and, with his heavy machine gun slung over his back, headed toward the captain's quarters. Upon reaching the spacious and clean captain's office, we found the captain cowering in the corner, wearing a yellow hard hat, terrified as he stared at the first officer who had transformed into a monster. The first officer's gray uniform was sprouting fresh branches at the collar, and more branches were entangling his arms and body, while green leaves covered his head. A thick branch coiled from the back of his neck, tightly squeezing his skull, making it a disturbing sight. The captain said that when he called for help, the first officer was still fine, but in an instant, he had turned into a monster. If it weren't for the killer monkey arriving in time, he feared he would have been infected too. Duggan aimed his gun at the captain's head, demanding to know the origins of this situation and why the number of personnel had increased. Although the location of the Great Totem had been locked in, the number of monsters far exceeded expectations, and we needed to clarify things with the captain. Duggan had originally planned to have the main force attract the monsters on deck, sending people to lock onto the Great Totem, and then storm the hold to retrieve it. But the actual situation was far from what had been anticipated. Perhaps this was just the beginning. I noticed that, aside from myself, the others seemed unconcerned about Duggan's remarks. Faced with more enemies, they would charge in without hesitation. The captain was so frightened he struggled to speak clearly, and Duggan slowly pulled the trigger to apply pressure. The captain finally broke down, admitting that the first officer was responsible for the smuggling of personnel and antiques, and that the Coles Group had paid him off to keep quiet and act confused. I was taken aback by the mention of the Coles Group and its chairman, Edward Colson. This was a renowned multinational conglomerate, and the chairman was a well-known philanthropist in New York, secretly engaging in such activities. Duggan asked how many people were on board, and the captain replied that the crew and those in the cargo hold combined totaled no more than 500 people. Duggan's expression darkened. He glanced back at me and then knocked the captain unconscious with the butt of his gun. Duggan directly contacted Dr. Corey at the base, saying they needed to change the operational plan. Dr. Corey excitedly responded that he knew what to do. Soon after, a loud boom echoed from the rear hold of the tanker, as a small missile launched from the butterfly aircraft struck its target accurately. Sitterville triumphantly announced over the comms that the mission was complete. Duggan ignored Sitterville and instructed the abomination to block the door. The abomination immediately complied, sealing the captain's office door tightly. Half a minute later, we heard rustling sounds coming from the outside corridor, and through the bulletproof glass, we could see groups of tree monsters surging toward the deck. The temperature inside the hold was rising rapidly. I quickly realized that Sitterville had detonated the fuel tank in the rear hold with the missile, forcing the mutated creatures in the rear and bottom holds toward the deck, thus reducing our obstacles. But this also meant that the crew members who might still be alive in the rear hold and bottom hold were likely doomed. This was what they called collateral damage. The operational style of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s subordinate agencies was just like that of the U.S. military, and the others seemed to take it in stride. We could only hope for luck, wishing that some could survive. As the footsteps outside began to dwindle, Duggan nodded at the abomination, who then pulled open the door and charged out. The abomination was fast, but everyone else wasn't slow either. The number of tree monsters in the corridor had significantly decreased, the high temperature restricted their movements, and the abomination crashed through, clearing a path for us to follow quickly. The heat was also having a significant effect on us, as the oil from the tanker. Zzz. Bang, 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 the light bulbs exploded one after another under the intense heat, filling the already dim hold with thick smoke and reducing visibility even further. I followed Duggan into the lower hold. Despite the acrid smell, I caught sight of the abomination, tightly gripping the ancient Egyptian stone face, the Great Totem. I cursed that fool for directly grasping the Great Totem. Just then, a fresh branch hung down from the abomination's forehead, and tender leaves swayed gently with its movements. Instantly, countless figures surged from the darkness toward the abomination, which not only did not resist but opened its arms to embrace them. Soon, branches grew rapidly from its body, intertwining with the branches of other monsters. In the blink of an eye, we could only see a grotesque giant towering 4 to 5 meters high, with a gaping mouth full of sharp teeth, surrounded by entwined tree roots and countless heads, while more monsters rushed in from the darkness. With a bang, Duggan fired his gun. He didn't call for anyone else and turned to run. I wasn't the last to escape, but by the time I dashed out of the hold, I found myself lagging behind. I inwardly cursed, feeling that this team lacked unity. But I also understood Duggan's approach. In this fiery environment, he could only lead the giant tree monster outside and use the terrain to eliminate it. Once we entered the narrow corridor, the giant monster struggled to move. Flames spread across its body like exploding oil, and tree monsters fell one after another. I turned to see the abomination and the Great Totem in its grasp, lost in thought when I noticed that the Midnight Vampire, Captain Reyna, and even Commander Duggan didn't pause, charging straight onto the deck. The deck was swarming with tree monsters, and Duggan's heavy machine gun roared to life. Strangely, the Midnight Vampire and Captain Reyna didn't rush into the horde of monsters. Instead, they circled to the edge of the deck, searching for a hidden spot. I sensed something was off and started firing wildly, accurately shooting to clear a path, rushing into the monster horde and using them to hinder my allies. At that moment, the giant tree monster burst out from the ship's hold, and more tree monsters, upon seeing the Great Totem, recklessly lunged toward it. In an instant, a 10-meter-tall giant appeared, covered in tree monsters. This was no ordinary creature. With the Great Totem at its core, eliminating it would be no easy task. Sitterville, Green Code, we want that big guy. Duggan shouted urgently. All right, let's unleash the big guy. Sitterville flew the butterfly aircraft just above the deck, and in the moonlight, a colossal shadow loomed overhead. It was the humanoid that had remained on the plane, jumping down. I watched as the humanoid extended its body midair, my eyelids twitching. Normally, when it bent down, it was nearly 2 to 3 meters tall, but now fully extended, it towered over 5 meters. With a bang, it landed, cracking the deck beneath it. I was standing far away and nearly jolted off my feet, shocked by its incredible weight. After landing, the humanoid let out a roar and charged like lightning toward the giant tree monster. The monster instinctively raised its hand, but the humanoid was already upon it, delivering a punch to its abdomen, then jumped and landed a right hook to its jaw, smashing its head apart. With both hands, it plunged into the giant's chest, pulling out the abomination and slamming it to the ground. As the massive shadow loomed closer, I swiftly dodged to the left, avoiding the abomination. Lee, stop dawdling. Get the totem out of the abomination's hands. Duggan shouted at me. Frowning, I aimed my assault rifle at the great totem and fired. The bullets made muffled thuds against it but failed to knock it free from the abomination's grip. Seeing that the others were focused on the giant tree monster and not paying attention to this side, I cursed under my breath and ran toward the abomination, striking the great totem fiercely with my assault rifle. It was a stone face, and upon impact, I thought I heard a mournful wail, only to realize a green light shot from the stone face into my body. The great totem was knocked away, landing motionless at the edge of the deck. I breathed a sigh of relief, shot Duggan a glare, and continued firing at the tree monsters trying to approach the great totem. Duggan wasn't anxious, he had pulled out the ace in the hole, the humanoid. Without the great totem, the giant tree monster could not maintain its form. The tree monsters at the edges slipped off and surged toward the great totem. At this moment, the humanoid waved its hand, and bright yellow flames ignited on the tree monsters, rapidly spreading. I was astonished that the humanoid had such an ability. Don't worry, the humanoid is effectively neutralizing these plant entities, Captain Reyna explained as he transformed back into human form and came to my side. Anything with inner fear will burn upon contact with the humanoid, he's our trump card. I understood what he meant. Beings like us monsters all carried fear within, so the humanoid couldn't be used lightly. Once deployed, it had to resolve the problem. Hey, that thing is burning too. I pointed behind Captain Reyna. The great totem at the edge of the deck ignited like the tree monsters, and all the tree creatures burned even more fiercely, soon transforming into. The wind howled past my ears as I sat in the aircraft, which glided smoothly through the dark mountain interior without any bumps or collisions. Jasper Sitterville sat expressionlessly at the controls, piloting the plane. I glanced at him briefly before looking away. As a level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., his abilities were impressive, but unfortunately, he was one of Hydra's people. I scanned the people around me and smiled at the amiable humanoid beside me before closing my eyes. The Howling Commandos, made up of this group, possessed combat capabilities that could rival those of the Avengers. If S.H.I.E.L.D. could provide data support from behind, the only thing missing between the Howling Commandos and the Avengers would be Thor. Unfortunately, this mysterious team had not only internal issues but was also known to Hydra. Ahead in the darkness, lights illuminated as the plane entered the base and slowly landed on the helipad. I was seated at the back and was the first to disembark. Just then, a group of researchers in white lab coats pushed a cart past me, rushing toward the Howling Commandos who followed me off the plane. Captain Reyna had somehow returned to his human form. Researchers quickly stripped him of his clothing, exposing his upper body as medical personnel checked his blood pressure and heart rate, drawing a large vial of blood. Others were treated similarly, and my eyelids twitched as I couldn't help but ask, "What about me?" Captain Reyna calmly replied with a smile, "You have nothing to worry about, you're not a monster." I noticed that Sitterville and Duggan were not speaking to anyone else and were heading toward another corridor, making me feel that after the battle, everyone had become strangers. Not long after the tests began, the medical personnel took the monitoring data and blood samples back for analysis, and Captain Reyna led the others down the opposite corridor. I realized it was the same corridor where I had retrieved my weapons before. Sure enough, we returned to the armory, and after returning my weapons to their place, I left with everyone else. We all walked toward the conference room, and the amphibian murmured about how disappointing this mission was, saying they got nothing and had thought they would earn a little star for their cell and a new TV. Upon hearing the word cell, I stopped in my tracks, frowning as I stared at the amphibian and asked, "What did you say?" "Cell?" The midnight vampire's voice came from ahead. "Of course it's a cell, where did you think we were staying?" She was now standing in front of a row of stone cells. This place had caught my attention before. Captain Reyna had said that no humans had ever been locked up here. With a slight rumble, the stone cell doors opened, and the midnight vampire, the amphibian, the humanoid, the abomination, and the killer monkey all obediently walked into their respective stone cells. Captain Reyna turned the mechanism from outside and closed the cell doors again. He walked over and patted my shoulder, saying, "I told you before, you're not a monster. Today's events will not look good on our records. After all, the ones reviewing us are ordinary people. In this mission, while we destroyed the Great Totem and the potential threat posed by the viral ship, that was merely the minimum objective. S.H.I.E.L.D. hoped for us to execute the mission flawlessly, safely return with the Great Totem, rescue everyone on board, and resolve the virus issue." After listening to Captain Reyna's explanation, I nodded silently, following him to the conference room while pondering what role I played in this matter. I was not a monster, I was only here on an order from the Department of Homeland Security to assist with the mission. My superior was the New York Police Department, at most linked to the Homeland Security Department, with no ties to S.H.I.E.L.D. I was unaware of the specific mission details before coming here. Hill had just included me without much explanation. Everything seemed sudden, but it felt more like an assessment of me. The Howling Commandos, led by Dum Dum Duggan, had a team where, apart from Duggan and Captain Reyna, who looked like ordinary people, the other members were all capable of causing chaos. If I joined, it could strengthen S.H.I.E.L.'s control over this team to some extent. After completing this mission, I had also seen the chaos within. I glanced back at the tightly shut stone doors and followed Captain Reyna into the conference room, where I saw Hill appearing on the large LCD screen. Behind her was a yellowed wall, and the entire communication screen featured only her, as if she were in a secret communication room. Hill appeared to have a headache, pressing her hands against her forehead as she asked Captain Reyna how things went. Captain Reyna nodded in greeting, saying that everyone was secured and the monsters were in their cages. Hill's gaze fell on me, forcing a slight smile. Lee, congratulations, your first mission was completed smoothly. The mission reward will be credited to your card shortly. Captain, could you please escort Officer Lee back? Captain Reyna signaled for me to follow him out of the conference room. I politely nodded to Hill and Duggan, and then followed Reyna. Hill asked Duggan for his evaluation of me. After a moment of thought, Duggan stated that I had potential, strong physical fitness, good mobility, and was sufficiently cautious. The key was that the humanoid trusted me. Hill nodded as she reviewed the video recordings, believing Duggan's assessment. Among superhero teams, the Avengers were not the first superpowered team under S.H.I.E.L.D. Whether it was the Avengers or other superpowered teams, they all. Chinatown is currently immersed in deep night. The bustling night market street is filled with people coming and going, creating a lively atmosphere. The frying of youtiao, Chinese donuts, emits a crisp sizzle sound. Spices are sprinkled on the grilled meat, causing a series of brush sounds, and the clattering of pots and pans fills the air, all of which reach Lee Hang's ears. He took a deep breath of this familiar and enticing aroma, and instantly felt relaxed. There's a mission tonight. Okay, I understand. Take care of yourself. After giving a few reminders, Lee Hang hung up the phone. Shinku originally had a 2-day holiday, but with the sudden mission tonight, Lee Hang had no time to say more and could only hang up reluctantly. Just then, a text message notification rang on his phone. Lee Hang took out his phone from his pocket and saw it was a transfer notification. $30,000 from the Department of Homeland Security, which was the payment for his not-so-successful mission from S.H.I.E.L.D. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. is tight on funds, they are not stingy when it comes to these matters. The other members of the Howling Commandos also received their rewards, but they were in the form of points that could be exchanged for items. Like the Amphibian Man, if this mission had gone smoothly, he had even thought about using the payment to get a television, but unfortunately, the outcome wasn't satisfactory. $30,000, while not a lot, felt different when he realized he didn't have to pay taxes on it. Lee Hang felt pleased and greeted his colleagues on patrol by the street, then sat down in his familiar old spot in plain clothes, smiling as he greeted the skewer shop owner, Uncle Sue, the usual, 30 skewers of lamb, and a dozen beers. Sure thing, coming right up. Uncle Sue waved his hand while placing the new skewers on the grill. Uncle Sue isn't just a stranger. Many years ago, when he was still in China, his parents and Lee Hang's grandparents were from the same hometown, and they were said to be distant relatives. Uncle Sue's parents came to New York a long time ago, and the apartment where Lee Hang now lives was introduced by Uncle Sue's family, a friendship spanning generations. The reason Lee Hang returned to New York after graduating from university was partly due to the New York Police Department, and partly because there were many old acquaintances in Chinatown. People always need to integrate into a group. It's hard to achieve anything by going solo. Even from birth, one inherits group attributes from their parents. Therefore, whether he just became a patrol officer or is now a detective, Lee Hang would make a point to come by, relax a bit, and also avoid any trouble from unruly punks. Uncle, how's business lately? Lee Hang asked, taking the skewers tray from Uncle Sue, noticing there were even more skewers than he ordered, smiling as he spoke. Not bad, there have been more tourists from the mainland lately, making more than before, Uncle Sue replied as he moved some beers from the ground, directly opening a bottle for Lee Hang and placing the cup in front of him. Lee Hang reached out to take the beer, otherwise, Uncle Sue would pour it for him. Is there something going on, Uncle? Lee Hang could tell Uncle Sue's movements were a bit awkward. It's that brat Sue T, he seems to have gotten into some trouble at school. Can you help take a look? Uncle Sue said a bit embarrassingly. Sue T is Uncle Sue's son, currently attending a private high school in Midtown Manhattan. The educational resources in Midtown Manhattan are the best in all of New York, but getting in is not easy. Money is secondary, the key is connections. Li Hong had helped a bit since he graduated from that school. Back then, due to his excellent athletic performance, he was admitted to that school. After graduating from university, he returned to Manhattan to become a police officer, so he had some acquaintances there. Plus, Su Ti's grades weren't bad, so he just had to pay the normal tuition to get in. Of course, that was nothing compared to Li Hang's full scholarship back then. I happen to have a holiday these days, so I can help you check it out. Li Hong nodded in agreement. Eating skewers and drinking beer, Li Hang's gaze occasionally fell on the long legs of the Korean girls in short skirts passing by. They were students from a nearby international school. Although Chinatown is one of the gathering places for Chinese people, it is not only Chinese, there are also many Koreans and Japanese living here. Relatively speaking, Korean girls are taller, with longer and slimmer legs, and smoother skin. The aroma of grilled meat was delightful, but Li Hang's eyes would occasionally linger on a small van parked at the street corner, where eyes were often cast his way. The vehicle may have changed, but the people inside were still those from S.H.I.E.L.D., even with the matter of the Howling Commandos, the surveillance around Li Hong had not been removed. After finishing his meal, Li Hong strolled around the night market, casually bought a few things, and then headed home alone, with people following behind him. Li Hong didn't immediately turn on the lights but walked around the apartment in the dark. In the darkness, any unusual light would raise his alertness. Fortunately, in the 2 days he was away, no pinhole cameras had been installed in his home, though it was uncertain if there were any listening devices. The people from S.H.I.E.L.D. had the technology to monitor directly through walls. If they had deployed such devices, no amount of precautions from Li Hong would help. Turning on the television and adjusting the volume a bit higher, Li Hong walked into the study alone. The study was not big, just a little over 10 square meters, with a single bed, a row of bookshelves, and a pearwood desk, the desk's cabinets all locked. There was nothing illegal in those cabinets. Li Hong just wanted to see if the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. had come in while he was away. Fortunately, that group had been relatively well behaved, otherwise, they wouldn't know how many accidents they would cause. He took out a piece of hard pear wood from the desk, a humanoid shape made of hard pear wood, only roughly formed, with facial features and body details yet to be carved. A small, sharp carving knife was held in Li Hang's hand, and his eyes immediately sharpened as he began to carve according to the proportions in his memory, piece by piece. The first to take shape was actually Dum Dum Dugan, followed by Captain Renner. Everyone Li Hong had seen before was carved out clearly. Li Hong knew that being transferred to the Howling Commandos, aside from reporting and executing missions, was more about S.H.I.E.L.D.'s scrutiny of him. It was clear to the discerning that the Mind Stone could enhance one's abilities, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had likely begun in-depth research on it. Even though he didn't possess the Mind Stone, whether it was Hawkeye, Dr. Selvig, or himself, their powers had significantly increased compared to before their contact, giving each of them a motive and suspicion for wanting to steal the Mind Stone. Li Hong had anticipated these matters long ago, so before the battle, he only took ordinary firearms and did not showcase any strong personal abilities. In the Howling Commandos, aside from him, whether it was Captain Renner or the Midnight Vampire, they all had special weapons to assist their operations. Just like the steel gloves in Captain Renner's hands, or the necklace the Midnight Vampire wore around his neck, even though Abomination had nothing visible on him, just being able to regain his rationality without falling into madness was already a miracle. The Amphibian Man and the Killer Mantis also likely had special items on them. However, the two hadn't fought much in front of him, so he hadn't seen clearly. As for the Class 2 humanoid, he likely didn't need any extra items. Li Hong carefully recalled the battle at sea. He had not exposed too much, and his true strength remained hidden, which wouldn't draw additional attention from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Regarding why he was pulled into such a group by S.H.I.E.L.D., aside from assessments, Li Hong suspected there were other reasons. The Avengers, Howling Commandos, and the yet-to-be-formed Coulson's Special Team were all emergency squads established to respond to global superpower crises, but they were categorized differently due to the extent of the crises they addressed. The Avengers handle world-level crises, like alien invasions, which are dealt with by them. The Howling Commandos deal more with crises lurking in the shadows of the dark underbelly. Unlike the somewhat tenuous relationship between the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D., the Howling Commandos are more obedient, yet they are still monsters, just obedient monsters. Coulson's Special Team is even more compliant, made up entirely of ordinary people who are S.H.I.E.L.D. internal agents. The threats handled by the Howling Commandos are not something Coulson's Special Team cannot manage, but if given to them, it would only result in massive casualties. In contrast, even if the monsters in the Howling Commandos die, outsiders wouldn't care. Compared to the somewhat dark and unrestrained Howling Commandos, the Avengers are much more illuminated, they are all superheroes. Ultimately, monsters are still monsters, and the relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Howling Commandos is essentially one of mutual exploitation. That being said, in S.H.I.E.L.D's eyes, aren't the Avengers also monsters? If S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't disband later, then the Avengers, Howling Commandos, and Coulson's action group will stabilize and become S.H.I.E.L.D's three sharp weapons against the superpower world. The $30,000 Li Hong received was essentially a hiring fee, and others were the same. In this battle, the Class 2 humanoid strength was undoubtedly the strongest among everyone, followed by Abomination, the Midnight Vampire, and Captain Renner. After that should be the Amphibian Man and the Killer Mantis, with Dum Dum Dugan ranking nearly last. Li Heng's displayed strength might even be below Dum Dum Dugan. While firearms are powerful, they may not hit those monsters, and even if they did, they might not kill them. Moreover, each of them hides more secrets. If Li Hong joined the Howling Commandos, at most, it would only enhance S.H.I.E.L.D's control over the entire team, without being able to contribute significantly in battle. In this regard, despite S.H.I.E.L.D's suspicion of his connection to the disappearance of the Mind Stone and the Tesseract, they did not harbor too many doubts. After carving everyone he had seen, each statue was vividly lifelike, and every detail Li Hong could see and feel was clearly presented, including Maria Hill. Putting down the carving knife in his hand, Li Hong let out a gentle breath, feeling relaxed. The $30,000, the arrival of the $30,000 in his phone was so swift, lacking any bureaucratic delays, causing Li Hong to suspect that Maria Hill had ulterior motives. Back at the secret base, Li Hong had almost killed Maria Hill, and this time, he was personally sent to the Howling Commandos by Hill, and this mission was also arranged by her. Thinking deeper, this woman likely has plans to infiltrate and control the Howling Commandos. But that's nothing. While Maria Hill is using him, isn't he also seizing the opportunity to get closer to Maria Hill? The Avengers have made their official appearance. Next, it should be S.H.I.E.L.D's disbandment. Sitwell is one of Hydra's people. With him around, the entire Howling Commandos will inevitably disband in the future. Within the Howling Commandos, Abomination is military personnel, and Captain Renner, though also a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, is consistently referred to as Captain, which sufficiently proves his strong ties to the military. Among the other members, although they are all powerful, they still listen to Dum Dum Dugan, at least on the surface. Li Hong has the most contact with Captain Renner, but there's a subtle undertone that Renner treats the entire team as his own. There's also Dr. Corey, whom Li Heng has only seen through a remote screen and has never met in person. Such a team, filled with both overt and covert darkness, is it really a good thing for him to join? Upon returning to the attic, Li Hong sat cross-legged on the carpet on the floor, hands clasping the Taiji seal in front of his abdomen, slowly regulating his breath. In his mind, he visualized the bright mirror-emitting points of fluorescence, soothing his emotions. Host, Li Hong. Race, human. Gender, male. Height, 190 centimeters. Weight, 95 kilograms. Attributes. Intelligence 3.0, gifted. Strength 275 kilograms, able to withstand objects weighing 2.9 times his own weight. Speed 150 kilometers per hour, 41.6 meters per second. Stamina 3.5, you can fight all day. Energy projection 2.3, releases energy through contact. Combat skill 3.3, has received some training. Gifts. Super sensitivity, you can sense everything within a radius of 200 meters. Super stamina, the Mind Stone has altered your body's density. Super vitality, absorb the power of the Great Map, enhancing cellular renewal and metabolism speed, with some self-healing ability. Invisibility talent, deduction, death, ferocity. Skills, basic fighting techniques, basic marksmanship, bright mirror visualization method, bright reflection breathing technique, Shingi boxing, tiger fist. Note, in front of Thanos, you are still a minor character. Under the brilliant sunlight, a mist of water was sprayed onto the vibrant orchids, and a delicate rainbow vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the light pink flower buds had fully bloomed. Li Hong raised the watering can in his hand and looked at the row of various flowers in front of him. He had only watered them once, and all these flowers quickly opened up. He let out a gentle sigh of relief, finally able to confirm that his super vitality ability could not only affect himself but also act on plants and animals, and naturally, it could also work on other people. Recalling the incident on the oil tanker where everyone on board was transformed into humanoid plants by the Great Map, what he could do now felt trivial in comparison. However, he was reminded that he was still an insignificant person, which made his good mood vanish without a trace. He moved to the side and carefully adjusted the flame temperature of the gas stove, patiently simmering the traditional Chinese medicine inside. This medicine was prepared for his neighbor, Uncle One, who, perhaps due to a life filled with struggles in his youth, had poor health in his old age. At just over 50, he was already bedridden, and Western medicine had little effect in this regard, so he relied on traditional medicine for health maintenance. As Li Heng brewed the medicine, he cautiously infused his spiritual energy into the pot, not using much, just conducting a small experiment to see if it could have an effect on Uncle Wen's body. If successful, the significance of this ability would be substantial. Half an hour later, he poured the brewed medicine into a bowl and took it into the narrow living room, where sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the space. "Uncle, the medicine is ready, it's time to drink it," Li Heng said as he placed the bowl in front of Uncle Wen and casually asked, "I haven't been around lately, are you doing okay?" Uncle Wen, whose full name was Wen Li, had been a longtime neighbor and friend of Li Heng's family. Li Heng was not an orphan, but after his parents divorced and started new families, he grew up with his grandmother. After she passed away, even though he was already an adult, he was still in school. Fortunately, several uncles had continued to look after him, allowing him to navigate life more smoothly. Uncle Liang, Uncle Su, and Uncle Wen all hailed from the same place, sharing blood relations spanning several generations. The families crossed the ocean and eventually settled in Chinatown, Manhattan, overcoming countless hardships together. In Li Heng's memory, Uncle Wen had always been a bit mysterious, often disappearing for long stretches, but had gradually settled down to focus on his health as he aged. Especially after Li Heng became a police officer, perhaps he no longer needed to engage in fighting and had started living a more peaceful life. Uncle Wen did not say much and smiled calmly, "I'm doing fine, but I still need your help concerning Wen Lin." Wen Lin was Uncle Wen's daughter, who was abducted by human traffickers when she was young and had not been found for many years. After Li Heng became a police officer, he began using the internal police system to search for her, but results were disappointing. It had been over a decade, and leads were scarce, plus the officers responsible for the investigation were no slouches. Uncle Wen preferred not to dwell on Wen Lin's issue, shifting the conversation to Li Heng's work and life. Li Heng recounted a few things he could share but did not mention anything about S.H.I.E.L.D. In the end, he left in a somewhat awkward manner. He didn't know if it was due to aging or other reasons, but although Li Heng was still young, Uncle Wen and the older generation had already started pressuring him to marry. Once married, they would probably immediately start urging him to have children. It was a complete cycle, likely the same for elders everywhere. Li Heng had no plans to marry at the moment. He had a girlfriend, Chin Ko, who barely qualified as one, and marriage was still far off, so he could only leave awkwardly. The main reason Li Heng ventured out this time was to check on Uncle Su's son, Su Ti. He drove his clean Mustang through the bustling streets of Midtown Manhattan, which was much more vibrant than Chinatown. Midtown High was not a public school, although there were a limited number of spots available to the general public each year. The requirements were strict. Li Heng had performed well in school and had good athletic achievements, allowing him to barely enter this private high school with a full scholarship. Midtown High excelled academically, consistently achieving good results in various competitions. They also had good relationships with major Ivy League schools in America, with many students accepted into Ivy League colleges each year, making it highly sought after by students and their parents alike. Su Ti's admission to this school was partly due to his own achievements and also significantly influenced by Li Heng's recommendation. Li Heng first visited Principal Kogan. Since this principal took office, Midtown High had been gradually shifting towards a focus on science and technology. For a time, there were even rumors about changing the school's name to Midtown Technology High School. Although it was eventually proven to be just a rumor, the fact remained that students excelling in STEM subjects were more likely to be accepted by this school, which was undeniable. Just like Peter Parker. Ring, ring, ring. The school bell rang, and Li Heng waited at the foot of the building for Su Ti. Although Su Ti was a bit tall, he was quite thin, and his demeanor seemed somewhat dispirited. "What's wrong with you?" Li Heng clapped a hand on Su Ti's shoulder, startling him into jumping up. Once he realized it was Li Heng, Su Ti let out a sigh of relief. "Bro, is that you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Su Ti's gaze instinctively narrowed, and Li Heng immediately turned to look where Su Ti was staring. For girls in high school uniforms stood there. Although they were in uniforms, they sported small silver rings on their ears, noses, and even on their tongues, looking like little delinquents, glaring fiercely at Li Heng and Su Ti. Li Heng couldn't help but laugh. "You got bullied by a bunch of little girls? If I weren't older now and couldn't do anything to minors, I would definitely catch them and spank them." Bro, it's not like that. Suti pulled Li Hang out of the school and into his car, saying helplessly, those girls weren't that difficult to deal with before, but one of them recently learned some moves from somewhere and has been targeting me. Li Hang's car slowly moved through the traffic, but his gaze kept drifting to a black-haired Canadian girl on the street. This girl, named Jenny, had now changed into jeans and a black jacket, with all her piercings removed, dressed in a practical style. It was clear she was heading to class, but she was glancing around suspiciously. She seemed alert but not quite alert enough, her state was odd. Upon entering a park, she surprisingly hid behind a round archway, as if lying in ambush for something. Other young people from different directions were doing the same, both male and female. They communicated nothing but hid around the archway with perfect coordination. This piqued Li Hang's curiosity about what they were up to. A young Chinese woman in a dark green jacket approached from another direction, carrying a white wooden sword, her long black hair tied back. As she was about to pass through the archway, she suddenly drew her sword and fiercely stabbed at Jenny's abdomen as she lunged at her. In just 10 seconds, no more than 10 seconds, the young woman executed her move swiftly, fiercely, and accurately. After a series of actions, 3 boys and 1 girl were all knocked to the ground, looking pained, taking a while to struggle to their feet. The young Chinese woman sternly reprimanded them, while the others looked ashamed. Moments later, the chastised youths followed her out. 118 Sullivan Street, 6 blocks away from Central Park, near the Hudson River. The location was a bit off but the rent was cheap. A dojo operating in the basement was where the previously attacked young Chinese woman taught Japanese karate and kendo. Although the location was somewhat remote, there were over a dozen young students learning there, including Jenny and others, all wearing black kendo uniforms, wielding wooden swords, diligently studying Japanese swordsmanship. They must have been scared from the earlier beating. Li Hang stood at the door, silently watching intently. The female coach was not very old, possibly a few years younger than Li Hang, looking like she had just graduated from college. It was truly impressive for someone of her age and gender to run such a dojo. The earlier ambush training was her way of disciplining students, and through fighting, she also made the students more obedient to her. Alright, everyone, you did great in today's class. Please help spread these flyers and invite your friends to join us. We need more students. The young female coach clapped her hands, sending the students out while reminding them, also, there will be no class on Thursday night, there's an anonymous alcoholics meeting that pays you more. Otherwise, this place might not be able to stay open. The students, even some who had money, were generally poor students. You need to find a way to help them get jobs. It's really not easy. Coach Colleen One. Li Hang's voice suddenly came from behind Coach Colleen One. Colleen One, facing away from Li Hang, turned around suddenly, not moving quickly, her hand resting on the sword's hilt as she examined Li Hang from head to toe. You followed us all the way from Central Park to here. What's going on? Just say it. I don't like beating around the bush. One of your students bullied my brother in high school. I was originally going to deal with her, but now that I'm here, I've changed my mind. Li Hang waved the flyer in his hand. The fees at this dojo weren't high, and the content of the classes wasn't particularly unique, just a slight twist on the traditional. Wealthy families wouldn't send their children to study karate in a basement like this. Generally, it was students from less fortunate backgrounds. Li Hang had seen clearly moments ago, when that girl left, she was also holding a flyer. He guessed she either came from a poor family or had undergone some family crisis. It's Jenny. Coach One's expression darkened. She never expected one of her students would become a school bully. There were already few female students studying at the dojo, and due to personality reasons, it wasn't hard to guess who it was. I will teach her a good lesson. I promise you will never bully your brother again, but I also hope that's the end of it. Colleen One glared at Li Hang. Although she was somewhat annoyed, she chose to protect her student. Li Hang wasn't easy to deal with either. Although Colleen One could sense that Li Hang had been following her, his footsteps were unpredictable, sometimes light, sometimes heavy, sometimes near, sometimes far, making it impossible to accurately judge his position. If it came to a fight, it was uncertain who would win. That won't be necessary. However, I hope my brother can come here to study. I'll pay the fees. Coach Colleen One, or Coach One Colleen is fine too. When Colleen, when Lin, just a word apart. Although Li Hang already knew her identity, he still needed to verify it once he got back. If she truly was Wen Lin and also Colleen One, then Li Hang's uncle Wen Li, was probably not simple either. And what about his uncles and parents? How many secrets were hidden behind all of this recently? Just call me Corinne. Corinne One casually lifted the wooden sword in her hand slightly, pointing the tip directly at Li Hang. Under the dim light, Corinne asked with a hint of surprise, "Your skills are better than mine, so why don't you train your brother yourself?" Li Hang's brow twitched at once. He could sense the provocation in Corinne's words, as well as the deep-seated hostility lurking beneath. He immediately guessed the reason but never expected Corinne to link him to the Showa Association. "I'm a police officer, my job is very busy, and it's common for me not to see people for several days, so I don't have time to come here to give my brother basic training," Li Hang replied as he lifted his shirt to show his badge, waving it in front of Corinne, even pausing for a moment to let her clearly see the name, number, and workplace address on it. "Don't worry, the payment will definitely be made," Li Hang quickly added. This made Corinne's attitude noticeably soften, and the atmosphere instantly became much more relaxed. "Please come in." Corinne stepped back a bit, gesturing for Li Hang to enter the dojo, and pointed around the dojo, introducing it seriously. "This dojo was rented by me 6 months ago, and I've paid the rent for 3 years. Although it looks a bit old inside, I plan to keep it running long-term, so you can rest assured that your brother can receive long-term and systematic training here. Alright, however long you keep this place open, I'll have my brother train here for that long." Li Hang saw through Corinne's intentions at a glance and could tell it wouldn't be easy to maintain this place. "But there's a premise, I have to assess your skills first, is that unreasonable?" "Sure." Corinne did not hesitate at all, it was a matter of course, and one could even see a hint of excitement bubbling within her. She took off her black martial arts uniform, revealing a white tank top underneath, subtly outlining the shape of her black sports bra. Li Hang focused more on the solid muscles in her arms. Corinne's physical fitness was far stronger than what she displayed in front of others. As she gripped the wooden sword and assumed a fighting stance, Corinne's expression grew extremely serious. Li Hang waved his hand, and a slender police baton appeared in his hand, taking on a free fighting stance, his expression immediately becoming grim. In an instant, the air filled with explosive sounds as the two lunged at each other like lightning. Corinne's wooden sword was quick, steady, and followed strict principles. Her attacks were as agile as a hare while her defenses were as solid as a mountain, embodying the essence of wind, forest, fire, mountain from Japanese kendo. Li Hang's movements were much simpler and more straightforward. With every swing of his baton, he could accurately catch the position of Corinne's long sword, and that ordinary baton easily deflected her fierce and sharp long sword. Each simple and direct collision, relying solely on his immense strength, forced Corinne's attacks to be interrupted. The speed of both of them increased, with sword shadows and baton shadows swirling around them. Whether it was Li Hang or Corinne, they focused all their attention on each other. A slight deviation could lead to missing the opponent's attack, which could be fatal in a real fight. Time flew by quickly, although the battle lasted only a short while. Corinne's right hand, gripping the sword handle, could not help but tremble slightly. Though she was technically stronger in martial arts than Li Hang, his strength surpassed hers, and his reactions and speed were faster, with precision that rendered all her attacks completely blocked. The further they went into the fight, the more Corinne realized that the rhythm of the entire battle was being controlled by Li Hang. That was the most critical issue. This couldn't continue. Suddenly, Corinne pulled back her hand and retreated, and Li Hang did not continue his attack but quietly observed her from across. At that moment, Corinne was already drenched in sweat, having exploded with energy multiple times in a very short time, exhausting herself greatly. The white tank top was thoroughly soaked with sweat, leaving only the black sports bra to reveal her athletic physique. Unfortunately, with her right hand tightly gripping the handle and her left hand lightly holding the blade, Corinne struggled to regulate her breathing. Time seemed to slow down at that moment. The only thing in their eyes was each other, and the figure of the other grew immensely tall in their sight. "Ha!" Corinne suddenly yelled and, in the blink of an eye, charged forward at high speed, drawing the long sword like lightning, and instantly struck in front of Li Hang. At that moment, Li Hang suddenly reversed his grip on the baton. As Corinne's wooden sword swung down towards him, the baton's handle slammed hard against the sword tip. With a loud bang, Corinne was uncontrollably pushed back several steps, nearly falling over. After stabilizing herself, Corinne looked at Li Hang, who remained motionless, her expression extremely grim, but she still cautiously said, "She?" "Yes, just barely gathering it," Li Hang replied directly, revealing all the hidden details between the two. "But you seem to be going down the wrong path. If you don't correct it, you may never awaken your chi." Corinne's expression suddenly became very complex. She knew very well that she was on the wrong path, but what was passed down from the Showa Association was exactly like this. Apart from the 5 leaders of the Showa Association, over the years, only Yoshioka Shin, a disciple from Murakami, successfully awakened his chi. The others had no hope at all. Within the Showa Association, everyone studying Japanese kendo found it hard to carve out their own path. This was not only true within the Showa Association but also in many schools in Japan. Not to mention that after Corinne recognized the true nature of the Showa Association, she decisively distanced herself from them, leading to her incomplete learning. Although she further studied Japanese kendo under her grandfather's guidance, she lacked a deep understanding of chi. At first, Corinne suspected that Li Hong was a member of the Showa Association, which was why she allowed him to enter the dojo for sparring. After a moment of sparring, Corinne quickly assessed Li Hong's level of skill. While Li Hong had some martial arts skills, his technique was poor and could not compare to her years of hard training. However, Li Hong's physical fitness was excellent. Relying solely on his strength and speed, he could match Corinne, even starting to subtly suppress her. Corinne decisively used her trump card. After a fierce exchange, she keenly sensed the hidden chi within Li Hong. In truth, Li Hong's chi was only in its initial stage of condensation, but he was already on the right path, making Corinne unable to help but feel a bit envious. "Can you tell me what that last strike of yours was? I almost couldn't block it." As the evening breeze blew gently, Li Hong clinked his canned beer with Corinne's, then brought up the last strike she had executed. Corinne's final strike was full of power, and the key was its astonishing explosive speed. Had it not been Li Hong, someone else might have suffered from it. In fact, both of them held back during the sparring. At the very least, Corinne was not using a real sword, and Li Hong did not draw his gun. After all, it was not a life-and-death battle. That was the Ayajutsu technique of the Shoto style. "If you want to learn, I can teach you," Corinne said, staring directly at Li Hong. "We can learn from each other." Li Hong smiled. He knew what Corinne wanted but did not mind. Corinne would not pass on the most fundamental core knowledge to Li Hong, and Li Hong would likewise not give Corinne the most fundamental core knowledge. The two would only engage in basic discussions. For Li Hong, that was already sufficient. Though Li Hong had a complete set of cultivation methods and the ability to deduce, when it came to some details along the path of cultivation, terms that only professionals could understand, he could only rely on his own exploration, which sometimes inevitably led to mistakes. At this time, if he could discuss these things with Corinne, he could gain experience from her, allowing himself to proceed more steadily on his cultivation path. Whether in martial arts or chi practice, working in isolation is the most unwise approach. The things on Corinne came from the Showa Association, and the heritage of the Showa Association originated from Kunlun. Although they were both traders of Kunlun, peering into the Showa Association through Corinne might provide insights into some matters regarding Kunlun. Cultivating together is not inherently a derogatory term, or rather, the term co-cultivating is more fitting. As Li Hong drank beer with Corinne and munched on the barbecue delivered from outside, they discussed foundational cultivation knowledge. His gaze occasionally drifted outside, where a car was keeping watch at the street corner. The next morning, both Li Hong and Corinne sat cross-legged on the mat in the center of the dojo, each closing their eyes to focus and gather chi. Li Hong could feel that the spiritual energy in the air surged into his body as usual, the speed unchanged. However, as the spiritual energy gathered in his dantian and flowed into his organs and limbs, more energy remained in his body, transforming through meridians and acupoints into true yang qi. His cultivation efficiency had improved by at least 30% compared to before, most of which came from the talent of super vitality, and part of it stemmed from the secret knowledge about meridians and acupoints he gained through Corinne. In his previous life, Li Hong had some knowledge, but it was all publicly available on the internet. These things were just introductions. To obtain deeper and more secret knowledge, he had to connect with specific individuals, otherwise, he could only stagnate. Li Hong's cultivation in his previous life yielded no results, but after arriving in this world, he distinctly felt the spiritual energy. This time, gaining some knowledge about secret acupoints from Corinne that he had never known before allowed his cultivation progress to leap forward significantly. The teachings of the Showa Association still held great value. After all, their cultivation system originated from Kunlun and Kunlun. Li Hong did not covet Kunlun, what he possessed was already enough to elevate him beyond Kunlun's heights, but he hoped to learn from Kunlun's experiences and lessons. Especially in this era, with the doors to parallel universes already opened, going solo was the most foolish behavior. Over the years, the Showa Association had been working hard to cultivate a new generation of successors, but for various reasons, they struggled to achieve their goals. Corinne had been fully trained by the gambler since childhood. He treated her like Murakami treated Yoshioka Shin, almost giving everything he had. Lady Gao followed the same approach, but the people she trained were only marginally better than being unable to withstand a single blow when faced with an iron fist. After finishing the morning's training, Li Hong began to learn the sword techniques of the Shoto style. Li Hong had learned some weapon techniques while in the Peking Opera Club, but aside from the basics, it was more focused on aesthetics, lacking real lethality, even inferior to the Xingyi Tiger Fist he mastered. In contrast, Corinne, under the gambler's guidance, had lethal prowess. Corinne was a genius. She obtained the qualification to inherit the Shoto style early on, which was rare among her peers. This was partly due to her grandfather, Kenji Ozawa, being an elder of the Shoto style, and partly due to her focused study after leaving the Showa Association for over a decade, ultimately leading to even the gambler meeting his demise at their hands. Do not underestimate the swordsmanship of the Japanese. Although the paths may be slightly off, in terms of lethality, they pack a powerful punch and have considerable value for study and reference. There were actually many Chinese martial arts schools in Manhattan, but these martial arts schools were all tied to a certain prominent figure. Li Hong did not want to get involved with that person, who was currently racking his brain to find trouble with Stark. If it were discovered that Li Hong had also participated in the Battle of New York, he might end up a pawn against Stark. After practicing with Corinne for the whole morning, Li Hong temporarily left to return to Chinatown to prepare medicine for Uncle Wen. Additionally, he was still hesitating whether to tell Uncle Wen about Corinne's identity, as it involved the Showa Association. As he drove away, Li Hong noticed that both inside and outside, people were monitoring the dojo. Apart from SHIELD personnel, there was another set of eyes watching. It should be someone from the Showa Association. Although Corinne had severed ties with them, they might not let her go easily. Li Hong could now be said to have fallen into the Showa Association sight because of Corinne. If his presence caused the Showa Association and SHIELD to clash, perhaps he could use SHIELD to deal with the Showa Association. Ding ding ding, his phone suddenly rang. Li Hong took out his phone to see an unfamiliar number. He instinctively wanted to hang up, but for some reason, he couldn't disconnect the call. In the end, Li Hong cautiously answered, "Hello? Hello, it's me, Captain Reina. Officer Li, it's time to get to work." With a sharp swish, a piercing blade of light sliced through the air, the sharp tip of the sword piercing into the narrow gap on the back of the steel robot like lightning, cleanly severing its power supply, causing the entire steel robot to crash to the ground. Li Hong slowly sheathed his sword, letting out a long breath to relax his tense nerves. He looked around. Under the cover of the dark night, the Howling Commandos, consisting of the Abomination, Warwolf, Midnight Vampire, Amphibian, Killer Mongoose, and Dum Dum Dugan, had all successfully dealt with their respective enemies, which eased Li Hong's mind a bit. His gaze focused on the center of the battlefield, where the humanoid creatures were frantically tearing apart one steel robot after another, a scene that made others furrow their brows. Every time they undertook a mission, the humanoid creatures seemed to be their last trump card. Whenever confronted with formidable foes, they would unleash these creatures, ensuring a swift resolution. This mission was no different. SHIELD had somehow gathered intelligence that a group of arms dealers was smuggling a batch of steel robots, which were the same ones made by Hammer Industries that Ivan Vanko had fought Stark with. Although those robots had self-destructed that night, Hammer Industries had already begun producing and assembling more steel robots on the production line before the exhibition. Even though the Department of Defense had sealed off these production lines and steel robots the next day, this batch had somehow still leaked out. No one knew precisely which billionaire had purchased these steel robots, but SHIELD could not allow them to get out. "We really helped the Avengers with something big again," Li Hong's slightly complaining voice echoed in the communication channel, followed by, "Commander Dugan, after we return, you must talk to Hill. We need a pay raise. SHIELD only comes to us for the dangerous jobs. This isn't right." "That's right. We must get a raise. I want better pay." The other members of the Howling Commandos immediately began shouting in the communication channel. Especially the Amphibian, Midnight Vampire, and Colonel Blonsky, who shouted the loudest. These guys, despite their monstrous appearances now, were all ordinary people before becoming monsters, all with their own families. Some had to pay alimony to their ex-wives and care for elderly relatives. For those with personal assets, like property, they still had to pay property taxes. Even after transforming into monsters, they still had to pay when it was due. Otherwise, no matter how hidden their bases were, the IRS could come knocking at their door. Not to mention, even within the base, it was extremely difficult to install an extra TV or computer in their cells. SHIELD assigned them life and death missions each time, so whenever they had the chance, they would immediately demand better pay. Li Hong sniffed the smell of gunpowder in the air and turned to exchange a serious glance with Captain Reina. The call he had just shouted was something Captain Reina had taught him. Due to the uncertainty of whether the steel robots had self-destruct mechanisms, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents kept their distance, guarding the last line of defense. The truly dangerous tasks were all entrusted to the Howling Commandos, but this time was even riskier than before, and the enemies were tougher. Once engaged in combat, they discovered that the electromagnetic pulses they had prepared in advance were completely ineffective against these steel robots. They had programs and devices to shield against electromagnetic pulses, casting a shadow over everyone's hearts. So strange. Li Hong and his comrades in the Howling Commandos had to engage in close combat with these heavily armed steel robots. If it weren't for the humanoid creatures holding back the majority of the robots, they would have only needed to stop the ones trying to escape, otherwise, they would have been turned into Swiss cheese by now. However, after close combat, they realized that although these steel robots had self-destruct devices, their power sources were not Stark Industries' arc reactors, which greatly relieved everyone. After all, those things were far too expensive. Don't worry, after we return, I will speak to Hill. But for now, everyone needs to finish up the tasks at hand, Dugan replied, not refusing the reasonable request made by the others. After all, if this mission wasn't handled properly, it would leave a lingering resentment in everyone's hearts. Moreover, the funds were allocated by S.H.I.E.L.D., so it was just a matter of talking to Hill, the big manager. S.H.I.E.L.D. was rife with factions and numerous power struggles. The most powerful faction was neither Nick Fury's inner circle nor the hidden Hydra faction led by Alexander Pierce, but rather Maria Hill's faction. Behind Maria Hill stood members of the World Security Council, including the United States, and all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s funding came from the Council. Even most of the agents within came from various military and police departments. With support from the 5 major powers, Maria Hill held significant sway in S.H.I.E.L.D., even controlling the finance department. Because of this, even though Alexander Pierce was the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nick Fury had promoted him himself, he faced considerable restrictions within S.H.I.E.L.D. and could not act with impunity. However, human hearts are difficult to gauge. Despite Hill having substantial backing and controlling the finance department, her prestige among frontline agents was not high. Rather, Nick Fury was more favored, and the darkest hearts had long been occupied by Hydra members. Li Hong clapped his hands. These specific matters had nothing to do with him. He wasn't even on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s official employee list, and his records contained the least information about them, so he didn't have to worry about being implicated if S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secrets were exposed. Even someone like Li Hong needed money, especially since the spoils from S.H.I.E.L.D. missions did not belong to individuals. Money became even more critical. After exchanging greetings, Li Hong and his comrades from the Howling Commandos began to discreetly disperse into the battlefield, approaching from various directions. Their weapons occasionally sliced through the steel robots on the ground, ensuring they were completely incapacitated. The titanium alloy knife in Li Hong's hand was provided by Stark Industries to S.H.I.E.L.D., but this weapon could only be used as a tool in battle. Its ownership remained with S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Hong could use this titanium alloy knife in combat, but afterward, he had to return it to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s armory. Of course, he could acquire this knife privately, but he would need to pay for it from S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Hong could afford that money, but he didn't want to spend it. After all, with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s disbandment not far off, he could acquire it with a bit of maneuvering then. Thus, a pay raise was necessary. In the brief period after the humanoid creatures joined the fray, the battle neared its conclusion. The light and heavy machine guns, missiles, and laser weapons on those steel robots felt like mere tickles against the humanoid creatures. Upon realizing that their casualties exceeded a certain limit, the steel robots immediately attempted to disperse and escape. In midair, a dozen robots suddenly took flight, fleeing in all directions. However, as soon as they soared into the air, a dozen missiles screamed in, directly hitting their bodies and exploding them into fragments. The remaining scattered steel robots posed no threat. Although they were powerful and fast, they were too brainless. Li Hong's steel knife collided violently with a steel robot's arm, and in an instant, the knife was sent flying, but he had already charged directly in front of the steel robot. One hand reached out, fingers digging into the gap in the steel robot's shoulder, and then a grenade was stuffed inside. With a loud boom, flames and thick black smoke erupted from the steel robot, which promptly toppled to the ground. Moments later, the Quinjet flew toward a secret base in New Jersey. Li Hong leaned against the back of the cabin, squinting his eyes, and tiredly said, "Dugan, after we return, I need to rest for a while. These past 3 months have worn me out." In the past 3 months, Li Hong had executed 7 missions, averaging one every 2 weeks, with the shortest lasting only 2 to 3 days and the longest stretching even up to half a month. After all, he wasn't a formal S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Even with all the exploitation, there had to be a limit. "No problem, after this, our whole team needs a good rest. Any issues can be handed over to S.H.I.E.L.D., Dugan replied. Although he was the commander of the Howling Commandos, he often unconsciously distanced himself from being seen as a shield person. This was something Li Hong had noticed, and the rest of the Howling Commandos probably shared the same sentiment, which is why many decisions were left to Captain Reina. The military, Hydra, and S.H.I.E.L.D. were all vying to intervene with their monstrous team. Since the Avengers couldn't get to them, they turned their attention to the Howling Commandos. Li Hong, as a New York police officer, had suddenly been transferred to the Howling Commandos, which made the underlying reasons worth pondering. Upon returning to the secret base, it was still the same routine. However, blood tests and such had nothing to do with Li Hong, and he was careful not to give them any opportunity to act behind the scenes. Li Hong unloaded all of his equipment back into the armory and then ignored the others, heading straight out. Today's mission was filled with strange occurrences. Back home, Li Hong took a good shower. Although the time spent on this mission was not short, it wasn't particularly long either. A good bath to wash away the bad luck, and tonight, Jin-Ku would be finishing work normally. He wanted to relax a bit. Most members of the Howling Commandos were monsters and would be locked up in their cells after completing their missions. Although the cells had everything, it was ultimately a prison, and their freedom was entirely restricted. Few could move freely, and probably only Li Hong wished to leave the base for civilized society. However, even so, there was still a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents monitoring him at all times. Initially, Li Hong thought S.H.I.E.L.D. had ulterior motives regarding him, but now he understood, S.H.I.E.L.D. was waiting for him to turn into a monster or, rather, was guarding against that possibility, fearing he might harm ordinary people or be harmed by them. In other words, in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eyes, Li Hong was not a regular New York police officer, he was a high-priority target on their surveillance list. Just like the Hulk, they were always monitoring him, guarding against him turning into a monster and harming others or being provoked into that state by others. Once he lost control and transformed into a monster, S.H.I.E.L.D. would immediately come to capture him. The Hulk was merely an exaggerated analogy. Li Hong certainly wasn't at that level, but the general idea was quite similar. He knew that within S.H.I.E.L.D., there was a secret threat level for targets, and Li Hong should be on that list, but the exact level was uncertain. The Mind Scepter and the Cosmic Cube, 3 months have passed, and he still didn't know if the Avengers from another universe had returned them. Finally getting a chance to rest, Li Hong didn't go back to the precinct because he was still under the Department of Homeland Security's task orders, classified as an external task. Although the pay wasn't much, the special subsidies from the precinct were significant. After 3 months, it had amounted to over $10,000, and he wasn't about to part with that money. Where could he find such a good deal where he didn't have to report to the precinct but still got paid? During this time, apart from carrying out missions with S.H.I.E.L.D., Li Hong often returned to Manhattan during his downtime to help take care of Uncle Wen. He hadn't mentioned a word about Corinne when potentially being related to Wen Lin. After all, this involved the Showa Association, and it was wise to be cautious until he understood the situation fully. He had already sent Sooty to train at Corinne Wen's dojo, and he often went to spar with her. The sword techniques he displayed in front of the Howling Commandos came from Corinne Wen's Ayajutsu style, which had many merits. This sword technique emphasized focusing entirely on the sword, nothing else mattered. It was quick and concise, capable of defeating and killing enemies in the shortest time possible, cutting through all obstacles in sight. This legendary sword technique, which originated from IGA ninjutsu, had produced several sword saints. The skills of this technique were not difficult and suited Li Hong perfectly. The sun shone brightly, and the air was exceptionally fresh. At this moment, the climate on the west coast was far more pleasant than on the east coast. Even in November, it felt warm as spring. Standing at the entrance of Los Angeles Airport, Li Hong heard the loud roar of planes taking off, while in front of him was a bustling crowd of people coming and going. He could even see tall beauties in bikinis cheerfully hopping into taxis, a sight that was quite pleasing to the eye. Li Hong, dressed in a light blue short-sleeved t-shirt, stood at the airport entrance. Despite the beautiful scenery and comfortable temperature, a look of dissatisfaction was etched on his face. He had originally planned to take a good rest for a while, even making arrangements to spend quality time with Eddie Chin-Ku and have fun with his girlfriend. Wasn't that appealing? But then Dum Dum called, asking him to come to Los Angeles to help Coulson's team handle a case. Although Li Hong was somewhat reluctant, after a brief hesitation, he ultimately set off for Los Angeles. He wanted to find out whether Coulson had truly come back from the dead or if he had never really died in the first place. The difference between the two was significant, especially in light of the current issues involving the multiverse. He had to see it for himself. "Hey, it's me. I've arrived in Los Angeles," remember to reimburse my round-trip ticket, Li Hong said impatiently, scanning the airport entrance for someone to pick him up. Don't worry about that, Li. Just be careful, you're the only one among us who can be flexible. Dum-dum. Dugan's voice came clearly from the other end of the phone, causing Li Hong to pause for a moment before a hint of caution began to rise in his heart. Dugan was right, among the Howling Commandos, everyone except Li Hong was essentially a monster. Once combat broke out, it was hard not to reveal their true forms. If that happened and the related news got out, even S.H.I.E.L.D. would have a tough time suppressing it. Li Hong was different. Even if his combat situation were exposed, he would appear to be just a martial artist with certain abilities, and besides, he was a police officer. While Dugan was a normal person, he could not afford to expose himself in front of ordinary folks either. After all, when he joined Captain America's Howling Commandos during World War II, he was already quite old. Now, his actual age was even greater. If his face, unchanged from decades ago, were to be revealed, it would certainly cause a massive uproar. Li Hong silently noted Dugan's reminder. In fact, more of the concern stemmed from the last mission, which had too much of a targeted nature, leading Li Hong to suspect that Hydra might have been pulling strings behind the scenes. Dugan's voice came again. Coulson will be there to pick you up, Li. Have you seen him? I remember you two met before, right? Of course, I remember, but my treatment wasn't very good that time. Li Hong shook his head helplessly, glanced ahead, and said to Dugan on the phone, and this time, it's not Coulson himself picking me up, but one of his subordinates. Li Hong hung up the phone and walked over to a young Chinese woman wearing a blue striped jacket and a blue baseball cap, although her curvy figure was still quite apparent. He pointed to the sign she was holding high and asked, "Hey, hello, I'm Henry Lee. Did Coulson send you to pick me up?" "Yes, hello. I'm Sky. Agent Coulson is busy right now. He asked me to take you directly to our logistics base." Sky quickly put away her sign. After looking around and noticing that Li Hong was not carrying any luggage, she led him toward the parking lot. Dressed as a tourist, Li Hong shrugged and casually followed behind, his gaze discreetly sizing up Sky. He had guessed it would be her. Among Coulson's special team, there were only two Asians, and both were Chinese women. One was the famous Melinda May, and the other was Sky. Given his qualifications, he could only be treated to Sky picking him up. However, he had to admit that Sky was indeed the most outstanding member of Coulson's entire team, tall and curvy. Her features, while not precisely exquisite, fit the aesthetic of Chinese beauty, soft yet with a hint of vigor. The SUV sped northeast toward a remote area, and the scenery along the way was not desolate. Instead, the farms everywhere presented a different kind of beauty. "Did you bring the mission briefing, Agent Sky?" Li Hong asked casually. He came to Los Angeles to execute a mission. Coulson's team had just recently formed and had encountered a tricky case, which was why they had to seek help from the Howling Commandos. After all, the Howling Commandos dealt with extraordinary tasks, and for Coulson to ask for their assistance, it likely wouldn't be simple. Typically, the Howling Commandos would not send personnel to help, but they had recently added a new member who was also someone Coulson knew. "No, I'm just an intern agent now, not qualified to carry the mission briefing alone," Sky said while gripping the steering wheel, stealing glances at Li Hong from the corner of her eye. Her tone seemed to carry some hidden meaning, and Li Hong didn't respond directly. Instead, he looked ahead and casually shrugged, saying, "Oh, then why don't you give me a rough idea of what's going on this time?" Sky felt a tinge of disappointment. The conversation wasn't heading in the direction she had hoped. The reason she was willing to join S.H.I.E.L.D. was to obtain information related to her background, but S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hierarchical system was extremely strict, making it difficult for her to access such information. Within the entire group, everyone was tight-lipped, and it was hard for her to gather relevant information. So, the sudden appearance of Li Hong provided her with an opportunity. After organizing her thoughts, Sky continued while holding the steering wheel. "A few months ago, in Belleville, Arkansas, there was an experimental accident where a particle accelerator exploded, and a quality inspector named Hannah Harkins survived, gaining the ability to move objects with her mind. The explosion of the particle accelerator had resulted in the unfortunate deaths of several researchers, and the townspeople blamed Hannah Harkins for everything. Amidst countless accusations, conflicts erupted. During the turmoil, it seemed that Hannah Harkins awakened her telekinetic abilities, controlling objects to strike people, causing a gas station explosion, and even directly manipulating cars to crash into people, which caused a huge uproar in the area. That was why Coulson's team stepped in to arrest her. Such matters aren't particularly special, why call me in?" Li Hong was somewhat puzzled. He thought that even Coulson, let alone Grant Ward, could handle such things well. There was no need to bring in the howling commandos. For some reason, Sky swallowed hard, and her hand on the steering wheel trembled slightly. She instinctively lowered her voice and said cautiously, "Through our investigation, we found that Hannah Harkins is not the root cause of all this. It seems that there's an invisible, intangible force manipulating everything in the shadows." "Are you saying the military, the CIA, or a private company supporting the experiment behind the scenes?" Li Hong raised an eyebrow. If this matter involved uncontrolled private experiments, it could lead to significant trouble. Although Li Hong had learned about the various cases Coulson's team handled through TV shows, in the real world, the complexity of their cases was far greater, and the relevant details were much more complicated than he knew. Moreover, due to the nature of parallel universes, the outcomes and causes might differ from what they had been before. If, in this world, Grant Ward and John Garrett were no longer Hydra members, he could even accept that. "It's not what you think. I mean, there's a specific invisible force, something like superpowers, secretly influencing Hannah Harkins," Sky said with a somewhat furtive expression as she spoke about these things. Li Hong frowned slightly and uncertainly asked, "Are you saying ghosts?" If that was the case, it would explain things. If ghosts truly existed, it would make sense to call in the Howling Commandos, especially since their team included many peculiar beings like vampires and werewolves. The tasks they executed were mostly related to such odd creatures, which Li Hong was already accustomed to. "Something like that," Sky blinked her big black eyes, a mix of fear and curiosity as she asked, "Agent Lee, have you encountered anything like that in your previous missions?" "You called me Agent Lee?" A smile that was almost amused appeared on Li Hang's face. "Is there something wrong with that?" Sky didn't quite understand what she had done wrong. "Not at all. I can only tell you that the missions I've executed are classified at the highest levels of S.H.I.E.L.D., even Coulson can't casually inquire about them, so put away those little thoughts of yours," Li Hong said, his gaze shifting to the approaching base ahead, speaking lightly. "As for the ghosts you mentioned, I can tell you that from my perspective, they're more like beings from another dimensional universe rather than mythical ghosts. They resemble something like Thor." Sky, also of Chinese descent, had grown up in an environment deeply influenced by Chinese culture, even though she was an orphan. In the past, discussions about gods and ghosts might have had some room for debate, but since Thor came to Earth, all notions about mythology had been shattered. "Oh, really? Does that mean the task I'm involved in this time is also of a high level?" Sky seemed to focus on some unexpected points. Li Hong understood Sky's thoughts clearly. The signs on her were too obvious, and the mysterious aura around him naturally made him a potential opening for her. "Actually, the tasks you're undertaking are also of a high level. Coulson is a high-ranking agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and the tasks for your little group are viewed from his level of authority," Li Hong casually mentioned, then seemed to notice something and said, "The location of your logistics base is quite interesting." Ahead, in the midst of numerous farms, there was a small airport, a private airport that did not operate publicly. "I don't quite understand, I rarely stay on the ground," Sky said, somewhat confused by Li Hang's words. "It's nothing, I was just making an offhand remark," he replied. However, Li Hang's gaze discreetly swept over the entire logistics base. The logistics base they were approaching, this small airport, did not belong to the military or the Department of Homeland Security. On the surface, it wouldn't be associated with the United Nations, yet it could provide logistical support for S.H.I.E.L.D. during operations. Just how many such special bases were there? If he could figure out how this one operated, he might uncover most of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret bases. On the empty tarmac, a Quinjet from S.H.I.E.L.D. quietly sat in the center, looking like a gigantic silver bird from a distance. The Quinjet was several times larger than the Quinjet Li Hong had previously flown in. It was not just a large transport vehicle but more like an aerial command platform for combat. The importance of such an aircraft could rival that of military early warning aircraft, which explained why Coulson was so reluctant to part with it. As long as there was such a plane and enough fuel supply, it could fly continuously for 24 hours, maintaining close contact with intelligence branches worldwide. "You guys are facing something quite serious this time." Li Hong jumped down from the SUV, his eyes slowly scanning the entire airport. Although there was only one plane on the currently empty tarmac, the buildings and vehicles at the tarmac's edge harbored numerous shadowy figures, seemingly watching the Quinjet closely, as if afraid some monster would emerge from it. The aircraft's doors were tightly shut, and as Sky spoke on the phone to contact Coulson, she worriedly said, "It wasn't like this when I left." Something had gone wrong. Li Hang's expression immediately turned serious. He suddenly felt that the atmospheric pressure in this environment was lower than in other places. The entire atmosphere felt gloomy, as if he were in a special environment. Creak. A slight noise came, and the rear door of the Quinjet slowly opened, but it didn't open fully, just halfway. Coulson's face appeared, looking serious. He said nothing and directly gestured for Li Hong and Sky to hurry inside. What's going on? Sky asked, unable to resist asking directly before she had even steadied herself. Sky, the monster you mentioned has appeared, Coulson said, quickly closing the door. The lights illuminated, revealing a beautiful red antique car parked at the door. This is Laura. Coulson noticed Li Hang's gaze and smiled. Li, it's been a long time since we last met. I didn't expect you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. No, Coulson, you're mistaken. I haven't joined S.H.I.E.L.D., I'm just working for S.H.I.E.L.D. The commander has invited me to join several times, but I've declined. Li Hang glanced at Sky, feeling there were some things he shouldn't say in her presence. Sky stood there, smiling, seemingly not understanding what Li Hong meant, and said, So you're not a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? I thought you were. She's been calling me Agent Li, don't you think that's funny? As Li Hong followed Coulson deeper into the cabin, he casually asked, How's Tahiti? I heard you were recuperating there for several months? Not too bad. Coulson led Li Hong inside, reaching the end of the stairs on the second floor. He opened the door and said casually, If possible, I'd love to stay in Tahiti forever, instead of being busy every day like this. He still hadn't realized the truth of the situation. Coulson, come quickly. We've made a significant discovery. A tall boy with curly hair waved his arms excitedly, calling out to Coulson as he entered the cabin. Coulson introduced him as Fitz, a seemingly frail boy, while the girl standing beside him, looking elegant and not lifting her head, was Simmons. In contrast to Fitz's liveliness, Simmons was much more composed. As she manipulated a virtual projection in front of her, she said, Even though the Department of Energy claims that the Particle Accelerator Laboratory is extremely dangerous and prohibits entry, we still used a small drone to gather disaster data and successfully simulated the scene of the particle accelerator explosion. Creating a small cosmic explosion, using rectangular magnets to launch billions of subatomic particles to collide at the speed of light with antiparticles, what else is there? Coulson calmly nodded at Li Hong, who had a solid understanding of cutting-edge technology. This made Fitz, Simmons, and Sky exchange glances. Li Hong merely smiled calmly, knowing that Coulson was no ordinary person. Over 20 years ago, Coulson had experienced the events involving Captain Marvel Carol Danvers alongside Nick Fury, coming into contact with Kree and Skrull technology. Since then, he had never stopped learning, and due to his involvement in a series of top-secret programs, his understanding of such matters far exceeded anyone's imagination. However, Li Hong did not see Melinda and Grant Ward. Perhaps they were busy with other things, and he had no idea what they were up to. Look here, sir. Simmons once again drew everyone's attention. She frowned and pointed at the center of the virtual projection, saying, This is strange. Near the core area of the explosion, something seems to have been born, as if a rift in space was torn open, leading to hell. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded from behind everyone. Li Hong instinctively pushed Sky aside and swung his right fist forcefully toward the source of the voice. With a thud, a figure appeared. A tall middle-aged man in a dirty, oil-stained jacket let out a muffled grunt before being knocked away. His face was filled with shock, but as soon as he hit the ground and turned, he instantly disappeared, just as suddenly as he had appeared. The sudden appearance and disappearance of this figure made Li Hong immediately alert. He had charged halfway forward but quickly stopped, carefully backing away while vigilantly scanning his surroundings. Behind Li Hong, Coulson had already pulled out his gun, and Fitz and Simmons had also cautiously readied the freeze guns they had developed. They had understood the principles of these weapons back in school, and after joining Coulson's special team, they quickly developed physical prototypes. Among them, only Sky was unarmed and appeared somewhat at a loss. She had originally been a hacker, and now even though she was part of Coulson's special team, she had only recently transitioned from being a consultant to an intern agent and was not even qualified to carry a gun. Li Hong returned to the group, and only then did he relax his defensive stance. Alright, that person has left. Li Hong turned to Coulson, his face serious. It looks like your initial guess was correct. There truly is something sinister at play, and it has returned from hell. The explosion has torn open a passage to Earth, and now we're in big trouble. But then again, this person seems a bit different from the ghosts of legend. What's different? Sky chimed in, as if she were an appropriate comedic actor on stage. Li Hong gathered his thoughts briefly and then said thoughtfully, If we're talking about the ghosts and spirits from myths, he shouldn't have a real physical form. Yet this guy can be hit solidly by me, meaning he at least possesses a physical body. But he can also disappear like a ghost, which suggests he can switch freely between physical and ghostly forms. No matter what, Lee, do you think our guns will work on him? Coulson handed his gun to Li Hang. Li Hang took a look. It was a Walther P99 pistol, stable, well-coordinated, with little recoil, capable of holding 16 rounds, being dubbed the king of special agents. Li Hang nodded without hesitation. It should work, but you must hit him before he switches to ghost form and aim for a vital spot, otherwise, it will be hard to be effective. As long as it's effective, Coulson sighed in relief. His biggest worry was that the weapons in their hands wouldn't harm the enemy, like Thor and Loki, who could withstand bullets without being harmed. Such a situation would be the most concerning. If ghosts were as described in mythology, their weapons would struggle to cause any damage. But the person in front of them was somewhat special. Li Hang recalled the feeling of punching the man away earlier. The man's body was very resilient. Even after being struck, the damage he sustained was not significant, especially once he shifted into ghost form. Li Hang couldn't even detect his presence, making the situation even trickier. If he maintained his ghost form, defeating him would become exceedingly difficult. Li Hang turned to Simmons, pointing at the torn space rift in the simulated graphic, and asked worriedly, "Can we really confirm that this is a passageway to hell? Did your drones find any signs of the rift still existing during their scans? Are you worried that more creatures like this could come from hell to Earth?" Coulson stepped forward, his expression grave as he began to realize the seriousness of the situation. "Hopefully not." Fitz and Simmons exchanged worried glances. Simmons added, "We were there for a very short time, and during that time, we didn't notice any other anomalies, but at other times. Let's hope nothing happens, otherwise, our whole team will have to mobilize," Li Hang said, his expression darkening as he took out his phone to call Dugan. However, just as he was about to press the number, with a loud boom, all the lights in the cabin went out. Not just in the cabin, but the entire plane, inside and out, all power had been cut off. A crackling sound came from Li Hang's phone. He had dialed Dugan, but the sound couldn't transmit a signal. The whole environment was affected. Was it the magnetic field? The presence of the ghost in this world was a special magnetic field, and under their interaction, it appeared somewhat miraculous. With the faint light from his phone screen, Li Hang could clearly see that Coulson, Fitz, and Simmons had already stood back to back, their weapons trained on all directions, looking like a well-trained team. Unfortunately for Sky, she had no tactical training and could only stand there looking confused, trembling with fear. With a pop, the emergency lights in the corner of the cabin flickered on. The dim light barely illuminated the faces of those within arm's reach, while everything farther away was obscured. Li Hang remained alert while quickly saying to Coulson, "He's not here, Coulson, you need to warn the others. There's nothing we can do, our earpieces are routed through the plane." "We need to grab the walkie-talkies," Coulson said, signaling everyone to head toward the communication room. Everyone walked together. At this moment, the worst thing they could do was to split up. "Coulson, can we now confirm that Miss Harkins is innocent?" Sky, surrounded by everyone, couldn't help but look expectantly at Coulson. Hannah Harkins was the only survivor of the particle accelerator explosion and was believed by the townspeople to have telekinetic abilities. However, after Coulson's team took her back, they sensed something was amiss, as a series of evidence indicated that a third party seemed to be manipulating events from behind the scenes. Even on their plane, strange occurrences of objects mysteriously falling had made them start to suspect the existence of ghosts. Coulson, being the one most familiar with such matters, sensed the abnormality of the environment around the plane and decisively contacted Dugan, prompting Li Hang to come over. Li Hang's findings upon arrival, along with Fitz and Simmons' research on the particle accelerator explosion, gradually brought them closer to the essence of the matter. The hidden culprit had to act directly. "She shouldn't have any supernatural abilities, she's just a victim in this incident," Coulson nodded. He was about to say something more when he noticed Li Hang's unusual expression and asked, "Do you have any other thoughts, Li?" Li Hang nodded, glancing at Sky before cautiously saying, "Perhaps that girl really is just an innocent victim, but she is undoubtedly the most crucial figure in the entire incident. You guys have probably noticed that wherever she appears, the monster follows. It was like that in the town and now on this plane. Therefore, if we want to deal with that monster, we must find a way through that girl." Coulson silently nodded. All of this was not a coincidence. However, Sky revealed a look of sympathy, but the facts were indeed as such. The monster's appearance was not centered around the open rift to the alternate space but appeared next to that girl, which already explained many issues. After retrieving a walkie-talkie from the communication room, Coulson quickly adjusted the frequency and spoke into it. "May, how's it going?" In Li Hang's astonished gaze, Mei's well-trained voice quickly came through the walkie-talkie. It's fine, most of the backup power has been transmitted to the cells, maintaining the electromagnetic shielding status. Cells, so you've always referred to them as cells. The isolation room is just for those locked inside, right? Li Hang teased Coulson, recalling how he had been locked up there before. The SHIELD personnel had referred to it as an isolation room one moment and a confinement room the next. Hearing it called a cell now was a first. Coulson played dumb with a smile before changing the subject. You're right, that person has likely been following Miss Harkins all along, tormenting her in this manner. Now, on this plane, only the cage can protect her. The electromagnetic force should have an effect on him. Li Hang nodded in agreement. If it were just a simple cell, it would be difficult to contain a ghost-like creature, but with the addition of electromagnetic force, it could prevent the monster from approaching Miss Harkins, much like a Ferrari cage. Let's go, we need to meet up with Mei and Ward now. Coulson said quietly to Li Hang as he walked forward with a flashlight. Li, you, Ward, and Fitz need to find a way to restore power. As long as the power is restored, that person won't be able to get close to Miss Harkins. Li Hang nodded in tacit understanding, having grasped Coulson's intention. This was a plan to draw the snake out of its hole. The guy in the shadows would either try to approach Miss Harkins now or attempt to sabotage their efforts to restore power. Otherwise, once the power was restored, he might never get the chance to approach Miss Harkins again. Do you really think that's hell, Agent Lee? Simmons suddenly asked in the darkness. Call me Lee or Henry, either is fine. Li Hang nodded at Simmons, pondering for a moment before saying, the possibility of it being hell is quite high. After all, that person's state allows him to freely switch between human and ghost forms, but he seems more like he's trapped in the void between the human world and hell. That's not what I meant. Simmons waved her hand cautiously and added, I mean, could it be an alien world, like the one that appeared over New York? That's outer space. In my understanding, hell isn't in outer space, but in another dimension or alternate universe. Li Hang shook his head, scratching it. He could only barely understand the theories of parallel universes or multiverses, but articulating them accurately was another matter entirely. I just feel that the folks at the Department of Energy seem to be conducting research similar to this, trying to open and create another spatial door, but failing. The Department of Energy? How could it be the Department of Energy? Li Hang furrowed his brows. Such matters should typically be handled by the military or some secretive department, right? It's fine, just come in. Grant Ward stepped into the power room first, carefully inspecting the area before giving a slight nod to Li Hang and Fitz, signaling them to follow without worry. Fitz immediately directed his gaze at Li Hang, as if his trust in the outsider outweighed that in Ward. Stay alert. Li Hang was still unsure how that guy could switch between human and ghost forms, so he had to be wary of his ability to phase through walls. Fitz nodded slightly, cautiously edging along the doorframe as he entered the power room. According to their analysis, if the monster wanted to attack a human, it had to switch from ghost form to physical form. Once it became physical, despite its enhanced strength due to various reasons, it would also expose the inherent vulnerabilities of being corporeal. Li Hang stood at the doorway, vigilantly observing the surroundings and the magnetic field. That guy could not only shift freely between reality and illusion but also move rapidly and affect the magnetic fields, leaving them all feeling anxious. With a sudden bang, Li Hang kicked backward with his right leg like a tiger swiping its tail, sending a tall shadow that had appeared out of nowhere flying. Despite the man's face being covered in stubble, his shocked expression was still clearly visible. Li Hang was incredibly fast. As soon as his leg kicked out, he was already charging forward like a mountain, but the figure seemed to have been prepared, vanishing mid-air in an instant. This time, the figure regarded Li Hang as the primary target, attacking with astonishing speed. However, Li Hang seemed to have anticipated this moment, detecting the figure's presence the instant it appeared and reacting even before it made its move. Yet that guy was also well prepared. After missing his attack, he vanished in a split second. No matter how fast Li Hang was, he couldn't catch him. You seem able to lock onto his position immediately. Can you explain why? Grant Ward looked at Li Hang with surprise. Li Hang turned back to Ward, nodded, and said, still on guard, it's intuition, Agent Ward. You should learn to trust your instincts, don't overthink it in battle. Act decisively, and you can do it too. Ward's lips twitched slightly, forcing a smile before falling silent. In truth, he was a combat expert, relying more on his physical fitness and training, but when it came to similar questions, the answers he received from others differed greatly from Li Hang's. Leaving everything to intuition and not thinking much might work for some, but Ward could never do that. He had to constantly remember the most secrets in his heart. Any slip-up could lead to the mission's failure, and countless people could be affected, with him likely becoming a target for silencing as well. Ward turned to Fitz. Fitz, how long until everything is fully repaired? Watch out. Before Ward could finish, a figure suddenly appeared behind Fitz, the massive wrench swinging toward the back of his head with force. Ward rushed halfway, only to see Li Hong had already charged in ahead of him, moving even faster. However, Ward was stunned to see that Li Hong had just passed straight through the figure, which wore a strange, satisfied smirk as it vanished before their eyes. With a loud bang, the door to the power room was slammed shut from the outside and then blocked entirely. Ward turned to try to open the door, but it was futile. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge it. In frustration, he said, that guy's real aim was to trap us all alone. Li Hong suddenly realized what was happening and quickly shouted to Ward, Agent Ward, you need to contact Coulson immediately, that guy is headed towards Miss Harkins. Got it. Ward quickly understood, pulling out his communicator to contact Coulson. However, since Coulson had dared to split their forces, he must have already anticipated the enemy's intentions. At that moment, Coulson and May were over there, both experienced in dealing with superpowered individuals. Although this sudden appearance was strange, they would still be able to handle it. You continue, Li Hong waved to Fitz, signaling him to keep working on the circuits while he moved beside Ward, standing at the door, one hand on the doorknob, trying to twist it, but with a click, the door seemed completely locked. Done! Fitz suddenly exclaimed, and the next moment, the entire power room and the entire plane were instantly powered up. Alright, let's go, Li Hong pushed hard on the doorknob. With a loud crash, a large hole appeared on the doorknob, and the lock was sent flying along with it, leaving Fitz and Ward dumbfounded. Oh! So that's how it is! Li Hong suddenly exclaimed, delivering a powerful kick to the lower right corner of the door. This time, he didn't break the door down, but from outside, a clear sound of metal sliding could be heard. The door was completely pushed open, and Fitz and Ward clearly saw a wrench sliding on the ground. It turned out that it was this wrench that had been wedged tightly under the door. While it hadn't been very effective, it was undoubtedly a clever and experienced move. Let's go see what's happening over there. Li Hong led the two quickly toward the detention area. They weren't in too much of a hurry because, even until now, they hadn't heard any gunfire, which at least indicated that things weren't too serious, especially now that power was fully restored. Sure enough, not long after, they found Coulson, May, Sky, and Simmons hiding around the corner. He's tried several times to break in, but the electromagnetic cage has completely stopped him. He can't get in at all. Coulson stood in the corner, cautiously peering in the direction of the detention room, where there had previously been a series of loud banging noises. As Coulson said, that was the sound of the guy trying to break the door and rush into the detention room, but unfortunately, he had failed. We found out that his name is Tobias Ford, one of the engineers involved in the Department of Energy experiment. He previously submitted a report about potential problems with the experiment but was suppressed. Sky quickly shared a series of facts. After restoring power, they reconnected to the network, making it easy to clarify many issues. Hannah Harkins is the quality inspector for the experiment. Simmons's face turned somewhat pale at that moment. This made everything clear. Although Hannah Harkins was not the direct cause of the accident, someone evidently blamed her for it and had been relentlessly pursuing her. What do we do, Li? Coulson looked at Li Hong, his expression grave. In that state, it's very difficult for us to accurately capture him, and after that incident, his physical condition has changed significantly. Even if we hit him, it'll be hard to deal with him. Li Hong had already fought Tobias Ford twice, each time he knocked him back, but aside from showing a hint of pain, he hadn't sustained much damage. Li Hong's punching power was now at least 400 pounds, a punch like that would cause a normal person to bleed, but Tobias would merely brush himself off and disappear. If they didn't resolve his special state, it would be hard to take him down. It's not without a solution. After all, Li Hong was a professional brought in by Coulson. Tobias Ford was not a true ghost, and the Howling Commandos had experience dealing with such creatures. Moreover, it had now been proven that electricity was the most effective means. Inside the electromagnetic cage, even if Tobias Ford was in ghost form, it would be tough for him to enter the detention room. They just needed to find a way to get an electric gun. Ah! A sudden scream came from nearby, and Coulson instinctively turned his head, realizing that Sky had been taken hostage by Tobias Ford. While everyone was unaware, Li Hong had already dashed in front of Sky, his fist just 10 centimeters from her face. There was no doubt that Li Hong had reacted first. While Coulson and the others hadn't noticed, he had already perceived Tobias Ford's movement. Unfortunately, Tobias had been well prepared. After seizing Sky, he pressed her head down. "Back off!" Tobias Ford tightened his grip around Sky's throat, screaming frantically, "Either let her go, or let me in." "Impossible, we can never put her in danger." Coulson immediately rejected Tobias's demands without hesitation. At this point, all the guns in the hands of the others were aimed at Tobias Ford. He had now returned to his human form, and as long as someone shot him in a vital spot, it could potentially kill him. However, he might twist Sky's neck and vanish in an instant at the moment of shooting. "Wait." Li Hong turned to Coulson and nodded. Coulson understood and began to step back, while Li Hang ignored Tobias and quickly ran toward the detention room. "What is he doing? Stop. Don't go anywhere." Tobias Ford clearly panicked, but his threats had no effect at this moment. Seeing Li Hong reach the door, Coulson immediately spoke up, "I'll count to 3, and after 3, I'll open the door to the detention room. Our partner is right at the door, you choose, either he goes in first, or you do." Coulson gave Tobias no chance. After speaking, he immediately began to count down, 3, 2, 1. As soon as his voice fell, May charged at Tobias like a leopard, and at the same time, the door to the detention room made a click sound as Li Hong had already rushed inside. With a whoosh, Coulson quickly reopened the electromagnetic shield of the detention room. "How is it? Did he get in? Was he locked inside?" Coulson immediately looked to Simmons. Simmons quickly presented the visuals from the detention room to everyone's view, where an intense struggle was unfolding. Li Hong had already positioned himself in front of Hannah Harkins, swinging his fists rapidly as he fiercely battled against the now visible Tobias Ford. At this moment, Tobias Ford attempted several times to revert to ghost form but was always preemptively caught by Li Hong, being forced back into physical form. In close combat, Tobias was simply no match for Li Hang. The space in the detention room was narrow, and although Tobias was tall, the available room for him to maneuver was minimal. As long as Li Hang kept a tight grip on Hannah Harkins, Tobias Ford wouldn't be able to escape his grasp. The key question was how to kill him. Hundreds of pounds of force crashed down on Tobias repeatedly, pushing him back each time, but the punch that could make an ordinary person bleed had little effect on him. Perhaps he was no longer human. Li Hang suddenly realized something and lunged forward. As his fists struck Tobias, he transformed them into palms, grabbing tightly onto his shoulders. But in that critical moment, a loud roar rang in his ear, causing Tobias to momentarily freeze. Li Hang's fists penetrated into the ghostly state of his head. Simultaneously, intense vibrations surged from Li Hong into Tobias's body. What should have completely vanished, Tobias Ford, was now displaying a semi-transparent state. A fierce tremor shook through Tobias, and tiny bolts of lightning erupted within his body, accompanied by a thunderous sound echoing between the two. Thunder roared, and the visage of Tobias suddenly became lined with countless dark streaks. The semi-transparent figure grew weaker and weaker, his entire body rapidly dissolving. With a pop, the ghost vanished abruptly. The crescent moon hung like a curved hook, casting a cold, silvery light over the earth. In Concord, Arkansas, in the town of Belleville, this was the site of the particle accelerator explosion, now completely sealed off by sturdy walls. In the central open square, a group of silent figures quietly appeared. "Is this really the place?" Li Hong gripped his flashlight tightly, the beam illuminating the empty square before him. The newly compacted ground showed no traces of the particle accelerator explosion. "Indeed, this is the spot," Hannah Harkins nodded slightly, her frail figure indicating the area beneath her feet. "There used to be an underground laboratory here, 300 meters deep, where the entire particle accelerator experiment took place. But that explosion collapsed the entire basement. It should all be filled in now, and the entrance is gone." Li Hong walked slowly around the wall and confirmed that there were indeed no signs of any entrances. The underground had been completely filled. The Department of Energy acted swiftly. Li Hong shook his head helplessly, unsure whether to feel relieved or regretful, then turned to look at the other side. He saw the Midnight Vampire and the amphibian busy with their precision instruments, moving back and forth to detect any potential traces of spatial energy or particle remnants from the explosion. Nearby, Coulson and Dugan were engaged in quiet conversation, appearing quite relaxed. Present at the scene were Li Hong, Hannah Harkins, the Howling Commandos, amphibian and Midnight Vampire, and Dugan, along with Coulson. The existence of the Howling Commandos was classified information, but Coulson was still qualified to know. In fact, he was the only one in his entire team with such a privilege. They were meticulously examining the site while Maria Hill and others monitored through real-time video from behind the scenes. If any anomalies were detected, such as spatial rifts or pathways to other worlds, they would immediately deploy more resources for support. The invasion of the Chitauri had taught Earth a profound lesson, igniting the greed of many. Opening pathways to other worlds for colonization, development, and plundering resources, Earth would not lag behind the Chitauri in this regard. Such experiments were not to be taken lightly. The Department of Energy likely conducted this test without notifying S.H.I.E.L.D., and even the White House was probably unaware. After the incident, they rapidly covered it up. Although the incident involving Hannah Harkins was triggered by Tobias Ford, it was possible that the Department of Energy was pushing events from behind the scenes. They obscured the truth and shifted all responsibility onto Hannah Harkins. However, this particle explosion had likely opened a pathway to hell, which was a significant problem in itself. Worse yet, the Department of Energy might secretly continue conducting similar experiments, with no knowledge of when they might open more pathways to hell or other worlds, perhaps to the interstellar universe of outer space, perhaps to demon realms of different dimensions, or even to a parallel world with high similarity. The outcome could lead to Earth's colonization and plunder or interstellar invasion by other worlds or an evenly matched war in space, but the possibility of peaceful coexistence and joint development was minimal. Since the Chitauri invaded Earth, discussions about spatial pathways had increased significantly, and the secret experiments being conducted were countless. The Department of Energy, the Department of Defense, the CIA, S.H.I.E.L.D., private enterprises, and underground forces, so many people and departments were involved in similar research that it was frightening. The best outcome would be no research results. Having results without incidents was acceptable, but the worst scenario was the current situation: no results and a series of severe accidents while trying to cover everything up. What Li Hong feared most was the opening of the dimensional pathway to hell, knowing that beings like Mephisto existed in this world, making hell a real place. Not to mention the existence of parallel timelines and the time variance authority, he had to be exceptionally cautious. For Li Hong, who had yet to fully grow into his abilities, the last thing he wanted to see was an open parallel world, which would disrupt the entire development of reality. If discovered, it would have to be destroyed. "How's it going? Did you find anything?" Li Hong moved closer to the Midnight Vampire and the amphibian. The amphibian was holding a compass-like device, and as Li Hong approached, the needle immediately pointed toward him. "This compass can accurately locate the presence of special energy," the amphibian said with a smile, raising an eyebrow at Li Hong. "You should be able to see that it's functioning properly, but here, it hasn't detected anything." Li Hong's proximity caused the compass needle to move, indicating not only that it was operational but also that there was special energy within him. Li Hong wasn't surprised by this. After all, he had encountered the Mind Scepter more than once, and the visualization mirror in his mind was likely materialized due to the Mind Scepter, harboring significant mental energy. Thus, it was normal for him to exhibit abnormalities. The reason S.H.I.E.L.D. and Maria Hill had invited Li Hong to join the Howling Commandos was precisely because of this special energy he possessed. This energy could transform a person into a superhero or turn them into a monster. The Avengers were a gathering of superheroes, while the Howling Commandos were a gathering of super monsters. Even if they were merely monsters, as long as they could be controlled, they held significant utility. Li Hong had never understood why the other members of the Howling Commandos accepted such treatment so willingly. He had attempted to inquire about the reasons, but others always wore expressions that suggested they were keeping secrets. Li Hong had suspected that they might have been implanted with some form of control, but he himself had not had similar experiences. He hadn't even been drawn for blood, and he had enough ability to confirm whether anyone had tampered with his body without his knowledge. "I thought I wouldn't be able to find anything, but it seems there really is nothing," Nina Price said, also moving closer. She possessed powerful telepathic abilities, making her even stronger than Li Hong when searching for entities like evil spirits. "Could it be that we arrived too late, and the evil spirits have already scattered?" Li Hong raised a new question. After all, a considerable amount of time had passed since the explosion, and no one knew how many evil spirits had entered Earth. S.H.I.E.L.D. has already investigated all news within 100 kilometers of the area. Apart from those related to Miss Harkins, there are some others, but they're mostly unrelated to superpowers. Coulson approached, having joined them at some point. Li Hong instinctively glanced at Dugan in the distance. He seemed to be on a call, and it was unclear who was contacting him. "If there really is only this one instance, that would be fortunate, but I'm worried that this spatial passage could possibly open on a timer." If the opening time is short enough, it would be difficult for others to notice any anomalies. Li Hang's expression remained tense. That's certainly a possibility, Coulson nodded in agreement, continuing, we could set up an observation point here for long-term monitoring. If any further anomalies in energy appear, it would confirm your suspicions. That's a good idea. Li Hang raised his eyebrows, his tension easing somewhat. In reality, he didn't fear the emergence of supernormal powers, they could be destroyed if they appeared. What he was concerned about was that such powers could remain hidden while they remained unaware, which would be the most dangerous scenario. No need for that, it's already been confirmed that there indeed was a passageway to hell here, but someone has already closed it before us. Dugan raised his phone slightly, signaling. Coulson immediately understood, you mean? Dugan waved his hand, and Coulson promptly closed his mouth. But at the same moment, Li Hang also fully grasped the situation. It was the people from Camartage. In this world, the only ones capable of detecting and timely closing dimensional passages before S.H.I.E.L.D. were the Camartage practitioners. However, at this point, very few people truly knew of Camartage's existence. S.H.I.E.L.D. had also intentionally concealed traces of Camartage. Yet for the high-ranking agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., like Dugan, Coulson, and Sitwell, they were likely well aware of Camartage's existence and had even had contact and cooperation more than once. Since Camartage had intervened, this matter could be considered resolved. Li Hang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had considered Camartage before, but their primary focus was on Dormammu, and they might not have been able to detect Mephisto's emergence in time. Just like the Ghost Rider incident, they initially failed to notice Mephisto's scheme, leading to the curse on the Ghost Rider remaining unbroken even now. The related classified documents stored in the Howling Commandos were likely more than those held at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Triskelion headquarters. Well, let's leave it at that. Coulson glanced at Hannah Harkins, asking with concern, Miss Harkins, are you heading back to the town or do you have other plans? I'll return to New York. I have an apartment in Queens. Hannah Harkins forced a smile on her face. Perfect, then it would be trouble for Officer Lee to take you back. He just happens to be a detective in New York, Coulson said with a smile, giving Li Hang a knowing glance. Li Hang shot Coulson an annoyed look and then turned to Hannah Harkins, who was staring at him in surprise. Li Hang shrugged and explained, to be accurate, my official position is as a detective in the Manhattan South Precinct, not in Queens. Li Hang understood that Coulson's true intention was to have him help monitor Hannah Harkins, to see if any abnormalities would arise around her afterward while also ensuring her protection to prevent anyone from lurking in the shadows. Coulson probably already knew that Hannah Harkins had an apartment in Queens, which was why he involved Li Hang. Back in New York, Li Hang couldn't help but relax. After all, even in Queens, he had law enforcement authority. Hannah Harkins' residence was on the third floor of the Roger Park Apartments in Queens, which was actually not far from Flushing, less than 3 kilometers. However, the housing prices here weren't high, as Flushing was quite distant from Manhattan. Fortunately, there was a highway nearby that would allow them to reach Manhattan in the shortest time possible, with the exit conveniently located near the United Nations building. The weather was gradually getting colder, but it wasn't yet time for the heating. Li Hang watched as Hannah Harkins fell asleep, leaving her contact information on the table before he left. In a hidden underground space, countless particle accelerator tubes were densely arranged around the rocky surroundings. At the highest point of the entire underground area, 2 jet nozzles of a massive particle collider faced each other. Although the machines were not activated, the enormous experimental system still exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Behind a large floor-to-ceiling window, a tall and imposing figure held a staff, gazing intently at the center point between the 2 nozzles of the collider. The gates of hell would open there. The cold moonlight poured through the grid windows, casting a dappled glow across the spacious hall of the underground martial arts dojo. In the dim light, shadows flickered, and the gleam of blades intertwined in a dance. 2 wooden swords clashed with a sharp whistle in the air, colliding with a loud crack. The 2 wooden swords, made from hard jujube wood, snapped apart under the force of the impact. Li Hang, already drenched in sweat, stepped back a few paces, unhesitatingly tossing aside the broken half of his wooden sword before swiftly sitting down on the ground to enter a meditative state. He focused on his breathing, inhaling and exhaling. It was as if he resonated with the spiritual energy of the universe, and with each breath, that energy surged into his body like a clear spring. Following this, through visualizing a lotus flower, the energy gradually permeated his organs, strengthening them and cultivating a greater vitality, eventually transforming into the true yang energy deep within his dantian. After an intense battle, Being able to enter this state of energy cultivation immediately allowed for the highest efficiency of practice. In his mind, Li Hong felt as if his consciousness had returned to his brain. Before visualizing the mirror, his image appeared clearly within and outside of it. With a thought, his figure transformed into countless specks of light and dissipated. On the mirror, a series of numbers clearly displayed themselves. Name * Li Hang. Race * human. Gender * male. Height * 190 centimeters. Weight * 100 kilograms. Attributes *. Intelligence * 3.0, has innate talent. Strength * 290 kilograms, can withstand objects weighing 2.9 times his own weight. Speed * 150 kilometers per hour, 41.6 meters per second. Stamina * 3.5, can sustain combat for an entire day. Energy projection * 2.3, can release energy through contact. Combat skills * 3.4, has received some training. Talents *. Super sensitivity * can sense everything within a 200-meter radius. Super stamina * the mind stone has altered your body's density. Super vitality * absorbed power from the Great Map, enhancing cellular renewal and metabolism, possessing some self-healing abilities. Invisibility talent * deduction, death, intensity. Skills *. Mirror visualization method, mirrored realm, lotus breathing method, Shingi tiger fist, Ayajutsu techniques, 5 tiger door breaking blade. Evaluation * you are no longer a mere mediocrity. After an unknown amount of time, Li Hong finally exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes. Opposite him, Corinne remained with her eyes closed, also meditating. Over the past few months, Li Hong had learned many sword techniques and principles from Corinne's Ayajutsu style. The Ayajutsu style emphasized striking with lethal precision, channeling all one's spirit and strength into a single blow to instantly defeat the enemy, hence also being known as the one-blade style. However, if one truly believed that the Ayajutsu style only involved a single strike, they would likely remain oblivious to how they were defeated. The 10 techniques of Ayajutsu consisted of 10 different attack methods taught to Li Hong by Corinne. Not only could they draw the sword against an enemy, but even after the sword was drawn, they could quickly adjust their force to kill the opponent. This sequence of 10 techniques was extraordinarily powerful. The 10 techniques of Ayajutsu encompassed various situations for drawing the sword, yet the specific trajectories always revolved around 3 fundamental aspects: drawing the sword, slashing, and sheathing it. As long as one mastered these 3 essential principles, they could handle any situation with ease. However, the most critical aspect remained the ability to defeat the enemy with a single strike. No matter how powerful the opponent might be, as long as the long sword was swung, it could sever them in two. This sword technique significantly inspired Li Hang's practice of the 5 tiger door breaking blade. The 5 tiger door breaking blade was an advanced weapon technique derived from the Shingi tiger fist, and it had become the most important focus of Li Hang's training during this time. Within the Howling Commandos, although he had executed numerous missions, the techniques he employed were always from the Ayajutsu style. Given that the existence of the Howling Commandos was already known to Hydra, in future super battles, such a team of monsters with special powers would undoubtedly become a target for Hydra to eliminate in advance. Therefore, Li Hong had to keep a hand hidden to avoid being dealt with directly. Li Hong wasn't sure how far Hydra's plans had progressed, but he was certain it was likely within a year or two. It might even be as soon as tomorrow. The strange occurrences from his last mission had given him enough warning. He found it difficult to determine whether he was on Hydra's targeted list, and he did not want to leave his fate in others' hands. "What are you thinking about?" Corinne suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze fixed sharply on Li Hang. "Nothing much," Li Hong shook his head, looking calmly at Corinne across from him. "You always dress like this. Aren't you afraid that one day I might lose control of my animal instincts?" Corinne was wearing a white tank top over a black sports bra. After every sparring session, she was drenched in sweat, her white sports tank completely soaked through, leaving only the black sports bra to conceal her impressive figure. "Do you dare? Can you?" Corinne scoffed, puffing her chest slightly as she looked at Li Hong with a cold smile. "Don't worry, if you really dare, I absolutely won't call your girlfriend." It wasn't surprising that Corinne knew Eddie Chin Ku. Li Hong often came here during his downtime, and being his girlfriend, Eddie was naturally quite concerned about him, even going so far as to investigate him privately and insistently wanted him to bring her along. Li Hong didn't mind, he had nothing to hide, and considering Corinne's special identity, he had no other thoughts. "Actually, I can't say I'm afraid. Dying under a peony flower, even in death, is still romantic. It's just a pity that your assets aren't that rich. Li Hang glanced at Corinne's chest and couldn't help but sigh, as if the force of gravity on Earth always struggled to restrain women practicing martial arts. Get lost. A cushion suddenly flew toward Li Hang's face. Ha ha. Li Hang laughed, vanishing without a trace, leaving Corinne fuming. Stepping out of the dojo, Li Hang got into his used Mustang and started the car, speeding away from Chinatown. Recently, the Howling Commandos hadn't had many missions, giving Li Hang more time to train his strength and skills. He was quite dedicated, and his abilities were improving rapidly. Once the matters with S.H.I.E.L.D. erupted in the future, he likely wouldn't have such leisurely times again. Li Hang enjoyed this focused training process and didn't care much about other things. As he drove past Bleecker Street, Li Hang casually glanced at 117A before retracting his gaze. He wasn't yet qualified to deal with camouflage. With a loud boom, Li Hang jumped in surprise. Before he could figure out the source of the sound, the entire car began to shake violently. No, this wasn't an earthquake, it was a tremor. The ground shook violently as if a powerful force was surging beneath it. Zing! Li Hang slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding crashing into the rear of the car in front of him. He quickly jumped out, and the cars on the street all came to a stop. The entire street became chaotic due to the sudden tremor. However, calling it an earthquake wasn't entirely accurate. The ground only shook for a brief moment before settling down completely. If not for the chaotic street scene, one would hardly believe an earthquake had occurred. Li Hang was a police officer and had previously served as a patrolman. He directed traffic for a bit, quickly getting his car started again and hurrying back home to Manhattan. The tremor hadn't affected the elderly in Chinatown. Those of that age typically went to bed early, and since the tremor ended quickly, some elders hadn't even woken up. Li Hang sighed in relief, but soon his brow furrowed again. Something felt off. The tremor just now was too familiar. It was a similar tremor that had interrupted his investigation about Tobias Ford. Li Hang quickly got up and opened his computer to search. Social networks were in chaos, with people discussing the recent tremor. The last time there had been a noticeable quake was months ago, and people's memories hadn't faded that quickly. They were even more panicked now. New York is one of the most densely built cities in the world, with a complex underground pipeline network and multiple fault lines. Moreover, prior to 1995, New York City's building plans didn't even consider earthquake risk factors, meaning a significant portion of the buildings could sustain serious damage during an earthquake. Not to mention, this was the Marvel Universe. Li Hang closed his laptop and began contacting colleagues at the New York Police Department to inquire about the situation. The intelligence network of the NYPD, if contained within just New York, would likely surpass all other intelligence organizations in America combined. NYPD officers had their own channels for communication, and soon, information began flowing into Li Hang's hands. Goldman Tower? Li Hang frowned and muttered. Someone saw a colorful glow emanating from Goldman Tower during the tremor, and the strongest vibrations in all of New York were around Goldman Tower. That was likely the epicenter of the quake, and it might not have been an earthquake at all, but rather someone conducting a secret experiment. Not only could this tremor have occurred now, but the previous tremor might have been due to the same secret experiment. Li Hang immediately stood up, grabbed his badge, took his gun, and strapped on a sharp Swiss Army knife. He quickly headed downstairs and drove to Goldman Tower, but he didn't make it to the base of the building because he was intercepted before that. He was stopped by a patrol officer from the Brooklyn Police Department. Goldman Tower was located in Brooklyn, and just across the bridge was the infamous Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan. Seeing a fellow officer, the man asked a few more questions. Li Hang intentionally brought up the tremor from months ago, and ultimately, the Brooklyn officer did not shoo him away but instead brought him into another patrol car nearby. Inside sat Deputy Sheriff Jefferson Morales of the local precinct. "Hello, Officer Lee, I've heard of you. You've been quite famous lately." Jefferson Morales exchanged a few pleasantries before directly asking, "Do you also think today's tremor is related to Goldman Tower?" "I have no evidence. I'm just here to take a look," Li Hang shrugged helplessly. "As long as you're just having a look, that's fine. We've had many colleagues trying to infiltrate the tower, but none have returned," Morales said with a meaningful tone. Goldman was known as the underground king of New York. The NYPD couldn't tolerate someone claiming power in New York. Over the years, countless officers had tried to bring Goldman to justice, but ultimately, many cases had ended in failure. The NYPD had its own internal issues. Some officers were likely bribed by Goldman to leak information, but more problems arose in the district attorney's office, the courts, and even the New York City government and city council, where many people were likely bribed by Goldman. I know my abilities, I won't act recklessly. Li Hong was well aware of Goldman's strength. Besides having countless elite gunmen under him, Goldman also had many supervillains like Bullseye as his subordinates. Not to mention, Goldman himself was a top-tier fighter. Ordinary people were no match for him. It was likely that even Captain America would find it hard to predict the outcome against Goldman. However, upon careful consideration, if the two truly fought, the one most likely to win would be Captain America. Goldman was the kind of powerhouse who claimed, "I can take on 10, but Captain America was, "I can fight all day." Li Hong sincerely thanked Deputy Sheriff Morales for his advice, gathered a bit of information, and then decisively left. Deputy Sheriff Morales, this person, huh? Li Hong suddenly swerved the car, quickly turning to the other side. He had seen a figure swiftly darting between the buildings above. It was Spider-Man. He had actually spotted Spider-Man. Did Peter Parker notice this too? Right, his spider sense could help him pinpoint the source of the tremor accurately. The last time, Parker hadn't been able to react in time, but given his previous experience, he should be able to lock onto the target quickly this time. Under the shroud of night in Brooklyn, the skyscrapers intertwined, their lights flickering, casting dappled shadows. A figure darted through the buildings with the agility of a monkey, quickly disappearing several kilometers away. In the dark alley below, Li Hong wore a stern expression, closely following behind at a steady pace. Peter Parker, an exceedingly ordinary name. In New York, if one were to search online, dozens of individuals named Peter Parker could be found, but only one truly had a connection to Spider-Man. He was an independent photographer, part journalist and part paparazzo, known for taking photos of Spider-Man. His photographs often sold to the Daily Bugle, although the prices offered were notoriously low. J. Jonah Jameson, the editor-in-chief of the Bugle, was known for his stinginess throughout New York, yet Parker willingly worked for him, which was quite the oddity. After awakening his self-awareness, Li Hong conducted meticulous investigations and discovered that this world's Peter Parker was no longer a high school student. Now, the somewhat famous Peter Parker was a first-year master's student at Imperial College and had entered into marriage with his beloved Mary Jane. Since Parker got married, Spider-Man had appeared less frequently before the people of New York. After all, a married man had many chores to attend to. While serving as a patrol officer, Li Hong had intentionally intercepted Spider-Man multiple times, even directly appearing in front of Peter Parker. That meaningful smile had made Peter instantly realize that his identity had been exposed. The sensitivity of the spider sense was truly astonishing. However, the two eventually became friends, sharing an unspoken understanding. In reality, many people in New York were aware of Peter Parker's identity, but for various reasons, they chose to remain silent. Recently, Li Hong had spent most of his time with the Howling Commandos, not having much time in New York, and he hadn't encountered Spider-Man again, but they had kept in touch privately. A few months ago, the Goldman incident had been massive in scale. Besides secretly gathering intelligence, Li Hong had not engaged in any related matters on the surface for a long time. Everyone was being exceptionally cautious. However, no one expected another sudden tremor would once again draw attention to Goldman, even allowing him to see Spider-Man again. At this moment, Li Hong had already abandoned his car. While on the street, he could blend into the flow of traffic, but once away from the street and driving again, it would be easy for Spider-Man to notice and shake him off. Therefore, he didn't shout to greet Spider-Man as he pursued him, even though he was trying hard to keep up. Moreover, his intuition told him that something happening at Goldman Tower tonight had likely caught Spider-Man's attention. Perhaps in the eyes of someone like Deputy Sheriff Morales, tonight's sudden tremor could very well be attributed to a secret experiment conducted by Goldman, but Li Hong was certain that tonight's events were not that simple. He could clearly sense that the spiritual energy surrounding Goldman Tower was vast and agitated, like a turbulent ocean. This was an exceedingly abnormal phenomenon. While many experiments could cause short-term, high-intensity tremors, very few could influence the spiritual energy of the world, let alone gather such vast and deep spiritual energy. What was Goldman secretly up to? Li Hong hadn't yet begun investigating this but figured he could obtain some information from Spider-Man. As Spider-Man agilely swung through the air, Li Hong closely followed on the ground. Gradually, he noticed that Peter Parker hadn't returned home. Parker had lived in Queens during his early junior high years, but after his parents went missing, he moved to Brooklyn to live with his uncle and aunt. As a photographer, Parker had gained some renown in New York, so after getting married, he had moved out on his own, though not far from his relatives. Even with the earthquake, he should have gone home right away for the sake of Mary Jane, who had recently become pregnant, and his elderly aunt, considering that any unexpected incidents from the tremor could easily hurt his family. However, strangely, after conducting some inquiries, he had not returned home but was heading to another location in Brooklyn. It was an inconspicuous dark red three-story apartment building. At the rooftop, Parker flipped and swiftly entered through a window. Standing in the shadow below, Lee Hung furrowed his brows tightly, fully aware of the building's background. In front of the apartment, a small iron sign read Captain America Memorial Museum. This had once been the home of Captain Rogers, his residence before joining the military and becoming Captain America. After Rogers went missing, the government converted it into a memorial. After the New York battle, Rogers re-emerged in public, making it known that he had not died. Although this initially sparked a significant wave of interest, with people digging into Rogers' history, as the fervor faded, many things changed drastically. For instance, the memorial now saw fewer visitors. In the US, there were numerous Captain America memorials, with a more official one in Manhattan. This place was merely Rogers' residence in New York. In this case, the city government had simply returned the house to Rogers, as it had originally been his property. The property taxes had been paid by the city over the decades, and during that time, they likely made a considerable profit from it. Why had Parker suddenly come to Rogers' home? Was Rogers inside? When had they started to establish contact? Was Rogers investigating Goldman too? A series of cold thoughts raced through Lee Hang's mind. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Lee Hang turned sharply, his hand ready to strike when he realized it was Spider-Man, who had appeared behind him without him noticing. Parker raised both hands, ready to shoot webbing at a moment's notice. "Who are you?" "Oh, Lee?" Parker exclaimed in surprise, then quickly lowered his hands, nimbly landing on the ground. "Lee, when did you follow me?" Lee Hung had been busy with missions lately, and even when back in New York, he had been coming and going in a hurry, so it had been a while since they had last seen each other. "Hello, P. Spider-Man." As Lee Hung spoke, he looked up at the second floor of the apartment. "I happened to see you while investigating the situation at Goldman Tower, and followed you here. I just wanted to ask if you noticed anything." "Everyone come inside." Roger's voice suddenly came from the apartment door. Parker smiled slightly, shrugged nonchalantly, then turned and headed into the apartment, with Lee Hung following closely behind. Climbing the stairs to the second floor of the apartment, Rogers stood by the window, gazing at the distant Goldman Tower. "Goldman is building a superpowered particle accelerator. Lee, you should have heard of this." Rogers' remark left Lee Hung momentarily stunned as he entered the room. A superpowered particle accelerator, he certainly knew what that was. Not long ago, the Department of Energy had attempted to conduct a similar experiment, resulting in a violent explosion that even tore apart space, opening pathways to hell and other dimensions. If it hadn't been for the intervention of Camartage, sealing the dimensional passage, no one could predict what the consequences would have been. Yet now, in New York, Goldman was conducting a similar experiment. Was he insane or had he an ulterior motive? Is he trying to open a passage to hell? Lee Hang's expression darkened. "Pretty much." Rogers turned to look at Spider-Man. "Parker, can you tell us what exactly you've seen?" "A hidden underground base and an enormous particle collider. Tonight's tremor was triggered by the explosion of the collider." Parker briefly recounted his experience infiltrating Goldman Tower. Goldman Tower could be said to be one of the most heavily guarded locations in all of New York. As a police officer, Lee Hung could tell just from the number of gun permits requested from the security office that it was undoubtedly a den of danger. Not to mention the bodyguards hiding in the shadows who hadn't applied for permits, armed with firearms that ordinary civilians were not allowed to own. Goldman Tower had it all. Many of Spider-Man's old foes were likely working for Goldman, and the layers of defenses inside and outside the tower were numerous. Only Spider-Man could silently infiltrate and escape safely. From what I gather, they don't seem to fully grasp the nature of this experiment. This latest explosion not only triggered a severe earthquake affecting all of New York but also left their machine battered by the powerful aftershocks. It will take at least 3 months to fully repair it and conduct another similar experiment, Parker estimated and provided a relatively accurate timeframe. "No, it won't take 3 months," Rogers said decisively, causing both Lee Hung and Spider-Man to tense up instantly. Rogers shook his head, looking seriously at Lee Hung and Parker. "This isn't Goldman's first time conducting such experiments. The last one was 2 months ago in Arkansas, and there was an earlier one 8 months ago. So, even if they take their time, by this time next month, he will definitely conduct the same experiment again, or perhaps even sooner. Each time he executed these experiments, the intervals between them became shorter. Spider-Man didn't refute this, as his estimated time was based on scientific reasoning, but the world was not solely based on science. Li Hung furrowed his brows. Was the Arkansas experiment related to Goldman? No matter what, such experiments must not continue in New York. He immediately said angrily, "What should we do? Gather the National Guard and storm in?" Calling in the National Guard was undoubtedly a good idea. What Goldman was doing now was seriously threatening regional security in New York. As long as relevant information was leaked, they wouldn't need to lift a finger. The government would take action against him first. No, acting rashly would only force him to go all in. If that happens, the outcome will be uncontrollable. Rogers shook his head, disagreeing with the plan. Goldman Tower, managed by Goldman, the underground king of New York for many years, was exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to infiltrate. Even if they gathered the National Guard, Navy SEALs, or Marine Corps, forcing their way in wouldn't be easy. With the weapons currently available inside Goldman Tower and the layers of obstacles, they had more than enough time to restart that machine. Given the current state of that machine, if it were forcibly activated, the resulting experiment would inevitably fail, and the explosion that followed could lead to catastrophic consequences. Even if they managed to deal with Goldman in the end, it was very likely that they would be scapegoated. Then we should adopt a decapitation strategy. Li Hung fixed his gaze on Rogers, gritting his teeth as he said, "Goldman can't possibly stay in Goldman Tower forever. The moment he leaves, we must gather the strength of all the Avengers to take him down, while also sending in the Navy SEALs to storm Goldman Tower. Without Goldman's orders, I don't believe anyone else would dare to activate that machine and risk a mutually assured destruction scenario with New York. That could be an option, but it's too passive. If you were Goldman, would you leave Goldman Tower at this time?" Rogers shot back with a raised eyebrow, taking a light breath, his face showing a hint of bitterness. "Do you really think we haven't done anything over the past month? If the Avengers were targeting Goldman, they would have acted long ago. They wouldn't wait until now. No matter what we do, we must first find a way to destroy or incapacitate that particle accelerator. We could consider an internal approach." Parker suddenly widened his eyes, looking at Rogers as if he had a realization. "Captain, you didn't bring me here tonight to plot this, did you?" Rogers chuckled slightly, somewhat embarrassed. "Stark and Dr. Banner are comprehensively studying particle accelerator technology, but since the previous machine from Arkansas was destroyed in the explosion, there's no physical reference to rely on. They can only study based on physical principles. And you don't know how much alteration Goldman's subordinates have made to that machine. We need someone with a deeper understanding of it." "Parker, sorry about this." The cold moonlight streamed through the grid windows, casting delicate strands of light across the spacious hall of the underground dojo. In the dim light, shadows flickered, and the gleam of blades danced in a chaotic weave. Two wooden swords clashed with a sharp, resonant crack, snapping apart under the force of their impact. Li Hung, already drenched in sweat, stepped back a few paces, instinctively discarding the broken half of his wooden sword before swiftly settling into a meditative position on the ground. He focused on his breathing, inhaling and exhaling. It felt as if he was resonating with the spiritual energy of the universe, each breath allowing that energy to flow into him like a clear stream. Through visualizing a lotus flower, the energy gradually permeated his organs, strengthening them and cultivating a greater vitality, which eventually transformed into the true yang energy deep within his dantian. After an intense battle, being able to enter this state of energy cultivation immediately allowed for the highest efficiency in practice. In his mind, Li Hung sensed his consciousness returning to his brain. Before visualizing the mirror, his image appeared clearly within and outside of it. With a thought, his figure transformed into countless specks of light, dissipating. On the mirror, a series of numbers emerged clearly. Name * Li Hang. Race * human. Gender * male. Height * 190 centimeters. Weight * 100 kilograms. Attributes *. Intelligence * 3.0, innate talent. Strength * 290 kilograms, can withstand objects weighing 2.9 times his own weight. Speed * 150 kilometers per hour, 41.6 meters per second. Endurance * 3.5, can sustain combat for an entire day. Energy projection * 2.3, can release energy through contact. Combat skills * 3.4, has received some training. Talents *. Super sensitivity asterisk can sense everything within a 200-meter radius. Super stamina asterisk the mind stone has altered your body's density. Super vitality asterisk absorbed the power from the great map, enhancing cellular renewal and metabolism, possessing some self-healing abilities. Invisibility talent asterisk deduction, death, intensity. Skills asterisk. Mirror visualization method, mirrored realm, lotus breathing method, Shingi tiger fist, Ayajutsu techniques, 5 tiger door breaking blade. Evaluation asterisk you are no longer a mere mediocrity. After an indeterminate amount of time, Li Hong finally exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes. Opposite him, Corinne remained with her eyes closed, also meditating. Over the past few months, Li Hong had learned many sword techniques and principles from Corinne's Ayajutsu style. The Ayajutsu style emphasized striking with lethal precision, channeling all one's spirit and strength into a single blow to instantly defeat the enemy, hence also being known as the one-blade style. However, if one truly believed that the Ayajutsu style only involved a single strike, they would likely remain oblivious to how they were defeated. The 10 techniques of Ayajutsu consisted of 10 different attack methods taught to Li Hong by Corinne. Not only could they draw the sword against an enemy, but even after the sword was drawn, they could quickly adjust their force to kill the opponent. This sequence of 10 techniques was extraordinarily powerful. The 10 techniques of Ayajutsu encompassed various situations for drawing the sword, yet the specific trajectories always revolved around 3 fundamental aspects: drawing the sword, slashing, and sheathing it. As long as one mastered these 3 essential principles, they could handle any situation with ease. However, the most critical aspect remained the ability to defeat the enemy with a single strike. No matter how powerful the opponent might be, as long as the long sword was swung, it could sever them in two. This sword technique significantly inspired Li Hong's practice of the 5 tiger door breaking blade. The 5 tiger door breaking blade was an advanced weapon technique derived from the Shingi tiger fist, and it had become the most important focus of Li Hong's training during this time. Within the Howling Commandos, although he had executed numerous missions, the techniques he employed were always from the Ayajutsu style. Given that the existence of the Howling Commandos was already known to Hydra, in future super battles, such a team of monsters with special powers would undoubtedly become a target for Hydra to eliminate in advance. Therefore, Li Hong had to keep a hand hidden to avoid being dealt with directly. Li Hong wasn't sure how far Hydra's plans had progressed, but he was certain it was likely within a year or two. It might even be as soon as tomorrow. The strange occurrences from his last mission had given him enough warning. He found it difficult to determine whether he was on Hydra's targeted list, and he did not want to leave his fate in others' hands. "What are you thinking about?" Corinne suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze fixed sharply on Li Hong. "Nothing much," Li Hong shook his head, looking calmly at Corinne across from him. "You always dress like this. Aren't you afraid that one day I might lose control of my animal instincts?" Corinne was wearing a white tank top over a black sports bra. After every sparring session, she was drenched in sweat, her white sports tank completely soaked through, leaving only the black sports bra to conceal her impressive figure. "Do you dare? Can you?" Corinne scoffed, puffing her chest slightly as she looked at Li Hong with a cold smile. "Don't worry, if you really dare, I absolutely won't call your girlfriend." It wasn't surprising that Corinne knew Eddie Chin Ku. Li Hong often came here during his downtime, and being his girlfriend, Eddie was naturally quite concerned about him. She even went so far as to investigate him privately and insisted on being brought alone. Li Hong didn't mind, he had nothing to hide, and considering Corinne's special identity, he had no other thoughts. "Actually, I can't say I'm afraid. Dying under a peony flower, even in death, is still romantic. It's just a pity that your assets aren't that rich." Li Hong glanced at Corinne's chest and couldn't help but sigh, as if the force of gravity on Earth always struggled to restrain women practicing martial arts. "Get lost." A cushion suddenly flew toward Li Hong's face. "Ha ha." Li Hong laughed, vanishing without a trace, leaving Corinne fuming. Stepping out of the dojo, Li Hong got into his used Mustang and started the car, speeding away from Chinatown. Recently, the Howling Commandos hadn't had many missions, giving Li Hong more time to train his strength and skills. He was quite dedicated, and his abilities were improving rapidly. Once the matters with S.H.I.E.L.D. erupted in the future, he likely wouldn't have such leisurely times again. Li Hong enjoyed this focused training process and didn't care much about other things. As he drove past Bleecker Street, Li Hong casually glanced at 117A before retracting his gaze. He wasn't yet qualified to deal with camouflage. With a loud boom, Li Hong jumped in surprise. Before he could figure out the source of the sound, the entire car began to shake violently. No, this wasn't an earthquake, it was a tremor. The ground shook violently as if a powerful force was surging beneath it. Zing! Li Hong slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding crashing into the rear of the car in front of him. He quickly jumped out, and the cars on the street all came to a stop. The entire street became chaotic due to the sudden tremor. However, calling it an earthquake wasn't entirely accurate. The ground only shook for a brief moment before settling down completely. If not for the chaotic street scene, one would hardly believe an earthquake had occurred. Li Hong was a police officer and had previously served as a patrolman. He directed traffic for a bit, quickly getting his car started again and hurrying back home to Manhattan. The tremor hadn't affected the elderly in Chinatown. Those of that age typically went to bed early, and since the tremor ended quickly, some elders hadn't even woken up. Li Hong sighed in relief, but soon his brow furrowed again. Something felt off. The tremor just now was too familiar. It was a similar tremor that had interrupted his investigation about Tobias Ford. Li Hong quickly got up and opened his computer to search. Social networks were in chaos, with people discussing the recent tremor. The last time there had been a noticeable quake was months ago, and people's memories hadn't faded that quickly. They were even more panicked now. New York is one of the most densely built cities in the world, with a complex underground pipeline network and multiple fault lines. Moreover, prior to 1995, New York City's building plans didn't even consider earthquake risk factors, meaning a significant portion of the buildings could sustain serious damage during an earthquake. Not to mention, this was the Marvel Universe. Li Hong closed his laptop and began contacting colleagues at the New York Police Department to inquire about the situation. The intelligence network of the NYPD, if contained within just New York, would likely surpass all other intelligence organizations in America combined. NYPD officers had their own channels for communication, and soon, information began flowing into Li Hong's hands. Goldman Tower? Li Hong frowned and muttered. Someone saw a colorful glow emanating from Goldman Tower during the tremor, and the strongest vibrations in all of New York were around Goldman Tower. That was likely the epicenter of the quake, and it might not have been an earthquake at all, but rather someone conducting a secret experiment. Not only could this tremor have occurred now, but the previous tremor might have been due to the same secret experiment. Li Hong immediately stood up, grabbed his badge, took his gun, and strapped on a sharp Swiss Army knife. He quickly headed downstairs and drove to Goldman Tower, but he didn't make it to the base of the building because he was intercepted before that. He was stopped by a patrol officer from the Brooklyn Police Department. Goldman Tower was located in Brooklyn, and just across the bridge was the infamous Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan. Seeing a fellow officer, the man asked a few more questions. Li Hong intentionally brought up the tremor from months ago, and ultimately, the Brooklyn officer did not shoo him away but instead brought him into another patrol car nearby. Inside sat Deputy Sheriff Jefferson Morales of the local precinct. "Hello, Officer Lee, I've heard of you. You've been quite famous lately." Jefferson Morales exchanged a few pleasantries before directly asking, "Do you also think today's tremor is related to Goldman Tower?" "I have no evidence. I'm just here to take a look," Li Hong shrugged helplessly. "As long as you're just having a look, that's fine. We've had many colleagues trying to infiltrate the tower, but none have returned," Morales said with a meaningful tone. Goldman was known as the underground king of New York. The NYPD couldn't tolerate someone claiming power in New York. Over the years, countless officers had tried to bring Goldman to justice, but ultimately, many cases had ended in failure. The NYPD had its own internal issues. Some officers were likely bribed by Goldman to leak information, but more problems arose in the district attorney's office, the courts, and even the New York City government and city council, where many people were likely bribed by Goldman. "I know my abilities, I won't act recklessly." Li Hong was well aware of Goldman's strength. Besides having countless elite gunmen under him, Goldman also had many supervillains like Bullseye as his subordinates. Not to mention, Goldman himself was a top-tier fighter. Ordinary people were no match for him. It was likely that even Captain America would find it hard to predict the outcome against Goldman. However, upon careful consideration, if the two truly fought, the one most likely to win would be Captain America. Goldman was the kind of powerhouse who claimed, "I can take on 10, but Captain America was, "I can fight all day." Li Hong sincerely thanked Deputy Sheriff Morales for his advice, gathered a bit of information, and then decisively left. "Deputy Sheriff Morales, this person, huh?" Li Hong suddenly swerved the car, quickly turning to the other side. He had seen a figure swiftly darting between the buildings above. It was Spider-Man. He had actually spotted Spider-Man. Did Peter Parker notice this too? Right, his spider sense could help him pinpoint the source of the tremor accurately. The last time, Parker hadn't been able to react in time, but given his previous experience, he should be able to lock onto the target quickly this time. Under the cloak of night in Brooklyn, the high-rise buildings intertwined with one another, their lights flickering and casting dappled shadows. A shadow darted between them with the agility of a monkey, swiftly receding several kilometers away. In the dark alley below, Lee Hong wore a stern expression, closely following behind at a steady pace. Peter Parker, an exceedingly ordinary name. In New York, if one were to search online, dozens of individuals named Peter Parker could be found, but only one truly had a connection to Spider-Man. He was an independent photographer, part journalist and part paparazzo, known for taking photos of Spider-Man. His photographs often sold to the Daily Bugle, though the prices offered were notoriously low. J. Jonah Jameson, the editor-in-chief of the Bugle, was known for his stinginess throughout New York, yet Parker willingly worked for him, which was quite the oddity. After awakening his self-awareness, Lee Hong conducted meticulous investigations and discovered that this world's Peter Parker was no longer a high school student. Now, the somewhat famous Peter Parker was a first-year master's student at Imperial College and had entered into marriage with his beloved Mary Jane. Since Parker got married, Spider-Man had appeared less frequently before the people of New York. After all, a married man had many chores to attend to. While serving as a patrol officer, Lee Hong had intentionally intercepted Spider-Man multiple times, even directly appearing in front of Peter Parker. That meaningful smile had made Peter instantly realize that his identity had been exposed. The sensitivity of the spider sense was truly astonishing. However, the two eventually became friends, sharing an unspoken understanding. In reality, many people in New York were aware of Peter Parker's identity, but for various reasons, they chose to remain silent. Recently, Lee Hong had spent most of his time with the Howling Commandos, not having much time in New York, and he hadn't encountered Spider-Man again, but they had kept in touch privately. A few months ago, the Goldman incident had been massive in scale. Besides secretly gathering intelligence, Lee Hong had not engaged in any related matters on the surface for a long time. Everyone was being exceptionally cautious. However, no one expected another sudden tremor would once again draw attention to Goldman, even allowing him to see Spider-Man again. At this moment, Lee Hong had already abandoned his car. While on the street, he could blend into the flow of traffic, but once away from the street and driving again, it would be easy for Spider-Man to notice and shake him off. Therefore, he didn't shout to greet Spider-Man as he pursued him, even though he was trying hard to keep up. Moreover, his intuition told him that something happening at Goldman Tower tonight had likely caught Spider-Man's attention. Perhaps in the eyes of someone like Deputy Sheriff Morales, tonight's sudden tremor could very well be attributed to a secret experiment conducted by Goldman, but Lee Hong was certain that tonight's events were not that simple. He could clearly sense that the spiritual energy surrounding Goldman Tower was vast and agitated, like a turbulent ocean. This was an exceedingly abnormal phenomenon. While many experiments could cause short-term, high-intensity tremors, very few could influence the spiritual energy of the world, let alone gather such vast and deep spiritual energy. What was Goldman secretly up to? Lee Hong hadn't yet begun investigating this but figured he could obtain some information from Spider-Man. As Spider-Man agilely swung through the air, Lee Hong closely followed on the ground. Gradually, he noticed that Peter Parker hadn't returned home. Parker had lived in Queens during his early junior high years, but after his parents went missing, he moved to Brooklyn to live with his uncle and aunt. As a photographer, Parker had gained some renown in New York, so after getting married, he had moved out on his own, though not far from his relatives. Even with the earthquake, he should have gone home right away for the sake of Mary Jane, who had recently become pregnant, and his elderly aunt, considering that any unexpected incidents from the tremor could easily hurt his family. However, strangely, after conducting some inquiries, he had not returned home but was heading to another location in Brooklyn. It was an inconspicuous dark red three-story apartment building. At the rooftop, Parker flipped and swiftly entered through a window. Standing in the shadow below, Lee Hong furrowed his brows tightly, fully aware of the building's background. In front of the apartment, a small iron sign read Captain America Memorial Museum. This had once been the home of Captain Rogers, his residence before joining the military and becoming Captain America. After Rogers went missing, the government converted it into a memorial. After the New York battle, Rogers re-emerged in public, making it known that he had not died. Although this initially sparked a significant wave of interest, with people digging into Rogers' history, as the fervor faded, many things changed drastically. For instance, the memorial now saw fewer visitors. In the US, there were numerous Captain America memorials, with a more official one in Manhattan. This place was merely Rogers' residence in New York. In this case, the city government had simply returned the house to Rogers, as it had originally been his property. The property taxes had been paid by the city over the decades, and during that time, they likely made a considerable profit from it. Why had Parker suddenly come to Rogers' home? Was Rogers inside? When had they started to establish contact? Was Rogers investigating Goldman too? A series of cold thoughts raced through Li Hang's mind. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared behind him. Li Hang turned sharply, his hand ready to strike when he realized it was Spider-Man, who had appeared behind him without him noticing. Parker raised both hands, ready to shoot webbing at a moment's notice. "Who are you?" "Oh, Li?" Parker exclaimed in surprise, then quickly lowered his hands, nimbly landing on the ground. "Li, when did you follow me?" Li Hang had been busy with missions lately, and even when back in New York, he had been coming and going in a hurry, so it had been a while since they had last seen each other. "Hello, P. Spider-Man." As Li Hang spoke, he looked up at the second floor of the apartment. "I happened to see you while investigating the situation at Goldman Tower, and followed you here. I just wanted to ask if you noticed anything." "Everyone come inside." Roger's voice suddenly came from the apartment door. Parker smiled slightly, shrugged nonchalantly, then turned and headed into the apartment, with Li Hang following closely behind. Climbing the stairs to the second floor of the apartment, Rogers stood by the window, gazing at the distant Goldman Tower. "Goldman is building a superpowered particle accelerator. Li, you should have heard of this." Rogers' remark left Li Hang momentarily stunned as he entered the room. A superpowered particle accelerator, he certainly knew what that was. Not long ago, the Department of Energy had attempted to conduct a similar experiment, resulting in a violent explosion that even tore apart space, opening pathways to hell and other dimensions. If it hadn't been for the intervention of Kamartaj, sealing the dimensional passage, no one could predict what the consequences would have been. Yet now, in New York, Goldman was conducting a similar experiment. Was he insane or had he an ulterior motive? Is he trying to open a passage to hell? Li Hang's expression darkened. "Pretty much." Rogers turned to look at Spider-Man. "Parker, can you tell us what exactly you've seen?" "A hidden underground base and an enormous particle collider. Tonight's tremor was triggered by the explosion of the collider." Parker briefly recounted his experience infiltrating Goldman Tower. Goldman Tower could be said to be one of the most heavily guarded locations in all of New York. As a police officer, Li Hang could tell just from the number of gun permits requested from the security office that it was undoubtedly a den of danger. Not to mention the bodyguards hiding in the shadows who hadn't applied for permits, armed with firearms that ordinary civilians were not allowed to own. Goldman Tower had it all. Many of Spider-Man's old foes were likely working for Goldman, and the layers of defenses inside and outside the tower were numerous. Only Spider-Man could silently infiltrate and escape safely. From what I gather, they don't seem to fully grasp the nature of this experiment. This latest explosion not only triggered a severe earthquake affecting all of New York but also left their machine battered by the powerful aftershocks. It will take at least 3 months to fully repair it and conduct another similar experiment, Parker estimated and provided a relatively accurate timeframe. "No, it won't take 3 months," Rogers said decisively, causing both Li Hang and Spider-Man to tense up instantly. Rogers shook his head, looking seriously at Li Hang and Parker. "This isn't Goldman's first time conducting such experiments. The last one was 2 months ago in Arkansas, and there was an earlier one 8 months ago. So, even if they take their time, by this time next month, he will definitely conduct the same experiment again, or perhaps even sooner." Each time he executed these experiments, the intervals between them became shorter. Spider-Man didn't refute this, as his estimated time was based on scientific reasoning, but the world was not solely based on science. Li Hang furrowed his brows. Was the Arkansas experiment related to Goldman? No matter what, such experiments must not continue in New York. He immediately said angrily, "What should we do? Gather the National Guard and storm in?" Calling in the National Guard was undoubtedly a good idea. What Goldman was doing now was seriously threatening regional security in New York. As long as relevant information was leaked, they wouldn't need to lift a finger. The government would take action against him first. No, acting rashly would only force him to go all in. If that happens, the outcome will be uncontrollable. Rogers shook his head, disagreeing with the plan. Goldman Tower, managed by Goldman, the underground king of New York for many years, was exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to infiltrate. Even if they gathered the National Guard, Navy SEALs, or Marine Corps, forcing their way in wouldn't be easy. With the weapons currently available inside Goldman Tower and the layers of obstacles, they had more than enough time to restart that machine. Given the current state of that machine, if it were forcibly activated, the resulting experiment would inevitably fail, and the explosion that followed could lead to catastrophic consequences. Even if they managed to deal with Goldman in the end, it was very likely that they would be scapegoated. Then we should adopt a decapitation strategy. Li Hung fixed his gaze on Rogers, gritting his teeth as he said, "Goldman can't possibly stay in Goldman Tower forever. The moment he leaves, we must gather the strength of all the Avengers to take him down, while also sending in the Navy SEALs to storm Goldman Tower. Without Goldman's orders, I don't believe anyone else would dare to activate that machine and risk a mutually assured destruction scenario with New York. That could be an option, but it's too passive. If you were Goldman, would you leave Goldman Tower at this time?" Rogers shot back with a raised eyebrow, taking a light breath, his face showing a hint of bitterness. "Do you really think we haven't done anything over the past month? If the Avengers were targeting Goldman, they would have acted long ago, they wouldn't wait until now. No matter what we do, we must first find a way to destroy or incapacitate that particle accelerator. We could consider an internal approach." Parker suddenly widened his eyes, looking at Rogers as if he had a realization. "Captain, you didn't bring me here tonight to plot this, did you?" Rogers chuckled slightly, somewhat embarrassed. "Stark and Dr. Banner are comprehensively studying particle accelerator technology, but since the previous machine from Arkansas was destroyed in the explosion, there's no physical reference to rely on. They can only study based on physical principles. And you don't know how much alteration Goldman's subordinates have made to that machine. We need someone with a deeper understanding of it." "Parker, sorry about this." "It's fine, just come in." Grant Ward stepped into the power room first, carefully inspecting the area before giving a slight nod to Li Hung and Fitz, signaling them to follow without worry. Fitz immediately directed his gaze at Li Hung, as if his trust in the outsider outweighed that in Ward. Stay alert. Li Hung was still unsure how that guy could switch between human and ghost forms, so he had to be wary of his ability to phase through walls. Fitz nodded slightly, cautiously edging along the doorframe as he entered the power room. According to their analysis, if the monster wanted to attack a human, it had to switch from ghost form to physical form. Once it became physical, despite its enhanced strength due to various reasons, it would also expose the inherent vulnerabilities of being corporeal. Li Hung stood at the doorway, vigilantly observing the surroundings and the magnetic field. That guy could not only shift freely between reality and illusion but also move rapidly and affect the magnetic fields, leaving them all feeling anxious. With a sudden bang, Li Hung kicked backward with his right leg like a tiger swiping its tail, sending a tall shadow that had appeared out of nowhere flying. Despite the man's face being covered in stubble, his shocked expression was still clearly visible. Li Hung was incredibly fast. As soon as his leg kicked out, he was already charging forward like a mountain, but the figure seemed to have been prepared, vanishing mid-air in an instant. This time, the figure regarded Li Hung as the primary target, attacking with astonishing speed. However, Li Hung seemed to have anticipated this moment, detecting the figure's presence the instant it appeared and reacting even before it made its move. Yet that guy was also well prepared. After missing his attack, he vanished in a split second. No matter how fast Li Hung was, he couldn't catch him. "You seem able to lock onto his position immediately. Can you explain why?" Grant Ward looked at Li Hung with surprise. Li Hung turned back to Ward, nodded, and said, still on guard, "It's intuition, Agent Ward. You should learn to trust your instincts, don't overthink it in battle. Act decisively, and you can do it too." Ward's lips twitched slightly, forcing a smile before falling silent. In truth, he was a combat expert, relying more on his physical fitness and training, but when it came to similar questions, the answers he received from others differed greatly from Li Hung's. Leaving everything to intuition and not thinking much might work for some, but Ward could never do that. He had to constantly remember the most secret secrets in his heart. Any slip-up could lead to the mission's failure, and countless people could be affected, with him likely becoming a target for silencing as well. Ward turned to Fitz. "Fitz, how long until everything is fully repaired?" "Watch out." Before Ward could finish, a figure suddenly appeared behind Fitz, the massive wrench swinging toward the back of his head with force. Ward rushed halfway, only to see Li Hung had already charged in ahead of him, moving even faster. However, Ward was stunned to see that Li Hung had just passed straight through the figure, which wore a strange, satisfied smirk as it vanished before their eyes. With a loud bang, the door to the power room was slammed shut from the outside and then blocked entirely. Ward turned to try to open the door, But it was futile. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge it. In frustration, he said, that guy's real aim was to trap us all along. Li Hung suddenly realized what was happening and quickly shouted to Ward, Agent Ward, you need to contact Coulson immediately, that guy is headed towards Miss Harkins. Got it. Ward quickly understood, pulling out his communicator to contact Coulson. However, since Coulson had dared to split their forces, he must have already anticipated the enemy's intentions. At that moment, Coulson and May were over there, both experienced in dealing with superpowered individuals. Although this sudden appearance was strange, they would still be able to handle it. You continue, Li Hong waved to Fitz, signaling him to keep working on the circuits while he moved beside Ward, standing at the door, one hand on the doorknob, trying to twist it, but with a click, the door seemed completely locked. Done! Fitz suddenly exclaimed, and the next moment, the entire power room and the entire plane were instantly powered up. Alright, let's go, Li Hong pushed hard on the doorknob. With a loud crash, a large hole appeared on the doorknob, and the lock was sent flying along with it, leaving Fitz and Ward dumbfounded. Oh! So that's how it is! Li Hong suddenly exclaimed, delivering a powerful kick to the lower right corner of the door. This time, he didn't break the door down, but from outside, a clear sound of metal sliding could be heard. The door was completely pushed open, and Fitz and Ward clearly saw a wrench sliding on the ground. It turned out that it was this wrench that had been wedged tightly under the door. While it hadn't been very effective, it was undoubtedly a clever and experienced move. Let's go see what's happening over there. Li Hong led the two quickly toward the detention area. They weren't in too much of a hurry because, even until now, they hadn't heard any gunfire, which at least indicated that things weren't too serious, especially now that power was fully restored. Sure enough, not long after, they found Coulson, May, Sky, and Simmons hiding around the corner. He's tried several times to break in, but the electromagnetic cage has completely stopped him. He can't get in at all. Coulson stood in the corner, cautiously peering in the direction of the detention room, where there had previously been a series of loud banging noises. As Coulson said, that was the sound of the guy trying to break the door and rush into the detention room, but unfortunately, he had failed. We found out that his name is Tobias Ford, one of the engineers involved in the Department of Energy experiment. He previously submitted a report about potential problems with the experiment but was suppressed. Sky quickly shared a series of facts. After restoring power, they reconnected to the network, making it easy to clarify many issues. Hannah Harkins is the quality inspector for the experiment. Simmons's face turned somewhat pale at that moment. This made everything clear. Although Hannah Harkins was not the direct cause of the accident, someone evidently blamed her for it and had been relentlessly pursuing her. What do we do, Lee? Coulson looked at Li Hong, his expression grave. In that state, it's very difficult for us to accurately capture him, and after that incident, his physical condition has changed significantly. Even if we hit him, it'll be hard to deal with him. Li Hong had already fought Tobias Ford twice, each time he knocked him back, but aside from showing a hint of pain, he hadn't sustained much damage. Li Hong's punching power was now at least 400 pounds, a punch like that would cause a normal person to bleed, but Tobias would merely brush himself off and disappear. If they didn't resolve his special state, it would be hard to take him down. It's not without a solution. After all, Li Hong was a professional brought in by Coulson. Tobias Ford was not a true ghost, and the Howling Commandos had experience dealing with such creatures. Moreover, it had now been proven that electricity was the most effective means. Inside the electromagnetic cage, even if Tobias Ford was in ghost form, it would be tough for him to enter the detention room. They just needed to find a way to get an electric gun. Ah! A sudden scream came from nearby, and Coulson instinctively turned his head, realizing that Sky had been taken hostage by Tobias Ford. While everyone was unaware, Li Hong had already dashed in front of Sky, his fist just 10 centimeters from her face. There was no doubt that Li Hong had reacted first. While Coulson and the others hadn't noticed, he had already perceived Tobias Ford's movement. Unfortunately, Tobias had been well prepared. After seizing Sky, he pressed her head down. Back off! Tobias Ford tightened his grip around Sky's throat, screaming frantically, either let her go, or let me in. Impossible, we can never put her in danger. Coulson immediately rejected Tobias's demands without hesitation. At this point, all the guns in the hands of the others were aimed at Tobias Ford. He had now returned to his human form, and as long as someone shot him in a vital spot, it could potentially kill him. However, he might twist Sky's neck and vanish in an instant at the moment of shooting. Wait! Li Hong turned to Coulson and nodded. Coulson understood and began to step back, while Li Hang ignored Tobias and quickly ran toward the detention room.
What is he doing? Stop! Don't go anywhere!
Tobias Ford clearly panicked, but his threats had no effect at this moment. Seeing Li Hang reach the door, Coulson immediately spoke up, "I'll count to 3, and after 3, I'll open the door to the detention room. Our partner is right at the door, you choose, either he goes in first, or you do."
Coulson gave Tobias no chance.
After speaking, he immediately began to count down, 3, 2, 1. As soon as his voice fell, May charged at Tobias like a leopard, and at the same time, the door to the detention room made a click sound as Li Hang had already rushed inside. With a whoosh, Coulson quickly reopened the electromagnetic shield of the detention room.
How is it? Did he get in? Was he locked inside? Coulson immediately looked to Simmons.
Simmons quickly presented the visuals from the detention room to everyone's view, where an intense struggle was unfolding. Li Hang had already positioned himself in front of Hannah Harkins, swinging his fists rapidly as he fiercely battled against the now visible Tobias Ford. At this moment, Tobias Ford attempted several times to revert to ghost form but was always preemptively caught by Li Hang, being forced back into physical form. In close combat, Tobias was simply no match for Li Hang. The space in the detention room was narrow, and although Tobias was tall, the available room for him to maneuver was minimal. As long as Li Hang kept a tight grip on Hannah Harkins, Tobias Ford wouldn't be able to escape his grasp. The key question was how to kill him. Hundreds of pounds of force crashed down on Tobias repeatedly, pushing him back each time, but the punch that could make an ordinary person bleed had little effect on him.
Perhaps he was no longer human.
Li Hang suddenly realized something and lunged forward. As his fists struck Tobias, he transformed them into palms, grabbing tightly onto his shoulders. But in that critical moment, a loud roar rang in his ear, causing Tobias to momentarily freeze.
Li Hang's fists penetrated into the ghostly state of his head. Simultaneously, intense vibrations surged from Li Hang into Tobias's body. What should have completely vanished, Tobias Ford, was now displaying a semi-transparent state.
A fierce tremor shook through Tobias, and tiny bolts of lightning erupted within his body, accompanied by a thunderous sound echoing between the two. Thunder roared, and the visage of Tobias suddenly became lined with countless dark streaks. The semi-transparent figure grew weaker and weaker, his entire body rapidly dissolving. With a pop, the ghost vanished abruptly. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning slashed through the heavy and dark night sky like a sword, followed by a torrential downpour.
Still no leads on Jean Bing?
Li Hang asked as he drove through the rain-soaked streets back to Manhattan. Even while on the road, he continued to make calls, inquiring with Sheriff Morales about Jean Bing's whereabouts, his heart filled with concern. "No, we've searched the entire building, there's no sign of him. We've scoured several nearby blocks, Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan, and mobilized nearly all our forces for a thorough search, yet we still haven't found a trace," Sheriff Morales replied, his voice low and heavy, the pressure weighing down on him like the relentless rain. Initially, the operation had gone smoothly. They had easily infiltrated Jean Bing's underground base, successfully hacked into the particle colliders program, destroyed the backup energy source, and physically shut down the ion collider, effectively ending the entire experiment. When Li Hang left, they had even begun dismantling some of the smaller core components from the particle collider to ensure it could never be restarted, securing safety for New York. However, the entire operation felt incomplete because they hadn't apprehended Jean Bing. Not only was Jean Bing missing, but Dr. Olivia Octavius, who oversaw the particle collider system, along with numerous related researchers, had also vanished without a trace, as if they had received a warning and left in advance.
This was truly troublesome, extremely troublesome. Jean Bing's subordinates were tight-lipped, and without capturing him, getting them to talk would be like pulling teeth. Many matters continued to unfold systematically.
Following the Avengers and SHALD's raid on Jean Bing's tower, the New York Police Department, FBI, DEA, CDC, Department of Homeland Security, and others began thorough investigations into Jean Bing's criminal organization. Based on the evidence found in Jean Bing's tower, one crime after another was confirmed, exposing countless ongoing or past criminal activities, leading to the arrest of a large number of gang members, with several police and federal agents implicated as well. However, none of this concerned Li Hang anymore. Shortly after the operation concluded, he had stepped down from his temporary position, and all subsequent actions would be managed by the higher-ups at the NYPD. After all, the follow-up was mostly about making appearances and garnering attention. Of course, there was also the suspicion that Li Hang had tipped off Jean Bing, especially since Jean Bing had escaped tonight. In fact, all the officers and agents involved in the operation had similar suspicions. As the coordinator, Li Hong and Sheriff Morales, as the commander, had the greatest suspicion cast upon them. Compared to Sheriff Morales, who had the support of the entire African American community within the NYPD, Li Hong appeared much more isolated, making him an easy target for scapegoating and attacks. If they ultimately couldn't identify the source of the problem or find Jean Bing, Li Hong could very well become a scapegoat. As long as someone randomly transferred a large sum of money into his account, he would be at a loss for words. Especially with S.H.I.E.L.D., who excelled at such tactics, they often coerced someone into a corner and then offered them a hand when they were most desperate.
Natasha and Barton had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. in just such a way. The Howling Commandos, those monsters, did they truly work willingly in the shadows for S.H.I.E.L.D.? Were they really content?
The underlying intricacies were indeed worth keeping an eye on.
Raindrops incessantly tapped against the car windows as Li Hong drove towards Colleen Wing's dojo.
At that moment, his thoughts were exceptionally clear. He knew that to resolve the troubles ahead, the best course of action was to find Jean Bing and capture him. Not only would this clear his name, but it could also lead to accumulating all his previous merits, making promotions and raises no longer a dream.
But the question remained, where was Jean Bing?
The NYPD was searching the city in the pouring rain, Jean Bing's tower, surrounding blocks, Manhattan, especially Hell's Kitchen. Every property under Jean Bing's name, whether legal or illegal, was being thoroughly searched tonight. Not only were the authorities active, but countless figures from the underworld were also looking for Jean Bing. Some wanted to help, while many others wished to take advantage of the situation and replace him. Though Jean Bing was known as the Underground King of New York, he wasn't the one truly in control of the underground forces. He was merely the strongest among them, and anyone attempting to challenge his position would face his brutal suppression. Due to historical reasons and the police's attempts to balance the underground factions, New York's underground scene had never had a truly unified leader. The Italian Mafia, Irish mob, Japanese, Koreans, Russians, Mexicans, triads, and black gangs all comprised a complex web of factions, each one unwilling to submit to the others, all armed, and none fearing the other. Even at the height of Jean Bing's power, he wouldn't dare to stroll into Hell's Kitchen, as he could be shot at any moment by an unseen assailant. Jean Bing became the underground king of New York due to the support of white supremacist organizations. Though America was called a nation of immigrants, the reality was that it was still primarily ruled by white people, especially those of Anglo-Saxon descent. If Jean Bing couldn't be completely dealt with, everyone who participated in the operation tonight would face countless reprisals, both overt and covert. While it was easy to dodge bullets, hidden arrows were much harder to defend against. Only with Jean Bing dead, found, captured, or killed, and without related interests, could the situation improve.
But the question remained, where was Jean Bing?
The entirety of New York was searching for him, and the NYPD and FBI had mobilized nearly all their informants, but so far, they had come up empty. Lost in thought, Li Hong arrived at Colleen Wing's dojo. Click, he carefully opened the door. A few elderly individuals were already asleep, their age causing them to retire early and sleep lightly. Especially Uncle Lee and Uncle One, whose poor health had made early bedtimes a habit.
"You're back,"
Colleen Wing said, rubbing her eyes as she sat up from the sofa.
Li Hong quickly gestured for silence, beckoning her into the kitchen, where he shut the door and lowered his voice to ask, "Did anything happen tonight?" "Everything's fine here."
Colleen shook her head, splashed some water on her face, causing droplets to fall onto her white t-shirt, leaving a long streak.
She quickly woke up and carefully glanced at the bedroom before quietly asking, "What's going on with you?" "I heard the entire NYPD is on the move." Although Colleen was in the dojo, she had many connections in Manhattan.
Among her students, there were quite a few night owls.
With such a commotion tonight, especially in the latter half of the night, half of New York's police force was practically deployed. How could no one know?
The real-world effects would only become apparent tomorrow, but online, countless people were already in an uproar. Li Hong waved his hand and chuckled, "I wouldn't mind telling you the truth, but you know we have confidentiality rules, and afterward, someone might come looking for trouble. Besides, you'll find out tomorrow anyway." Ding ding, Li Hong's phone suddenly rang.
He quickly pulled out his phone to answer. "Hello? It's me. I've inquired about it.
"We have a colleague who has surveyed the terrain in Forest Hill, New York. If you have time, you could check it out," came Miss Harkin's voice from the other end.
"Okay, I'll remember that. Next time, dinner's on me."
Li Hong hung up, a surge of excitement washing over him. After searching for clues about Jean Bing's whereabouts from many sources without success, he had a sudden idea and called Miss Hannah Harkins, whom he had known previously. After all, she worked in the Department of Energy, which had a secret partnership with Jean Bing. The Super Particle Accelerator in Arkansas was funded by Jean Bing. If Jean Bing wanted to build a particle collider, the Super Particle Accelerator was a necessary prerequisite. Perhaps Dr. Olivia Octavius could assist with the entire construction process, but other safety and location issues needed dedicated personnel. Li Hong always felt something was off. Why had Jean Bing chosen to conduct experiments with the particle collider beneath his own tower? Regardless of his intent, even if the experiment succeeded, the massive shockwaves would likely destroy the entire Fisk Tower, making it an unwise choice. He suspected that Jean Bing's true experimental site was elsewhere. Otherwise, why would not just Jean Bing, but also Dr. Octavius and others be missing? Li Hong raised his head to look at Colleen Wing, smiling as he said, "Aren't you curious about what happened tonight? How about coming out with me for a bit?" "Sure." Colleen's eyebrows instantly perked up, and she soon became excited. Moments later, she donned a gray hood, grabbed her long blade, and left with Li Hong, quickly driving into the storm. Forest Hill was located in Queens, south of Flushing, near a substantial Jewish community, and the surroundings were exceptionally beautiful.
"So you're actually out to catch Jean Bing?"
Colleen asked, gripping her long blade, her eyes wide with disbelief. Li Hong shrugged nonchalantly as he drove. What Jean Bing has done has crossed the line with the big players.
"Everyone is looking for him. But you still let him escape with so many of you?" Colleen's expression darkened.
Understanding the severity of the situation, she realized that the NYPD, FBI, DEA, and Department of Homeland Security were all mobilized but still hadn't caught Jean Bing. Clearly, there was a missing link, which explained why Li Hong had been reluctant to share details with her earlier. She wouldn't dare to listen too closely.
"So, you're concluding that Jean Bing is definitely in Forest Hill?"
Colleen asked, looking at Li Hong with confusion. The experiment he's conducting, even if successful, could cause a massive impact. If it fails, it could destroy all of New York. That's why I've always thought he likely wouldn't be conducting it in Fisk Tower, and the facts have proven my judgment correct, Li Hong said, gripping the steering wheel tightly, his expression calm. As they approached Forest Hill through the wind and rain, the area was predominantly Jewish and quite affluent, and it was particularly peaceful tonight.
Li Hong pulled out his phone to check. Miss Harkins had sent the relevant information to his device.
He handed the phone to Colleen, saying, "Forest Hill spans over 1,000 acres. Where do you think we should start looking?" As he spoke, the car pulled up to the foot of Forest Hill. Li Hong pressed the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a stop. To accurately find Jean Bing's whereabouts in the vast expanse of Forest Hill, they couldn't search aimlessly like looking for a needle in a haystack. They needed a targeted approach. Colleen glanced at the weather outside, then at the information and map in her hands.
After a moment of contemplation, she deliberated, "If I were Jean Bing, I definitely wouldn't consider the outskirts since that involves large-scale equipment transportation, making it hard to conceal from those paying attention.
So it's best to search this inner circle, and there needs to be a route for trucks to pass through, away from populated areas, like here."
Transporting heavy machinery always consumed a lot of manpower, resources, and space.
Even if Jean Bing had many super criminals to assist him, it was still challenging to avoid leaving traces, which could lead to traceable clues.
Li Hong's eyes lit up.
The rain intensified, and the thunder rumbled ominously among the dark clouds, rising and falling in waves. In an instant, countless fine arcs of lightning converged into a massive vertical fork-shaped flash that stretched for dozens of kilometers, exploding with a deafening roar and lighting up the night sky with blinding thunder.
The downpour was torrential, and Jean Bing stood tall in front of the enormous floor-to-ceiling window.
As the lightning flashed, his gaze was filled with fury, and his expression was terrifyingly grim. "Doctor, it seems you were right, we indeed should not have conducted that experiment in Brooklyn. Otherwise, we would have likely been caught by now." Jean Bing's cold words echoed throughout the hall, while behind him, Dr. Olivia Octavius managed a strained smile. Dr. Octavius was relatively petite, completely overshadowed by Jean Bing's imposing figure. "I was merely considering that conducting the experiment in Brooklyn could potentially create a small black hole," Dr. Olivia Octavius said cautiously from behind Jean Bing. "If that happens, even if the experiment succeeds, we would be the first to suffer. That's why I suggested moving the experiment site to Forest Hill. Fortunately, you heeded my advice, Mr. Fisk. I should have anticipated it. How could such a violent earthquake go unnoticed?" Jean Bing stood with his back to Dr. Octavius, his fists clenched tightly. It was evident that despite his words, he was extremely furious, if not enraged, about the attack on Fisk Tower tonight. Dr. Jean Bing suddenly turned around, his towering and oppressive figure casting a shadow over Dr. Octavius.
How long will it take to activate our equipment? I need a precise timeline. 24 hours.
Based on previous experience, I am confident that I can complete this experiment with minimal impact, Dr. Octavius replied, appearing very confident, even raising her hand to show her determination, trying her best to seem trustworthy.
You have only 4 hours.
I want to see it successfully activated before dawn. Jean Bing imposed a chilling time limit, leaving Dr. Octavius in disbelief, her eyes wide open. There was no time left. Dr. Octavius felt somewhat at a loss.
Mr. Fisk, time cannot be calculated that way. 4 hours is not enough to complete all the preparations. By then, everything might turn out like Brooklyn, ultimately creating a massive black hole.
That is your concern, Doctor.
The experiment must succeed. Jean Bing leaned forward, his enormous shadow transforming into an immense pressure weighing on Dr. Octavius's heart.
My task is to ensure you are not disturbed in these 4 hours. After that, things will spiral out of control. With that, Jean Bing began to walk away, his large frame moving slowly but steadily, several times slower than an average person. Dr. Octavius's expression changed rapidly, with emotions of anxiety, unease, panic, uncertainty, and fear intertwining. In the end, she gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and hurried after Jean Bing. The two quickly vanished from the hall, but at that moment, a rustling sound came from the ceiling of the empty hall.
How did you know they were here? Colleen Wing whispered, her face filled with surprise and admiration.
There are too many traces they left in the woods, Li Hong said expressionlessly, waving his hand. At the same time, his phone was continuously sending messages, trying to contact Captain Rogers. Li Hong only had Captain Rogers' phone number now, he couldn't reach any of the other Avengers. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., he had Hill's number, but at this moment, he didn't want to contact them. Who knew if Hydra had any ties to Jean Bing? The Howling Commandos wouldn't be able to arrive in a short time, so he still had to contact the Avengers. The phone vibrated slightly, and when Li Hang picked it up, he breathed a sigh of relief.
Let's go, we should wait outside.
The Avengers will arrive soon, Li Hong said, reaching out to pull Colleen's clothes, intending to take her outside. But he suddenly found that he couldn't pull her at all because Colleen was looking at him with disbelief.
You're just leaving like that? Shouldn't you charge in directly and kill all the villains to completely resolve the crisis here?
Colleen said, a hint of disappointment in her eyes, tightly gripping her long blade.
You're really foolish, girl, Li Hong sighed, leaning against the ceiling and pinching Colleen's cheek with a smile. Do you know how many people are in there? How many guns? I'm not some superhero, I'm just an ordinary New York cop.
Charging in like that would only get me killed.
But you clearly have gathered your energy. Colleen pouted, still a bit reluctant but following Li Hong obediently as they crawled out.
Li Hong was indeed right, this was Jean Bing's last stronghold, and no one knew how many people were deployed there.
No matter how strong a person's abilities, how could they withstand bullets? 1 bullet, 1 gun, you might be able to dodge it, but what about 10, 100?
If they all replaced their weapons with submachine guns, with a barrage of bullets, how could you defend yourself?
Being able to hide in a corner without being shot would be considered lucky.
Reality is that cruel, not everyone is Captain America, with a vibranium shield. Even disregarding firearms, I might not be able to kill my way in, Li Hong said softly as he cautiously crawled forward.
You have no idea who Jean Bing's subordinates are.
Many of them are stronger than me, and not to mention others, just Jean Bing alone, I can't defeat. Li Hong indeed couldn't defeat Jean Bing, he admitted that.
But if it was a one-on-one situation, he might not be unable to kill Jean Bing.
Modern weapons could kill him, and they could kill Jean Bing too.
The Avengers will arrive soon, and by then, we won't need to take the risk of alarming the enemy.
The crisis will resolve itself, why take the risk? Li Hang looked ahead, soon reaching the exit of the tunnel and ready to crawl out. He glanced back at the now calmer Colleen Wing, nodding in satisfaction. This girl was still somewhat clear-headed. In fact, Li Hang was not without the ability to charge in, he just felt there was no need because there wasn't enough benefit to warrant taking that risk. The particle collider would indeed pose a threat to the safety of all of New York, but under the circumstances where he could stabilize and resolve this threat, he felt there was no need to take that risk. After all, even if he single-handedly resolved the crisis, it wouldn't earn him an extra penny or a bit more honor, it was still better to keep his achievements hidden. Outside the ventilation duct was an extremely smooth wall, and the storm outside continued to rage. Fortunately, the hooks on the wall were still there, allowing them to slide down easily. Li Hong slid down the wall first, making not a sound, and cautiously surveyed the surroundings while beckoning for Colleen to hurry down. Given the situation, there was no need to linger in this villa any longer. Who would have thought that deep in the dense forest hill, someone would build such a villa? Jean Bing must have established connections, but he managed to construct this two-story villa completely unrelated to his Fisk group, and to this day, no one knows about it. It was precisely due to the construction and decoration of this villa that the influx of materials was ignored. No one questioned it. Even if someone saw it and reported it, it would eventually be suppressed. Jean Bing's mind is indeed meticulous. However, it's unfortunate that with so many materials and equipment being brought in, the pressure marks on the ground were difficult to erase. Under normal circumstances, no one would pay attention, but if someone searched carefully, they could still find traces, even on a rainy night. Li Hong watched as Colleen quickly slid down, and just as he was about to reach out to catch her, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. He abruptly swung the rope to the left, and at the same time, he swiftly moved to the right. Ding ding, two sounds rang out as two black flying darts deeply embedded themselves into the granite wall. Before Li Hong could regain his balance, more black flying darts came rushing at him like a storm. Li Hong's right hand suddenly flicked forward, revealing a 30-centimeter long baton in his grasp. The baton swung rapidly, knocking all the black flying darts to the ground. He paused for a moment and quickly leaned towards Colleen, as at that same moment, an equal number of black flying darts were attacking her. "Are you okay?" Li Hong asked while cautiously observing his surroundings. The storm continued to rage, but the attacks in the darkness inexplicably stopped. "I'm fine, just barely." Colleen looked down at her thigh, feeling a lingering fear. That last swing from Li Hong was extremely timely, otherwise, her thigh would have certainly been pierced. Looking at the black flying darts, they were surely coated with poison. Colleen was not easy to mess with either. Although she might have taken a wrong turn in the path of martial arts, making it hard to achieve, she had immersed herself in technique for over a decade, even surpassing Li Hong. The previous wave of attacks had all been blocked by her scabbard. "Glad you're okay," Li Hong nodded. Although that wave of attacks was vicious, it lacked sufficient strength, whether due to the storm or the distance. He simply said, "Come out, I know it's you, Bullseye." As soon as Li Hong's words fell, a figure leaped down from a tree 100 meters away. Without a word, a black flying dart was shot towards Colleen. After the start, more flying darts quickly followed, at an incredible speed and with tremendous force. The distance between them was quickly closing. The closer they got, the more powerful the darts became. Li Hong immediately positioned himself in front of Colleen, keenly observing the incoming darts, and his baton swung swiftly. One dart after another was knocked down by Li Hong, and Colleen's expression became complicated in an instant. She realized that she was the one dragging Li Hong down, as from the beginning, Bullseye's target had always been her. As long as he could injure her, Li Hong would be restrained and unable to escape or stop the experiment that was accelerating right now. Suddenly, Colleen saw the rainwater explode beneath Li Hong's feet, and he lunged toward Bullseye like lightning. At that moment, Li Hong's voice reached her ears, "Find a place to hide." Watching Li Hong and Bullseye in close combat, Colleen gritted her teeth, grasped the rope behind her, and climbed up with all her might. In such a situation, the dark rainy night concealed countless dangers. In an open area, if she were attacked, she could easily become a tool for others to restrain Li Hong. Instead of that, it was better to return to the ventilation duct. With its complex maze, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to track her down, and attacking her from within would not be easy either. Colleen didn't think much. Her thoughts were not misguided because Bullseye was indeed the type of despicable person. "Do you know that your little girlfriend has already been targeted by others? If you don't take control, the next time you see her, she could very well be nothing more than a naked corpse in that stinking alley," Bullseye said, his expression extremely lewd. As he raised his hand and moved, those unimaginable hidden weapons shot out from his body. Each hidden weapon was fired at an incredibly strange angle, all coated in black, not reflecting a hint of light, making them nearly undetectable on this pitch-black rainy night. Li Hong avoided these things as if they were the plague. Given his knowledge of Bullseye, it wouldn't be surprising if this bastard had poisoned those weapons. This guy simply didn't care about etiquette or shame and was exceptionally skilled at disturbing others' minds, just like the intimidation he had just displayed. "I've never understood it. A top-notch assassin like you, why are you such a chatterbox? Wouldn't it be better to just kill and leave?" Li Hong was not worried about Colleen's safety at all because, from what he knew of her, while she might struggle against others in a fight, it wouldn't be so easy for anyone to kill her. Don't forget, Colleen came from the hand. People from the hand could come back to life even after death. For some reason, Li Heng's words seemed to hit a sore spot for Bullseye. His expression changed to one of extreme discomfort, his face darkening as if it could drip water.
But then he glared at Li Heng with a fierce intent to kill.
Countless hidden weapons flew at Li Heng like crazy, forcing him to swing his baton with all his might, trying to block the onslaught. His sharp senses allowed him to catch the position of every hidden weapon in the midst of the wind and rain, and his powerful strength and speed enabled him to deflect each incoming weapon in time. Li Hong cleverly minimized his defensive stance but maintained a tight and impenetrable formation. With a loud bang, suddenly, Li Hong was violently thrown back, crashing against the wall behind him. However, he quickly got back on his feet, his baton slamming down on the frantically attacking daggers in an instant. The two daggers, coated with black paint, left no visible trajectory, forcing him to rely solely on instinct to block them. Bullseye, in a fit of rage, swung the two daggers wildly while uncontrollably shouting, "You're the chatterbox! Your whole family are chatterboxes! All the chatterboxes in the world should die!" As Li Hong struggled to fend off Bullseye's frenzied attacks, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, could it be that he was once abused by some chatterbox? Who could it be? Spider-Man, or Deadpool? Perhaps the latter was more likely. While Peter Parker could be chatty, he was merely annoying. The one who could truly provoke hatred would probably be Deadpool, and coincidentally, both he and Bullseye were assassins. You really suck, Bullseye. It's a disgrace that you're a so-called top assassin, a master of weaponry, and yet you're doing this. While continuously swinging his baton, Li Hong provocatively taunted Bullseye, "Your skills don't even compare to that guy, no wonder you're so pathetic. Die. You all should die." Bullseye's eyes were terrifyingly red in the rain night, like a madman. In an instant, all his limbs, bones, joints, and even his head and mouth turned into lethal weapons, raining down on Li Hong like a storm. Li Hong exerted all his strength to resist Bullseye's attacks, his entire being was in a frenzy. During the battle, he also absorbed the chaotic spiritual energy from the rain night into his body, merging it with the power squeezed from his internal organs, blood, and bones, quickly flowing into his hands and feet. Li Hong found it quite challenging to hold off Bullseye. After all, he was a well-known supervillain in the Marvel Universe, a top assassin and martial arts master. His strength surpassed Li Heng's, and his speed was faster, with more experience and skill. Li Hong was only able to hold on because of his slightly better endurance. But he was well aware that a prolonged defense would eventually lead to failure. Fortunately, at that moment, he keenly grasped Bullseye's weakness. "Go ahead and kill me. If you can, then do it. But I see you only have the skill to brag," Li Hong said mockingly, continuously poking at Bullseye's sore spot. "Let me think, who have you faced in the police department's files? Spider-Man, Daredevil, Elektra, who else? Oh, you couldn't even kill them. Have you heard anyone say you're like Hawkeye? But to me, you don't compare to him at all, not in any way." The moment Hawkeye was mentioned, Li Hong saw Bullseye's eyes instantly fill with blood, and the iconic target mark on his forehead twisted even more. His attacks became increasingly frenzied and powerful, but they were no longer as straightforward, making them easier to catch. Suddenly, a series of piercing police sirens rang out, jolting Li Hong, who had been fully focused on resisting. He didn't even know how much time had passed. At the same time, Bullseye also regained his composure, the madness in his eyes quickly faded. In an instant, he retreated rapidly, increasing the distance between him and Li Heng, and once again, his hidden weapon shot out like a storm. No one could underestimate Bullseye. Once he regained his clarity, his attacks, while less frenzied than before, became more precise and harder to predict. Li Hong found himself in a much more difficult situation. But just then, Li Heng's feet suddenly slipped, and he inexplicably fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had tilted back and fallen, but he quickly pushed off with his hands behind him and slid rapidly towards Bullseye in the rain night, kicking directly towards Bullseye's legs. Seeing this acrobatic move, Bullseye's face twitched even more, as it reminded him of Hawkeye. They had once had a period of confrontation. Hawkeye had also been an assassin, but in every aspect, Bullseye had been suppressed and felt immense humiliation for a long time. Suddenly, his right foot shot out like an arrow, and at the same time, an invisible dagger pierced from the tip of Bullseye's foot, directly stabbing at Li Heng's foot. In the rapid changes of the rainy night, an average person wouldn't even see it coming. With a sharp ding, Li Heng's foot collided with the dagger at Bullseye's toe, but the dagger could not pierce through Li Hang's foot. It felt like kicking against a steel plate, causing Bullseye's toes to ache painfully. At a critical moment, Bullseye's other leg abruptly bent up, aiming at Li Hang's shoulder while quickly retreating to narrowly avoid Li Hang's attack. Meanwhile, the dagger in his hand reappeared, aiming directly for Li Hang's abdomen. But at that moment, Li Hang suddenly seemed to be pulled by gravity, sitting down hard in the rainwater, his upper body straightening up in the process as he swung his baton forward to smash directly into Bullseye's eyes. Simultaneously, Li Hang exerted force with both legs, rapidly sitting up and fiercely charging at Bullseye like a mountain. The 8 extremes push was executed. With lightning speed, Li Hang closed in on Bullseye's chest and abdomen. At the critical moment, Bullseye could only hastily swipe his dagger towards Li Hang's throat. The blade was coated with poison, and even a slight touch would be fatal. But suddenly, Li Hang's shoulder thrust forward, directly colliding with the blade. His clothing was torn, but the dagger could no longer advance because it struck against something extremely hard. It was a sandbag filled with iron sand. Bullseye, with his superhuman perception, immediately understood what it was, but it was too late. The 8 extremes push, also known as the 8 extremes iron mountain push, once someone was close enough, it was like being hit by an iron mountain. In the blink of an eye, Bullseye was violently knocked back, sent flying by Li Hang's sandbag filled with iron sand. Li Hang could even hear the sound of his ribs breaking. After pretending to be weak for so long, Li Hang suddenly exploded and immediately achieved results. Standing tall, he patted his shoulder and the iron sandbag resting on it. He didn't just have one sandbag. There were sandbags on his left shoulder, left elbow, left knee, and both calves, all tied with sandbags. Upon realizing that his self-healing ability had greatly improved, he unhesitatingly increased his training pressure. Not only that, but he had also embedded 2 iron plates in the soles of his feet. Although he wasn't the type to sneak in daggers in his shoes, it wasn't excessive to prepare for such enemies, and it also helped him train his footwork. To prepare for the conflict tonight, Li Hang was also wearing a bulletproof vest. Although the vest was primarily for stopping bullets, if the material was good enough, it could provide some resistance against stabs. Of course, it was only effective against stabs because the principles behind stabbing and shooting are similar. The effect isn't as pronounced against slashes. Looking at Bullseye, who was knocked far away and lay motionless on the ground, it was unclear whether he was dead or still breathing. Li Hang swiftly charged forward, simultaneously pulling out a handgun from behind his waist, aiming at Bullseye's heart and firing several shots without caring about the noise it might create. At this point, the piercing alarm had already sounded, and no one knew how Colleen was doing inside. Creating a commotion here would be perfect to attract the attention of those inside. With the final shot, Li Hang hit the target mark on Bullseye's forehead, blood splattering everywhere, while Bullseye's eyes widened in disbelief as he died right there. "You did your best, Bullseye," Li Hang sighed, turning to disappear into the darkness of the rainy night. Just as Li Hang disappeared, a series of figures quickly emerged, armed with various submachine guns, wildly shooting at the place where he had just stood. Inside the villa, the elevator was rapidly descending, filled with several armed personnel holding submachine guns. But none of them noticed that above their elevator stood a figure. Li Hang had charged in. When Colleen Wing was in danger, he chose to rush into the villa to save her. However, before he rushed in, he had sent a text to Rogers, "I've been spotted. Hurry." No matter who it was, once the alarm was triggered, it would make Jean Bing feel even more urgent. Not to mention that Li Hang had already been spotted by Bullseye, which would only accelerate Jean Bing's experiment. Jean Bing would definitely take a gamble, otherwise, once the Avengers arrived, he might not have another chance to conduct the experiment. Even if he could escape from the Avengers, it would be nearly impossible to conduct a similar experiment again in the future. Li Hang accurately grasped Jean Bing's thoughts, so he boldly charged in. Clink! A soft sound echoed as the elevator doors slowly opened. Beneath Li Hang's feet lay pools of bodies, blood flowing like streams across the floor. He expressionlessly lifted his head, and before him was a curved passageway slanting forward. Li Hang knew well that this underground base was constructed in the same manner as Jean Bing's tower. It was a circular, columnar base, extending straight down hundreds of meters underground. Li Hang had seen the blueprints of Jean Bing's underground facility, and he remembered them well, feeling a slight sense of relief. The walls, ceiling, and floor of the passage were smooth stainless steel, seemingly seamless. He cautiously stepped out of the elevator, surprised to find not a single guard in the passage. However, he did not dare let his guard down. Clad in the guards' uniforms, he quietly advanced through the corridor alone. It seemed that the sudden alarm had drawn the guards' attention, pulling them up to the upper levels, leaving very few stationed underground. Nevertheless, there were still guards present. Li Heng suddenly pushed open a side door and quickly slipped inside. Outside, a hurried set of footsteps rushed past. Clink, the elevator doors closed, sending the bodies inside back up to the upper levels. He still had time. Li Heng didn't rush out of the room just yet. He was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. The room was pitch black, but he could vaguely sense its narrow and flat dimensions. The outer walls and the innermost glass layer were all curved. Inside the room were rows of steel instruments, their surfaces flickering with countless red lights. If he remembered correctly, this was an electromagnetic accelerator specifically designed for the high-energy particles passing through the tubing within the glass walls. He approached the glass wall and, looking through it, saw a vast and empty cavern within the mountain, densely lined against the walls with spiraling rows of specially designed steel pipes, each as wide as 2 meters. These pipes were not arranged in layers but instead were tightly spiraled against the mountain's interior, climbing upward like a winding snake. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was actually a single steel pipe, continuously spiraling upward from the bottom. Finally, at the top, it split off into 2 different exits. The 2 exits faced each other, with high-speed particles bursting forth, destined to collide violently. This was the infamous particle collider, with the superparticle accelerator located below it. As long as the direction of particle acceleration could be accurately controlled, the particles could be accelerated indefinitely. The entire design was remarkably clever, starting from the bottom and accelerating all the way to the top. If the speed was insufficient, one could temporarily close the window, allowing the high-speed particles to re-enter the downward passage through the cleverly designed vertical H-shaped structure at the top, redirecting their acceleration and continuing to speed up. The bottom also utilized the H-shaped design. According to this theory, as long as sufficient electromagnetic force was applied, the particles could be accelerated indefinitely. This design saved considerable space required for traditional particle accelerators. However, this type of particle accelerator had significant flaws. Perhaps 1 or 2 experiments might be fine, but as experiments increased, even a slight deviation in the high-speed particles could cause massive impacts on the steel pipes, leading to severe damage over time. A broken pipe leads to particle leakage, which prevents acceleration. Inputting energy frantically would worsen the pipe damage, resulting in more particle leakage and slower acceleration, creating a vicious cycle. Dr. Olivia Octavius certainly understood this, yet she had no choice. Even with its flaws, this environment was infinitely better than the Fisk Tower. She also knew that the opportunity to conduct particle collision experiments here might only come once. Regardless of whether the experiment succeeded or failed, the resulting impact would cause issues with these acceleration instruments. Just identifying the breakage would take a long time, not to mention the enormous manpower and resources needed for repairs. Under the current circumstances, this was nearly impossible. What they lacked most was time. What's the situation outside now, Mr. Fisk? Once the experiment begins, any interference is unacceptable, Dr. Octavius rushed over to inquire, her face filled with urgency after seeing Jean Bing finish his call with the outside. She has retreated back into the ceiling, Jean Bing replied, a relieved expression on his face. Earlier, she tried to access the underground base through the elevator, but after killing everyone, she found she couldn't get in without the password. Dr. Octavius did not relax, instead, she remained worried, saying, "It's best to guard the passage. Someone has already discovered this place. There won't be a problem, Doctor. I'll handle the outside affairs, you can rest easy. But I must start the experiment within an hour, is that all right?" Jean Bing, aware of his aggressive demeanor, softened his tone slightly to explain, "Doctor, my men can hold off the Avengers for an hour at most, after that, they could break in at any time." No one knew who had given Jean Bing such confidence to claim he could hold off the Avengers for an hour. What an audacious claim. If we disregard losses, an hour should be fine, Dr. Octavius gritted her teeth, reluctantly agreeing to Jean Bing's request. At this moment, she had completely given up hope of conducting a second experiment. After all, it was just a one-time trial, once was enough, and who would care if this place could still be used afterward? "You can absolutely trust the outside situation to me, it's all in your hands now, Doctor," Jean Bing exclaimed with delight. Previously, he had repeatedly requested her agreement but was refused under the guise of ensuring experiment safety. Now that she had finally relented, he felt closer to his dream.
V-room.
The entire underground space's pipelines began to tremble and vibrate violently, emitting a series of noises. The experiment had not officially begun yet, they were merely preheating the equipment.
In the dark room, amidst the faint glow, one of Li Hang's hands gently rested on the nearby electromagnetic accelerator.
Strangely, his face displayed a complex expression, at times filled with anticipation, and at other times revealing a teeth-gritting fear. Dr. Olivia Octavius was undoubtedly one of the smartest individuals in the world. The particle accelerator she designed employed nuclear magnetic resonance to accelerate pneumatic ions and electron-focusing technology, along with electron cyclotron acceleration design. The accelerator beside Li Hang, along with every accelerator in the underground base, combined to form a massive force capable of accelerating ions, electrons, protons, quarks, and bosons to unimaginable speeds. Under the influence of such powerful forces, two groups of particles at the same speed could collide, potentially tearing through space and opening a portal to a parallel universe. Now, with one hand on the massive equipment, Li Hang needed not to destroy it. He merely had to find two iron pieces and insert them into the socket connected to the device to short-circuit the entire system. If he acted decisively and chose the perfect moment to cut power just as the superparticles reached a certain speed, everything Olivia Octavius and Jean Bing had worked for would be rendered futile. The critical point was that she didn't have enough time to restart this experiment. Li Hang released his hand and approached the socket. Just as his hand was about to press down on the plug, for some reason, he hesitated. He turned his head to gaze at the massive particle collider behind the glass wall. A struggle flickered across his face as he hesitated. According to Dr. Olivia Octavius's design, if the experiment proceeded as she envisioned, it could potentially open a space passage to a parallel universe through special particle collisions.
What was that? It was an entire parallel world, a vast wealth of opportunities. Who wouldn't be tempted?
Just by taking a small piece from it, not to mention living without worries about food and drink, becoming the richest person in the world wouldn't be out of reach.
It was even possible to become the strongest in the world.
Now, with just a slight movement, Li Hang could destroy this dream. But when it came time to act, he found himself reluctant, the greedy desire within him impossible to suppress. He raised his head and looked at Dr. Olivia Octavius, who was behind the glass wall in the control room above. She was a female doctor, not young anymore, but traces of her youthful charm could still be seen on her face. At this moment, all her attention was focused on the particle collision experiment. This was not only Jean Bing's experiment but also Dr. Octavius's dream. With just one action, he could immediately destroy it, annihilating the opportunity to open the door to a parallel universe filled with endless chances and riches. Thinking of this, his heart involuntarily twitched. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his expression was resolute. His face hardened, and with a sudden pull, he yanked the plug from the socket. The electromagnetic accelerator beside him instantly stopped operating. On the other side of the glass wall, Dr. Octavius, standing in the control room, immediately looked over to Li Hang's position. Dr. Octavius controlled everything. The gravitational pull generated by all the electromagnetic accelerators had to gather together to allow particles to accelerate to sufficient speeds. If any one of these accelerators were to fail, it would have a massive impact on the entire experiment. Especially under the current circumstances, with no one knowing when the Avengers would storm in, every second was crucial. Now, with one accelerator suddenly ceasing to function, Dr. Octavius noticed it at once. However, she didn't know whether the accelerator had malfunctioned on its own or if someone was deliberately sabotaging it. Li Hang stood in the shadow of the corner, the outside light unable to reach him. Although Dr. Octavius looked in his direction, he knew she couldn't see him. Time was running out. Li Hang no longer hesitated. He pulled a piece of iron wire from the hem of his clothing, bent it, took a step back, and with a forceful flick, inserted both ends of the bent wire into the circuit socket. Crack! In an instant, the entire circuit was shorted out, and the lights of the entire underground base. No, wait! Li Hang jolted to attention. It wasn't that the lights of the entire underground base went out, but rather that only the top level had lost power while the other levels continued to operate normally. For reasons unknown, Dr. Octavius had designed the circuits of each layer separately. Although they were connected in series within the same layer, they were wired in parallel across different levels. The circuit Li Hang had ultimately cut off was only for the level he was on, which did not affect the operation of the circuits on other levels. The electromagnetic devices on those levels continued to accelerate the particles, and the entire frantic experiment carried on without interruption. "Go!" Li Hong didn't hesitate for a second and instantly dashed out of the room. His speed was astounding, and with a loud bang, he had already darted into another room. Standing in the darkness, he remained motionless, listening as the hurried footsteps rushed past outside. Dr. Octavius had dispatched people to investigate the situation and was trying to fix the circuit as quickly as possible to continue the experiment. Regardless, it was impossible for the experiment to proceed normally within the timeframe Jean Bing had specified. Li Hong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. He realized that while the particle collider could open a passage to a parallel universe, that passage did not belong to him, nor did the infinite wealth and opportunities of that parallel universe belong to him. It wasn't that he couldn't obtain it, it was that he couldn't possess it alone or enjoy it by himself. Since he couldn't enjoy it alone, why should he open it now? Crack! In the dark room, a base guard's neck was swiftly and decisively snapped, and he quietly slumped against the wall. Li Hong listened intently to the footsteps outside, and at the moment when the sounds were faintest, he darted out of the room like lightning. At this moment, he wore the same black suit as the other guards, with a black earpiece in, making him indistinguishable from them. He tilted his head slightly to make his face harder to see. Holding an assault rifle, he quickly closed the door behind him and stealthily moved down the corridor. The number of people left in the underground base was few, and they were all scattered, searching for Li Hong, which presented him with a rare opportunity. Ahead, he heard hurried footsteps and swiftly opened a door to slip inside, evading detection. He leaned against the doorframe and took a deep breath. Although the guards outside were few, each was an elite returning from the battlefield, equipped with weapons. Li Hong had no confidence in quickly eliminating them all under a hail of bullets. Fortunately, the vast underground base had enough curvature in the passage to obscure visibility, giving him a chance to exploit. However, he couldn't afford to spend too much time on these guards. Even if he could take them out one by one, his actions would be severely hindered. With the Avengers potentially arriving at any moment, once the particle collisions began and the parallel world was opened, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Moving swiftly, Li Hong reached the end of the upper level, where a steel door blocked his path. Dr. Octavius was just inside, controlling the entire experiment from the central console. He paused briefly, listening intently to the sounds in the corridor. There were no footsteps behind him, indicating that those he had killed earlier had not yet been discovered. He still had time. He pulled out a card he had taken from a guard and lightly swiped it on the access panel beside the door. The door slid open noiselessly to reveal a massive control room filled with high-tech equipment. A dozen lab-coated technicians were inside, busily working, not daring to be distracted for even a moment. Each person focused intently on their screens, fingers flying over keyboards. Any malfunction would require immediate correction. The equipment used for the particle collision experiment occupied nearly the entire underground space, overwhelming in its quantity. Data streamed past like a waterfall, every piece of information critical. Even a slight deviation could disrupt the entire experiment. How could Dr. Olivia Octavius alone manage such a vast operation? She wasn't an artificial intelligence, she required numerous personnel to assist her. Each person was responsible for their area, and even so, everyone was busy, and no one noticed Li Hong's entrance. Only one person did. Dr. Octavius was originally standing in front of a large custom glass panel, gazing at the particle collider hundreds of meters away. The massive collider hung suspended in the air, like two gaping abyssal mouths facing each other. Once the high-energy particles within the equipment were accelerated to sufficient levels, they would be ejected with tremendous force and collide fiercely. When the high-energy particles from opposing directions collided, they would unleash an incredibly violent explosion. Harnessing the power of this explosion, along with special methods, they could potentially open a portal through spacetime. No one knew what methods and assurances Jean Bing and Dr. Octavius had that gave them such confidence in opening a spacetime passage. In past experiments with top superparticles in Europe, their closest success had only resulted in the creation of a barely visible, unformed black hole, which vanished almost instantly. If it weren't for thorough post-investigations, people might never have known it had ever existed. The Earth simply did not possess the material and energy foundation to form a black hole. Even if energy and matter were gathered, it would not allow a black hole to take shape. Given that they couldn't even form a black hole, what reason did they have to believe they could open a portal to another parallel universe? However, the facts lay before Li Hong. Everything was clear to him. Just as he entered the control room, Dr. Octavius suddenly turned around, staring intently at him. She had detected his infiltration immediately, and her sensitivity was astonishing. Li Hong also fixed his gaze on Dr. Octavius. The other staff in the control room finally noticed Li Hang's presence and were just about to react when Dr. Octavius raised her hand to suppress them. Now was the crucial moment for them to race against time to advance the experiment. Any delay meant that the particles in the accelerator might not reach the necessary minimum speed in time, so Dr. Octavius not only didn't want her staff to move recklessly, but she also didn't intend to summon the guards outside. Once those reckless individuals barged into the control room, the ensuing chaos would severely impact the entire experiment. Dr. Octavius appeared to be in her 40s, showing signs of age, yet traces of her youthful charm were still evident. Faced with Li Hang's sudden intrusion, her reaction was much calmer than the others. Dr. Octavius glanced at the overall equipment still operating steadily beside her. Although efficiency had decreased significantly due to damage, it was still within a controllable range. In the initial experimental plan, each piece of equipment didn't need to operate at full power, but due to Jean Bing's specific demands, they had to run all equipment at full capacity just to keep up with the pace. However, now that Li Hang had deliberately sabotaged the setup, they would have to push all equipment to overcapacity. Running at full capacity would significantly shorten the lifespan of the overall equipment, and running at overcapacity would not only reduce lifespan but also raise the question of whether it could operate safely at all. A careless mistake could lead to explosions mid-experiment. This was their only option, and a desperate measure, all because of the person in front of them. Dr. Octavius calmly regarded Li Hong, even casually putting her hands in her pockets as she approached him. "Young man, do you know what kind of impact my successful experiment will have on the world?" Dr. Octavius's expression suddenly became incredibly excited. "It will propel the entire world's technological development, bringing unimaginable power and potentially changing the global landscape." "I'm sorry, but I'm a police officer," Li Hong replied, pointing his assault rifle at Dr. Octavius, shaking his head expressionlessly. "Doctor, I only know that this experiment of yours is illegal and not permitted, so please stop it immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." The barrel of Li Hang's rifle began to shake as it pointed at every technician present. If he fired, whether he injured a technician or damaged equipment, chaos would immediately ensue in the control room. "All right." Dr. Octavius quickly raised her hands, taking a small step back and forcing a smile at Li Hang. "Young man, legal issues can be resolved by lawyers. Believe it or not, even if you arrest us all, we will ultimately be acquitted." "Not likely, doctor, you have no idea what the current situation is." Li Hong listened intently to the sounds behind him. The guards outside had still not arrived, and it was unclear whether they hadn't noticed the anomaly or had been prevented from coming. Li Hong bypassed Dr. Octavius and continued toward the front of the control console, where there was a very conspicuous red button. He cautiously approached, constantly wary of the technicians around him, prepared for a sudden attack. These technicians could be quite reckless, willing to lunge at him with a pen or a screwdriver. At the same time, Li Hang addressed Dr. Octavius and everyone present loudly. "Doctor, your experiment is now a threat to the safety of all of New York and involves acts of terrorism. This case has captured the attention of the White House and is now directly overseen by the Department of Homeland Security, with the NYPD collaborating with the FBI and other federal agencies." Li Hong turned his head, glaring at a technician who seemed ready to act, and coldly remarked, "Do you think you'll have a chance to stand trial? You might not even see a lawyer before being thrown into Guantanamo." His words caused panic among many in the room, leading to an uproar. If this entire incident was classified as terrorism, the situation would be entirely different. They had seen the brutal methods the government used against terrorists in movies and on television, and now those same measures could befall them. While others might not understand what they were doing, surely they themselves were aware. "Taking some risks to gain rewards is normal," Dr. Octavius scoffed, suppressing all her anxiety. "Do you know how many universities and laboratories across the country have experiments that, strictly speaking, could be considered acts of terrorism? But at least those have been reported. Have you reported yours, doctor?" Li Hong reached the control panel, eyeing the reachable red button, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He turned to scan everyone in the room and continued, "Right now, I don't know how many people are rushing here. There are police, agents, and even the Avengers. They might already be above us." Mentioning the Avengers made many in the room even more uneasy, glancing at Dr. Octavius. It hadn't been long since the alien invasion battle in New York, and the Avengers' heroic image in resisting that invasion was still vivid in everyone's minds. The thought of becoming a target for the Avengers made some tremble uncontrollably. Dr. Octavius, however, remained focused, calmly gazing at Li Hang. "That's Mr. Fisk's job, he has the means to handle the troubles outside. We just need to complete our work." As soon as Jean Bing's name was mentioned, the room fell silent. They may not have understood how ruthless Jean Bing was before, but after their experiences in recent times, everyone was well aware. Not everyone was willingly participating in such experiments for Jean Bing, but they were all dutifully remaining in place. No one was paying attention to Li Hang and Dr. Octavius anymore. They turned back to focus on their tasks. Compared to the authorities, they feared Jean Bing far more. No matter whether the Avengers or anyone else sought to trouble them, they would have to go through Jean Bing first. However, Li Hang's strategy wasn't entirely in vain. Although the researchers continued their work, their movements had noticeably slowed, and they were clearly more cautious. Li Hang's expression darkened in an instant, and he raised a hand, pressing it directly on the large red button. With just a slight push, he could press it down. "You know how much profit this experiment holds, young man? If you let go, I can guarantee that Mr. Fisk will not let you down." Dr. Octavius began to show a smug smile, believing no one could resist the lure of money. "Sorry, Doctor, the New York government offers more." After saying this, Li Hang did not hesitate to press the red button, the roar halting suddenly. Since he couldn't enjoy the benefits of the experiment alone, he might as well stop it and destroy it. In doing so, any honors or material rewards the New York government might issue later wouldn't leave him out. Even if his desires were smaller, it would be enough for him to enjoy for a lifetime, and he could later have the chance to restart this experiment by himself. However, in the next moment, Li Hang's expression changed drastically. The experiment, which had just begun to wind down, suddenly roared back to life. Dr. Octavius's face showed a triumphant smile as a metallic tendril had already plunged deep into the console behind her. "Dr. Octopus!" Li Hang stared in shock at the figure of Dr. Octavius in front of him, along with the 4 mechanical tentacles waving behind her. One of the mechanical tentacles had already inserted itself into the control panel. Despite Li Hang pressing the termination button, it was ineffective, and the experiment continued unabated. "How could it be you?" He gritted his teeth and, without hesitation, pulled the trigger of the assault rifle in his hands. Bang bang bang. The sounds from the gun were a series of dull thuds, as a mechanical tentacle instantly inserted itself into the barrel, blocking the bullet before it could fire. Seeing the barrel about to explode, the mechanical tentacle twisted forcefully, causing Li Hang to lose grip of the entire assault rifle. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward like a small mountain, slamming into Dr. Octavius's chest. At that moment, Li Hang was filled with regret. He should have thought of this earlier. The name Dr. Octavius had always sounded familiar to him, but he had never connected it to Dr. Octopus. Under normal circumstances, who would have thought? The Dr. Octopus in Li Hang's memory was male, while the one before him was female. S.H.I.E.L.D. had thoroughly investigated Dr. Octavius's background, and she had always been female since childhood, without any sex reassignment surgeries. Li Hang had always considered her an outstanding particle physicist and never imagined she was the infamous Dr. Octopus. The 4 mechanical tentacles waving vigorously confirmed her identity, indicating that Li Hang was facing significant obstacles. There was no doubt about Dr. Octopus's talent. With her present, no matter how Li Hang disrupted the experiment, it could still continue. The 4 mechanical tentacles behind her possessed high intelligence and could easily control the experiment's continuation. Moreover, they had formidable offensive capabilities. 2 mechanical tentacles suddenly appeared in front of Dr. Octopus, striking fiercely at the charging Li Hang. Just as the 2 mechanical tentacles were about to hit Li Hang, he suddenly vanished without a trace. No, to be precise, he had slipped to the ground in an instant, his body sliding like a shovel towards Dr. Octopus's legs. At that critical moment, Dr. Octopus, about to be swept by Li Hang, suddenly seemed to be pulled up into the air. The 2 mechanical tentacles behind her lifted her just in time, avoiding Li Hang's attack. It was at this moment that Li Hang jumped up and charged directly towards the control room's exit. Dr. Octopus was momentarily stunned. She was on guard against Li Hang attacking the control panel, so why did he suddenly give up? Just as Dr. Octopus hesitated on whether to continue chasing Li Hang, she saw that he had produced another handgun aimed directly at the control panel, and pulled the trigger, sending bullets flying like a gale. With a ding, the rapidly flying bullets were all knocked down by the mechanical tentacles. At that moment, Dr. Octavius dared not act rashly, as Li Hang had demonstrated a long-range threat to the control panel.
But after just a moment of hesitation, she lunged forward, chasing after Li Hang. She was extremely clear-headed. While destroying the entire experiment was no easy task, it was not impossible. The most direct method was to destroy the control panel. Once the control panel was destroyed, the experiment would naturally come to a halt. Li Hang had realized this point, which was why he had rushed into the control room, but he hadn't expected to encounter this perverse Dr. Octopus. The 4 mechanical tentacles behind Dr. Octopus were made of high-strength alloy, designed to restrain the nuclear fusion experiment. Each tentacle could lift at least 8 tons, boasting immense strength, and was fully integrated with her body, allowing her to manipulate the tentacles at will with her mind. These tentacles could not only be used to attack enemies but also serve as transportation for moving and lifting heavy objects with ease. Moreover, these tentacles had considerable intelligence and could act as top-notch computer hackers. Even if Li Hang destroyed the control panel, Dr. Octopus could still access it through the tentacles, assisting her in continuing the experiment. Since he couldn't destroy the control panel, he had to think of another way. Within a very short time, Li Hang figured out everything and quickly retreated. Compared to confronting Dr. Octopus, battling the base guards might be safer. He indeed couldn't destroy the control panel, but he could employ the previous method to systematically destroy all the electromagnetic accelerators below, one by one. This way, even if Dr. Octopus could maximize the power of those devices, Li Hang could stall until the Avengers arrived. The source of resistance had never been himself, but the Avengers. They were always the most dangerous and the most feared. Dr. Octopus was a clever person. She saw through Li Hang's thoughts at a glance, so she disregarded the danger to the control panel and aimed to eliminate Li Hang, absolutely not allowing him to delay the experiment. A long, hard steel tentacle shot across several meters at high speed, aiming viciously at Li Hang's back. Li Hang's back seemed to have eyes. Without needing to look back, he fired with a bang, the bullet racing towards Dr. Octopus. Bang bang bang! The bullets from the gun continued to fire, targeting not only Dr. Octopus but also other locations on the control panel. Dr. Octopus frowned, as one steel tentacle blocked the bullets aimed at her, while the other 2 tentacles swung left and right, intercepting the bullets directed at other instruments. Although these bullets could not destroy the control panel, they could still disrupt her. The particle collision experiment to open parallel space was extremely meticulous, especially at critical moments, where operations became complex and precise to the utmost degree. Dr. Octopus's steel tentacles had to fully assist her in conducting the experiment. Any distraction could result in failure. In the current situation, it was best for the control panel to remain intact, which would make her subsequent operations much easier. Dr. Octavius looked ahead. The steel tentacle had already grabbed Li Hang's back and pulled hard. A piece of clothing was torn off. Li Hang's coat, which he had stripped from a base guard, was yanked off him by the steel tentacle. A clever ruse. At the critical moment, Li Hang executed this move. As the steel tentacle grabbed him, he channeled all his strength into his coat. The mechanical tentacle mistakenly thought it had seized his body and pulled hard, only to find it was merely a trick. That brief delay allowed Li Hang to burst out of the control room, leaving Dr. Octopus and everything in the control room behind the door. Li Hang had just sighed in relief when hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor ahead. He looked up. The corridor was empty. Since the entire corridor was circular around the particle collider, even though someone was rushing towards him, they couldn't see each other due to the line of sight. Li Hang dared not delay, taking a deep breath, and like an arrow released from a bow, he dashed forward, simultaneously pulling the trigger of the Glock handgun in his hand. In an instant, Li Hang's wrist shook rapidly. The bullet shot out from the barrel, but instead of flying straight as usual, it traced a strange arc, speeding forward along the curve. Then with a puff, it shot into the forehead of a base guard rushing towards him. Since Li Hang pressed the red button, all the guards in the underground base searching for him knew he had rushed into the control room and immediately came charging in. A group of people hurried forward, all armed with assault rifles, but before they could see Li Hang's figure, the comrade running in front had already been shot dead by a bullet that came from nowhere. Bang bang bang! The gunfire rang out one after another, and in an instant, several guards fell silently to the ground. An inexplicable fear swept over them, causing everyone to instinctively halt, exchanging glances, unsure of what to do. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. After becoming vigilant, a guard reacted quickly, darting to the left in a fraction of a second. The next moment, a loud wail erupted. Ah! Others looked and saw that this guard was clutching his right ear tightly, blood seeping through his fingers. Just then, another gunshot sounded, abruptly stopping the wails.
the guard had collapsed silently to the ground. The others instinctively retreated a few steps, yet the gunfire continued unabated. Li Hong kept running forward while unable to resist rubbing his wrist. He had mastered the curved bullet technique long ago. Theoretically, this move was not difficult, but it greatly harmed the wrist. After firing a shot, he could not shoot again for a short time. Thus, despite having this killer move, Li Hong wouldn't dare to use it lightly under normal circumstances. However, recently his cellular vitality had significantly increased, and his body's self-healing ability had improved, allowing him to utilize this technique in critical situations, finally opening a path for himself. With a loud bang, the door to the control room was suddenly smashed open. Dr. Olivia Octavius burst out from the control room, supported by two steel tentacles. Her face was filled with murderous intent, and with the support of the mechanical tentacles, she quickly charged towards Li Hang. Dr. Octopus posed a tremendous threat to him. Unlike superheroes who would blindly clash head-on, he was extremely clever. He did not continuously target Dr. Octavius herself, rather, he kept his eyes on the surrounding instruments and equipment. Although those machines could not completely stop the experiment, any damage would cause some degree of delay to the entire experiment. Cumulatively, the situation could become very severe. Dr. Octavius had not been in contact with Kingpin for some time. She was unsure of what methods he was using to delay the Avengers from arriving here. She knew very well that the time Kingpin could buy was limited, perhaps even shorter than he had claimed. At this moment, Dr. Octavius could not allow Li Hong to continue his destruction. She had to kill him in the shortest time possible. Supported by the mechanical tentacles, Dr. Octavius moved extremely quickly, and soon she spotted Li Hang. With a click, the bullet was chambered. Li Hong expressionlessly raised his head to look at Dr. Octavius charging towards him, then without hesitation, pulled the trigger of the captured assault rifle in his hands. Bullets surged towards Dr. Octavius like a torrential rain, and at the same time, Li Hang's toes flicked, picking up another assault rifle from the ground. In an instant, it was as if a downpour was pouring. Bullets were crazily shooting towards Dr. Octavius, raining down upon her. In that moment, she felt as if she were on the battlefield. The two mechanical tentacles crossed each other, forming a gigantic cross, swinging at high speed like a barrier forged from steel, blocking all the bullets that came their way. Olivia Octavius, also known as Dr. Octopus, had two of her mechanical tentacles protecting her safety, while the other two were supporting her as she slowly advanced, step by step, towards Li Hang. Li Hang fired several rounds with different assault rifles, emptying them all, yet not a single bullet managed to penetrate that steel screen and hit Dr. Octopus. The gunfire abruptly ceased. In the shortest time possible, Li Hang unloaded the magazine and quickly picked up a new one from the ground, completing the magazine change in an instant. However, this time he didn't shoot recklessly. Instead, he tilted his head, curiosity written across his face, and asked, "Is it the electromagnetic force at work?" "You're very clever. This is your last chance. Surrender," Dr. Octavius replied coldly, though her murderous intent gradually receded. Li Hang was not an easy opponent. Despite the two mechanical tentacles being equipped with special devices capable of generating strong electromagnetic forces to interfere with and redirect incoming bullets, thus maximizing her protection, she was still surprised that Li Hang could make bullets curve. The curvature of the bullets fired from the assault rifle was not large, but that slight curve nearly hit Dr. Octavius. Li Hang was exceedingly cunning. He aimed for Dr. Octavius's feet. Once hit, even if she could still walk, at least two of the four steel tentacles on her body would be forced to act as limbs, effectively binding her. Unfortunately, the space in the underground base was limited. The corridor barely had a height of 2 meters. At a distance, there might still be a chance to maneuver, but now, being so close. At this point, there's no need for more talk. After Li Hang finished this sentence, he fired 3 shots in quick succession, the 3 bullets instantly shooting out and striking the steel wall, then rebounding toward Dr. Octavius. Li Hang was not only skilled in making bullets curve but was also quite adept at utilizing ricochets. After firing the 3 shots, he switched to semi-automatic mode and, without even glancing at the result, burst through a door beside him, charging inside. With Dr. Octavius's mechanical tentacles enhanced by electromagnetic forces and the rapidly spinning mechanical shield, unless dozens of heavy machine guns fired at her simultaneously, ordinary firearms could not harm her at all. With Dr. Octavius closely pursuing him, it would take a lot of time for Li Hang to retreat to the lower level, and he had only a few trump cards. Once all were exposed, Dr. Octavius would quickly seize the opportunity. He didn't want to lose his life before the Avengers arrived, so he decisively entered the adjacent room.
The electrical circuits on this level had all short-circuited and had not yet been repaired. The key was that the room housing the instruments and equipment was small, significantly limiting the power of Dr. Octavius's steel tentacles. Although the firearms in Li Hang's hands could not utilize the ability to make bullets curve, ricochets still posed a considerable threat, not to mention his shooting was always precise. A careless hit would lead to significant trouble. Though Dr. Octopus possessed immense power through her mechanical tentacles, they were still external constructs, not part of her body. She was fundamentally an ordinary person. If hit by a bullet, even in a non-vital area, the risk of death was always present when dealing with a dangerous criminal like Li Hang. With a bang, a mechanical tentacle smashed through the door and charged in, and Li Hang immediately aimed at the entrance and fired 3 shots. However, the doorway was empty, only a mechanical tentacle was rapidly slamming toward Li Hang. Damn! Can that thing see? Li Hang couldn't help but curse inwardly as he quickly ducked behind a massive piece of equipment. But the mechanical tentacle swung fiercely and slammed into the equipment, sending several tons of weight crashing towards Li Hang. With a loud bang, the equipment smashed against the wall and then crashed into the inner glass wall. With a sharp crack, a bullet hit the ultra-high-strength glass wall, which was already riddled with countless cracks. In an instant, the glass wall shattered. A figure suddenly flew out from behind the heavy equipment. In the blink of an eye, it smashed through the glass wall, much to Dr. Octopus's horror. What was the core of the entire base? It wasn't the control room or the room where the acceleration equipment was placed, it was further inside, behind the glass wall, where spiral-shaped steel pipes continuously rose. Inside those specially designed steel pipes were various high-energy particles accelerating at full force. Despite Li Hang's interference preventing the top row of equipment from accelerating these particles, the entire underground space was over 100 meters high, spiraling up and down. The impact of this layer could easily be offset by increasing the power of other equipment. To completely terminate the entire experiment, one must destroy the fundamental power source of the experiment or destroy these rapidly rotating high-energy particles, or destroy the pipes that made them move quickly, freeing the particles from their confines. Dr. Octavius quickly realized Li Hang's malicious intentions and burst out in the shortest time possible. Li Hang stood atop a pipe, looking up at Dr. Octavius, and aimed his assault rifle at the metal pipe, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang bang bang! 3 shots rang out, and Li Hang's expression suddenly changed, as the bullet struck the steel pipes, unable to penetrate them at all. Dr. Octavius above revealed a smug smile. These specially designed steel pipes were meant to withstand the impact of extremely high-speed energy particles. The material itself was unique, and unless hit with a shell, ordinary bullets could not penetrate them. At that moment, Li Hang saw Dr. Octavius behind him. He swung his assault rifle down hard against the clamps securing the metal pipes, powerful enough to break the clamps. The entire metal pipe instantly sank downwards. You damned fool! The shaking of the metal pipes made Dr. Octavius's face contort into a grotesque expression, becoming even uglier. In the blink of an eye, a steel tentacle shot out like a venomous snake. There was little room to stand on top of the metal pipe, and not much cover available, plus Li Hang's intentions were easy to guess, making it even easier for Dr. Octavius to catch him this time. Humph! Li Hang snorted coldly, quickly charging forward, one hand clutching the bent assault rifle, while the other drew his handgun, aiming at the distant Dr. Octavius, firing a shot. His wrist shook rapidly in a short moment, the bullet tracing a large arc, nearly shooting toward Dr. Octavius's temple from the side. This shot successfully drew Dr. Octavius's attention, as she used her steel tentacles to deflect the bullet. By the time she regained her focus, another steel tentacle had slammed down on the steel pipe beneath Li Hang, creating a massive hole with tremendous force. The entire pipe shook violently in an instant, forcing Dr. Octavius to grab the wall with one of her steel tentacles to barely maintain her balance. After all, Dr. Octavius was still an ordinary person. Though by chance she had gained superhuman powers, it did not mean she had become a superhero. In reality, she fell far short of being a true superhuman in every aspect. At that moment, just in terms of balance, Li Hang had caught her flaw. With a loud bang, another iron clamp was smashed open by Li Hang. Standing at a distance, Li Hang looked at Dr. Octavius, a sinister smile appearing on his lips. Then, he quickly ran along the pipe again, his assault rifle ready for another strike. No! An angry scream rang out as 2 steel tentacles lunged at Li Hang. Bang bang bang! Gunfire erupted, but this time, the curved bullets found it difficult to hurt Dr. Octavius. Although the curved bullets were quite skillful, They took longer to travel through the air than ordinary bullets, allowing a clever person to easily calculate the bullet's trajectory, and the steel tentacles enhanced by electromagnetic forces could easily knock them down. Dr. Octavius focused more on attacking Li Hong, who was extremely cunning and fast, often using the steel pipes as cover. His agile movements even allowed him to hang directly beneath the pipes. If she wasn't careful, her steel tentacles would slam into the steel pipes, forcing her to temporarily hold back. Li Hong ran wildly ahead, constantly smashing open one iron clamp after another, securing the pipes. He was having a blast as the pipes shook beneath him and his speed was rapid. Dr. Octavius kept trying to catch him, but while her steel tentacles could extend their reach to attack enemies, their length was ultimately limited. As long as Li Hong cleverly understood this limit, he could not only continuously damage the clamps but also keep Dr. Octavius firmly restrained here. Without Dr. Octavius's involvement, the entire experiment would be even more affected. Li Hong could even wait until the Avengers arrived. Suddenly, Li Hong came to a sudden stop, and at that moment, a steel tentacle lunged towards him fiercely. In a critical moment, Li Hong quickly regained his composure, leaning back with a gymnastic-like move, dodging two ferocious steel tentacles in quick succession, then glaring hatefully at Dr. Octavius in the distance. Seeing Li Hong's expression of intense hatred, Dr. Octavius's lips curled into a smug smile. At the same time, a steel tentacle reached out, grabbing the damaged steel clamp, twisting it forcefully to reconnect it, thus refixing the metal pipe. Everything Li Hong had done was in vain. While Li Hong was busy destroying, Dr. Octavius was quickly repairing in places hidden from his view. In reality, everything Li Hong had done for so long had been futile. "Tell me, are the Avengers coming now?" Li Hong suddenly shouted this, causing Dr. Octavius's expression to change dramatically. Although Li Hong's damage to the steel pipes was quickly repaired by Dr. Octavius, she was still held back. A steel tentacle slammed down towards Li Hong fiercely. At that moment, he suddenly jumped up, grabbing onto the window frame 3 meters above, dodging the attack from the steel tentacle. The reason Li Hong was able to quickly sense the issue was that, unknowingly, he had returned to the room he had jumped down from after circling around completely, and since the pipes hadn't fallen yet, it was enough to indicate a problem. However, just as Li Hong grabbed the window, at that moment, another steel tentacle was coming down. He suddenly let go of his hold. As he fell, he grabbed the previous steel tentacle, using its immense force to slam it down onto the steel pipe below. The steel tentacle, initially retracting, was suddenly caught by Li Hong. The two forces combined, smashing the specially designed steel pipe into a half-collapsed state. This caused Dr. Octavius's expression to darken instantaneously. A shadow raced through the curved corridor like the wind, with loud bang-bang-bang sounds echoing behind. It was the furious pursuit of Dr. Octavius. As Li Hong escaped from the core area, he smashed the high-energy particle acceleration pipe, bending it significantly. This meant that the space available for high-speed particles to operate at that cross-section had suddenly been reduced by half. If it couldn't be repaired quickly, even if the particle collision experiment could be successfully initiated, the number of particles available for the collision would be halved, severely diminishing the overall effectiveness of the experiment. At the same time, high-energy particles continued to impact the severed cross-section. If the blockage persisted for too long, it could easily trigger a particle explosion. The particle collision was not the goal but rather a means to an end. Their ultimate objective was to open a spatial channel to parallel universes. Now, with Li Hong's last-minute counterattack, the probability of the experiment's success had been reduced by half or even more, which Dr. Octopus could not accept. In her frenzy, she disregarded everything else. Besides instructing others to continue repairing and operating the equipment, she gritted her teeth and pursued Li Hong relentlessly. Although Li Hong was in a desperate situation, he felt a surge of joy inside. The moment of inspiration at a critical juncture allowed him to maximize the disruption of the entire experiment. If, under such circumstances, Dr. Octopus still managed to succeed in her experiment and open the spatial channel to the parallel universe, it would not be his fault but rather fate's design. With a crisp ding, the elevator doors suddenly opened ahead. Li Hong's eyes lit up, and his speed surged, darting like an arrow as he evaded Dr. Octavius's pursuit and dashed into the elevator. Inside the elevator were not Kingpin or the Avengers he had hoped for, but two rather disheveled base guards. Without hesitation, Li Hong grabbed them and tossed them out of the elevator, quickly shutting the doors behind him. With a loud bang, Dr. Octavius's steel tentacles slammed into the elevator doors, leaving a deep dent, but it was ultimately too late. In the blink of an eye, she ripped the elevator doors open, preparing to climb up the elevator shaft to continue her pursuit.
However, at that moment, a timid voice came from behind her. "Doctor, the boss wants me to tell you that he will take full responsibility for the situation above, you just need to focus on handling the experiment." Dr. Octavius turned sharply, glaring fiercely at Kingpin's subordinate. A glint flashed in her eyes, but the next moment, she ignored the minion in front of her and turned to charge back toward the control room. She needed to continue her experiment. Despite the enormous trouble she faced, it was not entirely without hope, as they were not solely relying on the particle collider to open the spatial dimension. Li Hong was unaware that Dr. Octavius had abandoned her pursuit of him. Regardless, because of him, both Kingpin and Dr. Octavius's experiments could not proceed normally, and if they pushed ahead with the experiment forcibly, it could even lead to the entire equipment self-destructing.
If that happened, it would be the best outcome.
However, for his own sake, it was wiser to escape this dangerous place quickly. With a ding, the elevator doors abruptly opened. Li Hong dashed out, his face turning exceptionally serious. Before the elevator doors even opened, he had already heard gunfire outside. A fierce battle was raging. Amid the rain, Iron Man hovered in the air, countless small missiles launching from him, crashing down on the massive Green Goblin below. Who would have thought the Green Goblin had suddenly grown several times larger, standing nearly 5 meters tall, taller than the Hulk at his peak? His 10 claws had become extremely sharp, and with a swing of his muscular arms, he nearly grabbed Stark. Strangely, a pair of green wings had sprouted from the back of the Green Goblin. Whether he could fly was unknown, but with a light flap, he accelerated violently, almost lunging at the unsuspecting Iron Man. However, Iron Man's armor was far more agile than the Goblin's massive body, allowing Stark to evade the treacherous attack at a critical moment. On the rooftop, Spider-Man was swinging back and forth while a giant mechanical scorpion was relentlessly snapping at him. The Scorpion King, MacDonald Gargan, was an old acquaintance of Spider-Man. No one knew when he had joined Kingpin, but his presence here was undoubtedly to guard this last line of defense for Kingpin. In the center of the hall, continuously shooting was the Prowler, cloaked in purple armor. The Prowler fired relentlessly with his right hand while wielding rapidly spinning chain gears with his left. Whenever he sensed an opportunity, he would strike fiercely. Captain America Rogers was holding his ground relatively well, although the Prowler was no pushover. Rogers, armed with his vibranium shield, was able to handle him with ease. He occasionally glanced sideways at Kingpin, who was observing the battle while directing other gunmen to find opportunities to shoot at Rogers. The bullets fired were frenzied but largely ineffective. Kingpin was not in a hurry. His main goal was not to kill the Avengers but to block them and buy time for the experiment to proceed faster. In this regard, he trusted Dr. Octavius. As long as he could hold off the enemies above, she would surely be able to complete the experiment smoothly. Kingpin was the first to spot Li Hong, a complete stranger suddenly bursting out of the underground base. Kingpin instinctively glanced toward the distant corner of the wall, where Corey was curled up, unconscious, and wrapped in a layer of white webbing. When Li Hong saw this, his expression darkened instantly. From a distance, he could even see a smear of blood at the corner of Corey's mouth. He could imagine the scene. Corey had been punched out, severely injured and unconscious. Fortunately, Spider-Man had arrived just in time to rescue her, temporarily placing her in the corner to avoid disrupting the ongoing battle.
Only Kingpin could have knocked Corey out with a single punch.
If it had been the giant Green Goblin, Scorpion, or Prowler, Corey would likely have met a much grimmer fate. Li Hong's face grew grim. Even though he knew Corey would eventually revive, he still didn't want to see her injured or dead. Their eyes locked for a moment, one filled with rage, Kingpin, and the other, dark and murderous, Li Hong. As Li Hong emerged from the underground secret base, Kingpin could easily deduce that the situation below was dire.
A gunshot suddenly broke their furious stare. Li Hong swiftly ducked behind a pillar, not daring to make a move.
At that moment, countless furious bullets rained down on his position, causing the pillar to rattle. He wiped away the dust splattered on his face, lowered his body, and crouched behind the pillar. Extending his handgun from the ground slightly upwards, he fired, the bullet hitting one of the gunmen behind Kingpin directly in the eye. This gunman, resembling the Terminator, seemed completely unaware that a bullet would come from Kingpin's direction. The shot hit his eye, bursting it, and the bullet lodged in his brain, causing him to drop to the ground without a sound. Kingpin's eye twitched uncontrollably, anger surging within him. He hadn't expected Li Hong to counterattack under such fire. If he hadn't sensed the danger and dodged in time, he might have been the one to fall.
Bang bang bang. Gunfire continued to erupt as Li Hong shifted his target.
The muzzle turned slightly, and the gunmen surrounding Kingpin each burst with blood.
In an instant, 5 or 6 of them lay dead on the ground amidst the gunfire. The others finally realized where Li Hang's gun was aimed, and frantic bullets shot down towards him. At that moment, a figure leaped up from behind the pillar, and Li Hang fired several shots mid-air. Kingpin stepped back slightly, avoiding the body of a fallen henchman, watching as he twitched twice before going limp. "Everyone retreat. Go help the prowler. I will deal with this one personally," Kingpin ordered, waving his hand. The remaining half of the gunmen scattered, no longer surrounding Kingpin but instead hiding and waiting to shoot Li Hang or anyone else at the first opportunity. A gunshot rang out, hitting Kingpin's body directly. However, just then, the cane in Kingpin's hand shot forward like lightning, deflecting the bullet to the ground. Li Hang ducked back behind the pillar, his heart tightening as he witnessed this. Kingpin was proving far more troublesome than he had anticipated. Over the years, countless righteous police officers had tried to take down Kingpin, only to meet their demise. Kingpin was not only cunning and skilled at manipulation but, more importantly, his personal strength was exceptionally high. The police records on Kingpin included a note: Wilson Fisk, superhuman physical condition, highly skilled in combat, known as the strongest human. Li Hang experienced the weight of that title firsthand. His first shot had been dodged by Kingpin in an incredibly short time. A normal person would likely have not even realized it. His last shot had been deflected by Kingpin's cane, something even he might not have been able to do. "Officer, I take it you were the one who initially broke in? Can you tell me what the situation is down there?" Kingpin stood firm, his gaze fixed on the stone pillar where Li Hang was hiding. Li Hang glanced down at his pants. He understood that his clothing had given away his identity. He had changed his coat when he returned home, but due to Corey and the rush to leave, he hadn't changed his shoes or pants. He hadn't expected Kingpin to discern his identity so quickly. His perception was truly remarkable. "Dr. Octavius is doing her best to salvage the damage I caused," Li Hang replied, and at his words, Kingpin's grip on his cane tightened instantly. "However," Li Hang continued, "but I believe with Dr. Octavius's abilities, as long as she is given enough time, she will be able to make everything operate smoothly again." Li Hang was provoking Kingpin, but he didn't want to push him too hard. If Kingpin really went mad, he wouldn't be able to handle it. While Kingpin was not yet at the brink of madness, his anger was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. "You come out, I'll give you a chance, an opportunity for a fair duel with me. I promise no one else will shoot at you, that is my guarantee." Kingpin spoke each word while methodically removing his coat piece by piece, suppressing his anger. To Li Hang's disbelief, he stepped out from behind the pillar. Although he could easily retreat back behind it at any moment, he stood his ground. "Your promise has guarantees, I believe that. So, Mr. Fisk, if you defeat me, you can return to the lower level through the elevator." Corey had been so brutally beaten by Kingpin. Li Hang was determined to take revenge himself and give Kingpin a thorough beating. Kingpin, Wilson Grant Fisk. He stood at a towering height of 201 centimeters and weighed 204 kilograms, with an astonishing body density. Over 90% of him was muscle. He was a top-tier martial artist, earning the title of the strongest human. At this moment, he stood 10.3 meters away from Li Hang, casually flexing his muscles, his gaze piercing like an arrow, fixated on Li Hang. Li Hang mirrored his intensity. His cold eyes were like a tiger's, observing Kingpin with predatory focus, taking in every subtle movement of Kingpin's muscles. Neither of them made a move. At their current distance, if they unleashed their full power, they could close the gap in an instant. At this moment, all Li Hang could perceive was Kingpin. The sounds around him seemed to vanish, and even space appeared to blur in his heightened awareness. This was a manifestation of extreme concentration. Li Hang was not worried about Kingpin's men shooting him from the shadows. According to the New York Police Department's files and the rumors within the city's underworld, Kingpin was a man of his word. When he said no one would shoot at Li Hang during this time, he meant it. Of course, saying that didn't mean anyone would actually believe it. Even if Kingpin later killed the shooter, by then, Li Hang would already be dead. He couldn't go back and change that. Moreover, today was different from the past. Kingpin was fighting for his wife and child. If it came to it, he might abandon his promises. In fact, Kingpin had never considered that someone might shoot, as he knew that even if someone did, it was unlikely they could kill Li Hang. However, if he himself took action, he could likely crush Li Hang with a single punch. Kingpin had that confidence. Li Hang understood this too. His choice to stand up now was, in a sense, impulsive, fueled by a desire for revenge for Corey and to gauge Kingpin's strength, thus measuring his own power to achieve a breakthrough.
The Mind Stone's influence on Li Hong had diminished significantly, no longer allowing him to surpass human limits. To progress further, he needed to endure greater pressure, and Kingpin was undoubtedly an excellent choice. As for life and death, Li Hong had completely set those thoughts aside. He no longer cared about the underground particle collision experiment. The Avengers had arrived, and they would undoubtedly handle it better than he could. Thus, in this moment, all Li Hong saw was Kingpin. The tension of this confrontation had begun at the moment Li Hong stepped forward. Even a single movement could directly determine life or death. His right hand, hidden behind his back, trembled not out of fear but from excitement. No matter what Kingpin did, Li Hong's fist would respond with the most accurate counteraction. In that instant, Li Hong's breathing slowed significantly. He could feel Kingpin's immense pressure bearing down on him, yet he remained firmly standing. Kingpin's massive form loomed like a mountain, attempting to force Li Hong to strike first. But if Li Hong acted first, he would surely die. Li Hong understood this perfectly. In terms of raw strength, he was no match for Kingpin. Kingpin had spent years engaging in grueling muscle training, his physical prowess reaching the limits of humanity. A single punch from him could exceed 400 kilograms of force, far beyond what Li Hong could hope to achieve in just a few months. In terms of fighting techniques, Li Hong also fell short. That guy practiced daily with top martial artists from around the world, often fighting 10 opponents at once, and always finishing in under 20 seconds, leaving his enemies either dead or injured. Li Hong's only advantage was speed. Unlike Kingpin, who had reached his level through self-training, Li Hong had attained his abilities through the Mind Stone's powers. While Kingpin's muscles were exaggerated, they were also incredibly solid. Even so, his size was formidable. Despite Kingpin's explosive speed powered by his immense strength, he was still affected by his own mass more than Li Hong. If Li Hong struck first, his speed and attack direction would be locked in. With Kingpin's superior strength and technique, a single hit would guarantee Li Hong's demise. In fact, it would take less than 20 seconds for Kingpin to kill him. At this moment, it was a test of patience. Only by forcing Kingpin to act first did Li Hong stand a chance. Every inch of Li Hong's skin, every bone, every pulse of blood, and every breath adjusted in that moment, attempting to coalesce into a force to meet Kingpin's impending strike. Finally, here it came. With a thunderous boom, the ground beneath Kingpin exploded as he launched himself at Li Hong like a cannonball. His massive fist, resembling a giant bull, tore through the air between them, smashing down toward Li Hong's head in an instant. With a sharp crack, Li Hong unleashed the baton hidden in his right hand, whipping it forward like a whip, aiming for Kingpin's temple with enough force to crush it. Simultaneously, while his lower body remained steady, Li Hong leaned back, as if anticipating the move. Kingpin's left hand shot up, his massive palm shielding his left ear. At the same time, his right leg kicked out with brutal force, aiming for Li Hong's groin as if to shatter his vitals. Reacting instinctively, Li Hong's left leg shot back, his body pivoting sharply to the right as he dodged Kingpin's attack, his baton striking toward Kingpin's temple with even greater force. Kingpin reacted just as quickly. After missing with his right foot, he stepped forward, transforming his fist into an elbow, crashing down diagonally. Simultaneously, he charged at Li Hong, sidestepping the blow from the baton and striking fiercely at Li Hong's throat with his left hand. In the blink of an eye, Li Hong found himself in extreme danger. There was no time to think, everything was instinctual. At that moment, Li Hong tilted his head sharply to the right, his right shoulder rising as he slammed into Kingpin. In that instant of close quarters, all of Li Hong's bones, muscles, and blood converged their strength into his shoulder, colliding forcefully with Kingpin's descending elbow. With a dull thud, both men were sent stumbling back. The brief distance left no time for either to change tactics. A premature move would lead to death. In their full-force collision, Kingpin's expression was one of shock, while Li Hong's calm facade could not hide the pain beneath. His shoulder felt nearly shattered, pain radiating throughout his body, even making it hard to grip his baton. Li Hong was not the only one suffering. Kingpin felt it too. The force was mutual. Newton's laws apply universally. In that moment, Kingpin felt as if his fist might shatter from the impact, the tremendous force causing him to involuntarily stagger back. However, Kingpin clearly would not back down easily. Just then, his right leg surged forward again, viciously aiming a kick at Li Hong's abdomen. If that kick landed, Li Hong wouldn't be punctured, but his internal organs would surely be ruptured. At that moment, Li Hong seemed to hesitate just a beat, directly receiving Kingpin's kick and doubling over in pain, hugging Kingpin's thigh. With his hands clasped over his head and his elbows instinctively raised, he struck lightning fast at Kingpin's thigh, then flipped his right elbow upward, crashing it into Kingpin's abdomen, and finally, his right hand shot up, slamming into Kingpin's jaw.
Hug the head, from the Xing-Yi style.
The unexpected blows forced Kingpin to retreat several steps in pain. After executing the combination, Li Hong quickly withdrew to the cover of the stone pillar, clutching his abdomen, his face twisted in agony.
He had taken Kingpin's kick head-on while landing a heavy blow on Kingpin in return.
With a jump and a thrust, he concentrated all his force into his elbow in that fleeting moment, delivering the hardest part of his body against the enemy. This was Xing-Yi's hug the head. While it involved both fists and feet, the most lethal weapon was the elbow. Even someone as formidable as Kingpin, after taking that hit, would find himself temporarily incapacitated.
Bang bang bang.
Countless bullets rained down on the stone pillar where Li Hong had taken cover, but a smile crept onto his face.
The entire battle lasted less than 40 seconds, with both sides trading lethal blows.
But he had endured. Despite the overwhelming pain in his abdomen, his self-healing abilities were rapidly mending his injuries. Most importantly, Li Hong felt everything open up within him, achieving a profound clarity. The true yang energy from his dantian finally broke free from its confines, leaping into his meridians, circulating through his body with each breath, before returning to the dantian. After just one small cycle, Li Hong quickly absorbed the essence within him, drawing in the spiritual energy from the surroundings to solidify his foundation, beginning to establish his base, and opening the door to cultivation.
Kingpin's kick had dramatically boosted Li Hang's power in an instant. Bang bang bang.
Countless bullets screamed toward the stone pillar where Li Hong was hiding, like wild beasts unleashed. Dust and debris rained down on his face, but he paid it no mind. Instead, a brilliant smile blossomed on his otherwise hidden face. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged into him like a tidal wave, swiftly circulating through his veins and transforming within him as the true yang energy absorbed and amplified it at an astonishing rate. Li Hong could distinctly feel his strength increasing, a sensation of fulfillment that spurred him on. The meridians in the human body are already pathways by nature. The notion of opening them is misleading. However, through the nurturing and expansion of his true qi, his meridians had become thicker and more resilient, allowing for a greater flow of true yang energy. The acupoints connected to these meridians, under the influence of true yang energy, not only stored large amounts of true qi but also erupted with unique abilities. Li Hong quickly channeled the true yang energy into the Yongquan acupoint at the soles of his feet, and in an instant, he leaped up like a ferocious tiger. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he shot into the air like a bolt of lightning, his hands transforming into claws as he lunged toward Kingpin, who was attempting to sneak into the elevator. Kingpin's expression tightened immediately, but he didn't halt his rush toward the elevator.
The impact of Li Hang's sudden appearance on Kingpin was indescribable.
From the moment the alarm sounded to when Li Hang burst out of the underground base, no one could say how much time had elapsed. No one knew what he had done in the underground base, nor the current state of the facility or Dr. Octavius. Whether the experiment was still underway was what Kingpin cared about most. It was in this urgent moment that he had tried to bait Li Hang out, hoping to eliminate him quickly. Unfortunately for Kingpin, the reality was far from his expectations. Li Hang was much stronger and more ferocious than anticipated. Their brief but intense confrontation had left Kingpin feeling the strain. To deal with Li Hang would take more time, and it was clear that Li Hang would not be giving Kingpin the same opportunities as before. Thus, while his gunmen suppressed Li Hang, Kingpin aimed to bypass him and enter the elevator to gather intel on the experiment. However, the current Li Hang was vastly different from before, and Kingpin's little maneuvers could not escape his notice. Li Hang launched himself into the air, dodging bullets that whizzed past from beneath him without a scratch. He soared over 2 meters high, cleverly evading the frantic gunfire, his speed seemingly multiplying tenfold. The gunmen behind him were unable to react, let alone catch up to his pace. The threat of firearms had diminished to near zero for Li Hang. As long as he was fast enough, the bullets could not reach him. In Li Hang's eyes, there was only Kingpin. In midair, his tiger claws aimed like lightning at Kingpin's eyes, a layer of invisible energy, drawn from the true yang energy, swirling around his fingertips. If he connected, even steel could be torn apart. Kingpin sidestepped without looking back, delivering a fierce sidekick that seemed to crack the very air around him. If that kick landed on Li Hang's chest or abdomen, while it wouldn't shatter his insides, it would certainly hurt. In that critical moment, Li Hang's leg shot forward from behind, colliding violently with Kingpin's left leg. The force of the impact sent Kingpin reeling back in shock, taking several steps backward. He hadn't expected Li Hang's strength to surge to such a level in an instant. In the air, after the collision of their legs, Li Hong spun rapidly, his tiger claws striking at Kingpin's throat with incredible speed. The force was so great that it tore the air around him, creating visible ripples. Kingpin abruptly halted, raising his left elbow to block Li Hong's claws. However, as soon as his left elbow moved to intercept, his right fist shot out like a snake, aiming directly for Li Hong's head. Kingpin's massive frame and long reach meant that before Li Hong could grasp his throat, Kingpin's right punch could potentially crush his skull. In an instant, Li Hong retracted his claws, raised his elbows, and slammed them forward, channeling all his strength into the collision against Kingpin's fist. With a resounding boom, Li Hong was sent flying backward, while Kingpin staggered back several steps, a pained expression crossing his face. But he showed no hesitation and quickly dashed toward the elevator. Using the momentum from their clash, Kingpin retreated rapidly, racing toward the elevator. Li Hong, airborne and propelled like a cannonball toward the ceiling, felt the true yang energy flowing rapidly within him. In an instant, he shot downward like an arrow, diving straight for the elevator. The elevator doors began to open slowly, and in his urgency, Kingpin attempted to close them, but time was not on his side. Li Hong was already within reach. Just as he was about to burst into the elevator, a sudden wave of intense dread surged through Li Hong. His internal alarms blared as if going into overdrive. Right before him, a black cane was aimed directly at him. In that moment, every hair on Li Hong's body stood on end, fear flashing in his eyes. At this life-or-death juncture, the true yang energy within him erupted like a volcano, violently channeling into the Yongquan acupoint in his legs. With a sharp pop, it was as if he kicked the air itself, launching himself upward in an instant. Simultaneously, a bright red energy beam shot past, narrowly grazing Li Hong's feet and streaking toward the hall. The bulletproof glass at the entrance, dozens of meters away, shattered instantly, piercing through the towering green goblin's legs and disappearing into the distant jungle, accompanied by a cacophony of crashing trees. Li Hong couldn't help but gasp. Had he been a moment slower, that energy beam would have pierced his forehead, resulting in certain death. In that critical moment, he trusted his instinct, ultimately saving his own life. Yet, the crisis was far from over. In the hall, all the gunmen were frantically firing at Li Hong. Fortunately, his speed was incredible, allowing him to evade the bullets. However, many more gunmen had already taken aim at him from mid-air. Bang bang bang! A shield suddenly flew from behind, knocking 3 gunmen to the ground in an instant. Meanwhile, Li Hong pulled out his handgun, rapidly squeezing the trigger, his wrist moving swiftly as he fired. Bang bang bang! Li Hong fell to the ground, leaning against the now-closed elevator doors, clutching his left side where a sharp pain throbbed. At that moment, Captain Rogers, who had taken down all the gunmen, rushed over and saw Li Hong struggling to stand. "I'm fine, I'm wearing a bulletproof vest," Li Hong replied, slowly pulling his hand away from his side to reveal a glimmering golden bullet resting in his palm. The pain was excruciating. Even with a bulletproof vest on, the impact of the bullet had left him reeling. "Good to hear," Rogers said, not rushing to open the elevator to enter the secret base, but instead turning to check on the others' conditions. The prowler had vanished without a trace, leaving Rogers feeling relieved, and the balance of the situation had shifted dramatically. The rain had noticeably weakened, falling in a gentle drizzle, and people's visibility had improved significantly. In midair, Spider-Man darted around the massive form of the Green Goblin like a nimble swallow, his movements so fluid it seemed he could glide through the air. Occasionally, he let out cheerful, playful sounds, driving the Green Goblin nearly to the brink of madness. The Goblin's enormous claws swiped through the air repeatedly, but he could never land a hit on Spider-Man. Time passed, and he hadn't managed to threaten his old adversary even once. Although he had a pair of wings that could aid in acceleration, they were now tightly entangled in countless webs, which severely hampered his ability to sprint, making it impossible for him to catch Spider-Man. At some point, Spider-Man and Iron Man had silently switched opponents. Spider-Man took on his old foe, the Green Goblin, while Iron Man locked onto the Scorpion. Compared to the rugged and durable Green Goblin, the Scorpion was no match for Iron Man. In no time at all, 2 of the Scorpion's legs had been blown off by Iron Man's missiles, and one of its arms hung limply, a gaping wound on its left shoulder, covered in blood and looking pitiful. Yet, facing Iron Man, the Scorpion had lost even the ability to escape. Ultimately, he was struck by a missile and fell from the rooftop, collapsing on the ground, unable to rise again. After dealing with the Scorpion, Stark quickly ascended to the sky, calling out to Spider-Man. In an instant, countless miniature missiles launched from him, raining down on the Green Goblin. Amid the fiery explosions, splashes of blood erupted everywhere. In a blink, the Green Goblin fell to the ground, gasping for breath.
His once massive body began to shrink rapidly, revealing Norman Osborn before everyone. Osborn? How could it be him?
Stark landed on the ground, a look of surprise on his face as he glanced at Peter Parker. He knew well that Peter Parker was close friends with Harry Osborn, whose father was the Green Goblin. Such a revelation would be difficult for anyone to accept, but Spider-Man, despite the complex emotions on his face, remained relatively calm. From his expression, it seemed he might have already suspected the Green Goblin's true identity. Suddenly, a rapid siren echoed from the mountains below, and flashing police lights came into view. Soon, a large number of police cars arrived on the scene, and their timing was surprisingly good. At this moment, Li Hong had walked to the corner, reaching Corey's side. He extended his hand, gently tearing away the webs that bound her, and lightly patted her cheek. Corey slowly began to awaken.
"Are you okay?"
As soon as Corey opened her eyes and saw Li Hong, her concern spilled forth. "I'm fine," Li Hong couldn't help but smile, warmth flooding his heart for this silly girl. He helped Corey to her feet and casually asked, "How do you feel?" "You were punched by Kingpin, but I don't see any visible injuries."
"I hope you're not suffering any internal damage."
Corey's expression changed slightly, and she quickly shook her head.
"I actually didn't get hit directly, it just grazed me. I'm fine. Regardless, when we get back, I'll accompany you to the hospital for a checkup."
Li Hong was well aware of the situation but chose to play ignorant for now. He supported Corey as they walked toward Rogers, saying, "Let me introduce you.
This is the famous Captain America, and this is Iron Man. And over there is Spider-Man."
Meanwhile, Sheriff Morales, having arrived on the scene, quickly assessed the situation and commanded his officers to carefully apprehend the Scorpion, Norman Osborn, and any other surviving assailants. Among them, only the Prowler had escaped, having sensed the danger and made a swift exit. "Sheriff, you're a bit late," Li Hong said, shaking Morales' hand.
"There was nothing we could do."
The higher-ups insisted on following protocol strictly, and even the chief had no say. "As you can see, only a few Avengers showed up," Morales replied, beginning to greet Rogers, Stark, and others.
"Is this because of the district attorney?"
Stark raised an eyebrow, noticing that everyone had been somewhat affected by the situation.
"And the courts?"
"The New York District Attorney sent people to demand we follow the rules. This park has somehow become private property, and we couldn't get a search warrant approved. In the end, the chief had to act on the grounds of suspected terrorism, or we wouldn't have even been allowed in," Morales said with a shake of his head.
"We need to find something useful tonight, otherwise, it won't look good for the chief."
Chief Reagan of the NYPD had already served 2 terms, and relations with the mayor had soured. Both were eager for the other to step down. If they failed to find solid evidence against Kingpin, it would be embarrassing for Reagan. Although the police department was under Reagan's control, the allocated budget was in the mayor's hands. The courts were somewhat better, but the district attorney was entirely at the mayor's command. Every detail was closely monitored, but thankfully, both sides had shown some restraint, or it could have escalated into outright conflict.
"We're in the same boat."
Once the NYC government opposed it, Reed wouldn't dare to act, Stark complained, voicing his frustration with Mr. Fantastic Reed, whom he believed was too compliant with the government.
"Let's not get into that. Lee, what's the situation down below?"
Rogers redirected the conversation, looking at Li Hong, the only one who had been down there. Li Hong briefly recounted his experience and cautiously added, "Dr. Octavius is difficult to deal with, especially with those 4 mechanical tentacles. In that environment, I was no match for her. I apologize, I did my best."
"It's not your fault."
"According to what you said, under normal circumstances, the experiment should have been completely halted by now," Stark pondered over Li Hong's details. "The short-circuited circuits and the displaced or damaged pipes could significantly impact the experiment. In a proper experimental setting, further testing would be strictly prohibited until all issues were resolved, but the current situation was different. If they insist on proceeding regardless, the chances of success are slim, but it's not entirely impossible." Stark suddenly looked up at Li Hong, decisively stating, "We'll stick to the previous plan, first cut off all external power sources, and I'll handle that. If there's backup power inside, Li, you need to insert the virus hard drive as quickly as possible. Parker, you need to find the backup power and particle source and destroy them." Finally, Stark turned to Rogers, "Captain, your task may be the most challenging. Kingpin and Dr. Octavius are your responsibility. While the others took action, Rogers would need to contain Dr. Octavius and Kingpin, providing support for the others' missions.
"Don't worry," Rogers said, merely 2 words, tightening his grip on his shield strap, ready for action.
In the narrow elevator, it was slowly descending at an excruciatingly slow pace. At this rate, it would take over 10 minutes to reach the underground base, and by then, everything might be too late. This must be Dr. Octavius's doing. Kingpin isn't clever enough for this, Li Hong scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Spider-Man, however, remained remarkably calm. He slightly turned his head and said softly, "Mr. Stark will fix it soon, it won't take long. Don't worry too much, he has to fix the elevator before the power goes out.
Otherwise, we'll be like sitting ducks," Rogers chimed in, laughing lightly. He then looked at Li Hong with curiosity.
"Li, what happened earlier? I think I saw you knock Kingpin down.
Did that happen?"
"Maybe I just had a slight upper hand and pushed him back," Li Hong shrugged, a regretful expression crossing his face. "If I could actually take him down, he wouldn't have gotten away." Li Hong vividly recalled their initial encounter, where he had used a strategy of exchanging injuries to force Kingpin back. In their second fight, his strength had increased significantly, but he had merely managed to gain the upper hand, ultimately allowing Kingpin to escape. That Kane was truly difficult to deal with.
"Is that so? Was this ability always yours, or did it emerge after the Chitauri invasion?" Rogers asked directly, his gaze fixed intently on Li Hong.
Li Hong's eyes narrowed slightly, tension coursing through him, but he quickly relaxed and answered candidly, "Of course it emerged after the Chitauri invasion. I didn't have such abilities before. This is the result of constant practice over the past 6 months. Some people awaken powerful magic in incredible speed after being touched by the Mind Stone, like Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, while others also develop certain abilities. They didn't exceed normal limits, like Dr. Selvig and Hawkeye." Li Hong felt he fell somewhere in between, but he believed his potential was much higher. He just needed to work harder to improve. Returning to Rogers's question, Li Hong felt at ease. He understood what Rogers was trying to ask and provided the answer he sought. The Mind Stone had been returned to Rogers, and given his character, he wouldn't keep it to himself, he would eventually pass it on. But after that, Rogers still had some concerns. The Mind Stone had the ability to enhance others' powers, and Li Hong had confirmed this once again.
So, would this object be used for human experimentation? Would Nick Fury allow it? A loud crash jolted Rogers awake.
The elevator emitted a dull thud and began to descend more rapidly. The expression on Rogers's face turned serious. Stark had repaired the elevator, and soon an intense battle would unfold.
Li Hong also breathed a sigh of relief.
Although he had spoken the truth, he had not delved into deeper details. While the Mind Stone had contributed to his rapid growth in power, he believed it was merely a catalyst. His true reliance came from the memories of his past life. The visualization techniques and subsequent series of training methods were what had propelled him to the peak of power in this world. Shaking off his thoughts, Li Hong immediately extended his mental senses to probe the situation outside the elevator doors. He had only a few seconds. Outside stood a line of elite gunmen arranged by Kingpin, 5 in total, all with their fingers firmly on the triggers of their assault rifles, their eyes warily fixed on the elevator doors.
Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened, and a storm of bullets instantly poured into the elevator.
Bang bang bang, the sound of gunfire erupted as hundreds of bullets were blocked by Rogers's shield, which bore countless bullet marks. Suddenly, the entire corridor was plunged into darkness. Stark had cut off all the power, momentarily halting the gunmen's fire. At that moment, several strands of white web shot out from the elevator, quickly snagging the rifles from the gunmen's grips. Under the unstoppable force, the weapons were jerked from their hands and clattered to the ground. Before they could reach for their handguns holstered on their belts, a figure burst from the elevator like a tiger. With both hands moving in a blur, he seized the throats of the 4 gunmen on either side, crushing them instantly. Simultaneously, his legs kicked violently into the chest of the middle gunman, and with a sickening crunch, the man's sternum shattered. He was sent flying into the back door with a resounding crash before collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Li Hong was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He inhaled sharply, plummeting downward with a thud, landing heavily on the ground. At that moment, the ears of those remaining heard the chaotic sound of rat-a-tat-tat, as bullets flew across the corridor. Countless bullets zipped past and smashed against the walls of the arched corridor. The spot where Li Hong had just been was almost engulfed by the barrage. Had he been a moment slower, he would have been riddled with bullets. Bang bang bang, bullets erupted from the 2 handguns that had suddenly appeared in Li Hang's hands, each shot hitting the foreheads of all 10 gunmen with pinpoint accuracy, silencing the gunfire in an instant. His reputation as a sharpshooter was well-deserved. Swift, precise, and deadly, he dispatched all the gunmen in moments. At that moment, Peter Parker cautiously crawled out of the elevator as the lights came back on, revealing the backup power had kicked in. He grabbed onto the ceiling of the corridor, carefully observing his surroundings. Seeing no more gunfire, he let out a sigh of relief and jumped down from above, turning to Rogers. "Captain, this place is really dangerous.
If it were me just now."
"Alright, Parker, enough of that," Rogers quickly cut Spider-Man off, not wanting to hear endless chatter.
"According to plan, I'll head to the control room.
Lee, find a place to insert the virus. Parker, locate the backup power and particle source and destroy them.
Move." Without hesitation, Rogers charged toward the control room, eager to avoid any more of Spider-Man's tangents.
Parker shrugged nonchalantly, then composed his expression as he looked at the door to the opposite room and delivered a powerful kick.
Thud.
The door trembled but remained firmly in place before him. Despite Spider-Man's strength, he could not kick the door open.
Li Hang, who was about to leave, immediately halted.
Furrowing his brow, he stepped up to the door, gestured for Parker to move aside, and gripped the doorknob firmly, pulling with all his might.
Bang!
A powerful recoil transmitted through his hand, causing him to shake it. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that while his immense strength had cracked the door panel, the doorknob remained intact. After a moment of thought, Li Hang gripped the knob again and yanked back hard, ripping it clean off the door.
A solid iron block now barred the entrance.
"It's that machine inside, damn it."
It completely blocked the door. Li Hang's expression darkened.
He understood that this was likely Dr. Octavius's measure to prevent him from re-entering the particle accelerator room, sealing off the possibility of entry. Spider-Man needed to quickly locate the energy source and particle source, and the fastest way was to enter the particle accelerator room and reach the innermost part of the equipment to destroy the backup power and dismantle the particle source. It was a highly dangerous task, but only Spider-Man could complete it swiftly using his webs. Both Li Hang and Rogers lacked Spider-Man's capabilities in this regard. Previously, such tasks had been handled by Mr. Fantastic Reed himself. Now, it fell to Spider-Man. However, Dr. Octavius had effectively sealed off that route. It was clear that not only this room but likely the entire first floor had been fortified against entry.
Parker.
Whoosh! 4 strands of webbing shot from Parker's hands, firmly sticking to the door.
With a strong pull, crack, the entire iron door shattered outward, ripped apart by Parker's force.
It was remarkable. Although it wasn't solid iron, it was still impressive that he could tear it apart so easily. Li Hang was astonished by Parker's strength. So far, Li Hang's own strength had not exceeded 300 kilograms. Even with the boost from True Chi, he couldn't surpass 500 kilograms. Yet Parker's strength, even channeled through the webs, far exceeded his expectations. Once the door was ripped apart, the massive machine inside was fully revealed. Although it had nearly blocked the door, it still left some gaps.
Parker nimbly slipped inside, waving back at Li Hang before disappearing within. Li Hang shook his head, trying to recover from his astonishment. Parker was far stronger than he had initially anticipated.
In fact, he was even more powerful than Kingpin. If it weren't for the constraints of morality and law, Kingpin wouldn't know how many times he had died by now. At least, he didn't have to worry about Spider-Man's safety anymore. Inside the particle accelerator room, a constant humming noise echoed as all the particles were rapidly accelerating. Although Li Hang had damaged some elements, he could tell that both Kingpin and Dr. Octavius were unwilling to give up easily. Coming up, Li Hang pulled back his thoughts and looked toward the opposite side of the corridor. He wasn't faring any better.
Bang bang bang, countless gunshots erupted from both sides of the corridor.
Whether it was Li Hang trying to push into the lower level or Captain America attempting to break into the control room, they faced fierce resistance from Kingpin's gunmen.
Li Hang was unsure of Rogers' situation, but on his side, with ricochet bullets, rapid-fire shooting, and his speed, many gunmen didn't even see him before they were shot down.
In less than a minute, Li Hang reached the next level, clearing all the gunmen and finding the information processing room.
He inserted the virus directly into the system.
Instantly, the rapid buzzing noise from the particle accelerator room began to slow down, eventually coming to a complete stop. Li Hang clapped his hands. The virus had worked remarkably well, and Spider-Man should have an easier time now. Buzz, a startling noise suddenly jolted Li Hang, as all the equipment began to whirl back to life.
What was happening?
The virus in his hands had been personally coded by Stark, with the involvement of Mr. Fantastic Reed. When it was activated in Kingpin's building, it had immediately incapacitated all the equipment there.
But why was it not working here?
It must be Dr. Octavius, Li Hong thought instinctively. The difference between this secret base and the underground facility in Kingpin's building was significant, mainly because of Dr. Octavius. With her presence, the dynamics changed drastically. He grabbed a random screw and, with a forceful twist, flung it into the nearby circuit socket.
The circuit system on this floor short-circuited instantly, halting all the equipment in a heartbeat. Bang!
Li Hong smashed through the tempered glass, charging into the particle accelerator room. With Rogers tying up Kingpin and Dr. Octavius, Li Hong only needed to destroy the particle acceleration pipes.
Without those particles, the entire experiment couldn't proceed, and if he was correct, Stark should be arriving soon.
A fierce whistling sound suddenly rushed from behind Li Hang. He had no time to steady himself and quickly twisted his waist to turn around, swinging the butt of his assault rifle like a heavy hammer toward the incoming threat.
Bang!
With a loud thud, Li Hong was knocked back several steps by the immense force, but he dared not slacken his grip. He swung the assault rifle at the relentless steel tentacles striking at him, smashing them away with rapid movements, leaving no time to damage the already heated particle accelerator pipes. Behind the massive steel tentacles, Dr. Octavius advanced with a cold, steely expression. Two of her mechanical tentacles gripped the rock wall firmly, supporting her, while the other two lunged at Li Hang like ferocious beasts, relentlessly trying to bite him. The power behind those tentacles was astounding. Li Hang's assault rifle was twisted and deformed under their might. Suddenly, he released his grip on the rifle, which was swiftly snatched away by one of the tentacles, while another tentacle shot toward his throat, attempting to strangle him. In that split second, Li Hang bent his legs and darted forward like a swift snake, moving with incredible speed.
Simultaneously, one of his hands shot out like lightning, seizing the steel tentacle before it could react.
With a powerful yank, he hurled it backward, then, using that momentum, he lunged at Dr. Octavius. At this moment, the distance between them was less than 40 meters. Driven by the full power of his true chi, Li Hong closed the gap in less than half a second, his fierce tiger claws slashing toward her throat. Dr. Octavius's eyes widened in horror. Such a sudden development left her, an ordinary person, with no time to react. However, a massive steel tentacle shot out from behind her head like lightning, swiftly reaching for Li Hang's arm. These tentacles responded faster than Dr. Octavius herself. Li Hang disregarded the formidable steel appendage, his right fist tightening as he struck it with the force of thunder. In that critical moment, Li Hang's left hand shot forward, unleashing a sharp glint like an arrow aimed at Dr. Octavius's throat. It was a Swiss Army knife he always carried with him, thrown with lightning speed at this crucial moment. With a sharp ding, the steel tentacle aimed at Li Hang quickly retracted with astonishing speed, knocking the knife from the air. After all, Dr. Octavius was a scientist, not a trained warrior. The tentacles were initially designed to assist her in experiments. While she could use them for ranged attacks under normal circumstances, when faced with such an abrupt crisis, she couldn't react in time and had to rely on her intelligent mechanical tentacles for instinctive defense.
With a loud crash, Li Hang's fist struck Dr. Octavius's chest.
However, his expression changed slightly. He realized he hadn't truly harmed her. Despite the powerful impact causing her to cough up blood, Li Hang's punch had been cleverly dodged to a significant extent. The tentacle gripping the rock wall behind her acted like a lifeline, pulling her up at the critical moment and successfully avoiding Li Hang's most lethal strike. Just then, the steel tentacle that had knocked away Li Hang's knife lashed out like a whip, aiming directly for him. Meanwhile, two other steel tentacles shot back toward Li Hang from behind, aiming for his neck. Li Hang found himself in a precarious situation, surrounded on all sides. In the blink of an eye, Dr. Octavius seemed to have evaded the crisis, while Li Hang was plunged into extreme danger. All of this transpired in a fleeting moment, leaving Li Hang no chance to think. In an instant, the three steel tentacles lunged at him like venomous snakes, ready to strike. At that critical moment, Li Hang suddenly spun in place like a whirlwind, his speed astonishing. The true chi he had gathered coalesced into a rapidly spinning vortex. The three attacking tentacles were caught in this powerful whirlwind, losing control and veering away from Li Hang as they passed him, failing to inflict any harm. In a flash, Li Hang's arm shot upward, wrapping around the two tentacles behind him like agile ropes. He twisted his hands downwards and yanked forcefully, capturing the approaching tentacle from the front as well. With a sudden spin of his body, he twisted the 3 tentacles together with immense strength. In the next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded as Li Hang leaped from the particle accelerator pipes, pouncing toward the lowest point of the particle accelerator room, which towered over 100 meters high. From above, he could see Spider-Man weaving through the area, swinging on his webs, though no one knew whether he had found the backup power and particle source. At that moment, Li Hang jumped down, gripping the 3 steel tentacles tightly. The immense force transmitted downward, causing Dr. Octavius to lose her balance and be yanked from her position. For a moment, she was terrified, but just in time, a powerful force came from behind, gripping her tightly. Although Li Hang had bound the 3 tentacles together, they were desperately trying to break free from his control. The strength of these tentacles could reach several tons, and even with all his might, Li Hang was merely leveraging their combined strength to restrain them. This method had its technique, but if he faltered even slightly, they could easily escape. In that brief moment, Li Hang and the 3 steel tentacles plummeted below 40 meters, drawing them to their limits. The next instant, Li Hang loosened his grip, and as the 3 tentacles released one another, they snapped back violently. In the blink of an eye, Dr. Octavius saw Li Hang pounce toward her again, like a fierce tiger. Li Hang had cleverly leveraged his momentum to reach Dr. Octavius, and before her shocked gaze, he delivered a powerful punch to her diaphragm. Dr. Octavius gasped for air, the intense pain rendering her unconscious almost instantly. Li Hang paid her no further mind and swiftly grabbed the remaining tentacles still attached to the wall, agilely climbing onto the upper pipes. Without hesitation, he stomped down hard, instantly breaking the clamps securing the pipes. In no time, he had circled around the pipes. In an instant, the topmost pipes were thrown into disarray, teetering on the brink of collapse. If not for their interconnections, they would have already fallen. Li Hang flipped back into the upper room, exhaling deeply. Although Dr. Octavius remained unconscious, the 4 tentacles retained a level of intelligence, gripping the surrounding rock walls to prevent her from falling. Yet they were clueless about what to do next. Without Dr. Octavius's involvement, coupled with the disarray of the upper pipes, the high-speed energy particles could no longer flow through, effectively halting the entire experiment. If Spider-Man couldn't cut off the backup power in time to stop the particles from continuing their rapid acceleration, an explosion would soon occur. Li Hang did not wait too long. With a resounding buzz, darkness suddenly enveloped him, as the entire underground base lost its illumination. Simultaneously, the rapidly running particle accelerator gradually came to a halt. He could feel that the fast-moving particles within the pipes had significantly slowed down, and it wouldn't be long before they completely ceased operation. The entire experiment had come to a standstill, eliminating any risk of explosion, allowing Li Hang to finally relax. At that moment, Peter Parker swung in on his webs, landing gracefully. As Li Hang was about to say something, Parker gestured for silence, then turned and grabbed a strand of webbing from outside, yanking something in. It was Dr. Octavius. Although she had passed out, her 4 mechanical tentacles possessed a degree of intelligence, obediently pulling her up as Parker guided them with a web. Bang! 2 of the steel tentacles stood upright, securing the unconscious Dr. Octavius on the ground, while the other 2 positioned themselves defensively against Li Hang, opening and closing in a wary manner. Li Hang couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. With Dr. Octavius unconscious, he had no intention of attacking her further. Parker, are you sure the power won't be activated again? Li Hang turned his head, his expression serious as he looked at Spider-Man. Don't worry, I've completely severed the lines, and the particle source has been dismantled. The entire experiment won't restart, Parker assured, glancing at the unconscious Dr. Octavius before turning back to Li Hang. Let's go help the captain, I wonder how he's doing over there. Don't worry, Mr. Stark should be coming down soon. Li Hang suddenly looked up, glancing at the ceiling. Despite the thick walls, he felt he could sense the situation outside. The evidence we've collected is sufficient for the FBI and Homeland Security to take action. A large support team will arrive soon. Most importantly, Mr. Fantastic Reed will be here shortly as well. Li Hang suddenly furrowed his brow, beckoning Spider-Man to move out while asking, Parker, how did you end up here tonight? I didn't call for you. Yeah, why didn't you call me for something so dangerous? Spider-Man complained. Mary Jane is pregnant. If you really have the time, you should spend it with her, Li Hang casually offered an excuse that left Spider-Man momentarily speechless. In the dark corridor, only the green emergency lights emitted a faint glow. Both Spider-Man and Li Hang moved quickly and without interruption. With a slight turn of his head,
Spider-Man could not see Li Hang's expression. Li Hang's face still showed a hint of worry. Why didn't he want to call him? Was it not to avoid dragging him into the parallel dimension?
Spider-Man and the parallel dimension had never been a good combination. If the dimensional door were to swing wide open, Li Hang truly feared witnessing 3 or more Spider-Mans appear before him, and that would be an utterly terrifying scenario. Quickly, initiate the launch sequence immediately. Kingpin stormed into the control room, his massive frame looming like a mountain in the darkness, exuding an intense oppressive aura that shook everyone's spirit. His furious roar echoed throughout the control room, threatening to rupture everyone's eardrums and making them involuntarily tremble. Bang! Kingpin slammed his hand against the wall, activating a hidden mechanism. A steel plate, 40 centimeters thick, crashed down like a meteor from above the door, landing heavily on the ground and cutting off the furious gunfire outside in an instant.
Kingpin was feeling extremely anxious.
If it were just Captain America Rogers, he might have been able to handle his gunman, but now Stark had also arrived at this critical moment. Without hesitation, Kingpin abandoned his men outside and rushed back into the control room, determined to initiate the experiment at all costs. The other technicians in the control room were locked in place by Kingpin's piercing gaze, not daring to slack off for even a moment. They immediately pressed the buttons on their control panels.
Experiment sequence initiated. Uploading the genetic sequences of Vanessa Fisk and Richard Fisk. Beginning dimensional matching scan, secondary ignition preparation, countdown 1 minute. Boom boom boom, the 20-centimeter thick steel plate was being pounded mercilessly, producing a dull sound. Kingpin merely glanced at it. Despite his eyes twitching slightly, he quickly refocused his attention on the control panel, gazing at the 2 particle colliders at the highest point. The enormous machines were absorbing the high-speed streams of energy particles below at an astonishing rate, making final preparations for the upcoming intense particle collisions. In the particle collision experiment, the acceleration of the particles was merely a prerequisite. The real crux lay in the final collision. When the high-energy particle flow reached jaw-dropping speeds, the 2 particle colliders would ramp up pressure and unleash the particle flow like a volcanic eruption. High-energy particles would collide violently in an incredibly short time, opening a black hole, not exactly, but more accurately, opening a spatial dimension. Luckily, there was still time.
Kingpin slowly turned his head to the display screen beside him, which clearly showed 4 different views. At the very bottom of the underground base, Spider-Man was desperately trying to destroy the backup power supply. In the center, Li Hang was engaged in a fierce struggle with Dr. Octavius, who had come to stop him. Outside the control room door, Captain America Rogers and the newly arrived Iron Man Stark were frantically assaulting the heavy steel door. Stark was already signaling Rogers to step back, preparing to unleash the mini-missiles from his armored suit. Kingpin was unfazed. He had previously tested this. Even under intense bombardment, the steel door could withstand attacks for over a minute, which would be more than enough time to complete the experiment. Yet at that moment, his gaze was fixed on one image on the last screen. Outside the base, the rain had completely stopped. Apart from the arriving police, Black Widow, Hawkeye, Hulk, and others, more invisible superheroes were converging on the scene. Among them, the only one who could cause Kingpin to change his expression was Mr. Fantastic Reed. Reed Richards, compared to the so-called superheroes of the Avengers, was the most loyal enforcer of the American government. As long as the president issued a command, not even Kingpin, let alone anyone else, would dare to hesitate. The most crucial part was that he possessed such power. Kingpin forcefully tore his gaze away and focused on the massive particle colliders before him, clearly seeing countless crimson particles gathering at the colliders' impact points, as if they were about to erupt and release boundless energy at any moment. Come on, let me show you this groundbreaking super experiment. Kingpin tightly gripped his staff, gently stroking the top as if caressing a lover's skin. With a dull hum, Kingpin's expression changed instantly, and he turned to the screen beside him. In midair, Dr. Octavius had been knocked unconscious by Li Hang, and the number of high-energy particles being transmitted through the pipes was rapidly decreasing. Simultaneously, at the lowest point of the entire base, Spider-Man, agile as a monkey, tore through the wires connecting the backup power to all equipment. In an instant, all the instruments, including the 2 particle colliders above, came to a sudden halt, plunging the entire base into silence. As Kingpin watched the energy particle flow at the impact point of the collider gradually dim, he couldn't help but let out a painful roar. No. With a crash, the steel plate blocking the entrance shattered into pieces as 2 figures burst through like lightning, the first being Captain America. Kingpin had miscalculated. If it was just Captain America or Iron Man alone, the heavy steel door might have held for over a minute, but now both of them were here. After Iron Man's missile bombardment, Rogers followed up with his vibranium shield, smashing against the steel door, causing it to splinter into fragments. Stark flew in right after, lifting his mask to face the infamous Kingpin with a cold expression. "You failed, Fisk. Surrender, you're a smart man, you know what to do." Stark was familiar with Kingpin. Before he became Iron Man, Fisk's organization had purchased many weapons from Stark Industries through special channels. Of course, these weapons were not just for use within the United States, they were primarily for South America and South Africa. The drug trade in South America and diamond mining in South Africa required extensive funding, and what could be easier than organizing a private army in these regions without the oversight of the American government and military? As long as Kingpin didn't bring these armed forces to American soil, not only would no one care, but there would also be various forms of covert support. Kingpin was essentially a front for some powerful people. Stark's implication was clear: if he surrendered now, he might still have a chance to rise again. But was there really a chance for that? Kingpin turned his gaze back to the now completely halted particle collision experiment. In the past, he might have considered giving up, but now. As Li Hang and Spider-Man reached the elevator entrance, the doors opened just in time, revealing Mr. Fantastic Reed rushing out. Sheriff Morales and the NYPD's SWAT team, along with Corey, also came down. Li Hang nodded in surprise at Corey and then addressed Mr. Fantastic Reed. "Mr. Reed, Dr. Octavius has been subdued, just below. Spider-Man has also dismantled the backup power and particle source. The entire experiment has come to a complete halt." "I've already been briefed. Let's go, Lee. We need to meet the infamous Kingpin and then dismantle the entire particle collider," Reed said, nodding kindly to Li Hang. If it weren't for Li Hang's persistence tonight, the experiment would have likely been completed by Kingpin. Reed hadn't arrived sooner, partly due to warnings from the New York mayor and partly because of the unique terrain of Forest Hills. Forest Hills covered a vast area. Apart from a few small communities around, there weren't many residents nearby. Most of them were wealthy Jews, but compared to the crowded areas of Manhattan, it was indeed spacious and sparsely populated. Thus, even if an earthquake occurred, the number of affected individuals would be minimal. Moreover, most of the wealthy Jewish residents only came here during vacations, so very few lived here year-round. Reed was not as cold-hearted as he seemed. Although he hadn't acted immediately due to the mayor's warning, he had been closely monitoring the situation nearby. If anything exceeded his control, he would intervene immediately. That was also why he could rush over as soon as useful evidence was found. "All right, let's go." Li Hang nodded, eager to see Kingpin, as they had some unfinished business. "Sheriff Morales, please take your team and arrest Dr. Octavius." Reed turned to Sheriff Morales. "Sure, I'll head there now." Although Sheriff Morales wanted to personally capture Kingpin, it seemed there were other matters to attend to first. As Reed led the way, Li Hang and Spider-Man followed behind, while Corey was called to assist Sheriff Morales in capturing Dr. Octavius. Although Dr. Octavius was currently unconscious, capturing her wouldn't be easy. Her 4 steel tentacles possessed considerable intelligence, and it wouldn't be simple for Sheriff Morales and his SWAT team to cuff her. Corey could provide some help. Establishing good relations with the NYPD would benefit her greatly. "Lee, how many years do you think Kingpin will get for this? Do you think he'll have a chance to get out of prison while he's still alive?" Spider-Man suddenly became excited, rambling on. He speculated about how many years Kingpin should get for various crimes, and then wondered how many years he'd serve concurrently, questioning whether Kingpin could set record sentences. After all these years, Spider-Man's resentment toward Kingpin seemed to have boiled over. Reed, walking ahead, couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the chatterbox. Li Hang shook his head helplessly. Kingpin has enough money to hire the best legal team to defend him. Even if he's sentenced to 30 or 50 years, the information he holds will be enough for him to strike a deal with the New York District Attorney. I estimate he'll be out in a maximum of 10 years, or maybe even less than that under the pretext of medical parole. Li Hang's words left Spider-Man, who had tried to retort, speechless, and even Mr. Fantastic Reed couldn't counter them at the moment. They all understood the New York District Attorneys and New York prisons' operational styles, and in such cases, they wouldn't be handed over to federal court for trial. Even if they were to serve time, they would have to wait until their sentences in New York were completed, and Kingpin would likely be out of prison before his term ended. "Well, let's do everything we can to stop that. It's better to deal with Kingpin in prison than outside." Reed's calm voice came from the front. Li Heng smiled faintly. He had already devised a series of measures against Kingpin, but with a big mouth like Spider-Man around, he didn't want to elaborate. As they pushed open the door, Li Heng saw Kingpin standing defiantly at the control panel, with the other technicians hastily evacuating through the sides. At this point, Kingpin had lost any chance of recovery, but upon seeing Spider-Man, his face twisted with rage. It was because of his battles with Spider-Man that his wife had seen him and left him, which led to that fateful car accident. Besides being resentful of himself, Kingpin harbored even more hatred towards Spider-Man. It was these years of frantic attempts to uncover Spider-Man's true identity that had severely limited Spider-Man's actions, especially after his wife became pregnant. At this moment, Spider-Man had lost much of his desire to talk and was instead contemplating how to prevent Kingpin from getting out of prison. As the only police officer present, Li Heng pulled out handcuffs from behind his waist, walking toward Kingpin with a stern expression. Last time, Kingpin had forced him to be transferred from the police department. Now that he was back, he was determined to personally cuff him.
Kingpin looked coldly at Li Heng, knowing little about him.
The previous issues pertaining to Li Heng were more the work of his subordinates. He had no impression of Li Heng before, but today, he remembered this person well. However, just as Li Heng brought the cold handcuffs close to Kingpin's right hand, a tremendous rumbling sound erupted. Buzz! Without warning, the particle collider that had been completely stopped suddenly roared back to life like a giant beast awakened from slumber. At the very top of that immense and empty underground space, the large particle collider, suspended 50 meters in the air, began to spin rapidly as if under a spell. Countless crimson energy particles surged together like a roaring torrent, forming a dazzling sphere of light. Under immense pressure, it erupted violently, colliding fiercely together. This powerful impact seemed to erupt from the very center of the particle collider like a volcano, causing everything and everyone in the control room to begin shaking uncontrollably. The ground beneath their feet trembled, the computer keyboards on the desks seemed to be manipulated by an invisible hand, and the surrounding rock walls appeared to sway slightly, as if the entire underground space was engulfed in this sudden tremor. The unexpected occurrence left everyone in the control room dumbfounded. They could hardly believe their eyes and could not comprehend this astonishing scene. On one side, the screen clearly displayed that at the very bottom of this massive experimental base, the backup power lines had been ruthlessly severed, the particle source had been removed, and the pipes in midair seemed ready to collapse at any moment. In the room above, Dr. Octavius was being fitted with cold handcuffs. In the control room they occupied, all the experimental operators had already retreated in fear, while the second wave of arriving police officers methodically began to cuff them one by one.
However, at this moment, without the operators, how could the particle collider still be functioning?
This scene shocked everyone, but Kingpin was the first to react. He stared at the distant center where the particle collision was taking place, as countless particles began to explode outwards, violently impacting the surrounding rock walls, the force strong enough to make the entire base shake violently. He was right. Kingpin suddenly raised his head, his left hand clenched into a fist, and he smashed it hard into Li Heng's chest.
Bang!
Li Heng's right elbow seemed to appear suddenly in front of Kingpin's left fist, and the two collided violently. Immediately after, Li Heng swiftly pressed the other end of the handcuff tightly against his own left hand. Previously, due to the sudden turn of events, Li Heng's handcuff had not fully secured Kingpin's hand, only cuffing one of his right hands. Now, in this urgent moment, there was no time to fully restrain Kingpin. Li Heng could only cuff himself and Kingpin together, vowing in his heart that with him present, Kingpin would never leave this place today.
Bang!
Kingpin's left leg suddenly seemed extraordinarily powerful as it lunged towards Li Heng's legs, but now fully alert, Li Heng no longer gave Kingpin any opportunity, firmly holding onto him while blocking all of Kingpin's attacks. Suddenly, Kingpin abruptly retreated, his left foot's toes seemingly imbued with magical power as it picked up the fallen cane. In an instant, his left hand gripped the cane, the tip seemingly aimed at Li Heng, and a green poisonous mist erupted from the cane's tip, enveloping Li Heng's entire body. However, to everyone's astonishment, Li Heng not only did not faint from the impact of the green mist, nor did he retreat to avoid it. Instead, he charged right into the poisonous cloud, and his hand transformed into a deadly claw, slashing towards Kingpin's throat. Li Heng held his breath tightly, his right hand shaped like a tiger's claw, seemingly wrapped in spiritual energy, ruthlessly and swiftly reaching for Kingpin's throat, the speed so fast it seemed to slice through the air, accompanied by a faint shriek.
One could imagine that if Li Heng's grab connected, an ordinary person's neck would likely be torn apart. Yet, at this moment, Kingpin suddenly seemed to become reckless. He lowered his head fiercely and charged at Li Heng like an enraged bull.
Li Hong did not hold back. Instead, he flipped his claw upward, forcefully aiming for Kingpin's eyes.
Be careful. It was Mr. Fantastic Reed's voice, seemingly echoing in this tense moment. Should he stop?
Li Hong ignored it, his movements becoming even faster, and as Kingpin slammed into his chest, 2 bloody eyeballs seemed to fly into the air. Blood splattered onto Li Hong's face, but he felt no pleasure. Instead, he experienced a severe pain in his chest as if his sternum had been broken by Kingpin's charge, making it hard for him to breathe. In this exchange of injuries, everyone was suffering. But at that moment, Mr. Fantastic Reed suddenly charged in from the side, not caring about Li Hong's injuries, but instead seizing Kingpin's left hand. Kingpin's left hand was raised, revealing his cane before Li Hong's eyes, but strangely, the blue gem at the top of the cane was missing.
Ha! The blind Kingpin laughed maniacally, as if he were still reveling in his madness, his face smeared with blood, and the 2 blood-filled sockets in his eyes were terrifying, as if even the pain of having his eyeballs gouged out did not affect him at all. In fact, the more he suffered, the more he laughed, as if he felt he had succeeded. Just moments ago, while Li Hong was preoccupied trying to gouge out his eye, Kingpin had managed to press his free left hand onto the cane, inserting the blue gem into a seemingly useless slot on the control panel. In an instant, the gem seemed to drop and was swallowed by the control panel, disappearing without a trace. Because of the interference from the poisonous gas, even though Li Hong had strong psychic abilities, he couldn't detect Kingpin's covert action in that moment. Moreover, at that moment, his sternum had been broken by Kingpin, and the pain was unbearable. Fortunately, the fractured bone hadn't pierced his heart, otherwise, he might have already met his end. Li Hong pressed one hand tightly against his chest, and the true yang energy within him surged like crazy, as if the broken bones were being swiftly repositioned by his muscles, while also stimulating his body's self-healing abilities to rapidly mend the internal wounds. Li Hong bent over, gasping for breath, his face looking extremely pale. Although he didn't know what Kingpin had done, it certainly wasn't anything good, especially as the energy particle flow was violently colliding. If he weren't in so much pain right now, he would have already punched Kingpin in the face and demanded to know what that gem was. After inserting the gem at the top of the cane, Kingpin seemed to cease all resistance, his maniacal laughter gradually subsiding. At this moment, he turned his back, seemingly fixated on the very center of the particle collider, as if he could still see that mysterious sight, his face filled with anticipation. That gem, could it be that? Mr. Fantastic Reed suddenly lunged from behind, grabbing Kingpin by the collar, staring at him intently, incredulously asking, could that gem be the rumored time stone? Kingpin was forced to turn his head toward Reed, and in the end, he merely scoffed disdainfully, continuing to fix his gaze on the center of the particle collider. Time stone? What time stone? In the Marvel Universe, there were the Tesseract and the Time Stone. When did a time-space stone come into existence? Li Hong listened to their conversation, completely baffled, not understanding what was happening, but Mr. Fantastic Reed seemed as if he had known all along. Are you okay? Spider-Man suddenly jumped in from behind, reaching out to support Li Hong. I'm fine, Spider-Man, quickly think of a way to see if you can shut down the particle collider. Li Hong's words seemed to awaken everyone present. Indeed, the most important thing now was not to worry about what that thing was, but to shut down the particle collider. As long as the collider was turned off, no matter what that thing was, it could no longer exert its effects. I'll look for it. Parker quickly began searching the control panel in front of him, looking for the button that could completely terminate the experiment. The largest red button was very conspicuous. Parker reached out with one hand and pressed the switch down hard. But it was useless, the particle collider continued its frenzied collisions. It wasn't just any button that could be turned off at will. Li Hong had tried to shut it down before, but his command had been directly intercepted by Dr. Octavius's intelligent tentacles. At that moment, no one knew what was happening. Even though the backup power had been severed, the particle source had been removed, and even the various accelerators had not begun to operate, the collider was still filled with particles that had reached their maximum speed, colliding with tremendous force under immense pressure. Particle collision experiments had never been an easy task, but the scene before them seemed to break all preconceived notions. At this moment, Li Hong was not concerned with anything else, his gaze was fixed tightly on the very core of the collider's impact. A hidden small opening suddenly opened up, and the blue gem that Kingpin had shoved into the control panel seemed to reappear inside it. Before anyone could react, it had fallen into the center of the particle collider, where countless high-energy particles instantaneously collided with the blue gem. In the blink of an eye, the blue gem seemed to shatter into countless tiny fragments, but just as quickly,
it was broken down even further into fine powder. Positrons, antiprotons, electrons, and protons, countless high-energy particles were uncontrollably colliding at high speeds, and the powder from the shattered blue gem completely merged into the mix, and in an instant, a blue-black rift abruptly appeared at the center of the quantum collision. Immense spiritual energy began to rapidly converge. Not good. Li Hong seemed to scream in shock, as that blue-black fissure in the tremendous spiritual energy reminded him of the blue-black vortex that had once appeared above Stark Tower. That had been a gateway to outer space, and now, this was a spatial rift leading who knew where. Before Li Hang's scream had faded, an immense gravitational force seemed to act upon him, pulling him directly toward the center of the particle collider and that suddenly appearing space rift. The position of the rift was above and to the side of the glass wall of the control panel, and after it appeared, it swiftly stirred up a vortex of spiritual energy in the space, the immense gravitational pull completely countering gravity. In that instant, everyone in the control room seemed to be uncontrollably flying toward the upward angle. Li Hong reacted quickly, immediately bracing himself against the control panel, shrinking back to secure himself, trying not to be swept away by the powerful gravitational force. However, with a pop, Li Hang's left hand slammed against the control panel, the handcuff clattering against the surface, while on the other end, Kingpin seemed to have been thrown out, but halfway through, he appeared to be stuck, as his right hand and Li Hang's left hand were tightly cuffed together. Kingpin's entire body was heavy, weighing at least 200 kilograms. The strong gravitational force seemed to be pulling him toward the center of the space rift, and at that moment, that force seemed to directly act on Li Hang's left hand. In an instant, Li Hang felt as if he were being yanked so hard that it felt like his wrist might break. "Let go of me, hurry and let go of me." Kingpin screamed as if suddenly going mad, simultaneously reaching out with his other left hand, desperately grabbing at Li Hang's left wrist, tearing it open and drawing blood. Li Hang's flesh on his wrist seemed to be brutally torn apart by Kingpin, and his movements were relentless, as if he were about to snap Li Hang's hand in two to free himself from the handcuff. In that moment, Li Hang's left hand suddenly shot up, then came crashing down forcefully, the handcuff striking directly against Kingpin's outstretched left hand. The immense force seemed to shatter the bones in Kingpin's hand. Yet even so, Kingpin continued trying to break Li Hang's wrist, desperate to escape the restraints of the handcuffs. He had to enter that space rift. His wife and children were inside, and there was no way he was going to be blocked by a pair of handcuffs. Suddenly, with a bang, Kingpin seemed to crash down onto the control panel, and the tremendous gravitational force seemed to abruptly stop, the gravity returning to normal. Kingpin raised his head, a look of confusion on his face, unable to believe that the gravitational force had just vanished. Was the space rift closing? No, the rift had not closed, and it was even rapidly expanding, but the powerful gravitational force had disappeared. The others in the control room finally breathed a sigh of relief, slowly standing up as they grabbed onto nearby supports. Li Hong forcefully dragged Kingpin down from the control panel while preparing to twist his other hand around to fully cuff him. But just then, a scream erupted, and a figure suddenly shot past Li Hong, flailing as it flew toward the space rift. It was Spider-Man, and in an instant, it seemed an invisible force was pulling Spider-Man, directly yanking him toward the space rift. Moreover, this force seemed to be acting solely on Spider-Man, while the others in the control room felt no effect at all. Bang! A strand of spider silk instantaneously adhered to the central console in front of Li Hang like lightning, followed closely by another strand. In midair, Peter Parker's eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. He was frightened by the immense power of that attraction and equally horrified by its extreme peculiarity, as if at this critical moment, it was only acting on him. In this moment of peril, Parker's wrist shot out two strands of spider silk like a machine gun, hoping to firmly grab onto something to secure himself and avoid being sucked away by that terrifying space rift. However, almost in the blink of an eye, those two strands of spider silk were pulled taut, and Parker could clearly feel that at that moment, the silk had been stretched to its limit. Help! The urgent cry for help had not fully escaped his lips when there was another loud bang. The two strands of spider silk simultaneously snapped, and Parker didn't even have time to shoot out more silk. His whole body was abruptly yanked by an invisible giant hand, instantly dragged into the immense gravitational pull of the space rift, disappearing completely into the endless darkness, leaving no trace behind. In the blink of an eye, the terrified scream abruptly ceased, and Spider-Man's figure vanished completely from everyone's sight. Spider-Man! In a very short time, Li Hong reacted quickly. He didn't even have time to kill Kingpin, leaping onto the central console, almost recklessly about to jump into the particle collision chamber, but at the last moment, he managed to stop himself. What lay before him was an empty void, with nothing to step on for leverage. If he jumped down recklessly, he would simply fall straight to the bottom of the entire laboratory, completely unable to help Parker effectively. Two figures shot past Li Hang like arrows, and it was none other than Iron Man Stark and Mr. Fantastic Reed. Stark, clad in his iron armor, shot directly toward that mysterious space rift like a meteor, while Mr. Fantastic Reed stretched his body like a flexible rope, desperately reaching toward the space rift as if trying to pull Spider-Man out of that endless darkness with sheer strength. At first, the gravitational pull acted uniformly on everyone: Stark, Reed, Captain America, Rogers. They were all doing their utmost to find a way to secure themselves. Li Hang even had to spare energy to fight Kingpin, so when the gravitational force suddenly vanished in that instant, no one had time to react, and Spider-Man had already been sucked away by that mysterious force. Although Parker had shot out 2 strands of spider silk in an attempt to save himself, the others had also risen without hesitation to try to rescue him, but ultimately it was still too late. The space rift appeared from afar to be like an open blue eye, but at its center was a deep black, resembling a profound black hole, chilling to the bone. The entire space rift extended for dozens of meters, and that deep, heavy blackness at its center seemed to contain endless mystery and danger. Iron Man and Mr. Fantastic's speed was astonishing. In an instant, they had rushed to that black pupil, without any hesitation, ready to dive in to save him. However, just as they were about to reach the space rift, an invisible barrier seemingly appeared out of thin air. With a sharp bang, Stark and Mr. Fantastic collided violently with the invisible barrier, and then, as if they were rebounded by a massive spring, they were violently flung back. Reed, fall back. Stark's face turned ashen, and the iron armor emitted fierce flames as he retreated several meters, raising his hands, with his palm blaster aimed at the suddenly appeared invisible barrier, ready to attack at any moment. Mr. Fantastic Reed initially wanted to say something, but after hesitating, he ultimately gritted his teeth and withdrew. Li Hang, along with Captain America, Rogers, and even Kingpin, who was handcuffed to the central console, all nervously observed the situation. It was clear that Kingpin looked utterly bewildered. His 2 blood-filled eye sockets stared intently at the space rift still present in the center of the particle collider, as if he could still see something, reaching out to try to grasp something, but in reality, he grabbed nothing. A blinding energy beam shot forward, ultimately crashing into the invisible barrier. A tremendous roar echoed throughout the underground base, and under the intense flames, the invisible barrier rippled like the surface of water, but soon, it returned to calm, as if everything that had just happened had never occurred, and the hard-won traces vanished without a trace, so that no one could detect the existence of that invisible barrier. Everyone understood that the invisible barrier still existed. It was like an indestructible wall, obstructing everyone from entering, except for Spider-Man. Stark was still unwilling to give up. The soles of his iron armor once again shot out even fiercer flames, and he charged like a cannonball toward that energy barrier. With a loud bang, Stark was sent flying back, crashing heavily to the ground. How could this happen? How could this happen? A murmured voice echoed in Li Hang's ears, and it was Kingpin, looking utterly confused. Li Hang suddenly turned around, grabbing Kingpin by the collar, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he sharply questioned, "Tell me, Kingpin, what exactly is going on? Why does that force only act on Spider-Man?" Although not much time had passed, Li Hang had already calmed down and started to think through the situation. He understood that the initial gravitational pull acting on everyone did not have the intention of sucking everyone into the space rift. It felt more like a selection, a directed locking mechanism, with the power being relatively weak. However, the gravitational pull that later acted on Spider-Man was evidently more targeted, as if Spider-Man had been specifically locked onto. Spider-Man's silk was extremely strong. It had once helped him stop speeding trains and split cruise ships, and an ordinary person could hardly break it easily. But now, right in front of Li Hang, the broken spider silk was still gently swaying in mid-air, as if narrating the thrilling scene that had just unfolded. That mysterious power was specifically acting on Spider-Man alone, and even the sudden appearance of the space rift was closely related to Spider-Man. The instigator behind all this was undoubtedly Kingpin, as only he could clearly explain the situation and that mysterious time and space gem. What's going on? What's going on? What's happening? Kingpin suddenly came to his senses, his 2 blood-filled eye sockets fixated on the space rift still present in the center of the particle collider, as if he could still see something, reaching out to grasp something, but in reality, he grasped nothing. This is different from what he said. Kingpin abruptly grabbed Li Hang's arm, his face twisting into a grimace as he said, "This is different from what he said. He said once the dimensional portal opens, I would see my loved ones. It shouldn't be like this. I'm going to find him now." After finishing, Kingpin forcefully shook off Li Hang's hand and turned to run towards the door, his mind only focused on finding the one who could explain everything, as only he knew what was really going on.
Clang!
Just as Kingpin had taken a few steps, the handcuffs on his left hand seemed to suddenly come to life, yanking him back forcefully. Li Hang didn't know when he had already cuffed the handcuffs to the central console. Kingpin suddenly pulled hard, his immense strength pulling the handcuff taut, but no matter how hard he tried, the handcuff remained unbroken. Kingpin's face was filled with shock and confusion. He exerted all his strength to tug at the handcuff, but it seemed as though it were forged from steel, not budging an inch. These are special handcuffs made by S.H.I.E.L.D., specifically designed to restrain people like you. Li Hang walked up to Kingpin, pressing his hand on the center of the chain, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. When Li Hang was on the helicarrier, he had once been locked up with such handcuffs, and later, while in the Howling Commandos, he occasionally needed to carry such items on missions, so he had kept them. Since these were non-offensive items, Li Hang could bring them back to New York after the mission ended. Grateful for the opportunity to benefit from the Howling Commandos, Li Hang naturally wouldn't refuse. Plus, as a police officer, he indeed found this item useful. This thing could even withstand blows from Roger's vibranium shield. At other times, even colleagues from the Howling Commandos could hardly pry it open, only a special key could unlock it. Suddenly, Li Hang's hand shot forward, grasping one of Kingpin's fingers like a vice, and with all his strength, he bent it backward. With a crisp crack, Kingpin's index finger was instantly broken by Li Hang, followed by Li Hang kicking the back of Kingpin's knee, causing him to half-kneel on the ground. Finally, Li Hang's arm locked around Kingpin's throat like a steel hoop, squeezing tightly, making it hard for him to breathe. After half a minute, Li Hang finally released his grip, looking down at Kingpin, whose face was flushed from lack of air, and said from a superior position, "I know you won't easily talk, but believe me, if something really happened to Spider-Man, I will torture you like this for a year, and no one would ask a single question." Kingpin's face twitched uncontrollably, his blood-filled eye sockets becoming increasingly terrifying. As Spider-Man's arch-nemesis, Kingpin understood very well the position this guy held in New Yorkers' hearts. Once it was revealed that Spider-Man died because of him, Kingpin believed that even if he had great wealth, he would definitely be sentenced to death in court, and more likely, he wouldn't even be sent for trial. "Lee, don't do this, this is illegal." Rogers, holding Captain America's shield, stepped in front of Kingpin, calmly looking at him as he said, "Mr. Fisk, I believe you also want to know what exactly went wrong, why it was Spider-Man who was sucked in and not you, and I also believe that even if you escape from here, you won't find the person you want to see under our relentless pursuit." Kingpin's face twitched even more, and the pain gradually calmed him down. Although the internal impulse was still at play, he understood that with this group present, it was almost impossible for him to meet that person, let alone leave this place. Li Hang and Captain America Rogers were manageable, but Stark and Mr. Fantastic Reed's strength and abilities far surpassed his own, and he simply could not shake their pursuit. Moreover, running away had never been a wise choice. Kingpin had his own vast team of lawyers, and at this moment, his most prudent choice was to meet his lawyer, as he had stirred up too much trouble this time. The NYPD, FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and the mysterious S.H.I.E.L.D., with a careless move, Kingpin could spend the rest of his life in prison. Quickly calming down, Kingpin lowered his head and managed to force out a sentence, "I want to see a lawyer, I want to see a doctor." "Sure." Captain America Rogers readily agreed, but then coldly added, "But first, you need to give a name." Kingpin raised his head, looking at Rogers. He tried to bargain, but ultimately, he painfully closed his eyes and slowly said, "Dr. Doom, it's Dr. Doom, Victor Von Doom. The gem was given to me by him, everything is his design." As soon as this name was uttered, Li Hang abruptly turned his head to look at Mr. Fantastic Reed, who was studying that layer of invisible barrier, and Reed also turned his head at this moment, looking at Li Hang and then at Kingpin, who was half-kneeling, with an exceptionally complex expression. Dr. Doom Victor Von Doom, a classmate and senior of Mr. Fantastic Reed, a former romantic rival, fierce competitor, and greatest nemesis. The entire Fantastic Four team was born out of the space experiment plan of Victor Von Doom. However, after that incident, the four of them became world-famous superheroes, while Victor Von Doom was turned into a supervillain. Li Hang's expression had become extremely serious. Although he didn't know much about Dr. Doom, he was aware that for so many years, Dr. Doom had never given up on causing trouble for the Fantastic Four. Although he had been defeated time and again, he returned each time stronger than before. The current incident, involving Dr. Doom and the dimensional space, had become exceedingly complex. "Lee, take him out. We still need to continue our research here." Mr. Fantastic Reed had somehow come to Kingpin's side. Once Dr. Doom's name was spoken by Kingpin, his influence on this matter had become minimal. Given Reed's understanding of Victor Von Doom, Kingpin was at most a pawn being used in this situation, and much of the information he possessed was likely incorrect, even misleading them. Li Hong nodded, calmly pulling Kingpin up and then escorting him toward the door. Soon, they joined the armed SWAT team waiting outside, escorting Kingpin together as they took the elevator back to the surface. Just as they exited the villa's door, countless flashes of light instantly lit up, as if wanting to freeze the scene forever in people's memories. Li Hong had certainly gained a lot of fame. As he walked down from the headquarters building, nearly every officer he encountered, whether familiar or not, greeted him. As the officer who personally apprehended Kingpin, Li Hong had truly basked in the spotlight across various media outlets these past few days. The footage of him arresting Kingpin was played on repeat, almost non-stop. Some unscrupulous media even dug deep into Li Hong's background, showcasing footage from when he saved people on the streets of Manhattan. As a result, many people remembered Li Hong, especially within the New York Police Department. After all, personally capturing Kingpin was something many could only dream of. However, it was also easy to foresee that, openly or covertly, Li Hong had unknowingly offended many people, especially those connected to Kingpin. It's important to note that Kingpin was the greatest underground kingpin in New York, even across the entire United States. His criminal organization was involved in over half of the crime cases. One could say that by capturing Kingpin, the overall crime rate in the United States would significantly decrease in a short time. As for what would happen next, amidst the ensuing chaos, many new players would likely rise to take over the territory left behind by Kingpin's capture. Perhaps in the end, Kingpin would still be able to remotely command his criminal organization from prison. His influence in New York and the entire East Coast might not diminish too much. Yet, looking at the whole of America and even the world, with this arrest, Kingpin had fallen from the top of the criminal hierarchy. Re-establishing himself would not be something that could be achieved overnight. The ramifications of this event were profound. Countless individuals were eager to claim credit and benefits from Kingpin's downfall. Those who had previously collaborated with Kingpin would immediately turn against him. Currently, the most well-known figure was District Attorney Han, who was responsible for prosecuting Kingpin. Although Li Hong had dominated the New York media scene for several days, his fame was rapidly fading. Before long, apart from those within the police department, very few would remember him. However, that was already enough. At least for quite some time, Li Hong's future looked bright. He got into his Mustang and drove expressionlessly toward Forest Hills in Queens. His mood was not as good as it appeared on the surface. Despite personally apprehending Kingpin, after several days of routine questioning, he had been reassigned to assist Mr. Fantastic Reed. Forest Hills had been completely locked down within a 10-mile radius, and all nearby residents had been evacuated. Days had passed since that night's incident, yet the space rift still remained. Led by Mr. Fantastic Reed, Iron Man Stark, Dr. Bruce Banner, and many other experts from various fields began researching the rift. The government had even designated this area for a specialized research project team. Interestingly, the head of this project team was not Mr. Fantastic Reed but Dr. Selvig. Undoubtedly a move by S.H.I.E.L.D. Li Hong was also assigned to this special team, but he was responsible for perimeter security. Essentially, he directed nearby patrol officers to patrol the area to prevent anyone from inadvertently wandering in. Of course, there were also those ambitious individuals, but ordinary patrol officers could hardly stop them. Li Hong personally led a thorough patrol, and after returning, he reviewed the surveillance videos repeatedly, confirming that everyone's patrol records were accurate and ensuring that no outsiders had infiltrated before heading deeper into the base. The security here was very tight. After all, such a significant event had occurred, and even a whisper of information leaking could attract countless people rushing in. In the initial days following the incident, everyone here had been working tirelessly. Every day that Spider-Man was unaccounted for increased the danger. The perimeter patrol was conducted by New York officers, but inside, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had long taken over. Currently, as a member of the Howling Commandos on loan, Li Hong's temporary permissions were recorded in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s internal system, allowing him easy access to the underground base. In the spacious control room, countless researchers were busy at work. Iron Man Stark, Mr. Fantastic Reed, Dr. Bruce Banner, and Professor Selvig were gathered together, seemingly discussing something. Li Hong didn't approach them because even if he did, he wouldn't understand what they were saying. Terms like Einstein-Rosen bridge were completely foreign to him. Instead, he moved to another corner, approaching Sitwell, who seemed to be resting against a wall in the shadows.
"Hey, Agent Sitwell, how's it going? Any progress?" Li Hong casually greeted Sitwell and handed him the coffee he was holding. "Thanks." Sitwell looked a bit worn out, took a sip of coffee, and then complained, "Since I got here 3 days ago, I haven't slept a wink. Whatever they need, I have to provide, but I can't understand half of what they're saying." "I don't understand either, but they brought you in mainly because of your strong abilities. Otherwise, Director Fury wouldn't have trusted you." Li Hong couldn't help but chuckle. Although Sitwell had once been with Hydra, even Li Hong had to admire his capabilities. While Maria Hill was the actual financial overseer of S.H.I.E.L.D., the true big manager behind the scenes was Sitwell. From the smallest supplies like paper clips and pens to planes and munitions, all supply demands would be directed to him, and he would handle purchasing and allocation. The current experimental project was no different. The entire investigation into the space rift, from funding allocation to equipment provision and personnel deployment, was all managed by Sitwell. The reason Sitwell was recognized by both Alexander Pierce and Nick Fury was due to his capability to organize everything efficiently. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to gather so many valuable pieces of equipment in such a short time, some equipment they wouldn't even know the location of. This project, Sitwell suddenly pondered for a moment, looked at Li Hong, shook his head, and said meaningfully, "The outlook for this project isn't very optimistic. Even if it's not ideal, we have to do it." Li Hong raised an eyebrow, feeling that there was more to Sitwell's words than met the eye. However, Li Hong's attitude was the same as Stark's. He turned to look at the still operating particle collider, the profound deep blue eye hovering above, and said firmly, "This matter concerns Spider-Man's life and death. If we just give up like this, he might never come back. But so far, we haven't figured out why this machine is operating on its own without any power source, let alone breaking the space-time barrier to enter it." Sitwell paused for a moment before continuing, "I'm not indifferent to Spider-Man's life or death, but no one can say for certain whether what lies behind that space rift is hell or something else." Li Hong nodded silently. Sitwell's words were not without reason. Kingpin was merely a pawn being used. The mastermind behind everything was Dr. Doom. Many things could be explained by his involvement, especially the massive gathering of spiritual energy. There was no way Kingpin could achieve that. Victor Von Doom's true intentions were hard for anyone to guess, and even Dr. Octavius only knew a little. Initially, Kingpin wanted to retrieve the souls of his wife and son from hell, but even he understood the risks involved. Although he had ideas, he hadn't taken many concrete actions until he met Dr. Octavius. Dr. Octavius was an expert in particle physics and occasionally dabbled in theories about spatial dimensions. After a fateful experiment, Dr. Octavius went missing, and when he returned, he had a complete set of theories about parallel universes and sought out Kingpin. Before Dr. Octavius's appearance, Kingpin had already met with Dr. Doom, and curiously, the two quickly established mutual trust. Dr. Octavius was also recommended to Kingpin by Dr. Doom. He highly regarded the theories about parallel dimensions. The most critical factor was that time stone. Although called the time stone, it didn't truly hold powers of time and space, otherwise, Kingpin wouldn't have been so easily defeated after obtaining it. The stone actually came from a pyramid in Egypt. According to inscriptions inside the pyramid, during the reign of the ancient pharaohs, the stone had the ability to restore youth, but now, no one knew how to use it. By the time it reached Kingpin's hands, it had become a special gem capable of bridging some dimensional space. These were all findings later investigated by S.H.I.E.L.D. There was no doubt that Kingpin had been deceived, and the final outcome was far from his expectations. Kingpin wanted to bring his wife and son from another dimension into this world, but he never considered what the other Kingpin would think, or even whether that Kingpin also had a wife and child. Li Hong turned to look at Sitwell, a knowing smile on his face. Kingpin can only think of himself and never consider others, but we law enforcement officers cannot forget that Spider-Man also has a family. Sitwell nodded silently, understanding what Li Hong meant. "Don't worry, even if you don't say it, I will support you all the way. Besides, if this experiment succeeds, there's an entire unknown world beckoning us." Although he didn't hold many expectations, Sitwell had to admit that if they could truly enter another parallel universe, it would be immensely significant for S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra. Both Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce were keeping a close watch on this. "By the way, speaking of your director, why hasn't he shown up since that day? Such a big event, and he isn't keeping an eye on it personally?" Li Hong suddenly shifted the topic to something else. "Our director, let alone you, even I don't know where he is, and I can't just ask." Sitwell began to vent a bit of his frustrations. "Ha ha." Li Hong laughed along, finding the S.H.I.E.L.D. management system utterly bizarre. While Hydra could excel in some areas, in others, they couldn't extend their reach at all. However, what truly concerned Li Hang wasn't this, it was Fury's purpose for coming to New York. Was it for the space portal before them, or the Mind Stone in Captain America Rogers' possession? Or perhaps the missing Tesseract? Doctor, have you figured out why this particle collider can operate without any energy support and has been running for so many days? Li Hang's gaze was fixed on Professor Selvig, who was busy working.
Seizing a moment when Selvig seemed available, he leaned in and lowered his voice to express his doubts. Professor Selvig took the coffee Li Hang handed him, slowly lifted his head, and gazed across the massive glass window at the particle collider. Endless high-energy particles surged out of the collider's port like a raging torrent, crashing violently together and emitting a heart-stopping glow. The ceaseless collisions and entanglements of particles had formed the terrifying space rift, the Deep Blue Eye, in an extraordinarily bizarre manner. Yet beneath the particle collider, within the towering particle accelerator systems, all was eerily silent. No high-energy particles were in operation, no acceleration devices were roaring, and many critical components had been dismantled and removed from the underground base. The backup power at the very bottom of the facility was not only disconnected from the particle accelerator but had also been ruthlessly taken down. Not to mention that the crucial high-energy particle source had been removed and sent out of this mysterious underground base since the start of the experiment. In this seemingly empty situation, the particle collider had inexplicably started operating, spontaneously generating countless high-energy particles that violently collided, ultimately opening the space rift known as the Deep Blue Eye.
Professor Selvig's expression was unusually calm.
He slowly turned his head, glancing at Li Hang, and a hint of subtle contemplation flickered in his eyes.
Li, have you forgotten? You were at that dark energy research base. Do you remember how the Tesseract also activated on its own without any human intervention or energy supply? As for what happened next, are you saying it activated on its own from another space?
Li Hang's eyes widened in shock, a storm of unease swirling in his heart.
Only this explanation makes any sense.
After all, they are both spatial portals connecting two worlds, and naturally, they can be opened from both sides simultaneously. Just like Loki did back then, now this is happening here too.
Otherwise, why do you think I'm still here?
Professor Selvig scoffed lightly and refocused his gaze on the profound Deep Blue Eye, a flicker of confusion and uncertainty passing through his eyes.
But I really can't understand why this time it specifically chose Spider-Man. Isn't it the effect of that time stone? Li Hang paused slightly, contemplating.
To him, the root cause behind the creation of the Deep Blue Eye was still that mysterious time stone. Kingpin attempted to use the time stone to open a portal to bring his wife and child from a parallel dimension, but for some reason, the portal ended up taking their universe's Spider-Man instead of helping Kingpin fulfill his wishes. The problem lies here, which means that in another world, there are also people conducting similar experiments. They influenced the particle collider before the portal opened and tampered with the time stone. After opening the portal, it just happened to choose Spider-Man. Professor Selvig's wrinkled face became a mass of confusion, muttering to himself, but why choose Spider-Man?
Why Spider-Man?
Li Hang's left eye suddenly twitched uncontrollably, an ominous premonition looming over him like dark clouds.
He seemed to have an inkling of the reason. The world they inhabited was not the Marvel MCU universe, but merely a common corner among countless parallel timelines.
In some special timeline, there was a Spider-Man whose true identity was ruthlessly exposed by the Mysterio, and this secret was revealed to the entire world. To escape the series of troubles that ensued, Spider-Man sought out Doctor Strange, hoping he could use temporal magic to erase the memories of the entire world regarding Spider-Man. However, due to Spider-Man's incessant chatter interfering with Strange's spellcasting, the magic ultimately went awry. In that instant, everyone who knew Spider-Man's true identity within 3 nearby parallel universes was forcefully transported to that timeline, including Dr. Octopus, Green Goblin, Sandman, Lizard, Electro, and a series of other evil villains, along with Spider-Man from the other 2 parallel universes. In Li Hang's universe, aside from the Spider-Man who was taken away, there should also be Lizard and Electro. Li Hang was a friend of Spider-Man Peter Parker and knew him very well. He was aware that Peter Parker's first love was Gwen Stacy, the daughter of Commissioner Stacy whom he had previously met, and that Peter Parker's current wife was Mary Jane. Gwen Stacy had passed away several years ago. Doctor Strange's magic first searched through the nearby parallel universes, then locked onto the target, ultimately forcefully taking those individuals away.
Thus, Spider-Man from their universe was taken.
Logically, Li Hang also knew Spider-Man's true identity, and so did Mary Jane, but neither of them was taken by Doctor Strange's magic. In reality, there were many people across the world who knew Spider-Man's true identity, but not everyone was willing to easily disclose it. Only those harboring malice towards Spider-Man, like Green Goblin and Electro, would be taken by strange magic. Everything seemed to resonate with the details of all that had transpired. Li Hong looked at Professor Selvig, who was lost in thought, a fleeting look of concern crossing his face. In fact, when Li Hong realized Kingpin was trying to open a parallel universe to save his wife and child, he had already sensed something ominous. That was why when he went to Forest Hills for exploration, he didn't call Spider-Man, worried that things would head in the direction he most dreaded. Yet, in the end, he still couldn't prevent it from happening. Initially, things had been going smoothly, the power was cut, the particle source was removed, and the entire experiment was halted. Li Hong had just breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly, an anomaly occurred. The particle collider activated on its own without any power or particle source and quickly opened the portal. Before Li Hong could react, Spider-Man had already been pulled away by the immense gravitational force. No, what truly took him away was not the particle collider in the deep blue eye before him, but rather the magic of Doctor Strange from another parallel universe. Even without the current situation, Spider-Man would have been taken. Even so, the reasoning was one thing, but Li Hong was still filled with regret. The particle collider that opened the portal was right there, and Spider-Man was being sucked into the deep blue eye right before his eyes. If something went wrong, how would he face Spider-Man's family? Since the moment the door to the multiverse was opened, everything had become chaotic. There were no predetermined fates, no fixed timelines. What Spider-Man from their universe would encounter in other parallel universes was anyone's guess. In his own universe, Spider-Man was the child of the multiverse favored by the will of the entire world, but in other universes, he might become the greatest threat to that era's Spider-Man, and one misstep could lead to his demise in an unfamiliar land. What Li Hong feared most was precisely this. Therefore, from the moment he realized Kingpin was trying to open a parallel universe, he did his best to keep Spider-Man out of it, shouldering everything himself. But, he still came, as if it were destined, unable to escape. Mr. Richards. Li Hong spotted Mr. Fantastic Reed approaching and called out urgently. After halting him, he lowered his voice to ask, "Mr. Richards, have you visited Mary Jane regarding Parker's situation?" Mr. Fantastic Reed looked around to ensure no one was paying attention to them, then pulled Li Hong into a corner and replied quietly, "You shouldn't disturb her for now. Parker has his own arrangements. Being temporarily missing for a couple of days won't worry Mary Jane too much." "But it's already been 2 or 3 days," Li Hong interrupted Reed somewhat rudely, his face full of concern. "If this drags on, Mary Jane will definitely start to get suspicious. Don't forget, she's pregnant now." Mary Jane was indeed pregnant, but fortunately, only 3 months along, so Spider-Man was still able to go out and operate. Both Li Hong and Mr. Fantastic Reed were familiar with Mary Jane. Reed had even attended her wedding at Metropolis Stadium. When Invisible Woman was pregnant, Reed had considered having Spider-Man temporarily replace her in the Fantastic Four, but that plan ultimately fell through. Regardless, in Spider-Man's eyes, Mr. Fantastic Reed was like a godfather. Unlike in the Marvel MCU universe, where this character belongs to Iron Man, in their world, it was Mr. Fantastic Reed. Li Hong had known Peter Parker for a long time. Parker was a few years older than Li Hong, but they were both alumni of Midtown High School. Compared to Reed, their relationship was closer, perhaps with the addition of Daredevil Matt Murdock, their lawyer. That said, at this critical juncture, it was essential to explain things clearly to Mary Jane, otherwise, if anything happened to her, none of them could bear that responsibility. Reed pondered for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll have Susan call her and say that Parker is assisting me with an experiment and will be unavailable for a while. It should buy us a few days." In fact, it wasn't appropriate for either Reed or Li Hong to notify the family about such matters. Reed was involved in extremely significant and dangerous events, and if Spider-Man was implicated, the danger would undoubtedly be substantial. Li Hong was a police officer, and if he were to step in, especially after Spider-Man had been missing for several days without contact, Mary Jane might very well show up with a lawyer at any moment. Only Invisible Woman could approach the situation more delicately. Even if she mentioned that Spider-Man was involved in a major experimental project alongside Mr. Fantastic, Mary Jane wouldn't be overly worried, given that Mr. Fantastic was there to back him up, and it was just an experiment rather than an incident. Furthermore, having a woman take the lead always had its advantages. Susan had already had children and could offer Mary Jane some guidance. "Let's hope we can buy some time," but Li Hong turned to glance at the blue-black space rift behind the glass wall and sighed helplessly. "Let's hope Parker is safe." He should be fine, Reed said, patting Li Hang's shoulder reassuringly with a smile before returning to his work. Li Hong watched Reed's retreating figure. Despite Reed's calm demeanor, Li Hang could sense the worry beneath the surface. If Professor Selvig knew of this situation, how could Mr. Fantastic not be aware? Someone had opened a portal on the other side of time and space, targeting Spider-Man and pulling him into another world. Such a person must possess extraordinary abilities in temporal manipulation, and this incident involved Dr. Doom as well. The current circumstances and the conspiracy orchestrated by Dr. Doom weighed heavily on Reed's mind. Just the thought of Dr. Doom caused a heavy feeling to swell within Li Hang. Compared to Mr. Fantastic Reed, Li Hong knew even more about the situation. The mastermind behind this was Doctor Strange, and it involved several Spider-Men working together to face formidable foes, which inherently carried great danger. With Dr. Doom meddling in the mix, everything felt even more precarious. Dr. Doom was a master of both technology and magic. It was already impressive enough for one person to excel in just one of those areas, let alone both. Now Dr. Doom had extended his reach into the realm of spacetime. If he discovered the truth about parallel universes, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Hang exhaled deeply, reminding himself that with tall people to rely on, he didn't need to worry too much. Involving parallel universes, the Doctor Strange of those universes, the Sorcerer Supreme, Mr. Fantastic, and even Dr. Doom from parallel timelines were all Dr. Doom's greatest enemies, and Li Hong hadn't reached that level yet. He decided to patrol first to prevent anyone from exploiting any gaps. With Professor Selvig present and Mr. Fantastic Reed, Iron Man Stark, and Dr. Bruce Banner already exploring and studying the Deep Blue Eye, perhaps soon they would manage to open a portal to a parallel universe as well. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over Li Hang. He looked at everyone present and, reluctantly, was about to turn to patrol when an unexpected change occurred. With a loud boom, a massive sound erupted from the center of the particle collider behind the glass wall. Li Hong quickly turned around and saw the enormous Deep Blue Eye suddenly erupting with intense blue temporal air bubbles. The shockwave of temporal energy distorted the entire space around it. A figure abruptly appeared in the center of the temporal bubble but was instantly thrown out, plummeting straight down toward the bottom of the particle accelerator chamber in front of everyone. It was over 100 meters high. Falling like that would surely lead to severe injury, if not death. It's Spider-Man. Li Hong recognized the figure at a glance and instinctively rushed toward the falling shape. However, others were faster. Mr. Fantastic Reed and Iron Man Stark had already smashed through the glass wall and dashed into the particle accelerator chamber, catching Spider-Man midair and swiftly bringing him back to the control room. They carefully laid Spider-Man on the ground. Just as Iron Man was about to remove his mask, he seemed to remember something and waved his hand for everyone to step back. Li Hong, who knew Spider-Man's true identity, naturally stayed behind, but he noticed Mr. Fantastic Reed's face had turned ashen. Iron Man ripped off Spider-Man's mask, revealing Peter Parker, whose face was pale, eyes tightly shut, devoid of any breath or warmth, resembling a corpse. Spider-Man was dead. It felt as if a thunderclap had struck Li Hong directly. His body involuntarily trembled as he stumbled back several steps, his expression turning extremely grim, just like Mr. Fantastic Reed's. What the hell is going on? Tony Stark stared at Peter Parker, who lay on the ground, lifeless and with a bluish hue to his skin. For a moment, his complexion turned as pale as ash. He trembled as he pressed his hand against Spider-Man's neck, then leaned down to listen for his heartbeat, but Spider-Man's body was already cold. Li Hong stood nearby, refraining from touching Spider-Man. He knew that with Stark around, Jarvis had already thoroughly examined Spider-Man's condition. No subtle change could escape Jarvis's notice. Moreover, Li Hang's own spiritual sense had already presented all of Peter Parker's bodily data clearly in his mind's eye. The body temperature that had dropped to freezing point brutally announced the truth to him: Spider-Man was dead. Peter Parker was dead. The Spider-Man of their universe no longer existed. Whatever might happen in the future of this parallel universe, it would no longer be connected to Spider-Man. Soon enough, the entire world, even New York, would gradually forget that someone like Spider-Man ever existed. The world had changed, as if the sky had fallen. Li Hong was engulfed in confusion, standing there in a daze, unable to utter a word. His consciousness seemed to detach from his body, and everything around him became a swirl of distorted colors, rapidly flowing without meaning. Yet he was acutely aware of what had happened and what was unfolding. Li Hong didn't want to believe Spider-Man was gone, and neither did Stark. Although they hadn't known each other for long,
this young man had made a deep impression on them. How could such a promising young superhero just fade away quietly? How could this be possible? One of Stark's hands pressed firmly against Spider-Man's chest as a surge of electricity coursed through his heart. Bang! Spider-Man's body jolted upwards, but then fell silent again, showing no reaction. "Doctor, hurry, come save him." The first to react was Professor Selvig. While Li Hong and Mr. Fantastic Reed were immersed in their disbelief and grief, Stark was still unwilling to give up on trying to revive Spider-Man, and Selvig anxiously called out. He lacked the precise ability to assess Peter Parker's condition and still believed there was hope for him. Sitwell arrived with a group of doctors in white coats, hurriedly pushing a stretcher toward them. When Li Hong saw Sitwell, he instinctively wanted to bend down to cover Spider-Man's face, but his fingers only trembled slightly before he stopped. Parker was already dead, there was no need to conceal his identity any longer. Now, he could be recognized by all of New York in his true identity. The honors he hadn't received in life could not be buried after death. The wave of sadness surged over Li Hong, completely engulfing him. He believed that it wouldn't be long before all of New York was shrouded in this sorrow. Spider-Man's death would send shockwaves throughout the world, plunging countless people into grief. Perhaps it would be akin to Captain America's death years ago, bringing endless suffering to the entire world. Maybe someone would build a memorial for him to honor everything he had done for New York over the years. Before long, related comics and movies might emerge, trying every way possible to ensure that people remembered him. Li Hong suddenly closed his eyes, reaching out with his right hand to wipe away the tears forming beneath his left eye. The pain and sorrow had numbed him. He had experienced the agony of losing loved ones before, and now it was his friend, Spider-Man, his best partner, who had left him forever. Who was responsible for all of this? A lightning bolt of thought flashed through Li Hong's mind. It was Doctor Strange from another parallel universe, the Spider-Man from another realm, the villains from countless worlds, and the Doctor Doom who manipulated everything from the shadows. Li Hong clenched his fists tightly. The opening of parallel universes had never been a good thing, he had realized this long ago, but the brutality of death struck him with unprecedented force. In this moment, Li Hong fully understood that the opening of parallel universes was not an opportunity, but a crisis, one that could very well destroy the world. The war of the multiverse, had quietly begun the moment the parallel space opened. Wait! Li Hong suddenly raised his head, quickly turning to look at Mr. Fantastic Reed, who had also exclaimed in shock. Without hesitation, he reached out to stop the stretcher that was about to take Spider-Man away, and together with Reed, they shouted, "He's not dead yet." Outside the treatment room in Baxter Building, Li Hong paced nervously in the stark white corridor, his steps light and his expression revealing a hint of worry. Not far away, Invisible Woman Susan was sitting with Mary Jane, softly comforting her while occasionally glancing at the treatment room through the glass door, which housed only Mr. Fantastic Reed and Spider-Man Peter Parker. At this moment, Peter Parker had regained consciousness, propped up against the bed, wearing a relaxed smile as he conversed with Reed Richards. Outside the treatment room, no one could hear their voices. But for everyone, this was enough. Spider-Man being able to return to life was already incredibly fortunate. It had been 3 days since Spider-Man returned from the alternate dimension, and he only regained his heartbeat the next day, fully waking up on the 3rd day. If it weren't for Li Hong and Mr. Fantastic Reed sensing something unusual, Spider-Man might have already been sent to the morgue, or potentially even dissected by certain individuals and organizations in a lab. Returning to life 24 hours after death would definitely be a medical miracle in the outside world, but now, none of this could be disclosed, especially regarding dimensional space, which would be fraught with complications. When Spider-Man was thrown back by the temporal bubble, everyone anxiously focused on his life and death. It was only after he was taken away that they realized the portal had closed shortly after Spider-Man was thrown back, the deep blue eye vanishing, and the mysteriously rapidly operating particle collider had also ceased functioning. All signs of abnormality had disappeared, no one could find any trace of the portal being opened. Everything had ended so abruptly, without any warning, just like how it had started without any premonition. The only thing left was Spider-Man. Mary Jane was called to the building only after Spider-Man had regained consciousness, but even then, she was not permitted to enter the treatment room. Her communications with Parker were conducted only through phone calls, with no actual contact. If Mary Jane was treated this way, one could imagine how others were faring. All personnel involved that day, except for Li Hong, were kept outside Baxter Building, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were not allowed in, let alone meet Spider-Man himself. Li Hong let out a long sigh of relief,
glancing toward Peter Parker in the treatment room. Regardless of the circumstances, he had awakened, which was a positive development.
But concerning the alternate dimension, what had he experienced, what had he seen?
Those were the most critical questions. After a few minutes, Reed Richards finally emerged from the treatment room, smiling at Mary Jane before stepping aside to open the door. Overjoyed, Mary Jane couldn't hold back her tears as she rushed toward Peter Parker on the hospital bed. Li Hong watched the young couple embrace tightly, a comforting smile appearing on his face.
No matter what, this crisis had finally passed. Li, can we talk? Reed Richards' voice suddenly rang out from behind Li Hang.
Startled, Li Hang turned around to see Mr. Fantastic Reed, whose expression was very serious.
An ominous premonition surged within Li Hang's heart. So, Parker will be confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life?
Li Hang's face turned extremely grim as he looked at the smiles on Peter Parker and Mary Jane's faces through the glass window.
An unbearable wave of sadness surged up inside him.
Reed shook his head slightly. He suffered a fatal injury to his back, damaging his spinal nerves. Although top neurosurgeons operated on him before he returned, they were still unable to restore him to normal. This time of crossing dimensions was due to that injury. He nearly didn't survive.
Isn't it because of the time-space power? Didn't they say he was wrapped in the temporal bubble and hadn't fully integrated into our world, which is why he couldn't wake up?
Li Hong extended his hand, pointing at Spider-Man inside, but ultimately could only clench his fist tightly. When he and Reed Richards detected that Parker still had signs of life, it was because they had noticed a faint temporal energy emanating from him. Over time, that energy had increased, but when it finally dissipated, Spider-Man had regained his heartbeat. Reed explained, but that energy integrated too deeply, and combined with his existing injury, recovering to normal will not be easy.
Wait, you said it's not easy, which means he still has a chance of recovery?
Li Hang's eyes suddenly widened as he stepped forward, grabbing Reed by the collar with a look of excitement flashing across his face. Reed didn't resist, only nodded calmly before saying somberly, even if there's a chance of recovery, he can only be an ordinary person, never again a superhero, never again Spider-Man.
Ha! Li Hong managed a bitter smile, releasing his grip and taking a couple of steps back, turning to look at Peter Parker and Mary Jane in the treatment room. Suddenly, his expression turned all cold and indifferent as he said, "Perhaps this isn't such a bad thing. This way, they can live the life they want." The night sky appeared particularly dark. The twinkling starlight, having traveled billions of light-years, scattered across the long and pitch-black night like dazzling jewels. Suddenly, massive, scaly cracks emerged in the sky, revealing a captivating deep blue color. Immediately after, a dull thud echoed, and a figure seemed to appear out of thin air. It seemed as if the figure had been struck violently, plummeting from the sky like a kite with severed strings. However, just as it was about to touch the ground, the figure abruptly froze, as if held in place by some mysterious force. In an instant, the figure flipped over and stood firmly on the ground. This was a tall figure, nearly 1.9 meters in height, dressed in a tight-fitting silver battlesuit that completely concealed his face, with only a dark green cloak draped over him. He was none other than Dr. Doom, Victor Von Doom. Anyone with even a slight understanding of him could easily identify his identity just by his unique attire. He stood 3 feet above the ground, his deep-set eyes gazing intently into the heavens, revealing a hint of elusive gloom. Recalling this experience, he had to admit that initially, his luck was indeed quite good. Under his careful planning, the door to the parallel universe finally began to slowly open. As he rushed into that dimensional passage, he suddenly realized that the opening of the parallel universe door was not due to him, it was actually his old rival, Doctor Strange, who triggered it. However, Victor's luck was indeed extraordinary, for he discovered that Doctor Strange in that parallel universe had lost the Time Stone. His greatest reliance was thus gone. After a fierce battle, Victor was on the verge of defeating Strange from that parallel universe. But at that moment, a new wave of parallel universe energy suddenly surged forth, and before Victor could react, a powerful magical force slammed into him, forcefully ejecting him from the cosmic passage. That force, that magical power, was all too familiar to Victor. It was the magic system of Kamartaj, extremely powerful, even surpassing Doctor Strange's magic. But strangely, the nature of both was very similar, yet the latter seemed particularly mixed and inclined toward darkness. Could it be? This conjecture left Victor astonished, but soon a wave of irritation surged within him. If it was indeed as he suspected, things could become troublesome. Parallel universes had always existed in reality, and among the countless parallel universes,
only a very few could break through their own universe and step into the vast multiverse. These individuals all possessed terrifyingly powerful abilities, being formidable entities. Some were exceptionally lucky, successfully defeating numerous versions of themselves from parallel universes, while others were less fortunate, becoming the defeated. Those who emerged victorious could even forcibly integrate the timelines of many parallel universes, establishing what is called the sacred timeline, thus ruling over certain ranges of parallel universes. However, the existence of the multiverse is infinite. No one can completely control all of it.
What one can touch and influence is merely the parallel universes they encounter and see.
If one were to think that everything before their eyes represents the entirety of the multiverse, it only shows that their vision is too narrow. Victor's luck cannot be considered good, for this was not his first time opening the door to a parallel universe. For years, he had been dedicated to exploring and trying to open the path to the hellish world.
However, during an unintentional exploration, he accidentally opened a door to a parallel universe.
But soon, he had to retreat with numerous injuries, forced out by another version of himself from that parallel universe. No one knows better than him what kind of person he is. In that vast multiverse, there are countless versions of Dr. Doom, and each of these Doom versions is his greatest enemy. His personality determined that in numerous parallel universes, he could not ally with any of his other selves. Once he appeared, the person who most desired to kill him was none other than himself. This time, before he even encountered his counterpart from that parallel universe, he was intercepted by his old rival, Doctor Strange. As for being expelled from that universe, that was another matter entirely.
If it was indeed as he suspected, then he might have very little opportunity to intervene there.
He took a deep breath. The fresh air contained almost no trace of industrial waste.
He couldn't help but ponder, where had he arrived? A completely new world?
Victor slowly descended to the ground and began to look around. Just moments before he was blasted from that world, he had not returned directly to his own world, but it seemed he had come to a whole new realm. In this world, the smell of industrial waste was not strong, but the magical elements were highly active.
"Sir, it seems you have taken a wrong turn."
A voice suddenly echoed behind Victor Von Doom, revealing a hint of age but also containing profound strength. Victor slowly turned around, and an immense pressure immediately surged in his heart. The newcomer was also clad in silver battle armor, but unlike Victor, he wore a dark red robe over it. Standing 3 meters tall, he exuded an overwhelming presence, especially with the short fins atop his head. Victor could distinctly sense a powerful psychic force emanating from there. And, at some unknown time, the air around them had already filled with his aura of power. Even someone as powerful as Victor Von Doom had not detected when all of this occurred.
This enemy was evidently extremely dangerous. It seems I truly have taken a wrong turn.
Having just been through a fierce battle with Doctor Strange, Victor's lips twitched slightly. He was not in the mood to engage in a life-and-death struggle with this unfathomable enemy. In the blink of an eye, a time-space door had quietly opened behind him. Victor took a step back without hesitation, ready to step through the time-space door and leave this unfamiliar world.
"Hey, the item in your hand looks quite nice, you should leave it here."
As soon as the words were spoken, the newcomer raised his right hand sharply, and a powerful energy beam shot forward.
"Ha!"
Victor merely smiled lightly, and in an instant, that powerful energy beam passed through his body, directly entering the time-space door, while his entire form slowly dissipated like a bubble.
Bang!
With a massive sound, both figures were thrown back to the sides, but they quickly regained their footing and fiercely lunged at each other again. One wielded an energy-spiked hammer, while the other's silver claws sparkled with magical and energy light.
The two clashed intensely, the energy from their impacts creating chaos like a boiling pot of porridge. All vegetation within a radius of several kilometers was destroyed, and the enormous green dust even surged dozens of kilometers away.
From a distance, one could only see a swirling tempest, unable to discern the figures within. After a long while, the storm gradually dissipated, leaving behind a disheveled figure in red armor. He clutched his chest tightly, blood slowly seeping from the cracks in his steel armor, but there was no sign of pain on his face, only a serious expression.
A new war is about to begin.
Much later, the place was already deserted. At this moment, a space door suddenly opened, and a figure stepped out first. He was bald, wearing a black eye patch over his left eye, dressed in a black trench coat, holding an energy gun in his left hand, and his expression was extremely vigilant as he carefully emerged from the space door.
"It's safe now, you can come out."
The bald man looked back at the space door, and a tall, thin middle-aged man with graying temples and the appearance of a researcher followed him out. In his right hand, he held a deep blue square gem. "It seems we arrived late." The middle-aged researcher shook his head with some regret. "Let's go back, Fury." "Okay." The bald Fury scanned the surroundings and then returned to the space door with the middle-aged researcher. The space door closed again, and the world returned to its previous tranquility. The sun shone brightly, and warm sunlight illuminated New York in deep winter. The clear blue sky was devoid of clouds. Suddenly, a scaly spacecraft opened silently, and that familiar figure fell from the air once more. At this moment, Dr. Doom, Victor Von Doom, had his eyes tightly shut, appearing as if he had fallen into a coma, slowly descending from the sky. The bloodstain at the corner of his mouth was striking, his green cloak had been torn to shreds, and his armor was covered in scratches from battle. Suddenly, fragments of shattered gems began to emanate from the falling Dr. Doom, these gem shards flickering away in an instant, vanishing into the void. At that moment, a figure appeared abruptly in mid-air. It was the familiar gray robe, the familiar bald head. He was the powerful Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. In the very first moment the spacecraft appeared, Ancient One shot upwards like an arrow, heading straight toward Dr. Doom in the air. The ring on his left hand glowed with a blue light, and in an instant, the entire world seemed to shift slightly. That familiar air filled with industrial waste, the not-so-active but perfectly suited magical elements, and that familiar magical fluctuation. Victor Von Doom suddenly opened his eyes and instantly stood upright in mid-air. At that moment, the figure before him was his most familiar opponent, the teacher he had once longed for but never attained, Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One from Camartage. In the forested mountains, Li Hong drove towards the former secret base. The car window slowly rolled down, a gentle breeze brushed past, and the sounds of insects and birds echoed in his ears. Now, aside from some patrolling police, personnel from the FBI, Department of Homeland Security, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had all withdrawn. Half a month had passed, and nearly everything movable from the base had been taken away. The entire base was devoid of any valuables. The New York Police Department would completely withdraw after completing their routine patrols, as their manpower was exceedingly stretched. Today was the last time Li Hang would come here. He felt that this matter was far from over. Dr. Doom's involvement had filled the entire situation with layers of doubt, yet they could never find any clues. Although Peter Parker had awakened, due to injuries to his spinal nerves, he could not stand or walk. Most critically, he had forgotten what had happened after entering the space portal. His memory was blank. Was it Doctor Strange's magic? Filled with doubt, Li Hong re-entered the underground base, which had already become desolate. Standing in the former control room, there was nearly nothing but some useless trash beneath his feet. All electronic equipment that once existed here had been dismantled, and everything transportable had been taken away. Li Hang sighed lightly and was about to turn to leave when, as if sensing something, he suddenly stopped, furrowed his brows, and slowly turned his head. What he saw before him instantly filled his face with shock. In the center of the spot where the particle collider once impacted, in the deepest part of the former deep blue eye, a terrifying spiritual energy suddenly began to gather, and a dazzling blue light abruptly appeared. The dark moon hung in the sky, yet not a glimmer of light could be seen. In the shadowy alley of the city, garbage bins exuding a foul stench were already swarmed with buzzing flies. Suddenly, a black-blue vortex of time and space abruptly opened above the garbage bin, startling the flies that had been resting there, causing them to flutter into the air with an annoying buzzing sound. An expanding time bubble suddenly appeared, accompanied by a low, whistling sound, and a figure was violently hurled out. In an instant, the time vortex vanished without a trace. In mid-air, the slender figure quickly regained control of himself, agilely adjusting his posture. Just as he was about to touch the ground, he skillfully performed a forward roll, landing silently and gracefully. At the same time, he felt his right hand at his waist, where a black Glock 18 handgun was now firmly grasped. The figure quickly took cover in a corner, gun pointed outward, the bullet chambered, carefully observing the surrounding environment and scrutinizing this unfamiliar new world. The dark alley was eerily silent at this moment, but from far away on the main street, the sounds of passing vehicles and children playing could clearly be heard by the figure. After about half a minute, he slowly stood up from the empty alley. Despite the constant noise from the street outside, no one came walking in his direction, which allowed him to breathe a slight sigh of relief, though he remained vigilant, keeping the gun pointed outward without any slackening. "What exactly is this place?" he muttered to himself in a low voice, as he turned on a small flashlight, instantly illuminating the dark alley. In the dim light, he finally saw that the person in the alley was none other than Li Hang. Li Hang cautiously glanced at the distant alley entrance, then quickly turned around to look behind him, where no trace of the time vortex remained. In fact, when he was ejected from the time bubble earlier, he had already sensed the disappearance of the space vortex. But at that moment, he was completely out of control and could not re-enter the time vortex to return to his original world. Standing where the time vortex had vanished, Li Hang furrowed his brow slightly. Being caught unawares and pulled into a time vortex was undoubtedly not a good thing.
Earlier, in the underground secret base in Forest Mountain, just as Li Hang was about to leave, a faint blue light suddenly appeared.
Then, a gem the size of a thumb instantly coalesced, hovering briefly in midair before rapidly falling due to gravity. Li Hang ultimately found it at the bottom of the base. It was a thumb-sized hexagonal white gem, with only the tip of its lower corner bearing a hint of blue. Aside from that, it looked just like an ordinary white fluorite. Even if SHIELD personnel discovered it during their evacuation, they would likely dismiss it and throw it away carelessly. Had he not witnessed its appearance with his own eyes, Li Hang would never have connected it to the time stone once embedded in the staff of gold, but he had indeed seen it. Instinctively, Li Hang injected the true yang energy within him into the time gem.
As soon as he concentrated, the hint of blue at the gem's pointed corner quickly spread, soon covering the entire gem. In an instant, a time vortex suddenly appeared, and a massive gravitational force enveloped Li Hang.
He had no time to resist before being swept up by the vortex, leaving his familiar world like Peter Parker had done. With his left hand extended, the flashlight illuminating below, Li Hang held a pure white gem in the shape of a prism, showing no trace of blue. Li Hang's expression grew increasingly tense. He was in a dire situation, as his true yang energy was almost completely depleted. This was the price he paid for opening the time vortex. In the alley, reeking of filth and filled with garbage, Li Hang merely frowned slightly before stowing away the time gem and walking towards the nearby pile of trash with his flashlight. He had no peculiar habits, but he believed that even garbage could hold useful information, such as texts, timestamps, and most importantly, locations. Li Hang was eager to know if he was still on Earth and whether he had truly entered a brand new world. Earlier in the underground base, it had still been daytime, but now it was night here. Had he genuinely arrived in a new world, or had he lingered in the space portal for more than 12 hours? If he had been missing for an extended period, it might draw attention from various parties, especially SHIELD. Given the peculiar location from which he went missing, if SHIELD sensed any anomalies, it was hard to say they wouldn't connect it to the time vortex. If this were indeed a completely new world, Li Hang did not want to share the secret with anyone. Holding his breath slightly, Li Hang looked extremely tense. Although it was quiet here, he could not stay for long. After all, the opening of the time vortex could easily attract the attention of the Kamartaj sorcerers and the hidden Dr. Doom behind the scenes. His arrival would likely be unwelcome to anyone. Although Li Hang had a gun, the bullets might not pose a threat to these individuals. Sensing the hidden danger, he quickly decided to leave after a brief search. Just as Li Hang was about to start searching, he suddenly looked up, his gaze fixed on the sky above. A massive shadow was rapidly flying by. It was a gigantic steel mech, striped in blue and purple, standing over 3 meters tall, twice the size of an average person, with flames jetting from its back and feet as it flew forward at high speed, seemingly in pursuit of something. Boom! Following that, a dozen similar steel mechs appeared one after another, chasing after the first one, quickly disappearing from view. There was no need to continue searching for anything. Li Hang stared blankly at the sky. To see a dozen towering steel armors like this was rare even on Earth. SHIELD had already disbanded, and Stark's Iron Legion had yet to be fully developed. Either Li Hang was lucky enough to stumble upon this world's Iron Legion on a collective mission, or the steel mechs were abundant enough to be seen in groups of dozens. In the endless sky, above the clouds, it seemed that one shadow after another was rapidly moving, which already indicated many issues. No matter whether this world was another Earth from a different dimension or another planet altogether, everything clearly showed that this was no longer his original world. Turning around, Li Hang cautiously made his way quickly toward the exit of the alley. The cold wind hit Li Hang's face, and he quickly calmed himself down. Although the street outside the alley was not a bustling commercial avenue filled with lights and crowds, there were still dim streetlights casting weak glows, and the surrounding apartment buildings housed residents sleeping in the deep night. Within these buildings, there were more channels through which accurate information could be obtained. However, just as he was about to step out of the alley, Li Hang suddenly stopped, hesitated for a moment, and then pulled out a mask from his clothing, carefully putting it on his face. It was a tiger-faced mask, and the underground superhero of New York, Tiger, quietly made his appearance in this brand new world. When he left home today, Lee Hung had intended to visit Peter Parker, so he was not dressed in a police uniform but instead wore a casual gray t-shirt, dark black jeans, and a pair of ordinary sneakers, without any special insignia. He silently prayed that the people in this world wouldn't look bizarre or wear strange outfits, otherwise, his distinctive appearance would easily give him away. Like a flash of lightning, he darted under the dim streetlight and quickly reached the front of a second-floor apartment across the street. Before all eyes could focus on him, Lee Hang leaped, exerting powerful force to swiftly pop open the window lock.
The window opened quietly, and he smoothly rolled inside the room with agility.
The window then closed silently behind him. This was a small clinic, or rather, a private clinic, clearly indicated by the sign outside that read Jones Clinic. The furnishings in the second-floor room confirmed this. There was a hospital-style bed in the center, and on a small tray beside it were items such as stethoscopes, masks, and gloves. A row of cabinets against the wall was filled with various small medicine bottles and bandages. Lee Hung quickly approached the cabinets, finding aspirin, ibuprofen, antiviral pills. All the labels were in English, with no other languages present.
He finally let out a long sigh of relief. The sign outside the clinic used entirely English, and now the labels on the medicine bottles were also in English, which at least confirmed that the civilization in this city was remarkably similar to Earth. This was a human world. He silently opened the cabinet and took out a sealed box of medication. With a gentle swipe of his fingertip, the outer packaging was neatly cut open, and then he deftly pulled out a tightly packed instruction manual. The production date was June 2010, with an expiration date of June 2013, and the manufacturer was Drott Biopharmaceutical Company, Limited, located in Thousand Oaks, California. This was clearly Earth, and the time. Lee Hang picked up a small note from the table, which was a prescription pad used by the clinic's doctor to write prescriptions for patients. He could faintly see the doctor's name, Gwendolyn Mackenzie Jones. February 14, 2011, Valentine's Day.
The address of this clinic was 107B, 54th Street, Manhattan, New York.
Was this really Hell's Kitchen? He silently left the room and began to carefully search the entire clinic. This was both a clinic and a home, inhabited by a mother and daughter, Gwendolyn Mackenzie Jones and her daughter, Sane. There were no male items anywhere, not even a photo of a man. Had there been a divorce?
After completing a silent circuit, he stood by the window, deeply inhaling the cool air, gazing at the familiar yet strange city outside, lost in thought. Without a doubt, this was still Earth, still New York, still Manhattan, but the time was nearly 2 years earlier than the Earth he came from. Not only was there a temporal difference, but the technological advancement in this world far exceeded that of his own. On the streets of Hell's Kitchen, he could see dozens of steel robots everywhere. How many such steel robots must exist in all of Manhattan, all of New York, all over the world, both civilian and military? The sheer number was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Hell's Kitchen, as indicated on the note, was indeed within the boundaries of Manhattan's 57th Street, but listening to the eerie calm outside, it hardly resembled the gunfire-ridden Hell's Kitchen he knew.
The advanced technology and civilization seemed to suppress the street crime that was so prevalent, yet it had not resolved issues of poverty and disparity. The surrounding buildings appeared even older than those in his Hell's Kitchen, though not dilapidated enough to be uninhabitable.
Clearly, this was a completely different world. Lee Hung finally found something that could thoroughly prove all of this: $100 bill used in this world. It bore no portraits of any American presidents but instead depicted 4 side-by-side faces, each marked with very distinct features of a tiger, ox, ram, and rat, yet they were all human faces. Lee Hang felt as if he had entered a mutated world. Was this a world ruled by mutants?
And those robots, were they sentinel robots?
These conjectures weighed heavily on Lee Hang's mind, yet he also felt a hint of relief. In his world, there were no mutants, but in the entire Marvel universe, mutants did indeed exist. As a traveler, despite the strangeness of this world to him, the apparent presence of mutants felt like a clue, a foothold he could grasp. But, were they really mutants? The clinic was not large. The first floor was the consultation room, while the second floor had bedrooms, a kitchen, a small guest room, and a procedure room.
Lee Hung returned to the procedure room he had entered, lying down on the hospital bed.
He needed to rest for a while and allow his emotions to settle. The thumb-sized pillar-like time gem was held in front of him, the originally pure white gem now displaying a faint hint of blue at its base.
It was gradually recovering, absorbing the spiritual energy from the environment for self-repair.
Once it fully returned to a blue state, the time vortex should be able to reopen. The true yang energy within Li Hong was itself a fusion of spiritual energy with his essence, spirit, and blood, thus also a form of energy. Therefore, after absorbing Li Hong's true yang energy, the time gem could swiftly open the time vortex and transport him to this world. Was this world where Spider-Man had come to before? A wave of doubt surged within Li Hong. A world with Doctor Strange shouldn't look like this one, which boasted such advanced technology. Suddenly, Li Hong sat up, stowed away the time gem, and began to close his eyes to meditate, fully focusing on absorbing the highly active spiritual energy in this world. For him, the most important thing right now was to restore his true yang energy. As long as his true yang energy was restored, whether he faced powerful enemies, complicated environments, or sought to reopen the space vortex to return to his own world, he would possess enough strength to cope and deal with it all. Woo woo woo, the sharp and piercing sound of police sirens roared through every corner of the entire block. Every building in the vicinity seemed to receive a command as their lights rapidly flickered on. Almost every room was illuminated, as if filled with people, instantly transforming the neighborhood into a scene of bright lights. The alarm continued incessantly, as if it had endless patience, refusing to cease until every person was awakened from their slumber. Li Hong was naturally jolted awake by the sudden blaring sirens. He stood at the window, gazing at the bright lights of all the buildings within his line of sight, and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. He thought to himself, had the occupancy rate of this city risen to such a level? Li Hong had been to Hell's Kitchen in his own world, a place situated in one of the world's most bustling cities. However, even in his world, the occupancy rate of Hell's Kitchen had never exceeded half. But now, the Hell's Kitchen before him had an occupancy rate of over 90%, which surprised him greatly. The owner of the clinic he was in, Gwendolyn Mackenzie Jones, and her daughter Sane, had also long since woken up. They had dressed early and quietly waited in the first-floor waiting area, as if anticipating something important to happen. The same scene played out in other apartment buildings. Li Hong stood by the window and could clearly see that people in every nearby building had gathered in their living rooms, seemingly awaiting some unknown command or event. A slight buzzing sound filled the air, and dozens of fully armed steel robots descended from the sky like ghosts, landing on the ground simultaneously. These steel robots wasted no time, each heading toward a different building, knocking on every door to begin detailed inquiries with the residents inside. Though Li Hong was on the second floor, he could still hear the thundering voice of the steel robots. Gwendolyn Mackenzie Jones, Sane Jones, are there only the two of you in this house? Yes, officer. Gwendolyn's voice revealed a hint of hoarseness and fatigue, and she quickly added, I've posted a rental notice, but so far no one has come to rent it. That's your business. The steel robot seemed completely impatient. It looked up at the upper floors and coldly asked, Are you sure there are only the two of you in this house? Of course, who else could there be? Gwendolyn replied, puzzled by the robot's suspicion. At that moment, little Sane suddenly clung tightly to Gwendolyn's leg, eyes filled with fear as she whispered, Mom, I'm scared. The steel robot reached out its hand, pushing Gwendolyn and her daughter aside, then strode directly toward the second floor. Gwendolyn and Sane exchanged glances, their expressions revealing both concern and curiosity, along with a touch of calm. The doors on the second floor were opened one by one, leading to the procedure room at the very end. When the door opened, the procedure room was empty, with no one in sight. The steel robot showed no expression on its face, all its cameras and infrared sensors activated, scanning the entire room meticulously, but it remained empty. In less than half a minute, the steel robot turned and left the procedure room, then descended the stairs and exited the clinic to search the next apartment. Gwendolyn and Sane cautiously walked into the procedure room, looking around but finding nothing unusual. They could only helplessly close the door and return to the waiting area. The entire search operation continued for half an hour, and just then, the sounds of fierce combat erupted from the northwest sky. Almost instantly, all the steel robots in the neighborhood seemed to receive a command, taking off into the sky and flying toward the direction of the gunfire. Above in the sky, over 100 steel robots raced toward the source of the gunfire simultaneously. Their target was there. In the procedure room on the second floor, beneath the hospital bed, Li Hong tightly gripped the bed frame to avoid touching the ground. The partially draped sheet cleverly concealed his figure. He focused intensely, completely holding his breath, making no sound. In this state of internal breathing, his body temperature dropped to match the surrounding ambient temperature, rendering him undetectable. The door closed again, and Gwendolyn and Sane returned to the waiting area. At that moment, Li Hong slowly emerged from beneath the bed. As he looked up, he was greeted by the spectacular sight of over 100 steel robots soaring through the air, and he felt an overwhelming shock surge within him. What kind of world was this? There were no ordinary police, instead, all were steel robots. And those beast-like faces on the bills, had humanity ceased to be the highest authority in this world? And what about those being pursued by the steel robots? Who were they, and why were the robots searching for them with such intensity? Had they managed to escape? The world before him was even more dangerous than Li Hong had previously imagined. He understood that to avoid revealing his identity and to evade pursuit, the best approach would be to find a way to blend into this world, to secure an identity that would allow him to investigate everything about this world. After the steel robots departed, the incessant alarm soon ceased. People in each apartment began to return to rest, and the lights were turned off once more. Just as Li Hong prepared to return to the bed to meditate and restore his true yang energy, he suddenly heard soft footsteps outside. The door to the procedure room slowly opened, and Gwendolyn cautiously walked in alone, approaching the bed. Her footsteps were light, but for Li Hong, who was hiding under the bed and holding his breath, his heart raced with a sense of inexplicable tension. Had she already discovered him? Gwendolyn gently pressed her hands on the bed, then with a bit of effort, climbed onto the bed. She reached up to feel the ceiling. A small section of the ceiling was gently lifted, and as she reached in, an old-fashioned disposable phone appeared in her hand. Seeing that the phone was still there, Gwendolyn let out a long sigh of relief. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately decided to place the phone back and cover the ceiling again. Standing by the window, Gwendolyn murmured softly, "I hope tonight's operation goes smoothly." Hidden beneath the bed, Li Hong raised his eyebrows slightly, immediately realizing that this woman was not simple. She likely had a close connection to those being pursued by the steel robots. She could be their lookout or responsible for providing them logistical support. Of course, since this was a clinic, she might also be in charge of hiding and treating them. Li Hong stumbled upon such a person by casually entering a room, and he couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune. No, this wasn't coincidence or luck. The reason he had come to this clinic was that it was directly across the alley where the time vortex had opened. A seemingly ordinary clinic, yet this woman's importance in this world far exceeded Li Hong's imagination. It could even be said that if he wanted to establish himself in this world and uncover everything about it, he would likely have to find a way to work with her. But before that, Li Hong needed to quickly restore his true yang energy. Only by regaining his strength could he better handle various crises and have the opportunity to return to his own world. Under the dim light, a sudden pop echoed in the silent underground base, and a light tube exploded, causing the illumination to dim even further. In the depths of this vast and empty underground space, the scattered debris and waste paper seemed to be pulled by an inexplicable force, slowly floating off the ground. Then, with a loud whoosh, a massive bubble of space suddenly formed but collapsed just as quickly. At that moment, a black-blue vortex of time and space appeared without warning, and a figure was violently ejected from within, uncontrollably hurled into the air. Before he could hit the ground, the figure deftly flipped in mid-air and landed smoothly on the floor. As Li Hong steadied himself and turned his head, the time vortex had already disappeared entirely. Each time the vortex vanished, it did so with astonishing speed, leaving no time for anyone to react. Li Hong frowned slightly and extended his hand, only to find that the time gem he had tightly grasped was now completely white, devoid of any trace of blue light. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a text message notification on his phone broke his thoughts like a thunderclap. He pulled out his phone and saw several messages and missed call notifications flashing on the screen. During his time in the parallel universe, several people had tried to contact him, but he had been unable to answer. Li Hong scrolled through the messages carefully, confirming that there was nothing particularly urgent before he finally relaxed. At this moment, he focused more on the time displayed on his phone. After connecting to the network, the time had automatically been adjusted. From the time he left to now returning, over 7 hours had passed. He arrived at this underground base around 11 a.m., found the time gem, was taken away by the sudden vortex, and now returned close to 7 p.m., meaning he had spent nearly 7 hours in that other world. During those 7 hours, he had used almost all of his time to restore his true yang energy. Coupled with the self-recharging of the time gem during those hours, it was only at the break of dawn in that world that the time portal opened, allowing him to return to his own world. After calculating everything, he discovered that the two worlds were almost in reverse cycles, and their rates of time flow were nearly equal, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. In that other world, his biggest concern had been a significant disparity in time flow between the two worlds. If he had only spent a day there while several days had elapsed here, it would have been a major problem. As a New York police officer, suddenly disappearing for several days would likely raise alarms across various channels, especially since he had just arrested Wilson Fisk. If he vanished then, it would immediately be assumed he had fallen victim to Fisk's retaliation, potentially igniting a new wave of chaos in New York City. Fortunately, the time flow in both worlds was not significantly different, allowing him to manage and prepare for many matters with ease. After leaving the underground base, Li Hong called every person who had sent him messages. Aside from the New York Police Department requesting him to report to headquarters by 8 a.m. the next morning, everything else was not particularly important. He quickly drove back to Manhattan, constantly making calls along the way as there were many things he needed to arrange and prepare. He knew that to return to that technologically advanced world, he couldn't go in empty-handed, he needed to fully prepare a variety of equipment. The people in that world seemed to be under the strong oppression of some extraordinary powers, subjected to strict surveillance and control. Moreover, that world was not peaceful at all. The powerful steel robots were relentlessly hunting down enemies who appeared to be formidable adversaries. At least before his return, those robots were still actively searching, which indicated they had not captured their targets yet. Upon returning to his apartment, Li Hong headed directly into his secret underground basement, emerging only the next morning with red eyes. After a quick wash and breakfast, he changed into his freshly cleaned police uniform and immediately drove to the precinct. The headquarters of the New York City Police Department was still located in Manhattan, right in Midtown, the most prosperous area of New York. When Li Hong arrived, he did not meet with Chief Reagan but instead encountered the chief's secretary, Ms. Abigail Banks.
What? They're transferring me to the police academy.
Li Hong looked at the transfer order in his hand, surprise flashing in his eyes as he widened them.
Noticing Li Hong's surprised reaction, but that he didn't appear too resistant, Secretary Banks looked at him with some astonishment. That's your reaction? I thought you would be more surprised.
Li Hong took a deep breath to calm himself, a hint of gratitude appearing on his face, and then said to Ms. Banks, because I know this is the chief's way of protecting me, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't understand the situation. Please tell the chief that I will report to the academy on time.
With that, Li Hong gave a formal salute and turned to leave.
Sitting in his car, he drove toward the South City precinct, with the transfer order resting on the passenger seat.
Li Hong couldn't help but sigh. Frank Reagan's ability to serve 2 consecutive terms as chief of the NYPD was indeed extraordinary.
Despite his recent fame from personally arresting Fisk, he had also made many enemies. Inside the department, countless people resented him for disrupting their financial schemes, and outside, many small-time criminals wanted to make a name for themselves on his downfall. If it were just internal exclusion and persecution, or external threats from petty criminals, he wouldn't mind.
However, he was genuinely worried about the collusion between the two.
If someone inside the department provided information, and the outside gangs coordinated with them, hiring a hitman with a high-caliber rifle, even Li Hong would find it difficult to evade, potentially facing an untimely demise without knowing who orchestrated it. Therefore, being transferred to the police academy at this moment, sparing him from dangerous tasks, would greatly reduce their opportunities to strike. Upon arriving at the Manhattan South Precinct, Li Hong cheerfully greeted the deputy sheriff in charge of assigning patrol duties. The deputy sheriff was surprised to see him and returned his greeting with a smile, though there was a hint of something unusual in his expression. Once Li Hong disappeared up the stairs, the deputy sheriff immediately picked up the phone to make a call.
Arriving at the Major Crimes Unit in Manhattan South, Li Hong was back in familiar territory.
Upon entering the office, he was met not with warm smiles but with surprised expressions and concealed worries. Deputy Captain Pruitt approached him, a serious look on his face as he quietly asked, "What are you doing here today?
Aren't you on leave?"
"I have business to attend to, Deputy Captain." Li Hong waved the transfer order in front of Pruitt's eyes and said softly, "No need to worry, whatever it is, I can handle it."
Once Deputy Captain Pruitt saw the contents of the transfer order, he finally relaxed.
He pointed to Captain Reed's office and said, "You can go in now, that group is there, so you can resolve all the issues at once."
"Okay."
Li Hong agreed and greeted his colleagues in the Major Crimes Unit before heading toward Captain Reed's office. He knocked on the door, and Captain Reed's familiar voice called from inside, "Come in." Li Hong pushed the door open, ignoring the 2 officers sitting across from Captain Reed, and directly handed over the transfer order. "Captain, could you please sign this here?" Seeing Li Hong, Captain Reed's expression showed a hint of surprise. She adjusted her glasses slightly, but upon meeting Li Hong's gaze, she immediately focused on the transfer order. Her eyes brightened as she quickly signed her name. Just a moment, the young male officer spoke up to stop her, but Captain Reed had already finished signing and closed the folder, returning it to Li Hang.
However, at that moment, the young male officer grabbed the folder. "Sorry, can I see what this is?"
Just then, a strong hand reached over and snatched the folder away.
"Before you decide to do anything, could you please introduce yourself?" Li Hang's expression turned extremely cold, showing no signs of friendliness.
"Sorry, I'm Atana O'Neill, a Level 2 detective from Internal Affairs." The slightly older female officer sitting beside him stood up, pulling her colleague along as she introduced herself and her partner. "This is Officer Horwitz. We are here to investigate a corruption case, Officer Lee, and since you're here, we need to ask you some questions."
"Is it an inquiry or an interrogation?" "If it's an interrogation, can I first consult my lawyer?"
A smirk of disdain appeared on Li Hang's lips as he turned to Captain Reed, giving a nod. Captain Reed smiled and made a casual gesture. Li Hang turned back to O'Neill and Horwitz, bluntly stating, "If this is internal police work that requires cooperation, please contact my superior first.
I do not accept any inquiries outside of protocol." With that, he left the office without looking back, leaving the two people inside fuming with anger.
O'Neill managed to maintain her composure, being an experienced detective, but Horwitz's face was flushed with rage. It was rare for someone in the South Precinct to confront internal affairs officers like this. "Captain Reed, I demand that Officer Henry Lee be suspended immediately and required to cooperate with the investigation," Horwitz said, tearing off the facade. At this point, Reed was no longer cautious. She leaned back in her chair and replied casually, "Sorry, I don't have that authority, and neither do you, Officer Horwitz." Horwitz's expression darkened immediately as he coldly stated, "Captain Reed, Internal Affairs has the right to require every officer to cooperate with investigations, as stated in the internal regulations.
If I remember correctly, you enforced that thoroughly when you were in Internal Affairs."
"That's true, but cooperation is one thing, suspension is another. Only your chief has that authority, not you." Captain Reed calmly shook her head, more familiar with the Internal Affairs regulations than anyone else. She turned to O'Neill and added, "Let's not pretend I ordered him to cooperate. I don't have that authority or power because Officer Henry Lee is no longer part of the Major Crimes Unit in the South Precinct."
"What do you mean?"
O'Neill immediately recalled the transfer order Captain Reed had just signed, slamming her hands on the desk as she sternly asked, "Karen, what document did you just sign?" "Nothing much, just a transfer order, issued by headquarters. The procedures have been completed, and he is no longer a part of the South Precinct." Captain Reed shook her head in exasperation, looking at O'Neill. "Brenda, we both know the ins and outs of this situation, let's leave it at that." O'Neill was momentarily taken aback, slowly sitting back down in her chair. She had been longtime colleagues with Captain Reed and understood the deeper implications. Unlike Horwitz, who might try to leverage this to solidify his position, she had to consider the consequences. That was why she had pushed Horwitz forward. "Let's leave it at that," O'Neill said, placing a hand on the still disgruntled Horwitz, nodding calmly. If Internal Affairs wanted, they could freeze the transfer order through the Internal Department of Headquarters, but that would be pointless since Li Hang's transfer order had been issued by headquarters in the first place. In Queens, amidst the endless flow of traffic on the highway, Li Hang drove steadily, speeding towards Manhattan. The car window was half open, with one of his arms casually resting on the window, warm sunlight pouring in and illuminating half of his body. However, his thoughts were not on the beautiful sunshine at this moment, but rather immersed in a series of events that had unfolded today. Just a moment ago, he had quickly completed his onboarding procedures at the New York Police Academy. On the same day, he was issued a transfer order, and within a day he had finished all the paperwork. Li Hang was able to handle everything so swiftly, partly because he was efficient in getting things done, and partly because someone had made a call behind the scenes, ensuring everything proceeded smoothly. The Internal Affairs Division has always had a close relationship with the District Attorney's Office, and this time, with the mayor in a state of panic due to the Kingpin incident, even if he did not speak up, there would be those unwilling to let Li Hang go, just like this time. Clearly, Li Hang was the hero who arrested Kingpin, yet just as the news buzz was dying down, someone immediately began to trouble him. The audacity was shocking. However, this was New York, the New York Police Department, where there were more people protecting Li Hang. In no time, he was transferred to the police academy located in Queens. After quickly completing the onboarding, the academy's dean even specially granted Li Hang a 3-day vacation, allowing him to rest and to prepare a speech for the new recruits starting next month, which was a tremendous honor for him. The most crucial part was that during these few days, even if someone wanted to trouble Li Hang, the procedures would not proceed smoothly, unless they had solid evidence.
Li Hang inadvertently glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed a car trailing closely behind him a few hundred meters back. It seemed someone was still unwilling to give up and wanted to trouble him. Of course, the ones following him besides those with ill intentions were also agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., but they would keep their distance to avoid unnecessary trouble. Ring, ring, ring. Suddenly, his phone rang. Li Hang glanced at the caller ID and was pleasantly surprised to see it was Peter Parker calling. He quickly answered the phone. Hello? What? You're being discharged from the hospital? When? Today? Okay, I'll head over right now. After hanging up, Li Hang didn't care that he was no longer a detective in the Major Crimes Unit. He directly put the siren on the roof of the car and activated the alarm. Instantly, the congested traffic opened up, and the cars sped forward like arrows, quickly moving hundreds of meters away. The car that had been following him was also planning to accelerate to catch up, but suddenly seemed to remember something and immediately slowed down. After all this commotion, Li Hang's car quickly vanished from their view. Arriving outside the Baxter building, Li Hang quickly got out of the car and lifted Peter Parker into the vehicle, while Mary Jane got in from the other side. Susan Richards waved goodbye from the side, and among the Fantastic Four, only Invisible Woman came to see them off. Mr. Fantastic Reed only escorted them to the treatment room, and as for Human Torch and the Thing, Li Hang had not seen them since arriving at the Baxter building. The Baxter building is located in Midtown Manhattan, while Peter Parker's home is in the eastern part of Lower Manhattan, close to Queens. At this time, there weren't many cars on the road, but Li Hang was driving at a steady pace, considering he had a patient in the car. While driving, Li Hang occasionally looked up at the rearview mirror and bluntly asked, Parker, what are your plans next? Are you going to continue studying? Peter Parker, sitting in the back, patted the worried Mary Jane beside him and calmly said, although this incident means I can no longer be a superhero, it also gives me the chance to settle down and be with my family. Mr. Stark offered me a job, but I turned it down. I have some research going on, and if I can achieve results, it has great potential. It's good that you have your own plans, Li Hang replied, returning his gaze to the road ahead, then continued, I don't know if your savings are enough for your future child's formula, but I have an idea. I want to create a website, something similar to Facebook. But this website will mainly focus on short videos, shifting more from PC to mobile. If you recover well, although you can't be a superhero anymore, you can still take photos of superheroes. Many people are concerned about Peter Parker. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was injured in the line of duty. However, since he was a masked superhero when given the special circumstances of the New York City government, no one awarded him a bonus. Although Stark and Mr. Fantastic Reed were willing to dig into their pockets to give Parker some compensation, they were worried about his pride, which is why they tactfully offered him a job opportunity instead. Li Hang believed Stark's annual salary was definitely substantial. The idea Li Hang mentioned was something he had already considered. Over the years, he had made a fortune from the stock fluctuations of Stark Industries, and as long as he didn't squander it recklessly, along with his salary, it would be enough for him to live comfortably. But if he didn't pursue something exciting, wouldn't that mean he went through all this for nothing? Creating a short video website would align perfectly with future trends. While it might not make him a billionaire, it would certainly make him quite wealthy. The most important thing was that this money could be earned legitimately, unlike the hidden things he had, which could not see the light of day. However, he had always lacked a trustworthy and capable assistant, and now, Peter Parker was just the right fit. You want to use superheroes as the main theme of the website to attract users? Parker immediately understood Li Hang's plan. Short videos would be the foundation, social videos would be the base, and superheroes would be the core content. Both Peter Parker and Li Hang had a superhero side beyond their surface identities, making it very fitting to do such things. This is similar to the work you were doing at the Daily Bugle, but even if your body fully recovers, you might only be able to work behind the scenes, Mary Jane chuckled, and out of Li Hang's sight, she tightly held Parker's hand. In fact, Peter Parker was a very sensitive person. This incident had made it impossible for him to continue being a superhero, but that was not what troubled him the most. What he found hardest to accept was that he couldn't provide a stable life for his wife and their soon-to-be-born child. Li Hang shrugged and self-deprecatingly said, I don't have much money either, I can't pay you much of a salary, but I can give you shares. You will handle the daily operations, from building the basic website to content uploads, and as for collecting news, I can call a lawyer to help. A lawyer? A blind man can still take photos? Parker couldn't help but laugh out loud. At the very least, he can help us find news leads. Li Hong turned the steering wheel, the car switched to another lane, and not far ahead was Parker's home.
Parker's accident had not been disclosed to his aunt, but it wasn't a solution to keep it a secret for long. This time, he planned to let his aunt see Parker in person, to let her know her nephew had already recovered a lot. After that, Mr. Fantastic Reed would also participate in his upcoming surgery recovery, and Li Hong believed he would eventually return to a normal life, which was beyond doubt. After placing Parker on the bed, Li Hong, standing by the bedside, let out a sigh for no apparent reason as he saw Mary Jane tidying up.
"Parker, I've always wanted to ask, during the time you were gone, do you really have no memory at all?"
Li Hong turned around, looking at Peter Parker with concern. Although Kingpin has been sent to prison this time, behind this incident, there is also Dr. Doom, and he is the one we need to worry about the most.
"Are you worried that during the time I was missing, he would come after me?" Parker immediately understood Li Hong's implication.
Li Hong nodded, walked to the window, and looked outside at the busy Mary Jane, saying, "Kingpin is merely a pawn." Dr. Doom opened the portal using the time stone and the energy from the particle collider.
What exactly is he exploring? What is his purpose, and to what extent has he explored?
Parker, you are very likely the only one who knows. Li Hong possessed a time stone. He did not know whether Dr. Doom was aware of the time stone he had and the fact that he was traversing different worlds.
Was he secretly watching him, trying to take back the time stone?
Or had he already achieved his goal?
Peter Parker was currently the only known person in the loop.
Whether someone wants to gather information from you or someone wants to silence you, you need to be extra cautious. Li Hong instinctively raised his head, looking up at the sky, feeling that at any moment, Dr. Doom would suddenly descend from above.
"Do you also think I entered another world and then was sent back?"
Parker looked at Li Hong with a smile that was not quite a smile.
"Yeah, that's another world.
According to Dr. Octavius's theory, it should be a parallel world." Li Hong sat back down by the bed, looking at Peter Parker calmly. That world might have its own Spider-Man, with Mary Jane, and perhaps even their Gwen Stacy. As soon as the name Gwen Stacy was mentioned, Parker's expression involuntarily changed slightly. Li Hong closely observed the change in Peter Parker's expression, wanting to know if the world Parker visited was the same as the one he had been to. Gwen McHugh Jones was the name of the clinic doctor Li Hong met in another world. In his own world, this person did not exist, but there was someone named Gwen McHugh Stacy. People preferred to call her Gwen Stacy. She was Peter Parker's first love and the daughter of Captain George Stacy of the New York Police Department, who had sadly passed away. If Li Hong remembered correctly, Peter Parker's crossing was caused by multiple factors: Dr. Strange's time magic, the interference from another world Spider-Man, and Dr. Doom's behind-the-scenes planning. It was the combination of these factors that led to his crossing.
However,
the world Li Hong crossed into was definitely different from the one he knew Spider-Man had crossed into. This point must be clarified.
Was it his judgment error, or was the world Spider-Man crossed into different from his?
If it was the latter, that would mean this was not a parallel world but a broader multiverse.
Yeah, it would be great if there really was such a world.
Parker shook his head with a hint of sadness but finally smiled calmly. "You don't have to ask anymore. I really don't remember anything. Even if Dr. Doom came, he wouldn't get anything out of me, let alone Mr. Reed standing above."
"That's true, let's put this matter aside for now."
Li Hong waved his hand, no longer entangled in the issue. Indeed, perhaps Dr. Doom had been secretly watching them, but in New York, with Mr. Fantastic Reed and the Sorcerer Supreme on guard, it would be difficult for Dr. Doom to enter easily. Moreover, even if he really managed to get in, Li Hong believed that as long as they could hold out for a short time, help would arrive soon, and he was very confident in that. "Let's talk about Spider-Man," Li Hong said, looking at Mary Jane, who walked in with a surprised expression, and straightforwardly said, "In the future, you definitely won't be able to be Spider-Man, but there's no need to let the image of Spider-Man disappear. You can look for a suitable young person, like you did back then, and carefully train him for a few years. A second-generation Spider-Man can emerge, just like Captain America did back in the day." The term Captain America, although many people associate it with Rogers, actually, there were several Captain Americas before him. Before Rogers appeared, there had already been several Captain Americas, but they all perished on the battlefield, paving the way for Rogers. At the end of World War II, after Steve Rogers went missing, the US government quickly introduced a new generation of Captain America, but this generation also did not last long, and there were several more Captain Americas after that, but they similarly fell in various crises, until eventually, Captain America gradually disappeared. Training a new generation of Spider-Man is a good proposal. I wouldn't mind if our future child became Spider-Man, Mary Jane said, relaxing and jokingly. Li Hang looked at Peter Parker's somewhat complex expression, knowing he had heard his words. A figure suddenly appeared at this location. Dressed in a yellow robe, with a notably prominent bald head, the newcomer was none other than the Ancient One from Kamartaj. The Ancient One sniffed the air and frowned slightly, murmuring, again with the power of time and space, fortunately, it is not the power of dimensions. With a wave of his hand, the Ancient One erased all temporal fluctuations, and the dimensional portal opened, causing his figure to vanish from the attic. However, even after the Ancient One had left, he failed to notice a faint red light pulsing continuously at the spot where he had stood. In the familiar, foul-smelling alley, a vortex of time and space suddenly appeared, and in the blink of an eye, Li Hong was violently thrown out. While still in mid-air, the vortex had quietly disappeared, leaving him no chance to traverse back immediately. This time, Li Hong stood firmly on the ground, his form flickering as he shrank into a corner. The timing of his arrival in this world was fortunate, it was daytime, which brought him some relief. However, perhaps due to the pungent odor, the alley was completely empty, unusually quiet. Outside the alley, despite the bustling crowd and the flow of traffic, no one glanced into the alley, as if it were a forgotten corner. Li Hong slowly exhaled, opening his palm to reveal the time stone, which had now turned pure white. His inner true yang energy had been consumed again, but this time he was prepared. His body was no longer as weak and powerless as it had been during his first traversal. At this moment, Li Hang began to understand why the time stone had remained in Kingpin's possession for so long without the dimensional portal opening. It turned out that the time stone required specific energy to operate. If it only relied on self-recharging, it might barely maintain itself at first, but over time, the recharging speed would slow down, which is why it needed to absorb the energy generated by a particle explosion. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. It was understandable that Kingpin couldn't open the dimensional portal, but what about Dr. Doom? Could he also not provide the specific energy? Creating a particle collider would not be difficult for him, so why leave this task for Kingpin? There were too many secrets hidden behind this matter that he was unaware of, and his situation was far more dangerous than it appeared on the surface. Therefore, he needed to seize the time and utilize the resources of this world to rapidly grow stronger. Especially regarding the matter of the temporal passages, he not only needed to master the method to open them but also to find ways to close them. Only then could he take the initiative in the multiverse war and gain control in more new worlds. In the blink of an eye, Li Hong had stood up. He wore a gray, old-fashioned shirt that fit the style of this world and carried a black travel bag, walking calmly towards the mouth of the alley without the previous worry of being discovered. He carried forged identification that could almost pass for real. As long as it wasn't compared with the database, no one would discover that his identity was fake. However, he seemed to have overthought it. Standing at the alley's entrance, no one paid him any extra attention. On the busy street, everyone was preoccupied, walking back and forth as if the whole world was hustling for survival. No one had the mind to care about others, let alone check someone else's identification. In his line of sight, there were no signs of any steel robots. Though traffic lights and telephone poles had cameras installed, the people on the street were already accustomed to these things. No one would spare them a glance, as they seemed merely decorative in their eyes. Last time he had traversed here, Li Hung had encountered a large-scale search by steel robots, making him mistakenly believe this was a high-pressure world ruled by some extraordinary power. But now it seemed his assumption might have been wrong. This world might indeed have oppressive rule, but for the ordinary people at the bottom, whether themselves or those in higher positions, there wasn't much difference in any world because social resource segregation had blocked the path for ordinary people to ascend. These individuals struggled daily for survival, leaving them little time to concern themselves with others. Moreover, the true upper echelons of this world showed little concern for them, as in this world, those in power did not need votes to maintain control. No, Robin, to the right. No, I want a home run. The sound of children playing came from an open area around the corner ahead. Li Hong stood in the shadows, watching the group of children, and an unusual feeling surged in his heart. One little girl bore a resemblance to the same Jones he had seen before. Baseball. Spider-Man also loved baseball and was a die-hard fan, with a triangular flag of his favorite team, the New York Mets, hanging in his home. In fact, when he married Mary Jane, they chose to hold the ceremony at the Mets Stadium. Same Jones, her mother, Gwen McHugh Jones, this name was strikingly similar to Gwen McHugh Stacy, and they bore some resemblance, which was definitely not a coincidence. They were likely reflections of the same person in different parallel timelines. Now, while Gwen McHugh Jones already had a child, there were no photos of any men found in her home. However, the surname Jones was likely her husband's, and her original name was probably Gwen McHugh Stacy. Gwen Stacy and Spider-Man Peter Parker, these two names continuously intertwined in Li Heng's mind. If, after being swept away by the spatial vortex in the Forest Hills underground base, Parker ended up in this world, theoretically, it seemed plausible. After all, this world had his most familiar and cherished Gwen Stacy, which could serve as a lock for the parallel dimension and open the doors to the parallel world, aligning perfectly with Dr. Octavius's theory. But the premise was that this world had no Doctor Doom, no Doctor Strange, and no interference from any of them. Li Heng had a gut feeling that Parker had been taken to the world of Spider-Man and Doctor Strange, and the reason the Time Stone ended up in his hands, opening the current world, was likely due to the battle between Doctor Doom and Doctor Strange causing a temporal deviation. In this, the only anchor point that could be used for positioning was Gwen, and all of this seemed to stem from Spider-Man. If Peter Parker acquired the Time Stone and came to this world, it was indeed possible he would meet his long-lost first love, but unfortunately. ZZZZZ. Danger, danger, a sudden mechanical voice captured Li Heng's attention. A steel robot was flying this way, crackling with electricity, trailing a puff of black smoke from its back, looking rather unwell. It wobbled toward the area where the children were playing. As Li Heng noticed the steel robot, the children also saw it in terror, scattering like startled birds, as if they had seen a terrifying devil. Sane also spotted the steel robot and panicked as she ran toward her home. However, after just a few steps, she stumbled over something and fell to the ground. Behind her, there was a loud bang, as the steel robot crashed heavily to the ground. The fall from the sky did not cause any significant harm to the steel robot. The real damage had come from the previous attack. ZZZ. The steel robot stiffly lifted its head, its eyes fixed on Sane, who was less than 5 meters away. ZZZ. Danger, danger. Enemy detected. As it spoke, the steel robot raised its right hand, the tips of its fingers suddenly glowing a fierce red, as if a powerful destructive beam was about to be unleashed. Don't come near. Mom, don't come over. Sane screamed in terror, flailing her arms and legs in an attempt to make the steel robot back off. However, the robot ignored her completely, mechanically muttering, "Target detected, proceed to destroy, destroy." The glowing red destructive beam was about to blast Sane, but just at that critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the steel robot like a flash of lightning. His right arm struck like a sword, targeting the mechanical seams on the robot's back, and a thick black line was firmly grasped by him. In an instant, sparks flew from the steel robot, and it collapsed to the ground, as if paralyzed, face down. Yet, it was not entirely incapacitated. Its mechanical voice continued to drone on, "Danger, danger, must eliminate target, eliminate, eliminate." Li Heng acted quickly, picking up Sane and sprinting in another direction, making sure he stayed out of the robot's line of sight. Sane, Gwen McHugh Jones, not knowing when she had seen her daughter in danger, cried as she rushed out of the building. Li Heng quickly shoved Sane into his arms and urged her toward the clinic. "Hurry, don't delay." No one knew when more steel robots would arrive. If they were discovered still at the scene, it would lead to significant trouble. "Okay, got it." Gwen was momentarily stunned but soon grabbed Sane and rushed toward the clinic. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut. Gwen leaned against the door, breathing heavily, tightly holding Sane, her head buried in her shoulder, and she could no longer control her tears, crying out, "Sane! Sane!" Without a doubt, Sane was her entire world, and in that moment, she had almost lost her daughter forever. Li Heng had no time to consider the mother and daughter's tearful embrace. His gaze was fixed outside the window. One steel robot had been destroyed, and it wouldn't be long before others would come. Li Heng was not worried about being implicated. The steel robot had been heavily damaged before it appeared, and its destruction was only a matter of time. As long as those who witnessed the scene did not speak carelessly, there would be no issues, and the attention of the steel robots would likely be focused more on the one who had injured them. "Shoo, someone's coming." Li Heng suddenly covered Gwen's mouth, pressing so hard that she even bit her own teeth, causing Sane and Gwen's arms to freeze in fear, not daring to make a sound. A total of 5 steel robots flew down from the sky, just as Li Heng had anticipated. They did not linger but instead grabbed the arms of the damaged steel robot from both sides and flew off into the air. Seeing them disappear from view, Li Heng finally let out a sigh of relief and released Gwen. At that moment, Gwen had calmed down from her panic. She cautiously set her daughter down on a chair and turned to Li Heng, looking at him carefully. "You don't need to worry,
that robot will be sent to the recycling management station next, so it won't affect us. Directly recycled?
Li Hong raised an eyebrow, surprised at the number of steel robots in this place.
Gwen walked to the window and whispered, "Such occurrences have been quite common lately.
The human rebellion has been particularly active for some unknown reason."
Human rebellion? Li Hong pondered, why were they called human rebels? Weren't their enemies also humans? Of course, it's the human rebellion. Gwen looked at Li Hong with some surprise and asked curiously, "Is there no human rebellion where you come from?"
Li Hong was slightly taken aback, following Gwen's gaze down to the luggage bag in his hand.
"I've heard of the human rebellion, but I've never seen them." Li Hong turned his head to gaze outside the window, looking up at the sky while quietly asking, "Can you occasionally see them here?" "No, I've never seen them either."
"What I see more often are the robots fighting against them, and occasionally a knight or two," Gwen smiled calmly in response to Li Hong's astonished look. "After all, this is New York. Even under the rule of the knights, you can still catch glimpses of them sometimes." Li Hong nodded, recalling the beast-faced individuals he had seen on the bills in the street. He directly told Gwen that those were the so-called knights.
"Did you come to New York to find work?"
"If there's anything I can help with, just let me know." Gwen had relaxed by now, turning to comfort her daughter while looking at Li Hong.
"Me?"
Li Hong understood that Gwen seemed to think of him as someone from the countryside coming to New York to make a living, so he replied directly, "I do have some leads on work. I just need a place to stay, preferably something inexpensive." This was New York. Even in this alternate version of New York, ruled by powerful and mysterious forces, it remained one of the most bustling cities in the world.
Even in the lower-tier Hell's Kitchen, the housing prices were not low.
"This place belongs to my mom. We have a room for rent."
"Can we rent it to him, Mom?"
Sane suddenly spoke up, looking at her mother with pleading eyes, having finally calmed down after a while. This child was quite brave.
All right, I'm really lucky that my tenants saved my child," Gwen laughed brightly. "Thank you very much." Li Hong sincerely expressed his gratitude, though a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes.
"This place isn't big, but it's clean.
The key is that the people here are too lazy to meddle in others' affairs." Gwen led Li Hong upstairs to the study.
The study was packed with various medical books, and there was a small single bed in the corner, not large, but enough for one person to live in. Li Hong nodded in satisfaction, setting down his travel bag and turning to ask, "Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Is there anything else I need to pay attention to?"
"Nothing else much. It's just like your hometown here, with a curfew at 11 p.m., and you must be home by then. Also," Gwen paused for a moment, then smiled, "don't call me Ms. Jones, just call me Gwen.
It's just me and Sane here."
After seeing Gwen out, Li Hong kicked his luggage under the bed and lay down on the bed to rest. He had moved in just like that, merely due to a coincidence, into Gwen's clinic, which was quite unbelievable. Shaking his head, Li Hong couldn't help but recall the image of Sane crying her heart out on the street while the beastly steel robot remained indifferent, intent on putting her in harm's way.
In the eyes of the steel robots, human life was perhaps worth even less than that of an ant. This feeling made him quite uncomfortable inside.
Li Hong could disregard the lives of humans in this world, but neither beasts nor steel robots could arbitrarily dominate humanity, especially not over him. Such a world was not what he wanted. This order had to be overturned sooner or later. In this world, human survival was truly difficult. Gwen had mentioned that she had encountered such things more than once before, and she had grown accustomed to it.
What a tragic reality.
Li Hong shook his head, pondering another matter. Gwen had not mentioned her husband at all, and there were no photographs of him in the house. This person either did not exist or, due to various taboos, Gwen had to erase all traces of him. Li Hong most hoped to see this person connected to the human rebellion. The human rebellion, while they seemed to cause quite a ruckus, reflected the harsh reality they faced in this world, considering their name and situation. Li Hong turned over and sat up in bed, his gaze falling on the books on the bookshelf. That night, he had only glanced at them, not examining them closely, but now, he could perhaps use the contents of these books to gain a detailed understanding of this world and how this parallel world differed from his own. This planet is not called Earth, it is called Kanto. 50 years ago, the entire planet's development was roughly similar to the historical processes of Earth before and after World War II. However, on a certain day 50 years ago, the supreme evolution suddenly appeared. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the supreme evolution transformed a tiger into a human using instruments. More precisely, it turned the tiger into a beastman. By guiding mutations at the genetic level through high-energy particles, a tiger was transformed into a creature remarkably similar to a human. This creature was very similar to humans, with only a few parts retaining animal characteristics, hence the term beastman.
Upon reading this account, Li Hong couldn't help but frown. Wasn't this akin to the transformations found in Eastern mythology?
However, the transformation was not complete, as the beastmen still bore traces of their animal origins. The fact that someone utilized technological means to create such a miraculous species, which could only be achieved by mythical powers, was astonishing. Moreover, these beastmen possessed intelligence.
A bit like Rocket Raccoon.
The Pandora's box had been opened. After the appearance of one beastman, countless others were soon born under the influence of the supreme evolution. Hundreds, thousands, even millions. Until now, the entire planet had more than several million beastmen, who had taken control of the world. Despite the beastmen numbering only a few million, ruling over billions of humans was impossible. At that moment, the steel robots were born. The war between humans and beastmen ended in a disastrous defeat for the humans, and even nuclear bombs could not save them. The beastmen fully occupied the entire world, and humans were pushed to the bottom of society, going from rulers of the planet to the ruled. The Upper East Side of Manhattan, Long Island City, places once inhabited by the ruling class of humans, now belong to the beastmen. If the beastmen were the minions of the supreme evolution, then the steel robots were the minions of the beastmen. Li Hong searched through all the books but found no information about the human rebellion.
It was to be expected. How could such things be openly recorded in texts?
Those words were probably forbidden. Human rebellion. Li Hong recalled the steel robot that had been destroyed on the street earlier. Only the human rebels could destroy them.
The beastmen's rule over this world was not unbreakable. Humans would never easily accept oppression and exploitation. Where there is oppression, there is resistance.
The power of the human rebellion was not weak. Even under the encirclement of hundreds of steel robots, they still had the strength to fight back, which was a testament to their capabilities. However, to completely overthrow the beastmen's rule, there was still a long road ahead. The most critical factor was the supreme evolution. Li Hong carefully placed each book back in its original position, finally sitting down in the chair, his expression dark and foreboding. The supreme evolution. He had searched through all the books in this world, finding very few pictures and descriptions of the supreme evolution. Aside from the initial record of him creating the beastmen, his name had scarcely appeared anywhere else.
The only thing certain was that the supreme evolution was a human. Or rather, Earthlings initially thought he was human, which allowed his evolutionary experiments to proceed.
This was a mysterious figure, the mastermind behind it all. Interesting, a human who used technology to create beastmen and manufactured special steel robots to dominate the entire world. Such power, on Li Hong's Earth, even Iron Man, Mr. Fantastic, and Doctor Strange combined could only barely manage it, perhaps needing Dr. Doom's ambition to create such a massive upheaval.
Could it be that this so-called supreme evolution had already grown powerful enough to that extent?
If that were the case, overthrowing his rule in this world would not be something achievable in a short time. While delving deeper into understanding this world, the most important thing for Li Hong was to establish contact with the human rebellion.
The ones who know your enemy best are always your enemies.
In front of the Byte Daily building on 27th Street in Manhattan, Li Hong held a copy of Byte Daily and sipped his coffee. He leaned against a food truck, quietly observing the bustling scene around him, filled with people coming and going. For a moment, he had an illusion, as if he had returned to Earth. However, he was well aware that this was not Earth, but Planet Kant, a world ruled by orcs. The fantasies that surged up in his heart were instantly shattered by the steel robots that occasionally swooped overhead. In every race, there are inevitably some who seek to curry favor, and humans are no exception.
After the orcs successfully took control of the entire world, they occupied a dominant position.
Despite creating countless steel robots, they still required a large human workforce to serve them in many areas. Some of these humans became the orc overlords managing their kind. They were fiercely loyal to the orcs but employed brutal repression against their own kin, while the orcs rewarded them with luxurious lives. The orcs sat at the top of the food chain in this world, enjoying the highest welfare benefits. The steel robots were responsible for monitoring the entire world, while those humans who sided with the orcs occupied the middle class, managing and exploiting billions of other humans. These middle-class individuals lived extravagant lives, and in their homes, workplaces, and leisure activities, there was hardly any difference compared to before the orcs' reign. Movies, television, newspapers, and the internet provided various entertainment options, and with the support of advanced technology, their lives were even more luxurious than the wealthy on the planet where Li Hong resided. Even these things were quite popular among the orcs, though the orcs' aesthetic differed from that of humans, leading to significant differences in the media that shaped public opinion and the content favored by humans. Byte Daily was not a mainstream newspaper among this group, it leaned more towards serving the lower-tier humans. The editor-in-chief of Byte Daily, Minio, had deep connections in high places, and he keenly sensed this disparity, which prompted him to create Byte Daily. The style of Byte Daily could be described as innovative in a favorable light, or as sensationalist in a negative one. Li Hong set his empty coffee cup aside, his gaze falling on the newspaper, and a faint smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. The most eye-catching section of the newspaper featured a public bounty offering a reward for photographs of the human resistance fighters, with a staggering price of up to $100,000 per photo. However, what they wanted was not clues about the human resistance fighters, but scenes capturing the battles between the human resistance and the steel robots. Some depicted the heroic moments when human resistance heroes made the steel robots suffer, while others showcased the comical expressions of the resistance fighters during battle, along with the humiliating photos of them being defeated by the steel robots. After all, human resistance fighters are humans too, and in any human situation, there are bound to be various circumstances. It is perfectly normal to make a fool of oneself. Byte Daily specifically focused on gossip about these human resistance heroes. Its overall stance was biased, but the intention to grab attention was quite clever. Byte Daily, Horn Daily, Li Hong had enough reason to suspect that Minio, the editor-in-chief of Byte Daily, was of the same ilk as J. Jonah Jameson from his world. Just look at that so-called $100,000 bounty, and one can see it is merely a facade. In reality, getting $1,000 would be quite impressive. Of course, there was another dimension of value. Just as he was pondering, Li Hong happened to see Minio rushing down from upstairs, half-clad in a coat while on the phone, quickly getting into a car and speeding towards Manhattan's Upper East Side. Faintly, Li Hong could hear Minio's voice, "Tiger King, I'm on my way." The car swiftly disappeared from Li Hong's sight, and he did not chase after it, as he knew it would be meaningless. Manhattan's Upper East Side was a gathering place for orcs, where ordinary humans were generally prohibited from entering. There were numerous and stringent detection methods targeting humans, and without understanding what lay within, it would be quite troublesome to forcefully enter, even for someone as capable as Li Hong. Tiger King, Tiger King, Tiger. Li Hong softly murmured the name of the Tiger King, who was prominently featured on the front of the $100 bill of this era. He was not only the first orc created by the Supreme Evolution but also the highest-ranking official managing Earth for all orcs. He was the most friendly towards humans among all orcs, and it was he who ordered humans to be pushed into the slums of various cities rather than being completely exterminated. Minio, the editor of Byte Daily, undoubtedly had his backing. It was precisely due to his support that much information about the human resistance could spread among the lower and middle classes, although his stance remained biased towards the orcs. Minio, Tiger King, Supreme Evolution. This seemed to be a clear shortcut that could allow Li Hong to connect with the Supreme Evolution in the shortest time possible. Though it might just be a single opportunity, it was enough. Li Hong folded the newspaper and decisively turned back to Hell's Kitchen. He intended to contact Byte Daily by taking photographs, just as he once imitated Spider-Man to take photos for Horn Daily. Since he could no longer be a superhero, even though Parker promised to consider him for the role of the second Spider-Man, due to Mary Jane's pregnancy and his own injuries, he had no time to address it in the short term. Many things related to Spider-Man had been entrusted to Li Hong to handle, and these matters felt like a ticking time bomb for him. If discovered by his old foes, Parker's current condition would be utterly incapable of dealing with it, not to mention that Mary Jane was still pregnant. These things had to be dealt with. At the very least, they couldn't remain in his home, so they fell into Li Hong's hands. On this planet Kant, there had never been an appearance of Spider-Man, and Li Hong didn't mind letting Spider-Man make an appearance in this world. "Is this the job you're looking for?" Gwen suddenly slammed her hands on the newspaper, glaring at Li Hong with anger. Li Hong hadn't expected that as soon as he returned home, before he could even set the newspaper down, Gwen would casually ask him that question. He didn't think much of it and answered truthfully. Li Hong turned his head, looking at Gwen's exceptionally angry expression, and frowned in confusion, asking, "Are you worried I might really take photos that expose the human resistance fighters?" "Gwen, you don't have any connections with the human resistance, do you? What nonsense are you talking about? In any case, you are not allowed to take photos related to the human resistance heroes." Byte Daily's reports are all malicious distortions. I won't allow you to aid and abet them.
Otherwise, you can just move out of here." Gwen's fierce words were not finished when a sudden wow sounded at the door.
It turned out to be Sane, who had been outside playing with friends and had returned at some point. She happened to overhear the conversation between Li Hong and Gwen and couldn't help but burst into tears.
"Can you two stop arguing?"
Sane shouted loudly, suddenly turning and running straight out of the clinic.
"What's wrong with her?" Li Hong asked in bewilderment.
He and Gwen were hardly arguing, it was just that their voices had been a bit raised. Gwen waved her hand, putting on her coat as she said, "I guess she might be recalling the scenes of me arguing with her father when she was little." It turned out to be a psychological shadow left from childhood.
Li Hong quickly said, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault.
I'll go find her and explain everything clearly."
"No need, I'll go."
Saying this, Gwen pulled out a device that flashed a red dot.
Li Hong instantly understood that this was a locator. With this locator, Gwen would be able to accurately find Sane's location after going out and catch up with her.
Li Hong stood at the door, watching as Gwen quickly chased after her, and without further thought, he returned to the clinic. The matter of taking photos of the human resistance fighters was not only related to him and Minio but also to Tiger King Tiger and the Supreme Evolution. He was more interested in seizing this opportunity to find the human resistance fighters to understand the details of the Supreme Evolution.
The Supreme Evolution not only possessed vast alien technology, strong orcs, and countless steel robot legions, but even its own strength was immeasurable. Li Hang even suspected that the so-called Supreme Evolution was actually the Doctor Doom of this universe.
Li Hang was not worried about Gwen going to find Sane, which parent had never argued with their child.
Which child had never run away?
If this were Earth, he might worry about bad people abducting children, but seeing the locator in Gwen's hand, he felt reassured.
Sure enough, not long after, Sane returned, panting heavily.
Just as Li Hong was about to ask what was wrong, Sane suddenly cried out in terror, "Li, my mom has been taken. She was grabbed by a green monster."
"What?"
Li Hang's face instantly turned pale as he tightly grasped Sane's shoulders and asked sternly, "Who took her?"
"Was it a robot?"
"No, it was a green monster did it." Sane cried as she recounted the events in fits and starts. It turned out that although Sane had run out of the house, she hadn't gone far. Gwen, holding the locator, quickly caught up with her. However, Gwen didn't approach too closely but stood a few meters away, softly explaining that there had been no argument between her and Li Hong, just a difference of opinion on a matter. The atmosphere quickly eased, but just as Sane was about to come out of her hiding spot, she suddenly heard a scream. Peeking out, she saw Gwen being grabbed by a green monster and swiftly dragged into the sewer. In the final moments, Gwen could only tell Sane to find Li Hong, and there was no time for anything else before she disappeared completely.
Sane, not knowing what to do, could only think of Li Hong.
Hearing that it was not a robot that had taken her, Li Hong felt slightly relieved, but his brows immediately furrowed again. This world not only had orcs and human resistance fighters but also monsters hiding in various corners. The world was becoming increasingly complex.
"Be good and stay at home, don't go anywhere. There's food at home, find something to eat if you're hungry. I'll bring your mom back tomorrow morning."
After seriously giving her a few instructions, Li Hong immediately left the clinic. Sane stood at the door, worried, but she ultimately followed suit and closed the clinic door, sitting on the sofa in the living room, hugging her head and quietly sobbing. Suddenly, Sane abruptly raised her head, her face filled with astonishment as she exclaimed, "Oh no, Li.
You didn't bring Mom's locator."
Li Hong had no idea there was another locator, he only knew that Gwen had a device to locate Sane's position. But he instinctively thought it was like the devices parents use on Earth to track their children. He had no knowledge that Gwen also had a locator, and there was one in their clinic's home that could track Gwen's location. However, he himself did not have one. Under the moonlight, in the same dim alley, Li Hong quietly crouched by the sewer entrance. He reached out and gently touched, instantly getting his hand covered in a sticky, slimy substance.
Had someone been dragged into the sewer? What kind of monster could have done such a thing?
Li Hong propped himself up at the edge of the sewer, ready to leap down to pursue. Some time had passed since Gwen was taken, and if his luck was bad, by the time he found her, she might already be a cold corpse. Just at this critical moment, a strange green light suddenly flashed in the corner of Li Hong's eye. He quickly raised his head and saw a green figure racing through the sky like lightning. Alarmed, he didn't have time to think and immediately got up to chase after it. That green figure seemed to possess some magical power, swiftly flying along the rooftops of every apartment building, occasionally pausing on the rooftops. Standing in the shadows of the building below, Li Hong quickly understood the reason. This planet's surveillance equipment was as numerous as that in the world he came from. If you didn't make any outrageous moves, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to find you among billions of people. Often, others simply wouldn't even think about searching for you. However, once someone was determined to find a person with specific traits, relevant clues would start pouring in like bamboo shoots after rain. Li Hong hesitated for a moment, pulled out his tiger face mask, and was about to put it on when he suddenly noticed that green figure on the opposite rooftop. He saw the figure unfurl a pair of steel wings, wearing a grotesque green mask, emitting a series of sinister laughs, and then it shot up into the sky. In an instant, Li Hong's expression turned grim. That outfit and that mask, if it weren't for the long steel wings behind it, looked almost identical to the Green Goblin from his past world. Is this the Green Goblin of this world? Li Hong's expression grew serious. Not only did this world have a nearly namesake Gwen Stacy and a similar Minio, but now it also had a Green Goblin. Essentially, this was not something to look forward to. However, the appearance of the Green Goblin certainly impacted Li Hong's subsequent choices of action. Before long, a figure clad in dark red spider attire appeared in this world. When he landed on the rooftop of an apartment building, a pumpkin bomb happened to fall at his feet. With a bang, the pumpkin bomb exploded, sending shrapnel flying everywhere. Li Hong had been prepared. He jumped into the air, performed a backflip, and landed steadily on the edge of another building's rooftop. The Green Goblin flapped his steel wings and flew onto the building, staring intently at Li Hong and said, "I don't remember seeing you before, Spider. My duty is to protect the innocent, preventing them from being harmed by you and your orc accomplices." Protecting, duty, this world's Green Goblin had actually turned into a superhero. "I'm not allied with those orcs," Li Hong, under the Spider-Man mask, fixed his gaze on the Green Goblin, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "I just want to know what you did to Dr. Jones." "What are you talking about? What's wrong with her?" The Green Goblin clearly didn't know what had happened, momentarily stunned, his tone filled with surprise. However, as he spoke, a pumpkin bomb came flying directly towards Li Hong. Li Hong reacted swiftly, a stream of webbing shot from his hand, coiling around the pumpkin bomb like a serpent. With a gentle flick of his wrist, the pumpkin bomb dropped into the empty alley below, exploding with a loud bang. Li Hong remained steady in place, his gaze piercing, fixed firmly on the Green Goblin. "An eyewitness said a green monster took her." "Was it not you? You think green is me?" The Green Goblin said this while lunging straight at Li Hong. His steel claws sparkled with a cold light as they reached for Li Hong's masked face, and his steel wings fluttered lightly, instantly closing in on Li Hong. Li Hong stood firm, his eyes locked onto the approaching Green Goblin. Suddenly, he kicked out with his right foot, the force astonishing. If an ordinary person were hit by that kick, they would likely be shattered instantly. Whoosh! The Green Goblin let out a strange cry, and at the most unbelievable moment, he swung his steel wings and soared high into the air in an instant. "You're quite good, Spider." Maintaining his position in mid-air, the Green Goblin turned to face Li Hong and said unabashedly, "Your eyewitness must have been mistaken. This area is my personal jurisdiction, and I patrol it every night. Someone has to stop scum like you, don't you think? I've said before, I'm not in league with those villains. You can call me Spider-Man." Li Hong appeared to be standing firm, but if one observed carefully, they would notice his body was subtly swaying, his center of gravity constantly shifting. "I believe that," the Green Goblin smiled calmly, then he thrust his hand forward, not so much a gesture as a swipe, and two pumpkin bombs were instantly thrown out. His expression turned grotesque as he said, "I believe you're not a bad guy, Spider. I also believe you're not working with venom or carnage. You must be a good person with superpowers dressed in a spider suit." Li Hong had never relaxed his vigilance against the Green Goblin. To be honest, the grotesque mask on the Green Goblin's face made it hard to truly feel at ease. With a flick of his left hand, a strand of webbing shot out, anchoring securely to the rooftop of another apartment building. In the blink of an eye, he swung up to the rooftop of another building. Behind him, the Green Goblin was screaming frantically, "You can think I'm stupid, Spider-Man, but you shouldn't make it so obvious." As he spoke, a small flying device was released from the Green Goblin's hand. Just as Li Hong prepared to catch it with his web, he suddenly noticed the flying device shot upward, evading the webbing while a cloud of green mist was released directly. The green mist spread quickly, settling rapidly, and soon enveloped Li Hong's surroundings. He stumbled, losing his footing and collapsing to the ground.
You seem to feel quite sensitive. The Green Goblin landed on the rooftop, stepping toward Li Hang. Now, Spider-Man, let's see who's beneath this mask. The Green Goblin had long wanted to unveil Spider-Man's mask, but just as he leaned in closer to Li Hang, the latter suddenly opened his eyes, and a strand of webbing shot out, binding the Green Goblin tightly. Sorry, your tricks won't work on me. Li Hang stood up, grabbing the Green Goblin by the neck. He could now maintain an inner breathing state for extended periods, not to mention gas. Even being thrown into the sea for half an hour wouldn't kill him. Alright, now tell me where she is, Green Goblin. Li Hang stared hard at the Green Goblin, urgency flashing in his eyes. He knew Gwen was likely not taken by the Green Goblin, but as a local authority, the Green Goblin surely had some leads. I told you, I don't know what's going on. The Green Goblin, close at hand, bared his teeth at Li Hang as his steel wings suddenly spread out, breaking the webbing that bound him in an instant. The two steel wings shot forward, aimed directly at Li Hang's grip on the Green Goblin's neck, and the Green Goblin said unceremoniously, "Even without your help, Spider-Man, I can save her. So now you have a choice, fight me to the death or join forces." As soon as he finished speaking, the Green Goblin suddenly looked up. High above, 6 steel robots were flying down rapidly, completely surrounding Li Hang and the Green Goblin. Their fingers had turned bright red, and the small missile launchers on their shoulders were raised. Masked vigilantes are prohibited in Zone 5 and the Upper Staten Island area. Now, surrender immediately. The mechanical voice was filled with a programmed tone. Undoubtedly, if Li Hang or the Green Goblin made any rash moves, they would be bombarded with countless attacks. These guys will never learn to talk like normal people. Li Hang looked up at the 6 steel robots that had surrounded them, a glint of disdain flashing in his eyes. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to fight. The Green Goblin, standing back to back with Li Hang, immediately sensed his intense fighting spirit. He couldn't help but shrug and say, "Looks like I really misjudged you. Surrender immediately." Before the steel robot could finish its sentence, Li Hang and the Green Goblin simultaneously leaped into the air, darting towards one of the steel robots like 2 streaks of lightning. The Green Goblin's steel wings propelled him at incredible speed. However, Li Hang was even faster, quickly reaching a steel robot. He plastered a mass of webbing over the robot's eyes, while his other hand swiftly slipped into the gaps of the armor. Though the gaps were small, Li Hang's 10 fingers were like sharp blades, piercing right in. In an instant, the steel robot lost its gleam and crashed to the ground. Despite the formidable power of these steel robots, their rigidity made them inflexible. This was due to both their inherent design and the intentional control of their creators. After all, neither humans nor orcs wanted to see robots overthrowing their rule. Li Hang crouched within the chest and abdomen of the towering steel robot, rapidly descending towards the ground. The attacks from the other steel robots were all deflected by the robot behind him. At that moment, he finally had the opportunity to observe the Green Goblin's movements. In contrast to Li Hang, the Green Goblin was more direct. A burst of electromagnetic light shimmered in his hand as 3 steel robots on his side began to sway uncontrollably. Seizing this opportunity, the Green Goblin swiftly flew into the dense alleys below. Fighting in open air would put them at a significant disadvantage. With a bang, as the steel robot hit the ground, Li Hang had already launched himself into the air using his webbing, and in no time, he vanished into the dark, complex alleys. The 2 towering steel robots followed closely behind. But moments later, there were 2 loud crashes, and only Li Hang emerged from the darkness. That was insane, they dared to come into such a narrow alley. Li Hang clapped his hands, a trace of disdain remaining on his face. He hadn't expected the robots to have become so rigid that they couldn't even turn around in narrow alleys, yet they still dared to pursue. What madness! Li Hang looked up, and at the entrance of another alley, the Green Goblin was waiting. Behind him, a series of booming sounds echoed from the alley. The Green Goblin shrugged nonchalantly and said, "I disabled their sensors." In the dark, damp sewer, Li Hang walked alongside the Green Goblin. As they moved, Li Hang's brow involuntarily furrowed, a strange feeling welling up inside him. Something feels off. The sewer was dark and humid, with poor ventilation, but at this moment, there was no familiar stench. Instead, the air felt unusually clean, almost excessively so. Li Hang's hands trembled slightly, his fingers continuously tapping the grip of his weapon, and he cautiously moved forward, casually asking the Green Goblin, "You said you've seen venom and carnage?" The Green Goblin tilted his head slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes as he replied, "They appeared during the war between humans and orcs, helping the orcs defeat the humans, but in the end, they were abandoned by the orcs." "Do you know their recent whereabouts?" Li Hong nodded thoughtfully, beginning to ponder.
Venom and Carnage, who once fought alongside the orcs but were later discarded, were not the type to give up easily.
There might have been a brutal conflict between them and the orcs, ultimately ending in the defeat of Venom and Carnage. The Supreme Evolution understood the weaknesses of symbiotes all too well. The similarity between Supreme Evolution and Supreme Intelligence made Li Hong anxious. He didn't want to get entangled with the Kree, or else trouble would follow. Are you looking to find them?
The Green Goblin stopped, a wary look in his eyes as he regarded Li Hong. Yes, I am, Li Hong replied with a calm smile, nodding in acknowledgement. I want to learn more about the Supreme Evolution from them. What they know is likely to be far more than we do. The ones who understand the enemy best are not just the enemy's foes but also former allies. Upon hearing Li Hong's words, the Green Goblin's eyes lit up. You're right, why didn't I think of that?
However, getting those two to cooperate won't be easy. Hey, what's that sound?
Li Hong suddenly halted, turning to look down the dark passageway, where faint cries could be heard. Mommy, mommy.
Oh no, it's Sane. How did that child end up here?
Li Hong's heart raced, his hand instinctively raising slightly as his gaze turned to the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin also displayed an anxious expression. As the self-proclaimed protector of this area, he was aware of the situation regarding Gwen's daughter, Sane. In their territory, doctors were already scarce, and every doctor and their family received considerable attention and protection.
Which direction is it coming from?
The Green Goblin closed his eyes, listening carefully to the indistinct calls, but he couldn't determine the direction right away.
Follow me.
Without hesitation, Li Hong took off running, quickly covering dozens of meters, with the Green Goblin hastening to keep up. The underground sewer was intricate, with numerous paths branching off. At every turn, they encountered intersections, some even leading downwards. Judging direction here was difficult enough, and accurately locating someone was even harder. Yet, Li Hong, relying solely on the vague sounds, ran forward without hesitation. A few minutes later, a small girl in a cotton coat finally appeared in the darkness ahead.
Sane. Li Hong dashed forward, tightly hugging Sane and urgently asking, "How did you get in here?"
Sane was so frightened she almost cried. She struggled to calm herself, stammering, I was worried you didn't have the locator and couldn't find Mommy, so I came to bring it to you." Li Hong was momentarily taken aback, remembering that he was currently wearing Spider-Man's suit, and Sane wouldn't recognize him. At that moment, the Green Goblin caught up from behind, seeing Li Hong holding Sane and concern etched on his face.
"What's going on?"
Sane brought the locator. This makes it much easier to find her. Li Hong looked down at Sane, who timidly raised the locator in her hand. The Green Goblin reached out to take it, glancing at the direction indicated, then looking into the darkness ahead. No, it says it's right in front. To be precise, it was just 3 to 5 meters away, but there was nothing there.
It must be underground.
Li Hong took back the locator and handed it to Sane. Let's go together, it's not convenient to send her back now.
The Green Goblin frowned, silently nodding.
Although he and Li Hong had fought side by side, their level of trust was not high. If it weren't to rescue Gwen, they wouldn't be working together at all. Thus, no matter who was to take Sane back, the other wouldn't feel at ease, so they could only proceed together with Sane.
Gwen had been taken by the green monster for some time now.
According to the locator, her exact location was just a few meters ahead. However, after searching the area carefully for quite a while, Li Hong and the Green Goblin found nothing. The vicinity remained empty. The only thing they discovered was a passage leading deeper underground a few hundred meters back from where they had originally passed.
A monster hiding deeper in the city's sewer?
Li Hong's heart began to weigh heavy. The environment and terrain here would not be conducive to combat, and they needed to leave quickly after rescuing her.
There was another question. Why did Sane have a locator that could track Gwen? Did Gwen also have a tracking device installed on her? While it was understandable that a mother would put a locator on her daughter for safety, why would someone install a tracking device on Gwen? What was the purpose? It was already perplexing for an adult to have a tracking device, unless everyone in this world had tracking devices installed on them? As he thought of this, Li Hong felt a chill in his heart. This could explain why the vast majority of humans in this world had been pushed into slums without large-scale rebellions. Aside from the military might of the Supreme Evolution, this kind of invisible surveillance method was probably also a key factor. Thankfully, no one had asked about such matters before, so he didn't have to worry too much about being exposed. Discovering this situation now was rather fortunate. Otherwise, if it had suddenly come up while he was in the middle of his plans, it would have been a huge problem.
Li Hong held Sane with one arm and grabbed onto a somewhat rusty iron ladder, quickly sliding down. Above them, the Green Goblin followed closely behind. In a place like this, long abandoned, the iron ladder had decayed significantly, no one knew when it might completely break, and they couldn't afford to waste time, so they couldn't descend slowly. Suddenly, Li Hong halted abruptly, then jumped to the side with force, landing on solid ground and choosing not to proceed downwards. He turned to the Green Goblin, a serious expression crossing his face. "It should be right ahead." The Green Goblin nodded silently, one hand already gripping a pumpkin bomb, as he had also faintly heard some noises. "Let's go." Li Hong quickly moved forward, holding Sane tightly while scanning the surroundings for a place to set her down. He understood that whoever had taken Gwen was a formidable opponent. Once a fierce battle broke out, it would be difficult to take care of Sane. "Wait, what's that sound?" Li Hong suddenly stopped, hearing a clear rustling noise from the intersection ahead, growing louder and clearer, sending chills down his spine. The Green Goblin stepped in front of Li Hong and Sane, gripping 4 pumpkin bombs in his hands, ready to throw them as soon as the monsters emerged from the darkness. Under the dim light, a large mass of green slime surged forth like a waterfall, countless thick tentacles reaching viciously toward Li Hong and the others. "Oh no, it's a Gwei beast." The Green Goblin hurriedly threw out the pumpkin bombs, then spread his steel wings, grabbing Li Hong to take off. But Li Hong was faster, shooting out white webs that spanned dozens of meters, pulling himself away in an instant. "What is a Gwei beast?" As Li Hong led Sane away, he turned to look back at the Green Goblin who followed closely behind. The Green Goblin swallowed hard, speaking somewhat nervously. "The Gwei beast is a creature that lives deep underground. It's rumored to have appeared hundreds of years ago. I've only heard of it, never seen one, since I rarely come to the sewers. Legends say that those captured by Gwei beasts have died and never returned. Gwen is likely taken by one, and what your eyewitness saw might have been it. This is bad." Upon hearing the Green Goblin's words, Sane's eyes filled with tears, her hands tightly covering her mouth as she tried to suppress her sobs. "That child is really mature." Li Hong sighed inwardly, gently patting her head before placing her into the Green Goblin's arms and letting go, allowing himself to drop to the ground. "Take her home, don't worry about me, I'll be back soon." Before Li Hong could finish his sentence, countless green tentacles surged forward, grabbing his limbs and pulling him deeper into the sewer. He offered no resistance and soon vanished into the darkness. In midair, the Green Goblin held Sane, staring at the suddenly disappearing Li Hong and the Gwei beast, momentarily frozen in place, filled with confusion. What just happened? He was astonished that Li Hong would willingly sacrifice himself to let them escape, while also perplexed by the Gwei beast's behavior. Why had it given up the chase after grabbing Li Hong? They clearly still had a chance to escape. Why did Li Hong suddenly abandon himself? What secret was hidden in all this? In the dark depths of the underground, in a brightly lit open space, strong figures were being grabbed and sent to the deepest altar of the underground. A mass of yellow slime was flung onto these individuals, adhering tightly to their chests and desperately seeping in, clinging to them like an octopus. In an instant, their eyes turned stark white, their faces became numb and rigid, they had lost all consciousness and were no longer themselves. All around the underground space were such individuals, mechanically captured and sent to the altar, and those who had been parasitized joined their ranks, turning to attack the other innocent captives. Gwen happened to be one of these innocents, but strangely, she was not immediately sent to the altar. Instead, she was brought to the center of the underground space, placed before 2 enormous and terrifying thrones. Ha, not bad, not bad. Among tonight's volunteers, we even have a celebrity. Welcome, Dr. Gwen Jones. Venom sat high upon his throne, and upon seeing Gwen, he trembled with excitement, his black and white face becoming even more grotesque. Seeing Venom, Gwen showed no sign of fear. Instead, her face was filled with confusion. "I thought all the symbiote pods were destroyed? That was just a facade we intentionally created." Carnage, on the other throne, stood up excitedly, waving his hands, his crimson face appearing even more twisted. "As you can see, we will soon have an entire army of symbiotes." Carnage's gaze fixed intently on the symbiotes that had already been completely controlled within the base, his pride overflowing. "We, the volunteers, will help establish a brand new order, an order belonging to the symbiotes, not humans, not orcs, and definitely not that so-called supreme evolution. We will no longer be deceived by you." The word "you" made Carnage exceptionally agitated, his voice filled with hatred. At that moment, Venom walked over, gently patting his shoulder to calm him down, then turned to Gwen, gritting his teeth and saying, "The fate of this planet was determined thousands of years ago. When our species was born, we became the rulers of this world. For millions of years, under the guidance of the collective consciousness, we coexisted harmoniously, but a great disaster destroyed our peace. Our race suffered severe injuries, falling from the surface to the Earth's core. For centuries after, we lay dormant, quietly waiting for those who could liberate us to appear. Now, the collective consciousness is about to achieve victory. We will turn this planet into our territory. Hearing Venom's words, Gwen immediately envisioned a terrifying scene. Looking at everything before her, her expression turned extremely grim, and she couldn't help but tremble as she gritted her teeth and shouted, "No, you can't do this." "Of course we can. Look how simple this is." Venom raised an eyebrow with arrogance, extending his hand as a mass of yellow slime splattered from the dark underground world, precisely landing in his palm. "Now, whether you like it or not, Doctor, you will become one of us." Carnage instantly transformed into a mass of red fluid, quickly appearing behind Gwen, gripping her arms tightly to suppress her resistance. Meanwhile, Venom stepped directly in front of Gwen and smeared the slime on her face. "No, mmm. In an instant, the yellow slime desperately seeped into Gwen's body, and she could no longer make a sound. Just as Gwen was about to be assimilated by the symbiote, a figure suddenly flew in from the distance like a great rock, dashing to Gwen's side like lightning and lifting her into the air. Venom and Carnage didn't even have time to react before she had vanished. "Spider, how can there be a spider here?" Clearly unaware of Spider-Man, Venom and Carnage instinctively thought this figure in a spider suit was an orc, since this was a world ruled by orcs. The entire underground world was, in fact, protected by the green slime, which was the Gwei beast mentioned by the Green Goblin. Others couldn't even approach this place. Anyone who did would be captured and controlled by the Gwei beast, ultimately becoming a symbiote. The Gwei beast itself did not have parasitic abilities, or rather, it once did but had since faded away. Now it needed to use the special slime created by Venom and Carnage to seep into people and turn them into their puppets. Although the Gwei beast's attack power was clearly weak, it was very tricky. If one wanted to break through by direct force to enter the underground world, even if they succeeded, it would take an incredibly long time, and by then, Gwen would likely have already been successfully parasitized. Before entering, Li Hong had no idea that the monster had parasitic abilities. He had only considered the possibility of being wrapped in slime and having his breathing obstructed. But that didn't matter since he could maintain breathing for up to half an hour and didn't have to worry about his own safety. The only way to find Gwen quickly was to be captured by the Gwei beast and taken to its lair. As it turned out, his judgment was correct. He was quickly sent into the underground secret world, but he never expected to see Venom and Carnage here. They had actually combined the Gwei beast with their own abilities to parasitize and control others. What shocked him even more was their intention to use this method to control all humans and orcs in the world, turning the entire planet into their territory. Life was indeed hard for the humans in this world. They not only faced the endless oppression of the orcs but also had to constantly guard against the covert surveillance and harm from symbiotes like Venom and Carnage, leading a life of extreme hardship. Li Hang could always return to his own world and had an escape route, so he naturally wouldn't panic. He could sit back and watch the chaos between the symbiotes and the supreme evolution. But the humans in this world couldn't, neither could Gwen. Perhaps in the next second, she would no longer be the person she once was. Therefore, at the most critical moment, Li Hong jumped out without hesitation to save her. His speed was already incredibly fast, and with Spider-Man's suit, he quickly rescued Gwen from Venom and Carnage. Even though her face was covered in yellow slime, once saved by Li Hong, Gwen immediately reached up to grab at the slime on her face, desperately tearing at it to prevent it from seeping into her body. However, the power of the yellow slime was extremely strong and merciless. For a moment, she found it difficult to break free. Just then, a hand suddenly covered her face and pulled hard, instantly removing the yellow slime, and Gwen felt her face loosen. She gasped for air, utterly exhausted, hanging onto Li Hong, unable to utter a word of thanks as she stared at his face. Seizing the moment, Li Hong carried Gwen to an open corner, while behind them, Venom and Carnage had already pursued them. Li Hong patted Gwen's shoulder. "Relax, and remember to hold on tight." Before he could finish speaking, Li Hong leaped into the air, shooting webbing that stuck tightly to the top of the underground world. Gwen, frightened, clung to Li Hong tightly, not caring about any embarrassment, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and her legs around his waist. In an instant, they soared into the sky. Li Hong did not intend to directly confront Venom and Carnage. Since he did not know in advance that the enemy was a symbiote and was poorly equipped, he couldn't completely eliminate these two. Instead, he aimed to fly to the top of the secret underground space and used the environment to deal with these two bastards.
The entire underground space was a typical karst landscape.
Although the bottom had been smoothed out by the Gwei beast in venom and carnage, at the very top, there hung thick stalagmites. Using his web, Li Hong swung up to the top, one hand gripping the webbing while the other gathered energy. He concentrated and then slammed his fist down hard on the stalagmite. With a force of hundreds of pounds, Li Hong shattered the stalagmite into two pieces with just one punch. Most of these stalagmites were hollow. Under the impact of hundreds of pounds of force, even the hardest ones immediately developed cracks. Some stalagmites were shattered with one punch, while for others that were slightly sturdier, he would punch again. One by one, the stalagmites fell from dozens of meters high, some crashing down onto the symbiotes, causing them to bleed profusely, while others struck the Gwei beast deep in the underground world, splashing yellow droplets everywhere. The falling stalagmites threw the entire underground world into chaos. Venom and Carnage's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Without the ability to fly, they could only rapidly climb up along the rock walls, their mouths letting out furious roars. However, just as they reached the top, Li Hong had already swung down on a web from above, diving straight into the entrance sewer, disappearing without a trace. Li Hong had no intention of fighting Venom and Carnage directly. Symbiotes were extremely difficult to kill, and with his limited gear, achieving what he had was already quite a feat. Gwen kept her eyes tightly shut, only hearing the rush of wind by her ears. When she finally felt herself being lowered gently, she realized that Li Hong had vanished. At this moment, she found herself back on the ground, in a secluded alley, as the sky gradually darkened.
Gwen instinctively searched for Li Hong's figure, but just then, familiar cries rang out, "Mommy, Mommy!" It was Sane. Gwen immediately stood up and staggered towards her daughter, who had appeared at the alley's entrance, her lifeline. "It's okay, it's okay."
As Gwen gently patted Sane's back to comfort her, she looked over at the Green Goblin after a moment. During this time, Sane had intermittently told her what had been happening, and Gwen sincerely said, "Thank you, Green Goblin.
You're a true hero. Where's Spider-Man? I can't find him."
Sane suddenly stood up, looking around for Li Hong. "He left as soon as he got me out of the sewer," Gwen explained briefly, then turned to the Green Goblin. "I truly appreciate you, Green Goblin.
Now I have to go back. I hope to see you again next time." With that, Gwen picked up Sane, waved goodbye to the Green Goblin, and turned to leave.
This was not a place to linger. They didn't know when the robots would come looking. Watching the figures of Gwen and Sane leave, the Green Goblin waved his hand somewhat reluctantly, muttering to himself, "I hope to see you again, dear." With a flap of his massive steel wings, he soared into the sky and vanished. At that moment, a figure peeked out from under the eaves. It was Li Hong, clad in his spider suit. He frowned deeply, sensing that everyone he encountered here seemed to hide profound secrets behind them.
"What is going on? Venom and Carnage, they're still alive?"
Minio, the editor-in-chief of Byte Daily, stared intently at the dozen photos in front of him. The images displayed Venom and Carnage in different locations, along with the monstrous creatures in the vast underground space and countless ordinary humans under control. He squinted slightly, a cold smile forming on his face.
Soon, the smile on Minio's face transformed into one of satisfaction. He looked up at the young man across from him, but his expression quickly shifted to a resigned, bitter smile as he said, "Let me tell you, young man, I might be going bankrupt. How about this? I'll pay you $5,000 for each photo. What do you say?" "But your ad clearly stated $500,000, sir." A hand suddenly slammed down on the photos, intense eyes fixed on Minio, unwavering. The young man, Li Hong, did not back down, his expression cold and stern.
"Ha, young man, you can't believe everything you see," Minio mocked with a laugh, shaking his head. He pressed down firmly on the photos, preventing Li Hong from pulling them away. After a brief hesitation, he retreated a step and said, "All right, kid, how about $10,000 per photo? This is already the final price, trust me, no one outside will offer you more." A typical capitalist face, a total blood-sucking capitalist. Li Hong silently cursed in his heart. 10,000 per photo for 17 photos would amount to $170,000. Though that was still far from the $500,000 he was owed, Li Hong's ultimate goal wasn't just money, he simply needed a suitable source of funding. Plus, with Minio's protection, his survival in this world would be much less troublesome, not to mention that he could use this opportunity to get closer to the Tiger King and the Supreme Evolution.
"All right, you win, Mr. Minio, but I want cash." Li Hong finally nodded.
Minio raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. This young man is quite clever. Soon, Li Hong left the Byte Daily building, carrying a suitcase full of cash. In the editor's office of the building, Minio stood at the window, puffing on a cigar, his expression grave, lacking any trace of the smugness he had shown during Li Heng's visit. Not long after, he returned to his chair, picked up the phone, and instantly, a smile covered his face again. Moments later, the call connected, and Minio said directly, "Esteemed Tiger King, I have received some anonymous leads indicating that Venom and Carnage are hiding underground. Alright, I'll send in a new recruit to further explore more information." After hanging up, Minio quickly dialed another number. "Robbie, I have a news piece that needs to be sent out urgently." "Got it, sir. I'll arrange it immediately." Robbie on the other end quickly hung up. Putting down the receiver, Minio let out a long sigh of relief. His gaze fell again on the photos on the table, his expression serious as he muttered to himself, "Have these guys really turned their backs on the orcs? Alright, Mr. Minio, I'll send more photos over soon." Li Hong walked down the street, holding a paper bag filled with food, his expression blank as he hung up the phone. Regarding the photos of Venom and Carnage, he had originally taken dozens of them, so pulling out a few to cover his bases was no problem at all. Not to mention that the secret underground base was already deserted. Even if Venom and Carnage had left, that was still a lead. Minio was indeed not as simple as he appeared. He was even more eager about this matter than Li Hong had imagined. Venom, Carnage, Gwei Beast, Symbiote Army, this world was far more complex than Li Hong initially thought. And then there was Gwen Jones, whose identity was also a mystery. She not only knew the Green Goblin but was also familiar with Venom and Carnage. What about Sane's father, who had never appeared? What was his identity? Could he be this world's Peter Parker? Li Hong raised his head, looking up at the steel robots overhead, observing their patrol directions and trajectories, narrowing his eyes slightly. "You said you wouldn't call me again." Gwen's voice was low, but the anger behind it was clear to Li Hong, who stood at the door. "But you're living with a man." The person on the other end of the line sounded very displeased. "I only rented him a vacant room. This has nothing to do with you." Gwen was unyielding, her words resolute. "As long as it concerns you and Sane, it has everything to do with me." "Then why did you leave us in the first place?" "You have no right to say that now. I ask you not to disturb us again." With that, Gwen hung up the phone heavily, her eyes filled with anger and resentment. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Sane dashed out, asking, "Is it Daddy? Is he coming home?" "I don't think so, dear." Gwen reached out, pulling Sane into her arms and comforting her. "You still have Mommy, Sane." Knock, knock, knock. The door was banged on, and then Li Heng pushed the door open and walked in. He placed the brown paper bag filled with food on the table and called out to Sane, "Sane, look what I got you." He pulled out a small remote-controlled car, setting it on the floor and handing the remote to Sane. Sane looked up at her mother, who nodded, and immediately her eyes sparkled with joy as she rushed towards the remote-controlled car. "Here, this is 3 months' rent." Li Hong handed the cash he held to Gwen, then lowered his voice to ask, "Are you both okay?" "We're fine." Gwen took the cash, counting it carefully before letting out a long sigh of relief. "I knew you would find a good job, Li. Can you tell me how you—" Knock, knock, knock. A series of explosive sounds suddenly came from outside the window. Gwen didn't even care about the cash in her hand. She rushed over to grab Sane and quickly retreated to the corner of the wall. This series of movements was remarkably practiced, almost heart-wrenching. Li Hong wasn't as tense, but he quickly moved to the window, carefully peering outside. In the air, a steel robot was flying low, and behind it, more steel robots were in hot pursuit, countless crimson energy beams shooting through the air, all striking the back of the leading steel robot. Was there an internal conflict among the steel robots? Li Heng suddenly recoiled as an energy beam grazed the feet of the leading steel robot, smashing into the street below and creating a large pit. The steel robots shot away as fast as they could. Li Heng gently tapped the window frame. If he wasn't mistaken, there seemed to be a vague silhouette behind the leading steel robot. Perhaps it was because of this figure that the previous conflict among the steel robots had occurred. This silhouette was hazy, like a translucent shadow, not a tangible entity. Could it be a superpowered individual? "Is it safe outside?" Gwen's inquiring voice came from behind Li Heng. He turned around to find only Gwen, her face full of worry, and Sane was nowhere to be seen. "Those robots are gone. Where's Sane?" Li Heng looked towards the staircase on the second floor, where a small figure timidly peeked out. I sent her back to her room. I'm not sure if the battle might have affected nearby residents.
Perhaps soon there will be a crowd here. Lee, you should go back to your room too. Gwen's face was filled with concern. Don't you need me to stay and help? No, I can handle it myself. Gwen's tone was resolute, her intent to refuse unmistakable.
Li Hong recalled the previous conversation between Gwen and Venom and Carnage. This woman was far more complicated than she seemed.
All right, if anything comes up, just call for me.
Li Hong nodded, glanced outside one last time, and then returned to the second floor. Sane was still peeking out from the staircase, and Li Hang affectionately ruffled her hair before heading back to his room. A moment later, Li Hang quietly appeared in the back alley, rapidly pursuing the direction where the steel robots had vanished. The person from earlier was likely the so-called human resistance. From his ability to achieve a semi-invisible state and control the steel robots, it was highly probable that these human resistance fighters were superpowered individuals in this world. Li Hong had already encountered the Green Goblin and faced Venom and Carnage, so it was likely that heroes like Iron Man and Mr. Fantastic existed in this world as well. Even though the steel robots had flown swiftly through the air, it was a bit late for Li Hong to chase after them now. However, this was a rare opportunity to encounter the human resistance, so he naturally wanted to take a shot at it. By this time, Li Hong had already changed into his Spider-Man suit. He felt that adopting Spider-Man's appearance in this world would bring him more luck, just as it had when he encountered the Green Goblin, Venom, and Carnage before. However, Li Hong did not jump into the air to pursue. The steel robots in this world were probably already in a frenzied state. Any uncontrolled masked superhero appearing in the air would immediately be subjected to their fierce attacks. But Li Hong was remarkably fast on the ground, his speed astonishing, not much slower than a car racing at full speed. Occasionally faced with obstacles, he could effortlessly leap over them using his webbing, his movements extremely agile. The sounds of the steel robots attacking echoed clearly in the air. Although Li Hong couldn't see their figures, he could roughly determine their positions. Moments later, Li Hong found himself deep in a narrow alley, and not far ahead lay a steel robot covered in black smoke, quietly lying on the ground. Beside it, a small blond boy, wrapped in bandages, was surrounded by a dozen steel robots. The robots pointed their dark fingers at him, and almost in the next moment, a powerful energy beam would shoot out. In this critical moment, a sharp voice suddenly came from behind, "Don't fire.
If possible, I want to spare his life. I've invested too much in this specimen.
Kid Hoskins, you have no idea what kind of danger you've unleashed.
For the sake of all of us, both human and orc, return it to me." It was the Ram, one of the 4 great knights of the orcs, appearing in the alley.
The fate of the entire world, the fate of humanity, the fate of the orcs, and even the fate of our entire city all hinges on that biological container in your hands. The Ram, Goster, stood close by, towering over 2 meters tall, adorned in gold and blue interwoven armor, his red cape billowing in the wind. With a face almost identical to that of a human, it was hard to believe he was not one, if not for the long, curved ram horns on his head. Goster was extremely cautious, slowly approaching Kid Hoskins step by step, even causing the surrounding steel robots to take a few steps back.
"Kid Hoskins, hand it over to me."
This viral agent is extremely dangerous. It can trigger violent changes within a living organism and is easily transmissible, spreading through the air. Hidden within the shadows, Li Hong held his breath, his heartbeat dropping to a near silence. Goster was one of the 4 knights of the Vanguard Knights under the Supreme Evolution. Tiger King Tiger, Black Bull Kaer, Ram Goster, and Rat Queen Ret, these 4 knights assisted the Supreme Evolution in ruling the entire world. Now, just because of a vial of viral agent, the infamous Ram Goster had appeared in this narrow alley, highlighting the terrifying nature of this vial. Li Hong's gaze fixated on Kid Hoskins, who stood opposite Goster. Unlike when he was invisible, Kid was now wrapped in white bandages, obscuring all visible skin, revealing only his golden hair, with dark hollows where his eyes should be, truly unsettling. The white bandages clung tightly to him, clearly indicating he carried no external items. The vial of the viral agent, that biological container, remained a mystery. Goster, too, was uncertain. Despite cornering Kid Hoskins, he dared not attack recklessly. Kid looked at the looming Goster without fear, tilting his head slightly, and slowly reached into the folds of his bandages. Suddenly, he pulled out his hand and presented it forward, revealing a small candy wrapped in blue.
Smack! Goster's face instantly darkened, as if he had recalled something terrifying.
Rage filled his eyes as he swatted the candy from Kit's hand, his expression twisted.
He reached out, aiming for Kit Hoskins' neck. However, in an instant, the bandages enveloping Kit slid off like flowing water, and he vanished without a trace. Goster's hand grasped empty air, instantly filled with shock and fury as he commanded, "Attack! Initiate indiscriminate coverage fire!" At this moment, Goster no longer cared about the safety of the biological container. Kit's actions had completely enraged him. What was going on? Why did a mere piece of candy provoke such wrath from Goster? Li Hong, hiding in the shadows, was filled with confusion. Was there some hidden secret behind this? Countless energy beams rained down on the alley, and even Li Hong had to take a step back. However, Kit Hoskins, in his invisible state, seemed to merge with the surroundings, evading the onslaught of intense energy beams without a trace. If Li Hong couldn't sense him still being there, he might have thought Kit had escaped. At this point, Goster had retreated to the alley's entrance, his gaze locked on the area covered by energy lasers. He was not actually worried that the laser attacks would destroy the container holding the virus. He was genuinely concerned about other matters. Suddenly, a bomb was thrown into the alley, exploding instantly and filling the area with blinding light, momentarily halting the steel robot's attacks. At that moment, a clanking sound echoed, and the area fell silent. "Stop the attack! Everyone cease fire immediately!" Goster rushed into the alley, where he spotted a sewer cover thrown aside in the depths, clear watermarks indicating that someone had climbed out, and not just one person. Bang! Goster slammed his fist down onto the ground, gritting his teeth in fury. "There's someone else aiding him. Richard, let's see how you explain this." Gazing at the narrow sewer entrance, Goster waved a hand, commanding his subordinates, robots, initiate a full-scale search across the entire Zone 17. Stop him at all costs, even if it means taking him down. His face was twisted in anger, but fear flickered in his eyes. He quickly stood up and gestured behind him, a flying motorcycle automatically arriving at his side. He leaped onto it, soaring into the sky. Neither Goster nor his robots dared to enter the sewer to search. Li Hong stood alone in the sewer, Kit Hoskins having long since vanished without a word. A wave of inexplicable disappointment surged within him, as if his good intentions had been in vain. However, he quickly realized that this was merely their first meeting. They were strangers, and in such a critical moment, despite saving Kit, the latter was filled with caution. He shook his head gently, looking up at the sewer cover above. This was no longer the previous entrance. Oddly, Goster and his robots had not searched the sewer. Indeed, their large frames made it difficult to maneuver in the sewer, and finding the invisible Kit Hoskins in such an environment was no easy task. But they clearly possessed those small mechanical trackers. Why hadn't they deployed them here? Suddenly, Li Hang recalled the Gui beast that had appeared before. Ever since Venom and Carnage kidnapped Gwen, there had been no news. Li Hang later returned fully armed to the secret underground space, which was now just a pile of ruins. Were the orcs afraid of Venom and Carnage? Were they wary of the Gui beast? Or had they previously reached some special agreement? The Supreme Evolution, did it truly require compromise with others? Half an hour later, Li Hong found himself in an unnamed alley, now very close to the clinic. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to his room, changed into new clothes, and stepped out. At that moment, the clinic's waiting area still had a few residents receiving treatment. However, their injuries were minor, mostly just scrapes and bruises, except for one unfortunate soul who had accidentally broken an arm. Li Hong stood at the stairway, letting out a sigh. He finally understood why so many people disliked superheroes. Most superheroes focus solely on their own heroic deeds, only seeing the enemies in front of them, completely oblivious to the damage they cause to innocent civilians during their fights. The police, on the other hand, had to consider many factors. While capturing criminals, they also needed to minimize harm to the general public, otherwise, they would face various repercussions. Unlike those superheroes, especially masked ones, who often walked away without a care after their business was done. That being said, if the police could maintain order, perhaps superheroes wouldn't be necessary at all. Patients in the clinic quickly finished their treatments and left. Li Hong walked down from upstairs, asking with concern, "Everything went smoothly this time, right?" "No, it wasn't too big of a deal, and everyone has experience now," Gwen shrugged helplessly. "Every time." Bang, bang, bang. The back door was suddenly knocked on heavily. Gwen's expression changed, and she quickly walked to the back door to open it. A figure stumbled in, their gray cloak obscuring their face, making it hard to see who they were. Gwen's face changed dramatically. "Stark! Arno Stark, what happened to you?" Gwen opened her hands, revealing blood covering her palms.
Come help me secure him, his condition is very unstable, and he could easily hurt himself. While carefully examining Arno Stark, who lay on the hospital bed, Gwen instructed Li Hang beside her. Without hesitation, Li Hong reached under the bed and pulled out some straps, skillfully securing Arno Stark tightly to the bed. Wow, this guy is no joke. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, muscles rippling, and earlier at the door, he nearly knocked Gwen over. Fortunately, Li Hong had arrived just in time to support him and carefully placed him onto the hospital bed. Even now, as he lay there, the intense pain caused him to struggle, but once bound, he calmed down slightly. Li Hang observed Arno Stark closely, silently praying that he was not related to Anthony Stark from his world. In his world, Iron Man was commonly referred to as Tony Stark, and his full name was Anthony Edward Stark. One was a carefree playboy and superhero, while the other was a muscular giant nearly 2 meters tall. It was hard to connect the two. Li Hang scrutinized Arno's face. He bore little resemblance to Tony Stark and they were even quite different. However, that was difficult to say, as they were from 2 different timelines. Much like Gwen Jones and Gwen Stacy, though both named Gwen, they did not resemble each other. Hiss. Gwen used scissors to cut open Arno Stark's gray shirt, beginning her examination of his injuries, unable to suppress a gasp. A clear energy beam had penetrated through his ribs, entering and exiting through his left side. Fortunately, the heat from the energy beam had cauterized the wound, preventing blood from gushing out, otherwise, he would have already succumbed.
This is a serious problem.
A look of pain crossed Gwen's face. Such a penetrating injury was not easy to treat. The external treatment might be straightforward, but the internal damage was uncertain. She didn't know if any organs had been affected, and the equipment in the clinic was insufficient for a comprehensive examination. Gwen lifted her head to look at Li Hong, saying, "Li, please wash your hands and stand guard at the door.
Don't let anyone else in." Gwen was going to perform the surgery alone, and Li Hong instinctively asked, "Do you need my help?"
Gwen smiled confidently, "Just don't make things worse for me." This was no joke. Li Hong was soon ushered out of the treatment room. He went downstairs, carefully turning off the clinic lights, while remaining vigilant about the movements outside. He suspected that Kid Hoskins was likely a member of the human resistance who had stolen the viral container intended for Goster's experiments. Since Goster couldn't catch him, he would naturally seek revenge on the human resistance, and Arno Stark was likely injured because of this. Gwen hadn't mentioned that Arno Stark was a member of the human resistance, but Li Hong was convinced his assumption was correct. Otherwise, how could ordinary civilians suffer such serious injuries without reason? After arriving in this world, Li Hong had carefully studied its history. Although much important information had been deliberately redacted, some less critical content had been preserved. Before World War II, this world shared many similarities with his own. It had its own Captain America, Howard Stark, and even the Howling Commandos. Captain America had also vanished without a trace at the end of World War II, and the Strategic Scientific Reserve transformed into S.H.I.E.L.D. after the war.
However, after World War II, the Supreme Evolution had suddenly emerged, destroying S.H.I.E.L.D. before Hydra could fully develop within it.
Stark Industries, Oscorp, and other prominent military enterprises in the human world were all seized by the Orcs, with associated personnel either killed or completely missing. Li Hong didn't know if this Arno Stark was Howard Stark's son, but he bore the Stark surname.
If he was it possible for him to create an army of iron to combat the entire mechanical legion of the Supreme Evolution?
Li Hong closely monitored the situation outside.
Arno Stark's injury might have been a warning and retaliation from the Orcs against the human resistance.
However, curiously, despite it being late at night, the Orcs' mechanical legion had not come to search. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, Li Hong raised his head, looking towards the treatment room on the 2nd floor, sensing that the surgery must have concluded. Originally, Kit was supposed to bring the container stolen from Goster to us, but he disappeared with it, the now conscious Arno Stark recounted to Gwen, his voice weak yet steady.
What exactly is this biological container?
Gwen frowned in confusion, as she was not familiar with the actions of the human resistance.
That damned Supreme Evolution is creating biological weapons.
They want to completely wipe out our entire race. Arno Stark angrily slammed his fist down on the bed, speaking through gritted teeth. It's a highly contagious biological gene virus, and once it spreads, it will be uncontrollable.
A gene virus? That doesn't make sense. The Orcs and humans are already genetically very similar. Don't they fear exterminating the Orcs while trying to destroy humanity?
And if it's just a virus, a search and capture would suffice. There's no need to attack your secret base. which completely breaks their mutual understanding. Gwen felt that something was off. The orc's reaction was exceedingly abnormal. Perhaps this virus is more targeted at humans.
And you're right, it's not that simple.
A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Arno's mouth.
When they set up this biological container, they installed an automatic failsafe feature. The moment he left the lab, its timer began counting down.
What failsafe feature?
Gwen sensed an ominous premonition. It's a thermonuclear bomb.
Unless the termination password is input within 2 hours, it will obliterate everything within a 40-mile radius.
If someone tries to force it open without entering the password, the thermonuclear bomb will detonate immediately.
Arno Stark's expression turned grim, as he realized that if the bomb detonated, he would not escape either.
Why are you only mentioning this now? Gwen panicked.
If the thermonuclear bomb exploded, not only would she be in danger, but Sane would also be at risk, and millions of people in New York would face disaster. Gwen began pacing anxiously, even biting her nails unconsciously.
How long had it been since Kid Hoskins stole the biological container?
No one knew if the bomb would detonate in the next moment. A thermonuclear bomb, a fusion bomb, where hydrogen isotopes tritium and deuterium undergo fusion reactions under high temperature and pressure, releasing immense energy and unparalleled destructive power. 40 kilometers was just the immediate blast radius. The resulting shockwave would likely devastate the entire East Coast.
Li Hong stood outside, his expression grave.
Unless he opened a portal back now, he would have to face this grave issue head-on. He had not thoroughly explored this world yet, and it was only today that he began to engage with its upper echelons. Now, the whole of New York was on the brink of destruction, and he found it hard to accept. Moreover, with a gene virus targeting all of humanity, it meant he was also within the target range for extermination.
Damn it, damn the supreme evolution, damn the orcs. Bang!
Li Hang suddenly pushed open the door with an angry expression, saying, "We need to find him now."
Where is he?
Seeing Li Hang burst through the door, Arno Stark looked astonished.
Who are you?
Quick, help me secure him. His condition is very unstable, and he could easily hurt himself. Gwen was carefully examining Arno Stark, who lay on the hospital bed, as she instructed Li Hang beside her. Without hesitation, Li Hong reached under the bed and pulled out some straps, skillfully binding Arno Stark tightly to the bed.
Wow, this guy is something else.
He stood nearly 2 meters tall, muscles bulging, and just moments ago, he had nearly knocked Gwen over at the door. Fortunately, Li Hong had arrived in time to support him and carefully placed him onto the hospital bed. Even now, lying there, the intense pain caused him to struggle, but once bound, he calmed down slightly. Li Hang observed Arno Stark closely, silently praying that he was not related to Anthony Stark from his world. In his world, Iron Man was commonly referred to as Tony Stark, with his full name being Anthony Edward Stark. One was a carefree playboy and superhero, while the other was a muscular giant nearly 2 meters tall. It was hard to connect the two. Li Hang scrutinized Arno's face. He bore little resemblance to Tony Stark, and they were even quite different. However, that was difficult to say since they were from 2 different timelines. Much like Gwen Jones and Gwen Stacy, though both named Gwen, they did not resemble each other. Hiss. Gwen used scissors to cut open Arno Stark's gray shirt, beginning her examination of his injuries, unable to suppress a gasp. A clear energy beam had penetrated through his ribs, entering and exiting through his left side. Fortunately, the heat from the energy beam had cauterized the wound, preventing blood from gushing out, otherwise, he would have already succumbed.
This is a serious problem.
A look of pain crossed Gwen's face. Such a penetrating injury was not easy to treat. The external treatment might be straightforward, but the internal damage was uncertain. She didn't know if any organs had been affected, and the equipment in the clinic was insufficient for a comprehensive examination. Gwen lifted her head to look at Li Hong, saying, "Li, please wash your hands and stand guard at the door.
Don't let anyone else in." Gwen was preparing to perform the surgery alone, and Li Hang instinctively asked, "Do you need my help?"
Gwen smiled confidently, "Just don't make things worse for me." This was no joke. Li Hang was soon ushered out of the treatment room. He went downstairs, carefully turning off the clinic lights, while remaining vigilant about the movements outside. He suspected that Kid Hoskins was likely a member of the human resistance who had stolen the viral container intended for Goster's experiments. Since Goster couldn't catch him, he would naturally seek revenge on the human resistance, and Arno Stark was likely injured because of this. Gwen hadn't mentioned that Arno Stark was a member of the human resistance, but Li Hong was convinced his assumption was correct. Otherwise, How could ordinary civilians suffer such serious injuries without reason? After arriving in this world, Li Hong had carefully studied its history. Although much important information had been deliberately redacted, some less critical content had been preserved. Before World War II, this world shared many similarities with his own. It had its own Captain America, Howard Stark, and even the Howling Commandos. Captain America had also vanished without a trace at the end of World War II, and the Strategic Scientific Reserve transformed into S.H.I.E.L.D. after the war.
However, after World War II, the Supreme Evolution had suddenly emerged, destroying S.H.I.E.L.D. before Hydra could fully develop within it.
Stark Industries, Oscorp, and other prominent military enterprises in the human world were all seized by the orcs, with associated personnel either killed or completely missing. Li Hong didn't know if this Arno Stark was Howard Stark's son, but he bore the Stark surname.
If he was it possible for him to create an army of iron to combat the entire mechanical legion of the Supreme Evolution?
Li Hong closely monitored the situation outside.
Arno Stark's injury might have been a warning and retaliation from the orcs against the human resistance.
However, curiously, despite it being late at night, the orcs' mechanical legion had not come to search. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, Li Hong raised his head, looking towards the treatment room on the second floor, sensing that the surgery must have concluded. Originally, Kit was supposed to bring the container stolen from Goster to us, but he disappeared with it, the now conscious Arno Stark recounted to Gwen, his voice weak yet steady.
What exactly is this biological container?
Gwen frowned in confusion, as she was not familiar with the actions of the human resistance.
That damn Supreme Evolution is creating biological weapons.
They want to completely wipe out our entire race. Arno Stark angrily slammed his fist down on the bed, speaking through gritted teeth. It's a highly contagious biological gene virus, and once it spreads, it will be uncontrollable.
A gene virus? That doesn't make sense. The orcs and humans are already genetically very similar. Don't they fear exterminating the orcs while trying to destroy humanity?
And if it's just a virus, a search and capture would suffice. There's no need to attack your secret base, which completely breaks their mutual understanding. Gwen felt that something was off. The orcs' reaction was exceedingly abnormal.
Perhaps this virus is more targeted at humans. And you're right, it's not that simple.
A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Arno's mouth.
When they set up this biological container, they installed an automatic failsafe feature. The moment he left the lab, its timer began counting down.
What failsafe feature?
Gwen sensed an ominous premonition. It's a thermonuclear bomb.
Unless the termination password is input within 2 hours, it will obliterate everything within a 40-mile radius.
If someone tries to force it open without entering the password, the thermonuclear bomb will detonate immediately.
Arno Stark's expression turned grim, as he realized that if the bomb detonated, he would not escape either.
Why are you only mentioning this now? Gwen panicked.
If the thermonuclear bomb exploded, not only would she be in danger, but Sane would also be at risk, and millions of people in New York would face disaster. Gwen began pacing anxiously, even biting her nails unconsciously.
How long had it been since Kit Hoskins stole the biological container?
No one knew if the bomb would detonate in the next moment. A thermonuclear bomb, a fusion bomb, where hydrogen isotopes tritium and deuterium undergo fusion reactions under high temperature and pressure, releasing immense energy and unparalleled destructive power. 40 kilometers was just the immediate blast radius. The resulting shockwave would likely devastate the entire East Coast. Li Hong stood outside, his expression grave. Unless he opened a portal back now, he would have to face this grave issue head-on. He had not thoroughly explored this world yet, and it was only today that he began to engage with its upper echelons. Now, the whole of New York was on the brink of destruction, and he found it hard to accept. Moreover, with a gene virus targeting all of humanity, it meant he was also within the target range for extermination.
Damn it, damn the Supreme Evolution, damn the orcs. Bang!
Li Hong suddenly pushed open the door with an angry expression, saying, "We need to find him now."
Where is he?
Seeing Li Hong burst through the door, Arno Stark looked astonished. Who are you? Quick, have those robots killed them all? At this moment, the Ram Joestar was already burning with impatience and unable to contain his anger. He frantically waved his hands, urgently urging all the steel robots under his command to launch a fierce attack on the human resistance fighters.
How could they not know that the automatic failsafe function of the biological device containing the virus had already been activated? That thing was set up by their own hands.
Nuclear bombs and nuclear fusion, don't be fooled by its appearance as just a thermos-sized container. Once it explodes, all of New York will instantly turn to ruins. Those guys in the human resistance were truly fearless in their ignorance, but as one of the 5 Knights of the Windigil Order, J. Oster knew very well the importance of New York to the entire orc race. Once New York was destroyed, the orc tribe would be unable to give birth to new members for a long time. This was just a secondary concern. The most crucial point was that biological virus, which J. Oster had personally developed. If it were destroyed, even if he wanted to recreate it, it would take an extremely long time, and by then, it would truly be too late. Dozens of steel robots charged fiercely at the human resistance fighters, but the human resistance was far from easy to deal with, especially Arno Stark, whose specially made energy cannon could destroy a steel robot with a single shot. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen steel robots fell to the ground like dumplings, making a loud crashing sound. As for Liliana Rasputin, her energy gun might not have the immense power of Stark's energy cannon, but it was exceptionally precise. Every energy beam she fired accurately hit the stabilizers hidden on the steel robots. In an instant, 3 or 4 steel robots began to wobble and lose their direction, and their energy beams even shot directly at their own people. In a moment, the entire attack team descended into chaos. The other human resistance fighters worked together seamlessly, 2 by 2 taking on a single steel robot. They may not have the efficiency of Stark and Rasputin, but they ensured that not a single steel robot broke through their defenses. The human resistance had managed to persist in their fight against the orcs' oppressive rule for so many years and was showing an increasingly strong trend for a reason. Their capabilities in top-tier technology development were absolutely not lacking. It was just that the production lines worldwide were controlled by the orcs, which led to their developed weapons being unable to be mass-produced, putting them at a disadvantage overall. But in a small-scale battle like this one, their combat power was definitely not to be underestimated. Just then, the steel robots, under J. Oster's command, no longer attacked in a rigid manner from a single direction. At that moment, a considerable number of steel robots bypassed the apartment building from above and charged straight for Li Heng's position, or more precisely, straight for Kid Hoskins, who was holding the biological virus. In the darkness, a thread shot out like an arrow, piercing through a steel robot's chest, penetrating directly through the small gap and going straight through its core energy source. The speed of the flying machine was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it reached Hoskins' side. The biological container you're holding has an automatic failsafe. It's a thermonuclear bomb that will destroy all of New York. Hurry, get in the vehicle. Li Heng's frantic roar stunned Kid Hoskins. Although the biological container had always been with him, he had no idea it had an automatic failsafe. Instinctively, Kid Hoskins jumped onto the flying machine, reached into the bandages on his body, and pulled out a biological container that was 10 centimeters long. Upon closer inspection, the countdown had already begun, with 16 minutes remaining. Damn it! Without saying a word, Li Heng piloted the flying machine straight into the air, and the threads in his hand shot out like lightning, knocking down one steel robot after another. A path to safety was gradually unfolding ahead. Li Heng shoved the energy gun into Hoskins' hands, concentrating on driving. Cover them. He only had 10 minutes to drive the vehicle 40 kilometers away, then used the remaining 6 minutes to escape. As a member of the human resistance, Hoskins didn't ask any more questions at this moment. He began to fire the energy gun frantically. Just as they were about to completely break through the encirclement, at that critical moment, a figure dropped from the air like a ghost, landing precisely on the hood of the car, grabbing the windshield and swinging a long knife towards Li Heng's neck. Li Heng's right hand shot up suddenly, and a thread shot out like lightning, aiming directly for the intruder's eye. The rapid thread would pierce through the eyeball and directly stab into her brain, creating chaos inside. This was a ruthless tactic of trading injury for injury, death for death. The leopard woman, with her pair of leopard ears, quickly tilted her head, skillfully avoiding the swiftly approaching thread, while her long knife accelerated towards Li Heng. But Li Heng's reaction was faster. After shooting the thread, he propelled himself forward like an arrow, avoiding the large blade while slamming into the leopard woman's chest with great force, nearly knocking her off the flying machine. She clung tightly to the gap in the vehicle's hood, preparing to jump back on, but at that moment, Li Heng waved the biological container in front of her, revealing the clear countdown of 14 minutes. "Don't block me, I need to deliver it to the Eastern Sea, or we'll all be done for." Li Heng yelled fiercely. "Hand it over to me, I'll input the termination code right away, and it won't explode," the leopard woman insisted, not backing down. After all, the thermonuclear bomb was merely a fail-safe. The most valuable thing was still the biological virus inside. "Dream on,
I'd rather let all of New York be destroyed. Li Hong refused to compromise. He was not a fool and understood the threat the biological virus posed to all humanity. Even though he could return to his world at any time, once the biological virus spread, he would never be able to step into this world again. Then let all of New York be destroyed. The leopard woman leaped upward, jumping directly into the air, her sharp knife thrusting towards Li Hang's chest. In this critical moment, she would not give an inch. She was betting that once only 10 minutes remained, Li Hang would have no choice but to give her the biological container to input the termination code, thus protecting the safety of all New York while reclaiming the biological virus. If Peter Parker were here, it would be hard to say, but this was Li Hang. That's still better than letting all of humanity be destroyed. Li Hang also stood his ground, extending his right hand and slamming it down directly onto the sharp knife coming toward him. He could not let the virus fall back into the orc's hands under any circumstances. Even if all of New York turned to ruins, he could still return to this world, but once the virus spread, he would lose his footing in this world. This was a fundamental issue of principle, and he would never compromise. His right palm slammed down fiercely, striking the back of the rapidly thrusting knife, causing the blade to deflect instantly. At the same time, the thread shot out again, this time aiming directly for the leopard woman's throat. The leopard woman quickly tilted her head, wanting to grip the long knife for a horizontal cut, but at that moment, Li Hang's left arm suddenly opened wide, lightning fast, trapping the leopard woman's long knife with his arm. At the same time, the thread in his hand yanked back abruptly, strangely slicing horizontally across the leopard woman's entire body in midair. In an instant, the leopard woman felt a tremendous threat. That fine thread moved swiftly like a serrated blade. If it was strong enough, it could cut through not just flesh but even stone. This was the difference between Li Hang and Peter Parker. While Peter Parker used the threads mainly for flying, jumping, and control, Li Hang used them as offensive weapons, capable of functioning as knives, swords, and even saws. In this critical situation, the leopard woman had no choice but to release her grip on the long knife, her body quickly leaning back as the thread zipped past her nose, and she could even smell the burning scent in the air. Although Li Hang's hands were occupied with the leopard woman, his legs still controlled the flying machine. In the blink of an eye, they had already burst through the encirclement of the steel robots and were racing towards the eastern sea. The speed of the flying machine had reached its limit, but even so, it was still hard to guarantee that they could deliver the biological container to a safe location within 10 minutes. The leopard woman's toes hooked onto the narrow gap in the hood of the vehicle, her entire body tensed straight, and she instantly leaped again, her claws reaching out to grab Li Hang. But at that moment, Li Hang's right hand gripped the leopard woman's long knife and swung it toward her. It must be admitted that the beastmen, transformed from animals, were much more agile and physically superior than ordinary people. Even in midair, she could still bend her body flexibly, and her back could quickly curve down. Li Hang's knife slice was dodged by the leopard woman, but just as she raised her head, the blade flashed back, once again hovering over her head. No matter how she tried to dodge, the edge of the blade was always close to her neck. This was the entangling blade, a technique from the Five Tigers breaking the door blade series, agile and powerful. As the saying goes, entangled head and wrapped in brain, even the gods cannot block. This was Li Hang's signature move. In an instant, the leopard woman felt a chill. All she could see was the sharp blade striking fiercely, darting forward and back, in and out, leaving her no time to think, relying solely on her body's instinctive movements to avoid the urgent threat. Suddenly, the blade's light vanished, and the leopard woman was now drenched in sweat. At this moment, she focused her gaze and suddenly saw Li Hang sitting there steadily, tightly gripping her long knife, looking coldly at her. Right now, the leopard woman's attention was more focused on Hoskins on the other side. She saw Hoskins holding the biological container, with the countdown on it already down to 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Both Li Hang and Hoskins displayed determined expressions. Their stance was very clear: either they would take the biological container to the sea to self-destruct, or they would all perish together, burying all the humans and orcs of New York. Sigh. The leopard woman sighed inwardly, loosening her grip and falling from the flying machine, but she was not injured. The steel robots approaching from behind quickly caught her. "Stop the pursuit, let them go," the leopard woman ordered, shaking her head. "Yes." The steel robots immediately complied and ceased their pursuit, but soon after, the leopard woman connected with another person on the phone. "Your Majesty the Tiger King, I did not manage to retrieve the biological virus. I can only use long-range weapons to shoot them down from the air, but the self-destruct time is already less than 10 minutes. On this planet, the entire city was under the orcs' rule. How could they not have long-range attack weapons?
They could shoot Li Hong and Hoskins down from the air, but they could not guarantee that they would be able to reclaim the biological container in time after killing them. Once the final time was less than 3 minutes, even if the termination code was input, it would be impossible to stop the biological container from self-destructing.
I understand, you don't need to worry about the rest.
I will contact the Ram, said the Tiger King before hanging up the phone.
Held by the steel robots, the leopard woman hovered in the air, watching the flying machine disappear into the distance, her mind filled with the cold eyes of Li Hong gripping the long knife.
On the edge of the coast, a gentle sea breeze blew softly, and the waves continuously crashed against the fine sand. Hoskins, wrapped in bandages, stood quietly on the beach, gazing out at the distant sea, his eyes filled with deep concern. Just a few minutes ago, he had been suddenly thrown from the flying machine by Li Hong. He hadn't even had time to react before watching Li Hong pilot the aircraft alone into the vast ocean, which soon became just a small black dot disappearing on the water's surface. In less than 10 minutes, while it was barely enough time for them to send the biological container to the sea, it was certainly not enough time to return to safety. This meant that whoever took the biological container to the sea would be pushing themselves toward the abyss of death.
Deep down, Hoskins was extremely unwilling to witness the horrific scene of a nuclear explosion on the ocean, and he did not want to see Li Hong vanish right before his eyes. However, he had to force himself to witness the moment when the biological virus was completely destroyed. He knew full well that if the virus was not successfully destroyed, all of humanity would face the arrival of the apocalypse. Suddenly, a massive mushroom cloud erupted from the ocean, and a fiery ball shot hundreds of meters into the sky, as if it aimed to ignite the entire sky. Before the sound reached him, the blinding white light nearly scorched his eyes, plunging him into a momentary state of blindness. At that moment, without any hesitation, Hoskins immediately turned around and walked away from the scene without looking back.
Truth be told, only his body possessed special abilities. Had it been any ordinary person, they would have been blinded by that intense light and perhaps lost their lives.
As the tremendous roar echoed through the sky, towering waves dozens of meters high surged in from dozens of kilometers away, crashing rapidly toward New York.
However, the first cities to bear the brunt were not New York City itself, but closer coastal cities like Farmingdale and Long Beach, which housed a large population of orcs. When the massive waves swept in, they had no time to react and were completely submerged by the roaring waters. By the time the waves reached New York and even spread to Manhattan, after passing through layers of obstacles like Queens and Brooklyn, particularly the buffers of the East River, their power had diminished significantly. Ultimately, the waves barely submerged the streets and had not even managed to flood into the Hudson River before calming down entirely. In reality, the real danger was not the waves themselves, but nuclear radiation. If it had been a nuclear fission explosion, an area within 200 kilometers would become extremely hazardous. Fortunately, this time it was a nuclear fusion bomb that exploded. Nuclear fusion is the process of deuterium and tritium merging to form helium. Although this process releases tremendous energy, it produces almost no radioactive material. The final product, helium, is non-toxic and harmless, and there are no radioactive byproducts. Even if a tiny amount of neutrons is produced, their impact is negligible. Therefore, nuclear fusion bombs can be considered nearly zero pollution. A distance of 40 kilometers was sufficient to neutralize all threats above the ocean, avoiding widespread destruction on land.
Bang, bang, bang. The door was suddenly knocked on urgently.
Gwen, who had been anxiously waiting at home for a long time, rushed to the door like a madwoman and flung it open. Standing outside was Li Hong, drenched from the heavy rain. Seeing Gwen's tear-streaked eyes pained him, and he stepped forward gently, giving her a warm embrace. "I'm back."
A moment later, the two sat on the sofa. Li Hong held a cup of coffee, wrapped in a blanket, with a hint of fatigue on his face as he began recounting the events that had transpired. "I didn't rush into the core area of the explosion.
With 2 minutes left on the countdown, I decisively jumped off the flying machine and directly into the sea. I had calculated that, even if the orcs could retrieve the biological container, they wouldn't have enough time to input the code to halt the explosion."
"Who cares about that?"
"I only care about how you survived that terrible explosion," Gwen suddenly pouted, startled by her own reaction. Instinctively, she glanced up the stairs to the second floor, relieved to find that Sane was not visible. The child should still be asleep, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. The crisis of the nuclear explosion felt like a brush with death for everyone involved. Especially when the sound of the nuclear explosion reached them, the sense of despair nearly plunged them into utter hopelessness.
However, what descended upon them was not the powerful shockwave of a nuclear bomb but the significantly weakened tsunami, leaving everyone feeling immensely surprised and fortunate. In that extreme moment, human emotions were tossed between the heights of the clouds and the depths of the sea. After such dramatic ups and downs, one felt almost exhausted. Gwen was no exception. After the crisis of the nuclear explosion was resolved, she immediately began to worry about Li Hang's safety. However, when she received the related news, she could hardly believe her eyes. Li Hang had charged toward the Pacific Ocean with the nuclear bomb alone, but fortunately, he had returned alive. In 2 minutes, the flying machine flew directly for 8 kilometers, and coupled with my dive into the sea, I successfully evaded the shock of the explosion. However, I also lost consciousness due to excessive fatigue, and when I woke up, I found myself lying on the beach. Li Hang explained a bit, but his weary expression suggested he had undergone an extremely tough battle. How could he not be exhausted? He had swum back the entire 20-kilometer distance solely using his own strength. If he hadn't gained extraordinary powers, he might have perished in the sea long ago. Of course, Li Hang didn't merely hide in the sea to avoid the nuclear blast, he wasn't that reckless. At the critical moment, he opened a time-space vortex and traveled back to his own world. It took him a full day to return to this world, but as soon as he appeared, he fell into the ocean. "I'm glad you're okay, but I still have to give you a full checkup. I can't let any hidden injuries remain in your body." Gwen suddenly stood up, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes, and she walked towards the treatment room. Li Hang paused for a moment before quickly following her. At that moment, he finally realized that he had become Spider-Man in this world, bearing a special mission. "Li, why didn't I see you yesterday?" Sane asked, sitting at the dining table, enjoying her breakfast. The heavy rain from the previous day had allowed her to sleep particularly soundly. Gwen gently wiped the white rice grains from the corner of Sane's mouth, her expression normal as she casually glanced at Li Hang before returning to her meal. "I had work to do during the day. You were already asleep when I returned," Li Hang said, gently pinching Sane's cheek while his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Gwen. Previously, he hadn't realized it, but it was only last night that he suddenly understood that Gwen was now only 27 years old. In his universe, she was still just a playful young girl. And Sane was merely a cute 5-year-old girl. The two of them had been running this small clinic together. He wondered how they had managed to get by these past few years. After finishing breakfast, Li Hang took Sane to a nearby daycare before returning to the clinic. Unfortunately, by this time, Gwen had already finished her work in the kitchen and was sitting at her desk, diligently organizing her medical files. "Gwen," Li Hang sat down beside her, leaning in closer and lowering his voice with concern, "are they all okay?" Them naturally referred to members of the human resistance, such as Arno Stark and Liliana Rasputin. When Li Hang had left, they were still under siege from the Ram and his robotic minions, and then they had experienced the nuclear explosion. He had been worried about their safety the whole time. "They're fine. I've already received news that the orcs left after seeing the explosion." "They must have a lot to deal with next," Gwen said, suddenly lowering her voice and cautiously glancing at the door before continuing, "Don't move around, someone's coming soon." After a moment, Li Hang got up and left the clinic. Now, he needed to find Minio, the editor-in-chief of the Byte Daily, because he had a batch of new photos to deliver to him. Li Hang did not rush to contact the human resistance, knowing that Gwen was a good channel for news. As soon as they learned he was back, they would naturally reach out to him. This time, the near-death battle, combined with the powerful abilities he had displayed during the fight, was enough to earn him the trust of those in the human resistance. He believed he was close to obtaining useful information about the Supreme Evolution. Whether it was the Tiger King or the Ram, they were merely pawns pushed to the forefront by the Supreme Evolution. The true forces controlling this world had always been the Supreme Evolution. After arriving in this world, Li Hang always felt that the Supreme Evolution, even if he could not traverse time and space, certainly had knowledge of time-space traversal. In his view, the Supreme Evolution posed the greatest threat to him in this world. Only by overthrowing the rule of the Supreme Evolution and the orcs could he harness the resources of the human world to strengthen himself. Now that the time had come, Li Hang finally had the opportunity and energy to consider the matter of that vial of biological gene virus. According to the information obtained by the human resistance, that vial of virus indeed aimed to kill all humans on the planet by targeting specific DNA. However, based on the information Li Hang currently possessed, the Tiger King, Tager, would definitely not agree to such a direct approach. Even the Supreme Evolution themselves might not approve. From the perspective of a supreme ruler, humans were a very valuable asset. They could be endlessly exploited and utilized, but they could not just be easily exterminated. That would be far too unprofitable.
This matter was likely just the plan of the Ramjayaster, who should be among the most opposed to humans within the orc community.
If he were to succeed once, the entire human race would likely face the danger of eternal extinction.
Looking back, if not for the existence of extreme individuals like Jayaster, perhaps there would have been a chance to ease the relationship between humans and orcs, and maybe this crisis would not have occurred. In the night of Jersey City, a gray truck sped along the highway by the Hudson River, racing towards Manhattan. Behind the wheel sat a scruffy middle-aged man with short hair, a face full of jowls, and reeking of alcohol. Suddenly, the LCD screen above the truck flickered, and an image of Liliana Rasputin, a member of the human resistance that Li Hong had seen before, appeared on the screen.
Base calling B2, what's the situation? Please respond. Liliana Rasputin's face showed signs of urgency and tension. Everything's normal, dear.
It seems there might be a malfunction with the disturbance generator.
So far, no signs of the robots.
Before B2 could finish his sentence, the window above him shattered suddenly, and a massive steel hand shot in like lightning, tightly gripping his shoulder and yanking him out of the truck. The out-of-control truck slammed into a building on the left side, exploding into a massive fireball in an instant, with countless shrapnel flying everywhere, and the numerous weapons loaded onto the truck transformed into brilliant fireworks in moments.
Look, Lee, that's the place where Spider-Man and I rescued Mom from the symbiote army, Sane exclaimed, leaning excitedly against the wire mesh, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. She was eager to jump in and see the spot where the rescue had taken place.
I was there too, how could you forget? Li Hong, who was in charge of watching the kids, quickly reached out to stop Sane from climbing any higher. This place was no longer the vacant sewer entrance it once was but had transformed into a bustling construction site, all staffed by orcs.
Oh right, you even called the police back then, Sane turned around and said in her childish voice, it's okay, Lee, you did great.
Yeah, I did my best, Li Hong couldn't help but smile.
Many people, aside from Sane, now knew about his identity as Spider-Man.
However, Li Hong didn't mind. He knew that although he borrowed Spider-Man's identity, he was not the real Spider-Man. Of course, Gwen also knew that Li Hong was Spider-Man.
The events of that day during the battle were not something the members of the human resistance could hide from her.
Knowing that the Spider-Man who saved her was Li Hong, combined with the fact that he had saved all of humanity in New York recently, had made Gwen particularly warm toward him lately. During her busy hours, she felt comfortable letting Li Hong take Sane out to play. During this time, Li Hong had received a lot of information about the human resistance and the supreme evolution from the human resistance fighters. As Li Hong had suspected, the supreme evolution was not indigenous to this world. However, he and Li Hong had some similar thoughts. He wasn't from another parallel universe, but from another planet in this world. Many people were aware of this, especially the higher-ups in the human resistance. It was precisely because the Supreme Evolution possessed advanced technology far beyond this world that they could create the orc race and those powerful steel robots.
For some reason, Li Hong couldn't help but think of Rocket Raccoon. These orcs could walk and talk, possessing intelligence.
If it weren't for the fact that most orcs in this world resembled humans, with only a few remaining animalistic features, Li Hong might have actually connected the Supreme Evolution to the creator of Rocket Raccoon. However, the human resistance did not know much about the personal strength of the Supreme Evolution, as those who truly understood the situation had unfortunately perished.
Hey, you filthy humans, don't linger near the construction site.
A long-faced orc approached, dressed in blue-striped worker's attire and wearing a yellow hard hat, looking fierce as he waved a steel pipe, much like the unpleasant foreman on Earth. The steel pipe scraped against the wire mesh with a hissing sound. Li Hong calmly smiled at that moment, pulled out a business card, handed it over, and said, "Hello, I'm a reporter from Byte Daily.
I'd like to write an article about you construction workers, but it seems you're not too interested in that."
Before he could finish, Li Hong turned around with Sane and started to leave.
The long-faced orc seemed a bit slow on the uptake and took a moment before realizing what Li Hong meant, quickly calling out to them, "Hey, wait, buddy, come on in. You can take my picture."
Orcs were similar to humans in many ways. Everyone was willing to participate in anything that could give them a chance to shine. The gate of the enclosure slowly opened, and Li Hong entered with Sane, camera in hand, snapping a picture right in front of the long-faced foreman before wandering around to take more shots. Sane was a very clever girl. She had long since realized that Li Hong had other intentions, so she quietly followed him, not disturbing his work. After the last symbiote incident, Li Hong had successfully rescued people, but then he reported the incident to the orcs and sold the photos to the Hornet Daily, thus connecting with Minio. There was no doubt that the symbiotes had grand schemes, which was evident from their brief interactions. Orcs were certainly not fools. They understood the symbiotes better than Li Hong did and had more insight into their plans. After receiving the news, they promptly launched a raid on the symbiotes' underground base. Li Hong was unaware of the specific outcomes of that battle. When he went there afterward, the place had turned into a wasteland, with no trace of the symbiotes left. However, signs of battle remained. There had indeed been a fierce clash between the orcs and the symbiotes. The current construction site had been established after that, ostensibly to build new structures, but remnants of the battle could be seen in various corners, such as discarded energy guns, broken steel robot arms, and so on. The Orc Mechanical Legion had paid a heavy price in that battle. As for the symbiotes, Li Hong suspected they were not faring well either. He just didn't know where they had hidden now. During the decisive battle that determined the fate of humans and orcs, Li Hong knew the symbiotes had sided with the orcs. Ultimately, the humans were defeated, and the symbiotes played a significant role in that downfall, but afterward, the Supreme Evolution turned against them. Although Li Hong didn't know the specific details, he understood that any discerning ruler could see the threat the symbiotes posed to their reign. It was perfectly normal to turn against the symbiotes, but unfortunately, those symbiotes had failed to realize this. Orcs, robots, symbiotes, and humans, the details of that decisive battle remained a mystery even now. The massive human army, billions of high-tech weapons, and tens of thousands of powerful nuclear bombs ultimately fell under the hand of the Supreme Evolution. With millions of orcs defeating 7 billion humans, the power of the Supreme Evolution was truly terrifying. After that war, nearly all human military forces vanished without a trace. Now, Li Hong only saw newly grown young people. He had not encountered any veterans who had participated in the war, only ordinary elderly civilians. After a war that determined their fate, the orc steel mechs began to take over the entire city, leaving no room for the human leadership to resist, forcing them to choose surrender. During this time, Li Hong had received some information from the human resistance, but truly valuable insights were scarce. Although he shared a bond of camaraderie with the human resistance and had a high utilitarian value for them, he was still not one of them. The symbiotes could be said to be among those who understood the Supreme Evolution the best, but that group of symbiotes was very difficult to deal with. Li Hong could only search for intelligence bit by bit on his own. Now, Spider-Man had appeared on the public wanted list of the Orc government, but Spider-Man was Spider-Man. What did that have to do with Li Hong? "Hey, son, what do you think this is?" The long-faced foreman from earlier heard the call and immediately ran over. Li Hong and Sane exchanged glances and hurried over. Lying on the ground were 3 steel robots, one of which was severed at the waist, as if it had been literally torn apart. Another had its head twisted off, while the last one lay there in relatively good condition, though its body was covered with battle scars and cracks, showing no signs of life. X-51, oh my gosh, that's an old relic. It's one of the first batch of robots produced, and it's number 51. With such an early serial number, it must have been in service for over 30 years. How is such an old relic still in operation? The long-faced foreman's face was filled with astonishment. The phrase "in service for over 30 years" struck Li Hong like a thunderclap, instantly grabbing his attention. 30 years ago was precisely the time when the war between humans and orcs came to an end. Could this X-51 harbor some unknown sensitive information? Li Hong squinted slightly, gazing at the old-looking steel robot lying on the ground. He had been in this world for quite some time and had gained a considerable understanding of its history. The historical development of this world was roughly similar to that of his own up until the end of World War II and for a long time afterward. However, it wasn't until the 1970s that the Supreme Evolution successfully created the orcs. After that, history seemed to have a gap, with only scattered records remaining. By the 1980s, the orcs had taken over the entire world, with millions of orcs and 10 times that number of steel robots firmly controlling everything. The human resistance had only emerged in recent years. They knew much about the Supreme Evolution and held several clues regarding the truths of the past war. But despite having fought alongside them, Li Hong had not yet earned the right to know these classified details. "Come on, you old guy," the long-faced foreman waved his hand, signaling others to help him move the X-51 while lamenting, "What a pity, soon you'll be sent away to be recycled." Objection. "Please do not destroy this unit." The X-51 suddenly opened its eyes and sat up abruptly. Its damaged right eye flickered with intense sparks as it extended a hand, seemingly trying to prevent something from happening. The long-faced foreman and the others were startled, retreating several steps. Li Hong instinctively pulled Sane close to him. They had all believed that this steel robot X-51 was completely inoperable, but who could have thought it could still function? However, looking at the sitting X-51, Li Hong felt that something was off. The foreman swallowed hard, suppressing his fear, and cautiously approached. "Sorry, big guy, but your request is useless."
Objection.
"This unit is still operational, this unit still has value," X-51 protested angrily, struggling to stand. Sparks erupted from several damaged areas on its body. Though it was merely a steel robot, one could clearly sense the strong will to survive and resist within it.
Li Hang keenly sensed something unusual. Could it be? No way?
"I've never seen one quite like it. Let's see what's under the cover." The foreman, noticing something was wrong, gritted his teeth and picked up a disassembly tool, slowly approaching X-51. His eyes were filled with greed.
No, no, no.
X-51 instinctively retreated, as if the disassembly tool posed a lethal threat. As the foreman grinned maliciously and drew closer, X-51 became increasingly panicked, wildly waving its arms and unexpectedly knocking the disassembly tool away. The foreman, who had been gripping the tool tightly, stumbled back several steps, suddenly clutching his left arm in pain. "That hurts." His left arm had dislocated. With a face full of hatred, he glared at X-51, released his left arm, and pulled out a controller from his waist, aiming it at X-51 and pressing a button. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted as a gigantic bulldozer came rushing toward X-51, and the two massive machines were about to collide.
"We need to get out of here."
Li Heng's expression changed slightly. Things were beginning to spiral out of control. He held Sane tightly and turned to run further away. Li Hong was quite fast, and behind him, the enormous bulldozer was astonishingly thrown away by X-51, crashing violently into a wall and collapsing it completely. Countless chunks of debris tumbled down from the high wall, crashing onto the construction site and kicking up a huge cloud of dust.
Li Heng expertly flipped and jumped out of the construction barrier.
He turned back to observe the scene. At that moment, X-51 was gently lowering a construction worker who had nearly been crushed, safely placing him on the ground before taking flight to escape. However, as it soared into the air, dozens of purple energy beams simultaneously struck it from all directions. More steel robots had arrived. They did not care that X-51 was their companion. They directly launched an attack. In an instant, X-51 crashed to the ground, engulfed in gray-black smoke, and fell silent. The other steel robots landed without acknowledging anyone, wordlessly grabbing X-51's limbs and hauling it off toward the distance. Li Hong and Sane hid behind a corner, clearly witnessing all of this, and his eyes were filled with confusion. The steel robot from earlier not only resisted destruction but also understood the need to fight back, even choosing to save others in the process. This was entirely different from the emotionless mechanical monsters Li Hong had encountered before. It resembled a human with self-awareness, a being with independent consciousness.
This steel robot had likely awakened.
This was an extremely terrifying phenomenon. The awakening of steel robots and artificial intelligence had always been a major concern for humanity, even for the technologically advanced Supreme Evolution and the Orcs. Li Hong had interacted with these steel robots multiple times, but he had found that they did not exhibit groundbreaking, superior capabilities. While they were equipped with numerous advanced energy weapons, their self-intelligence was even inferior to Stark's Jarvis. In terms of power, they were slightly stronger than the steel robots developed by Justin Hammer, but in terms of the essence of artificial intelligence, they were worlds apart. From the steel robots, aerial vehicles, and the powerful orcs Li Hong had encountered, it was evident that the technology possessed by the Supreme Evolution was at least several generations more advanced than that of Earth. Even in Li Heng's own world, transforming beasts into humans with great intelligence was nearly impossible. Yet, the Supreme Evolution displayed an unusual caution regarding the development of self-intelligence in these steel robots, strictly controlling their growth. It seemed that some uncontrollable accidents had occurred. This X-51 could very well become a sword aimed at the Supreme Evolution. Li Hong quickly returned Sane home. With her by his side, he felt constrained in whatever he did. The flight speed of the steel robots was fast, and he had to run through the alleys with all his strength, occasionally using his web-slinging abilities just to catch glimpses of their shadows.
Ultimately, he watched as the steel robots disappeared into a distant high-rise building.
Under the night sky, Li Hong swung on his web, seizing the opportunity while the steel robots were patrolling, and headed directly for the 41st floor of the high-rise. He didn't have time to ascend the building from the ground up. The patrols on the opposite side were far more stringent than those in the air, and every step required corresponding permissions. A slight misstep could leave him stuck. Although the high altitude offered a broad view, and the steel robots patrolled from time to time, under the cover of darkness, as long as he was fast enough and timed his moves with the patrols, he could dash straight to the upper floors, aiming directly for the 41st floor where the steel robots were stored. Li Hong found it strange that X-51 was not sent directly to the recycling station but instead brought to this high-rise building. If it had gone to the recycling station, he could have easily accessed it. But in a building crowded with orcs, the challenges were much greater than he had imagined.
Had the orcs already sensed X-51's anomaly?
It was as if a mysterious switch had been triggered, and an invisible energy barrier suddenly appeared, tightly adhering to the side of the building. Li Hong, rushing toward it without any warning, crashed hard into the barrier. With a loud bang, he felt as if he had been struck by a heavy object, slamming against the energy barrier and flattening his face against it, as if trying to embed himself within it. Immediately afterward, he began to uncontrollably plummet downward, as if being pulled by an invisible force. In midair, he quickly shot out a web, which pierced the eaves of another building with the precision of a sword. Using the tension from the web, he managed to swing over, hiding in a dark corner, holding his breath and doing his best to lower his body temperature, fearful of being discovered by the patrolling steel robots nearby. In the next moment, the patrolling robots seemed to sense something amiss and returned to the area, starting to inspect it carefully. The sudden activation of the energy barrier had clearly caught their attention, and they didn't overlook any corner, even brushing right past the place where Li Hong was hiding, but ultimately, they found nothing. After all, in a city full of tall buildings, it was not uncommon for birds to accidentally fly into windows. Li Hong was filled with frustration. He regretted being so careless. How had he not realized that the orcs had set up such an important line of defense at the last moment? The Supreme Evolution, being extraterrestrial with technology far beyond Earth, could easily set up an energy barrier. It was merely basic operation for them. Thankfully, this energy barrier was created in the form of an energy force field. If it had been one filled with chaotic, rapidly moving high-energy particles, he would have been instantly torn to shreds upon impact. Now, it seemed he could only find a way to enter through the building's main entrance. Li Hong furrowed his brow. If it were really so, the situation would become much more troublesome. He began to contemplate how to break through this energy barrier. Hey, who's that? Suddenly, Li Hong spotted a familiar figure in the shadow of a nearby building corner.
It was Liliana Rasputin. What was she doing here?
She was dressed in a red bodysuit with a black-gray trenchcoat over it, her long figure completely concealed, and her red hair hidden under a black hood, making her almost inconspicuous in the darkness.
Hey, woman, do you know this area is off-limits for humans?
A low voice suddenly echoed behind Liliana Rasputin. Her expression changed instantly, a glint of cold light flashed in her lowered right hand, and in an instant, that cold light shot toward the intruder's throat like lightning.
Hey, it's me, what's with the life and death reaction? Li Hong exclaimed in shock, quickly jumping several meters back.
He had not expected Liliana Rasputin to react so violently, attempting to take a life without a second thought.
Oh, it's you, Li. What are you doing here?
Liliana had already seen that it was Li Hong from the corner of her mid-attack, but instead of pulling back, she had maliciously accelerated her assault. When she realized that Li Hong was retreating faster than she had anticipated, she internally sighed, confirming her suspicion. Li Hong cautiously glanced around. Their earlier commotion seemed to have attracted the attention of some steel robots, and some were already making their way toward them. Let's get out of here first, Li Hong gestured and swiftly headed into the dark alley. The steel robots approached the sound, but by the time they patrolled to that spot, Li Hong and Liliana had vanished without a trace, as if they had never been there. In the cold, dry sewer, a small airship quietly rested to one side, where Li Hong, Liliana, and Arno Stark spoke in hushed tones. If we can get X-51 from the Knights, we can use it to trade for Bloomray, Liliana said excitedly after hearing Li Hong's words, her eyes sparkling as she clenched her fists.
Wait, what's this about Bloomray?
Li Hong was puzzled.
X-51 was very important to him, and he didn't want to just hand it over for a trade.
Arno Stark explained in a low voice, Bloomray is our comrade. 2 days ago, the robots kidnapped him, and we suspect his disturbance generator malfunctioned.
If he gets compromised by the orcs, a lot of our secrets will be exposed.
The disturbance generator was the key tool that allowed the human resistance to thrive under the orcs' oppressive rule. Li Hong's earlier suspicions were correct. Every human on this planet had a tracking system implanted within them. As long as the orcs wanted to find someone, they could simply pull out a locator, making it impossible to hide. This was an extremely terrifying reality, meaning that, in a sense, all humans on the planet were under the control of the supreme evolution. From the outset, the orcs had firmly grasped control over the entire planet thanks to the locator, until the invention of the disturbance generator. Arno Stark had created the disturbance generator, using it to escape from the orcs' pursuit and secretly develop the human resistance. By the time the orcs realized this, it was already too late. The human resistance had not only formed a massive scale but had even established branches in every city globally, fundamentally shaking the orcs' dominance. However, the disturbance generator was not infallible. Being a machine, it could be disrupted by setting targeted frequencies. Especially during specific searches, it was challenging for the human resistance to evade the searches conducted by these specialized instruments. Though there were billions of humans in this world, the orcs, even with the assistance of steel robots, could not possibly search each person individually. Therefore, over the years, even though the human resistance was at a disadvantage in direct battles, they had never been completely eradicated. They had always hidden in the shadows, carefully concealing their powers until they had enough strength to topple the rule of the supreme evolution. Bloomray was a newly appointed high-ranking official in New York, and he knew many secrets about the New York resistance. If he were captured by the orcs, not only would the New York resistance be in danger, but the entire human resistance would face a fatal threat. I've seen their methods firsthand. They will reach directly into your brain and mess it all up, Arno Stark shuddered and continued, as if falling into a nightmare. No one can resist the supreme evolution and his knights, no one. Arno Stark hadn't initially been a member of the human resistance. He had once been captured by the supreme evolution and had suffered brutal torture before seizing an opportunity to flee from their prison. In a moment of crisis, he invented the disturbance generator, which allowed him to completely shake off the tracking of the steel robots. The Supreme Evolution's methods were extremely cruel, and very few could withstand them. Arno Stark, having experienced it firsthand, understood this better than anyone. Has he always been this melancholic, or is it just tonight? Li Hong leaned closer to the frowning and troubled-looking Liliana, lowering his voice with concern. He glanced at Arno, who had completely fallen into a state of talking to himself, as if trapped in some terrifying memory. Li Hong couldn't help but shudder. What kind of brutal experience had turned Arno Stark into this? I haven't really seen much of it before. Liliana shook her head helplessly, a fleeting look of worry passing through her eyes. But then she reached out and patted Li Hang's shoulder, smiling as if reassuring him and herself, "Don't worry, it won't go wrong." "That's good. And about the exchange you mentioned," Li Hang's expression grew serious, his eyes watching Liliana warily. "You say it's an exchange, but are the orcs really that easy to negotiate with? Besides, X-51 is very important to me. I need all the information stored inside it." "Rest assured, we know its importance better than you do," Liliana nodded seriously, her eyes filled with cold determination. An exchange was never a simple matter. It was always possible for a black market deal to turn into a black-eat-black situation. From the front, no matter what methods you have, you can't get into the Knight's building. The Supreme Evolution has almost anticipated every possible scenario, Arno Stark said cautiously as he crawled through the dark pipe, suddenly stopping and looking at the faint light at the end of the tunnel, sneering, "After all these years, he still hasn't figured out how I escaped back then." Someone like him would never look down. Li Hong remained silent. All the while, they moved forward cautiously, fearing that the Supreme Evolution had already placed sensors in the sewage system, but in reality, it seemed they had never thought that someone could enter or exit the Knight's building through the sewers. This was not surprising. For some people, they never looked down and never cared about the ants they stepped on. As if triggered by an invisible switch, an energy barrier suddenly appeared, pressing against the side of the building. Li Hong, rushing toward it without any warning, collided hard with the barrier. With a loud bang, it felt as if he had been struck by a heavy object, his face flattening against the barrier as if trying to embed himself within it. Immediately afterward, he began to fall uncontrollably, as if being pulled by an unseen force. In midair, he quickly shot out a web, which accurately anchored itself to the eaves of another building like a spear. Using the tension from the web, he swung over, hiding in a dark corner, holding his breath and trying to lower his body temperature as much as possible, fearing detection by nearby patrolling steel robots. In the next moment, the patrolling robots seemed to sense something amiss and returned to the area, beginning a meticulous search. The sudden activation of the energy barrier had clearly caught their attention. They inspected every corner, even brushing past the spot where Li Hong was hiding, but in the end, they found nothing. After all, in a city filled with skyscrapers, it was not uncommon for birds to accidentally collide with buildings.
Frustration filled Li Hong.
He regretted being so careless. How had he not realized that the orcs had set up such an important defense mechanism at the last moment? The Supreme Evolution, being extraterrestrial and possessing technology far beyond Earth, could easily create an energy barrier. It was merely a basic operation for them.
Fortunately, this energy barrier was formed as an energy force field.
If it had been a barrier filled with chaotic, rapidly moving high-energy particles, he would have been instantly torn to shreds upon impact. Now, it seemed he would have to find a way to enter through the building's main entrance. Li Hong frowned. If it were really so, the situation would become much more troublesome. He began to contemplate how to break through this energy barrier.
Hey, who's that?
Suddenly, Li Hong spotted a familiar figure in the shadow of a nearby building corner.
It was Liliana Rasputin. What was she doing here?
She was dressed in a red bodysuit, with a black-gray trenchcoat over it, and her long figure was completely concealed. Her red hair was hidden under a black hood, making her almost inconspicuous in the darkness.
Hey, woman, do you know this area is off-limits for humans? A low voice suddenly echoed behind Liliana.
Her expression changed instantly. A glint of cold light flashed in her lowered right hand, and in an instant, that cold light shot toward the intruder's throat like lightning.
Hey, it's me, what's with the life and death reaction? Li Hong exclaimed in shock, quickly jumping several meters back.
He had not expected Liliana to react so violently, attempting to take a life without a second thought.
Oh, it's you, Li. What are you doing here?
Liliana had already seen that it was Li Hong from the corner of her mid-attack, but instead of pulling back, she had maliciously accelerated her assault. When she realized that Li Hong was retreating faster than she had anticipated, she internally sighed, confirming her suspicion. Li Hong cautiously glanced around. Their earlier commotion seemed to have attracted the attention of some steel robots, and some were already making their way toward them.
Let's get out of here first, Li Hong gestured and swiftly headed into the dark alley.
The steel robots approached the sound, but by the time they patrolled to that spot, Li Hong and Liliana had vanished without a trace, as if they had never been there. In the cold, dry sewer, a small airship quietly rested to one side, where Li Hong, Liliana, and Arno Stark spoke in hushed tones. If we can get X-51 from the Knights, we can use it to trade for Bloomray, Liliana said excitedly after hearing Li Hong's words, her eyes sparkling as she clenched her fists.
Wait, what's this about Bloomray?
Li Hong was puzzled.
X-51 was very important to him, and he didn't want to just hand it over for a trade.
Arno Stark explained in a low voice, Bloomray is our comrade. 2 days ago, the robots kidnapped him, and we suspect his disturbance generator malfunctioned.
If he gets compromised by the orcs, a lot of our secrets will be exposed.
The disturbance generator was the key tool that allowed the human resistance to thrive under the orcs' oppressive rule. Li Hong's earlier suspicions were correct. Every human on this planet had a tracking system implanted within them. As long as the orcs wanted to find someone, they could simply pull out a locator, making it impossible to hide. This was an extremely terrifying reality, meaning that, in a sense, all humans on the planet were under the control of the Supreme Evolution. From the outset, the orcs had firmly grasped control over the entire planet thanks to the locator, until the invention of the disturbance generator. Arno Stark had created the disturbance generator, using it to escape from the orcs' pursuit and secretly develop the human resistance. By the time the orcs realized this, it was already too late. The human resistance had not only formed on a massive scale but had even established branches in every city globally, fundamentally shaking the orcs' dominance. However, the disturbance generator was not infallible. Being a machine, it could be disrupted by setting targeted frequencies. Especially during specific searches, it was challenging for the human resistance to evade the searches conducted by these specialized instruments. Though there were billions of humans in this world, the orcs, even with the assistance of steel robots, could not possibly search each person individually. Therefore, over the years, even though the human resistance was at a disadvantage in direct battles, they had never been completely eradicated. They had always hidden in the shadows, carefully concealing their powers until they had enough strength to topple the rule of the Supreme Evolution. Bloomray was a newly appointed high-ranking official in New York, and he knew many secrets about the New York resistance.
If he were captured by the orcs, not only would the New York resistance be in danger, but the entire human resistance would face a fatal threat.
I've seen their methods firsthand. They will reach directly into your brain and mess it all up, Arno Stark shuddered and continued, as if falling into a nightmare. No one can resist the Supreme Evolution and his knights, no one. Arno Stark hadn't initially been a member of the human resistance. He had once been captured by the Supreme Evolution and had suffered brutal torture before seizing an opportunity to flee from their prison. In a moment of crisis, he invented the disturbance generator, which allowed him to completely shake off the tracking of the steel robots. The Supreme Evolution's methods were extremely cruel, and very few could withstand them. Arno Stark, having experienced it firsthand, understood this better than anyone. Has he always been this melancholic, or is it just tonight? Li Hong leaned closer to the frowning and troubled-looking Liliana, lowering his voice with concern. He glanced at Arno, who had completely fallen into a state of talking to himself, as if trapped in some terrifying memory. Li Hong couldn't help but shudder. What kind of brutal experience had turned Arno Stark into this? I haven't really seen much of it before. Liliana shook her head helplessly, a fleeting look of worry passing through her eyes. But then she reached out and patted Li Hong's shoulder, smiling as if reassuring him and herself, "Don't worry, it won't go wrong." "That's good. And about the exchange you mentioned," Li Hong's expression grew serious, his eyes watching Liliana warily. "You say it's an exchange, but are the orcs really that easy to negotiate with? Besides, X-51 is very important to me. I need all the information stored inside it." "Rest assured, we know its importance better than you do," Liliana nodded seriously, her eyes filled with cold determination. An exchange was never a simple matter. It was always possible for a black market deal to turn into a black-eat-black situation. From the front, no matter what methods you have, you can't get into the Knights building. The Supreme Evolution has almost anticipated every possible scenario, Arno Stark said cautiously as he crawled through the dark pipe, suddenly stopping and looking at the faint light at the end of the tunnel, sneering, "After all these years, he still hasn't figured out how I escaped back then." Someone like him would never look down. Li Hong remained silent. All the while, they moved forward cautiously, fearing that the Supreme Evolution had already placed sensors in the sewage system, but in reality, it seemed they had never thought that someone could enter or exit the Knights building through the sewers. This was not surprising. For some people, they never looked down and never cared about the ants they stepped on. In that dark and deep underground space, the air was so dry it felt as if it could scorch one's throat. Bright lights flickered intermittently, casting an eerie glow that danced like ghosts across the vast area of over 1,000 square meters, illuminating every corner with a dim, uncertain light. The entire underground space was empty, with only 3 people standing at the farthest end, alongside a mech quietly lying on a stone platform. Arno Stark had his tablet tightly connected to the data interface on the back of X-51, as a torrent of data flowed like a flood from X-51's storage unit to his device. Li Hong and Liliana Rasputin stood on either side, their eyes sharp and focused on Arno Stark's actions, revealing an unmistakable tension. They had taken significant risks to infiltrate the Knight's tower, and now they had only this single mech in their possession. Li Hong urgently needed all the data contained within this mech, while the human resistance needed it to trade for their captured comrade, Bloomray. It was precisely because both sides had their own needs that this seemingly tacit cooperation had come to be. Despite some unexpected events during the process, they had ultimately achieved their respective goals. The downloading process felt exceptionally long. Li Hong couldn't help but press his stiff neck, tilting his head slightly as his gaze slowly swept across the vast underground space. This was their pre-arranged meeting spot, originally an underground air raid shelter excavated by the New York City government during the Cold War in preparation for a nuclear war. There were countless similar shelters throughout New York. Recently, Li Hong had been keeping an eye on matters related to New York, especially due to the recent earthquake, prompting him to investigate the underground conditions further. The underground world of New York was like a complex maze, with various tunnels and pipes intertwining. Beyond just air raid shelters, secret weapon caches were also common, not to mention the numerous old and abandoned subway tunnels, which were nearly impossible to count. It wasn't until the mid-1990s that New York began considering the risks of earthquakes in its building plans, while everything prior had seemed taken for granted. This place served as one of the secret bases for the human resistance. Although it was not the same as the world Li Hong hailed from, before the 1970s, it bore little difference from his own. Essentially, he was also a genuine New Yorker. Such hidden bases were numerous, they were like treasures hidden in the darkness, quietly waiting to be needed, avoiding unnecessary risks while playing a crucial role at critical moments. Li Hong looked at his watch. They had been at this secret location for nearly 2 hours, yet the data download still had not finished. Each secret base had strict time limits for use, and exceeding that time could lead to discovery by steel robots, resulting in unforeseen troubles.
Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Arno Stark completed the download. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, carefully unplugged the USB drive from his computer, and handed it to Li Hang. At that moment, his expression appeared somewhat grim, as if burdened by unspoken worries.
Li, the situation may not be as optimistic as you imagine.
Although this is an older model robot, its internal data storage isn't very large.
Despite the seemingly massive data stream, it's hard to say how much truly valuable information is there, Arno Stark said helplessly. The data hard drive of X-51 was considerably smaller than that of the recently produced steel robots. Over 30 years, the data it stored had been input and overwritten numerous times. The truly valuable information had long been buried beneath a mountain of data.
I must have been too naive, Li Hong forced a self-deprecating smile. Though he tried to appear calm, both Arno and Liliana could see the bitterness on his face. Liliana moved closer to Li Hang.
She seemed uncomfortable in the tense atmosphere, instinctively reaching out to gently pat his shoulder, softly reassuring him. Finding the weaknesses of the Supreme Evolution has never been easy.
This isn't just your responsibility.
The human resistance has been unable to completely defeat the orcs even after 10 years of war. You've done well.
All right, Li Hong lifted his head, gazing at Liliana's delicate face, feeling a sudden wave of inexplicable relief.
He exhaled softly and said with determination, regardless, once we get back, I will thoroughly study this data. Even if I can find just one weakness of the Supreme Evolution, it would be beneficial for all of us, and today's efforts won't be in vain.
Liliana paused slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes, but she quickly followed up with, as long as you have confidence, that's good. Now, it's time, we need to leave quickly.
See you next time, Li Hong said, launching a web that shot out like lightning, quickly anchoring to the exit of the underground shelter. He pulled hard, and his body flew like an arrow, disappearing into the darkness with swift efficiency.
Once Li Hong left, Liliana let out a long sigh.
She turned and looked at Arno Stark with dissatisfaction in her eyes. Why couldn't you just tell him directly?
After all, he's our comrade.
Liliana, you must remember that not everything can be freely shared, even with your comrades. You need to prioritize the severity of situations. Some things may not pose a problem when said, but others might lead to the deaths of countless people. A stern voice suddenly sounded from the corner. As the voice spoke, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. At first, his form was blurred, seemingly merging with the darkness, but as he approached, he gradually became clear.
Seeing the newcomer, Liliana was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, Rick, when did you arrive in New York?
Rick, full name Richard Milhouse Jones, was one of the most mysterious leaders of the human resistance, now quietly appearing in New York. Looking at Liliana, Rick Jones smiled fondly and nodded, since I need to negotiate with Tiger King Tager, it's only natural for me to be here in person.
But orcs are deceitful and untrustworthy. This negotiation is fraught with danger, we would be enough to handle it. Why do you have to come personally? Liliana exclaimed, grabbing Rick Jones's arm, her face filled with urgency.
Don't worry, not many people know about my arrival in New York, and unless I have sufficient leverage, I wouldn't come to meet Tiger King Tager so easily, Rick Jones reassured her, patting her arm before turning to Arno Stark. Let's go.
If we wait much longer, the orcs might discover us here. With that, Rick Jones walked over to X-51.
He lifted its arm as if it were a featherweight object, and then he strode down to the deepest part of the shelter, as if nothing here could impede his steps. Just as he was about to vanish into the darkness, a hidden door suddenly appeared, and the three of them stepped inside, disappearing without a trace moments later. Almost the next instant, a shadow silently crept in from the ceiling, revealing itself to be Li Hong, clad in his Spider-Man suit. Li Hong was unaware of Rick Jones's identity or even his full name, but from his every action, Li Hong could clearly sense that this was a person of great importance within the human resistance. The sudden appearance of such a figure in New York, intending to negotiate with Tiger King while the outside world had no information, stirred a sense of unease within Li Hong.
He recalled the entire situation and couldn't help but ponder that the human resistance seemed to be hiding many things from him.
His recent collaboration with Arno Stark and Liliana Rasputin was primarily motivated by the fact that a comrade had been captured by the orcs, leading to a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, it now appeared that saving their comrade wasn't their primary objective. Negotiating with Tiger King Tager was their real plan. Tiger King Tager was the most friendly orc toward humans, and this relatively stable society was maintained by him. Even Li Hong had received some relevant information, knowing that many orcs were dissatisfied with the policies Tager had implemented. Li Hang's understanding of Tiger King Tager was not as deep as that of the human resistance.
To him, whatever Tiger King did was fundamentally to solidify the orcs' dominance over the planet rather than for the benefit of humans.
There was a lack of a fundamental basis for mutual cooperation between both parties, unless. If this collaboration was not a trap set by Tiger King Tager, then the only thing that could prompt their cooperation was a common goal, the supreme evolution. Li Hang shook his head slightly, coldly smirking to himself. He clearly saw the weakness of the supreme evolution, a point that remained a blind spot for everyone else. The twilight sun is like golden silk threads, streaming through the gaps in the window, cascading down like a waterfall and covering the entire room in a golden glow. Li Hang sits quietly on the bed, his fingers flying across the keyboard in rapid succession, lines of code flowing like lively musical notes, which he selects and copies, then accurately inputs into a specialized program. His gaze is intensely focused on the computer in his hands, as if the entire world is irrelevant to his current concentration.
This specialized program is his greatest reliance for overthrowing the orc rule in the future. Rather than being just a program, it is more accurately described as a custom virus generator. Based on the vast, nearly infinite database of X51, this virus generator is creating a highly aggressive invasion control virus. Once this virus is implanted into any steel robot, it will instantly transmit through the complex communication connections within the robot, ghost-like, to all steel robots on the planet, then quietly lie in wait for the opportunity to strike. This virus generator is something Li Hang went to great lengths and spent a hefty sum to obtain from Earth.
It is essentially just a massive framework, an editor filled with infinite possibilities, and the effectiveness of the final virus generated largely depends on the understanding of the target information for invasion. The more one knows, the richer the data input, and the stronger the resulting virus will be against the Steel Robot Legion. As time passes, Li Hang pauses his actions, squinting slightly, with a hint of anticipation in his gaze. He certainly hopes that the generated virus will have the most powerful effect, ideally able to completely control all steel robots in an instant with permanent control. Of course, he knows this is merely a beautiful wish and not realistic. Thus, he only hopes that this virus can play a crucial role at the critical moment of the final battle, even if it is only to temporarily hold back the supreme evolution, granting them that vital opportunity. In the ultimate moment of the battle, the one who truly plays a decisive role in defeating the supreme evolution will ultimately be humanity itself. The human resistance focuses its main efforts against the supreme evolution within the orc ranks, with Tiger King Tage being the most effective assistant to the supreme evolution. If they can convince Tiger King Tage to join forces against the supreme evolution, their plan has a good chance of success. However, in Li Hang's view, it is extremely difficult for the human resistance to gain the upper hand with Tiger King Tage. He cannot think of any genuine reason for Tiger King Tage to ally with humanity. Perhaps Tage indeed has his own ambitions, but the human resistance is ultimately just a tool for him. Once their goals are achieved, both sides would turn against each other. Thinking of this, Li Hang's lips curve slightly upward, revealing a hint of an elusive smile. He feels that this so-called negotiation is likely just a carefully arranged trap. The human resistance may not be oblivious to this, but for them, the greatest enemy remains the supreme evolution. As long as there is a glimmer of hope to break the supreme evolution's rule, they are willing to take the risk, and the key lies in how great Tiger King Tage's ambition truly is. Everyone is busy with their own schemes and plans, while at this moment, Li Hang keenly focuses on the Steel Robot Legion. The orcs are indeed effective assistants for the supreme evolution's rule over the world, but the true key players are not the orcs, but the Steel Robot Legion. The number of orcs is limited, only a few million, while the number of steel robots exceeds theirs by more than 10 times. Once the orcs lose control over the Steel Robot Legion, they will immediately lose their grip on the entire world.
Conversely, whoever masters this powerful force has the opportunity to completely overthrow the orc rule and even become the new rulers of the world.
Not everyone can see the key here, but the supreme evolution certainly understands it best.
As long as they can suddenly execute this strategy at a critical moment, even the supreme evolution would have to be distracted. If they can seize that minuscule window of opportunity, killing the supreme evolution would no longer be an unattainable dream. Li Hang's gaze drifts through the window, looking out at the world. The twilight sun gradually dims, draping the towering buildings outside in a golden cloak. The brilliant golden light dazzles but also seems like the fading afterglow, exuding a faint sadness. He silently prays in his heart, hoping that this world can soon return to normal, no longer shrouded by the shadow of orc domination. X-51 is a target that Li Hang will never give up on,
he must involve himself in the negotiations between the human resistance and Tiger King Tej.
If the virus is merely his first line of preparation, then X-51 is his absolute trump card.
The orcs maintain strict control over the robots, especially regarding the awakening of self-awareness in robots, and their vigilance is no less than that of Earth's humans toward intelligent machines.
If robots were to dominate the world, the consequences would be unimaginable.
If it truly comes to a life-and-death situation, then directly promoting X-51's super revolution into something like Jarvis or Ultron is not out of the question. With X-51 ruling the entire super robot legion, even if the human resistance ultimately fails, the orcs would find it impossible to continue their stable rule over this world. Outside the window, a gigantic shadow glides through the sky like a ghost. It is the figure of a steel robot patrolling. Since Li Hong, along with Anno Stark and Lyanna Rasputin, ambushed the Orc Knight Tower, the orcs have rapidly strengthened the patrol and search efforts throughout the city, determined to not rest until they capture the human resistance.
But for Li Hong, these pose no substantial threat.
The human resistance's jammers effectively shield them from the steel robot's tracking, finding them is harder than climbing to the sky. Moreover, Li Hong himself does not have any tracking devices. As long as he doesn't go out and cause trouble, he will face no danger. He gently unplugs the USB drive from the computer, closes the laptop, and carefully hides it under the bed. Rising to his feet, he walks to the window, looking down at the crowd coming and going under the steel robot's feet, and finds himself lost in thought. In recent days, there has been no news from the human resistance, which makes him somewhat uneasy. He understands that the human resistance needs to prepare for the secret negotiations with the Tiger King, and relevant information would only be contained within a very small circle, but he can't help but feel frustrated. In his view, the human resistance is being overly cautious, which instead exposes their real situation. The negotiations between the human resistance and Tiger King Tej are likely to take place within the next couple of days. As for the specific time and place, Li Hong cannot say for sure. It is hard to make an accurate judgment.
Such extremely confidential information is unknown even to Gwyn Jones, let alone to him, Li Hong.
However, he has other ways to obtain relevant information, such as through the chief editor of the Horn Daily, Minio. He has a very close relationship with Tiger King Tej, and if anyone knows about this matter, it would likely be him. It is even possible that Minio himself is the intermediary between the Tiger King and the human resistance. Gaining trust from both sides is a very challenging task. Minio is a very interesting person. He has earned Tiger King Tej's trust while also being a human. His working style is somewhat eccentric, but he is still able to grasp the big picture. In this matter, the human resistance is betting on the size of Tiger King Tej's ambition. However, even if Tiger King Tej does not honestly discuss resisting the supreme evolution with them, even if this entire matter is a trap aimed at the human resistance and even involves Rick Jones, the human resistance is still prepared.
If handled well, this could very likely become an excellent opportunity to eliminate the Tiger King.
Outside, the sun has finally set, and darkness gradually envelopes the entire world.
This should be enough, right, Dr. Jones? The clinic has been cleaned up very well. The words coming from downstairs caught Li Hong's attention as he stood by the window. He curiously looked down and saw a middle-aged man in a worn gray jacket, holding a broom in one hand and a bucket with a mop beside him, walking out of the clinic. At the clinic's entrance stood Gwen, dressed in a green short-sleeved medical outfit, holding a lunchbox and sincerely saying, "I really hope you can reconsider and stay, Phil. You can get a good night's sleep on the sofa tonight." "That won't do, I can't live like this forever."
"No need, doctor, you've already done too much for us," Phil replied, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish smile on his face.
"All right then, here you go."
Gwen handed the lunchbox to Phil, shaking her head helplessly and smiling wryly as she said, "I hope this dinner will satisfy you tonight."
"Grilled cheese sandwich, that's my favorite."
"Doctor, you really are a great person," Phil said, greedily sniffing the box and quickly identifying its contents, his face lighting up with a happy smile. "Thank you, doctor, say goodnight to Sane for me." After saying that, Phil waved to Gwen and left casually.
Phil, an unemployed man from this neighborhood, had ultimately become a homeless person due to various changes in circumstances. Even so, he would still take odd jobs from time to time to ensure he could eat with dignity. Though he couldn't live a stable life, it was still much better than those who were truly homeless. Gwen Jones earned the respect of everyone that day because she was genuinely a good person. Cleaning the clinic was something that not only Gwen could do, even Li Hong could easily help her, but she insisted on having the homeless do it, so they could earn a dinner with their own hands. Occasionally, during the cold winter, she would let these homeless people sleep comfortably on the clinic's sofa.
In this high-pressure era of work rule, no one could guarantee they wouldn't become unemployed homeless individuals the next day. Having a good person like Gwen in the nearby neighborhood was a blessing for everyone, so they didn't mind lending a hand whenever they could. Phil was a carefree person. He wouldn't cling to things like some others do, quietly leaving after getting what they wanted. He didn't walk far from where he left, just sitting down on a clean step in an empty square around the corner to enjoy his dinner. Li Hong was about to close the window when suddenly he raised his head sharply. He saw a gray flying ambulance swiftly descending from the sky. This was strange. Why would there be a flying ambulance here? The orcs controlled the world's top resources, including flying steel robots, combat airships, and flying cars. Even trucks, taxis, and ambulances were airborne. Ordinary humans were completely prohibited from using these things, and the orcs even forbade humans from appearing in the sky. It was as if the orcs were meant to be high above, while humans were only fit to be suppressed to the bottom of society. No one was willing to accept this reality, so whenever there was an opportunity, they would find a way to overturn this unequal situation, and Li Hong was no exception. This unfairness alone made him feel immense anger just standing there. What puzzled Li Hong now was that such things normally wouldn't appear in human slums. Under the oppressive rule of the orcs, humans had no qualification to enjoy these things. The flight trajectory of that ambulance was also very strange. Just after dusk, it discreetly avoided the sight of most humans and landed in the shadowy alleys beneath the tall buildings. Could it be that there was a special figure with top power hidden here? A bullman and a deer man, both wearing gray caregiver uniforms with not very prominent beastly horns on their heads, jumped out of the ambulance with the door wide open. The two orcs appeared to walk calmly forward, but when they passed by Phil, they suddenly turned around and lunged at him like lightning. In just 3 seconds, Phil was knocked unconscious and lifted into the ambulance. "Hey, what are you doing?" A voice suddenly rang out from the rooftop, followed by a white thread of web shooting directly towards the unconscious Phil in the ambulance. But at that moment, a figure abruptly pounced down from a higher altitude, directly wrapping around the spider silk, preventing it from grabbing Phil in the ambulance. That was a flying orc, entirely covered in green feathered wings and wearing a pair of green sunglasses. He was the one who had stopped Li Hong from saving Phil, and then he ferociously lunged towards Li Hong. With two groups of people moving up and down, Li Hong's eyes narrowed slightly, and both hands shot out, sending 2 strands of spider silk directly towards the flying orc's wings. No matter whether the opponent was a flying person or an animal, as long as he disabled their flying ability, they would be as defenseless as lambs awaiting slaughter. With a slight shake of his wrists, the trajectories of the spider silk became increasingly erratic, but as long as the opponent's wings were bound, Li Hong could instantly wrap the silk around its neck and then rapidly spin the silk, quickly leading to a separation of its head and body. However, at that moment, Li Hong instinctively took half a step back, and a blinding energy beam shot past right in front of him, filling the air with a strong burning smell. With a roll, Li Hong leaped from the rooftop and turned to pounce on the two orcs below. But at that moment, he heard a strong wind behind him. The flying orc was also diving down, with 2 bird claw-like hind legs aimed straight at Li Hong's back, making a whooshing sound. The opponent's speed was faster than his. Although the 2 orcs on the ground didn't have time to turn their guns towards Li Hong, the flying orc would definitely reach him first. If he hesitated for even a moment, the guns of the 2 orcs on the ground would aim directly at him, and under the barrage of powerful energy beams, Li Hong might not be able to dodge in time. Li Hong shot out a strand of spider silk, grabbing onto the opposite building and instantly shifting away. At that moment, 2 strong energy beams penetrated the spot where Li Hong had just been standing, shooting directly at the flying orc in midair. "Hey!" Having jumped to the other side of the roof, Li Hong did not show any glee at the misfortune but instead wore a surprised expression. Something seemed off. The 2 orcs on the ground were not panicking due to the accidental shooting of their comrade. Instead, they continued firing as if they considered the flying orc an enemy, wanting to kill him completely. The flying orc in midair spread his long feathered wings, skillfully weaving through the energy beams. With a loud bang, the ambulance had already started, and the 2 orcs inside were shooting at the flying orc while speeding away. The flying orc did not immediately pursue them. Instead, he slowly descended in front of Li Hong, looking at him with a cold expression. "From the looks of it, you're not their companion. So why did you stop me from saving someone?" Li Hong asked, hanging upside down from the eaves, looking puzzled at the flying orc. "Just call me Vulture," the flying orc replied, turning his gaze towards the direction the ambulance had disappeared. His eyes narrowed slightly. "You don't understand them. These people are just like those who dug for gold in the West back in the day. The treasure they're mining is humans, not gold." At this point, the vulture's expression suddenly turned fierce. I finally tracked them down tonight, and you almost ruined my pursuit plan, so, Spider, it's best for everyone to mind their own business. You, as a rookie, should really refrain from meddling. With that, the vulture took off, soaring towards the direction of the fleeing ambulance, his flight path erratic but always shrouded in darkness. Rookie? Li Hong scoffed disdainfully, then fell into deep thought. Since the Green Goblin, Venom, and Carnage, another vulture had emerged in this world, and it seemed to be becoming increasingly familiar. In the dark of night, a vague figure crouches like a ghost atop the massive factory roof, blending seamlessly into the endless darkness, showing no signs of abnormality. This is an abandoned industrial area located in Queens, where the enormous building lies like a sleeping dark beast on the ground, exuding an inexplicable pressure that makes it hard to breathe. The entire factory complex is devoid of any light, enveloped in a chilling silence, and not a sound can be heard. Even the vulture, who arrived here first, has vanished without a trace. Li Hong demonstrates extraordinary patience, quietly lying on the rooftop and carefully listening to every sound around him. He firmly believes that the target must be somewhere within this factory complex. Although he is a bit late, those people do not have enough time to escape to another location, so the most likely scenario is that they have gone underground. Gaining access to that mysterious underground space is no easy feat, but in such places, it is impossible to leave no trace at all. All he needs is a little patience, just a tiny bit of patience, and he will surely find a clue. Suddenly, a loud noise erupts as a secret door appears as if it has burst forth from underground. Immediately after, an ambulance races out from inside, quickly disappearing into the night sky. The secret door slowly closes, and the massive elevator thunders downward. However, at this moment, no one notices that a shadow has already joined the elevator. Li Hang is quick on his feet. At the instant he enters the elevator, he places a flash jammer next to the camera. Under the powerful electromagnetic interference, the surveillance footage instantly turns to static, rendering it impossible for the monitoring personnel to see what is happening inside the elevator. As the secret door opens, Li Hang bolts out like a cheetah, having already retracted the flash jammer in advance. The surveillance footage returns to normal, and no one realizes that someone has infiltrated the area. Inside the bright underground passage, Li Hong hangs from the ceiling. Although he cannot see anyone in his immediate vicinity, he can faintly hear some distant sounds. However, these sounds are somewhat remote, and the passage is complex, making exploration a challenging task. The length of time this secret underground base has been established and how terrified the people inside are can be seen from the numerous cameras covering the area. Li Hong does not dare to let his guard down. He carefully crawls along the ceiling, moving backward toward the direction of the sounds. Viewed from a distance, his figure resembles a spider hanging from the ceiling, full of mystery and eeriness. The sound of anguished screams comes from ahead, and the voice sounds eerily familiar, reminiscent of the vulture Li Hong encountered before. In a large equipment room, countless massive pipes crisscross in a chaotic arrangement. In the narrow passageway at the center, the vulture frantically flits about, as if trapped in a dead end. Behind him, a torrent of searing flames relentlessly pursues him, spewed forth by a bipedal dragon man. This dragon man has a small but fierce dragon head, a robust physique, thick limbs, and sharp claws, looking nothing like any orc Li Hong has encountered before. The goal of the supreme evolution has always been to evolve orcs into humans, so most orcs Li Hang has seen only retain a small trace of their beastly nature, otherwise, they are nearly indistinguishable from humans. But now, the dragon man before him has a head that is entirely orc-like, limbs that are pure beast claws, and a long beast tail. Aside from its ability to walk upright and possess a human body, it has no resemblance to a normal human at all. To put it bluntly, this is not a human, it is essentially a beast. The vulture seems to have been discovered the moment he entered, and the intense flames inflict significant damage. One misstep, and he is engulfed by the fiery breath. Boom! The vulture falls directly from the air, landing motionless on the ground, as if he has lost all signs of life. However, he does not appear dead, rather, he seems to have been knocked out by the searing flames. The dragon man retracts the flames and struts over to the vulture, looking down with disdain. "You insignificant ants, coming here is merely a death wish," he sneers. After saying this, the dragon man waves his hand, and a group of orc guards immediately rush up from behind, seizing the vulture and dragging him deeper into the base. Once everyone disappears from sight, Li Hang slightly furrows his brows, emerging slowly from the shadows of the ceiling. These so-called little soldiers had mocked others as being little soldiers themselves, yet they were the ones captured first. Just a toxic flame like that had left them dazed and confused. Li Hong shakes his head helplessly and continues to hang from the ceiling, pursuing ahead. The vulture's capture is not without its advantages. At least he can follow these individuals directly to where the others are imprisoned, just as he did when he rescued Gwen before. As for destroying this place, that can wait until after he rescues the people.
Furthermore, the secrets hidden here must first be unearthed. It seems someone is conducting anti-evolution experiments here, which is quite an interesting matter. No wonder such a secret base would be hidden in such a remote location.
Deep within the vast underground base, there is a row upon row of glass isolation chambers lined up against the walls, each one holding a person. These are all normal, robust human males, currently in a state of complete unconsciousness. The vulture is brought to the deepest experimental platform, where 4 steel hoops snap into place, clamping down on him like iron pincers.
What are you going to do to me?
The vulture struggles to open his eyes, attempting to break free from his restraints, only to find he has no strength left in his body.
What are we going to do?
The dragon man snorts disdainfully, a look of contempt in his eyes. I will make you regret being so reckless as to challenge Lord Fire Dragon Deegan. After saying this, Fire Dragon Deegan turns to his subordinates and instructs, call the master and inform him we have a new experimental subject.
An experimental subject? The vulture has become an experimental subject.
Even being an orc in such a secret base's experiments, he is no different from an ordinary test subject, highlighting the brutal nature of this laboratory. Almost all the experimental subjects are here. Li Hong sees the unconscious Phil, but fortunately, he has merely fainted. However, he does not immediately intervene to rescue him, he patiently waits for the so-called master to arrive. Those who do not value human lives and secretly use them for experiments must be dealt with thoroughly. If he acts rashly now, he risks scaring off the opponent.
He wants to eliminate all potential threats at once. Boss, they say the master is not here tonight.
He went to accompany Lord Tiger King to watch a baseball game. One orc with a horse-like face, holding an energy gun, puts down his phone and shouts toward this direction. Li Hong, hidden in the shadow of a massive device in the distance, can't help but raise an eyebrow.
The Tiger King? Their master actually went to accompany the Tiger King to watch a baseball game?
Accompany indicates that their master holds a lower status among the orcs compared to the Tiger King. This is not surprising. In reality, aside from the supreme evolution, all orcs rank below the Tiger King. The issue is that their master can accompany the Tiger King to watch the game, suggesting a very close relationship between the two, even if he is not a member of the Orc Windigil Knights.
What? Your master is not the supreme evolution?
The vulture suddenly lets out a sharp cry, his eyes widening with rage. In the next moment, the wings on the vulture's back suddenly spread wide, and the steel hoops binding him are instantly broken. In the blink of an eye, the vulture has already soared into the air, seemingly stimulated into a frenzy as he roars, I thought I would finally meet my creator, but your master is not the supreme evolution. Then you all shall die.
With his 3-meter-long wings fully spread, the vulture flaps powerfully, and in an instant, he darts through the crowd, appearing behind everyone.
With 2 thuds, including Fire Dragon Deegan, all the orcs' heads fall to the ground at that moment. A pool of bright red blood slowly spreads across the smoothly polished floor, like a red ribbon, eventually flowing to the feet of the vulture, who has already stood up. The pungent scent of blood seems to possess a magical power, gradually softening the originally fierce expression on the vulture's face. Suddenly, he turns his head sharply, like a vigilant cheetah, fixating on a corner of the wall in the distance. Spider, since you're here, stop hiding and come out, he says, his voice deep and powerful, filled with authority. A strand of spider silk sticks to the ceiling above the vulture like a flash of lightning, and then Li Hong, dressed in his spider suit, rushes in like a ghost from afar, standing firmly 5 meters away from the vulture. He looks at the vulture with a complex expression, secretly pondering that this entire scenario was just a carefully orchestrated performance by the vulture to draw out the mastermind behind the laboratory. Furthermore, during their previous encounter, the vulture had clearly held back. The pair of wings on the vulture's back not only harbors immense power but also conceals sharp steel blades that could take a life in an instant. During their earlier confrontation, if the vulture had unleashed his full strength, he could have taken Li Hong's life at any moment. However, it is precisely because the vulture had no murderous intent at the time and Li Hong sensed something was off beforehand that it was hard to predict who would live or die. Li Hong's strength is also astonishing. He is not like Peter Parker, who shows mercy.
You're pretty good, Spider. Do you know?
What I was most worried about just now was you acting rashly. If that happened, my plan would have been ruined. The vulture's fierce expression gradually calms, and his breathing becomes much more even. Even that earlier outburst had consumed a fair amount of his strength. Li Hang's gaze sharpened slightly, and he speaks softly, "So you already knew I was here? You were the one I brought along, little soldier. I originally hoped you could lend a hand if something unexpected happened, but it turns out he didn't even show up." The vulture's eyes flash with a hint of hatred as he grits his teeth.
And he's not even the Supreme Evolution.
The vulture has always wanted to kill the Supreme Evolution, the creator of all the orcs and the architect of this world.
Li Hong takes a deep breath, striving to calm his emotions, and changes the subject, asking, "Why not wait a little longer? Perhaps in a few hours, he will arrive."
A baseball game usually takes about 3 hours, and if they could wait until after the game, there would still be a chance today. I don't want to wait any longer. If I wait, I might be able to kill that person, but none of these people can get away. The vulture turns his head, looking at the humans locked in isolation chambers in the laboratory, and suddenly sighs. The key is, he's not the Supreme Evolution. He's not worth my weight. In the vulture's eyes, only the Supreme Evolution matters. The person he most desires to kill is always the Supreme Evolution. Others do not hold his patience.
Tonight, the Tiger King is watching a baseball game.
A sudden thought flashes through Li Hang's mind, and he widens his eyes, looking at the vulture in shock.
The Tiger King left the government building tonight to watch a baseball game. The Tiger King is the highest-ranking official of the orc rule over Earth. He usually resides in one of two places, his government building or the Knights' Hall of the Windigil Knights. Rarely is there information indicating he would go elsewhere.
But tonight, the Tiger King actually went to watch baseball. He left the government building, which is extremely rare. Especially recently, as the human resistance is supposed to have a secret negotiation with the Tiger King, his sudden departure from the government building to watch baseball at such a sensitive time makes the underlying information exceedingly sensitive.
I need to go out and make a call.
Li Hang can't help but feel anxious. He desperately wants to know where the Tiger King is right now. No need to rush, little soldier. Whatever you want to do, you must first rescue the people here and then blow this place up. The vulture's gaze is calm and resolute, stopping Li Hang, who was about to leave.
You wouldn't want to see this place reactivated.
Hearing this, Li Hang, who was just about to leave, pauses slightly. Although he suspects that the Tiger King might meet with the human resistance tonight, rushing over now may be too late. The two parties may have already met. Even if something happens, it may already be too late. It's better to deal with the immediate matters at hand first. This massive secret base holds so many ordinary humans captured illegally, and it has been conducting secret experiments for an unknown duration.
What kind of secret experiments have been conducted, and to what extent? All of this needs to be clarified.
The most crucial thing is to destroy everything here, erase all traces, and eliminate the possibility of it being rebuilt. As for the mastermind behind this, relevant clues should be found in the data obtained here. With so many cameras around, Li Hang had been cautious when entering, and since the others are insiders, they would not be overly concerned.
Hence, the chances of finding clues are quite high.
The door of the isolation chamber opens, and fresh air rushes in, gradually waking the unconscious individuals inside. They look bewildered, not even knowing what has happened, but among them are wise individuals who understand that the most critical thing now is to escape from here. All the people gather together, being extremely careful, not daring to make a sound as they sneak out of the laboratory. However, when they reach the outside, they realize that all the guards in the secret base have been killed, energy guns carelessly thrown on the ground. They take all the energy guns with them and finally use the elevator to leave through another exit. Half an hour later, a huge explosion echoes, and the entire abandoned factory area is engulfed in flames. In midair, a flying car quickly heads towards the Metropolis Stadium. Even from a distance, Li Hang can still see the distant blaze. He shakes his head helplessly and begins to focus on the information in his hands. Extracting genetic material from humans and then evolving and transforming the orcs, Gao Site is really daring. Li Hang can't help but shake his head and sigh. Standing behind this secret base is Gao Site, who secretly established such a laboratory to further modify the orcs, attempting to give them human intelligence along with a stronger physique. However, this will inevitably lead the orcs down the path of becoming more beast-like. This contradicts the evolutionary direction of the Supreme Evolution. Even Gao Site can only conduct his experiments in secret. From the dragon, it can be seen that what Gao Site wants is merely a killing machine that obeys his commands, not a stable race. The vulture calmly shakes his head and says, such evolution would be hard for even the orcs to accept. No wonder he wants to keep all this a secret. The orcs have ruled this world for over 30 years, and the new generation of orcs has grown up. Their high status has made them more indulgent, their aesthetic preferences are increasingly similar to those of humans. The separation between the two races is no longer as evident as it once was, and signs of mutual integration are beginning to show. Perhaps someday in the future, humans and orcs will become one race. Tiger King Tej is a strong advocate of this policy, while Gao Site is its staunchest opponent, and even the various secret experiments within the orcs are conducted under his command, with today's experiment being quite extreme. This guy, Gao Site, doesn't harbor discontent toward the supreme evolution, does he? Li Hong suddenly turns his head, looking at the vulture with a puzzled expression. In the brilliantly lit Metropolis Stadium, the crowd is deafening, as if it could shatter the very sky. The intense game has entered the fifth inning, with both teams trading points, neither able to fully suppress the other, creating a cacophony of noise that is almost terrifying. Even a massive explosion occurring miles away at that secret laboratory, sending countless steel robots racing toward the scene, seems to go unnoticed by the people here, who remain immersed in the fervor of the game. In a dimly lit and secluded corner, Li Hong and the vulture, Thomas, silently leap down from the ceiling like two agile wildcats. "Hey, Spider, what do you actually know? Why the rush to get here?" Thomas has already shed his signature flight suit, looking just like an ordinary human. Li Hong has also changed, he has swapped out his eye-catching spider suit for a sharp-looking suit, revealing his true identity. He hesitates for a moment, cautiously glancing around before lowering his voice. A few days ago, a key leader of the human resistance was captured by the orcs. They are likely planning a hostage exchange tonight. A hostage exchange? Who did the human resistance capture? Thomas quickly picks up on the key issue, his eyes glinting with urgency. It's not a specific person, Li Hong shakes his head slightly, leaning closer to Thomas's ear and whispering, but an old robot, X-51. It seems to be different, it has awakened self-awareness. A self-aware robot. Thomas's eyes widen in shock, the sudden influx of information overwhelming him. While orcs possess a certain level of intelligence, they did not start with infinite knowledge, the language and knowledge they have were inherited from humans. Back in 1940, the science fiction writer Isaac Asimov introduced the famous 3 laws of robotics, and prior to that, the rapid advancement of technology had already sparked human fears about robots, even instilling dread. Over the decades, numerous novels and articles about robots awakening self-awareness and overthrowing humans have proliferated, embedding deep-rooted fears about this possibility within humanity. Even after the orcs gained control of the world and built a vast army of robots, they inherited humans' wariness toward robots, becoming even more vigilant and cautious. The Supreme Evolution, despite wielding top-tier alien technology, has never relaxed its control over robots, forbidding even a hint of self-aware artificial intelligence, highlighting the strictness of its oversight. Li Hong often wonders if there is some connection between the Supreme Evolution and Supreme Intelligence. If that were the case, it would indeed be troublesome. The Supreme Evolution despises these things. Tiger King Tej and the others will definitely agree to the exchange. Thomas suddenly frowns, a flicker of worry crossing his face. But are you sure that even after the exchange, Tiger King Tej will let them go? His words send a chill down one's spine, as if a cold wave rises from the depths of the heart. I don't think so, but the human resistance might be prepared. The reason I care about this matter is that if something unexpected happens, I want to be able to help. Li Hong speaks candidly, though his true intentions are deeply concealed. He feels a certain level of trust toward Thomas, but it is far from absolute. The reason he shared the information about the human resistance and the orc exchange with Thomas is that if the exchange truly happens tonight, then after tonight, the information he possesses will lose its value. Using this confidential information to gain Thomas's trust is a worthwhile trade for him. Li Hong has not been in this world long. Despite having established some connections with the human resistance, he senses that they do not fully trust him. They have shared a fair amount of information, but they have also hidden many secrets. In this situation, if he wishes to gain a deeper understanding of this world, he must seek other avenues. Thomas is an orc, yet he harbors an intense hatred for the Supreme Evolution. He despises the unequal world created by the Supreme Evolution, having lost many friends due to the changes in its policies. This hatred runs deep within his bones. On this point, he and Li Hong share the same mindset, both desiring to overthrow the oppressive world before them. Despite their brief interactions, Li Hong has gleaned valuable information from Thomas. The interaction between orcs and humans was not always characterized by extreme opposition. Prior to the outbreak of war, There had been a considerable period during which orcs and humans coexisted peacefully. The sudden war changed everything. Many of Thomas's human friends lost their lives in this violent social upheaval, and Li Heng even suspects that among them might be someone he cared deeply for.
This explains Thomas's intense hatred for the supreme evolution. An orc can unexpectedly play crucial roles at times.
The identity of Spider-Man is not particularly significant to Li Heng. If he can gain a reliable ally from this, it would be an incredibly worthwhile deal. However, it seems that the exchange hasn't started yet. There are no signs of anything unusual here. Thomas stands high above, his gaze sharp as an eagle scanning the entire stadium. The enormous baseball stadium, which can accommodate over 40,000 people, is packed to the brim, with almost everyone focused on the game, rarely considering the distinctions between humans and orcs. In this special environment, the divide between humans and orcs seems to have vanished without a trace.
In fact, I've always liked coming to places like this.
Here, my heart can truly feel at peace. Thomas shakes his head slightly, a hint of sentiment in his eyes, then points to the highest VIP box on the right.
If Tiger King Tej is here today, he should be there.
The highest VIP box in the stadium is indeed where someone of Tiger King's status would be.
Li Heng silently nods, gently pats Thomas on the shoulder, and lowers his voice.
I'll go check around. If anything happens, remember to organize an evacuation immediately. After saying this, he slips away like a ghost. Thomas, sitting there, wears a complex expression. Although he deeply despises the supreme evolution, that does not mean he wishes to see all orcs perish. He does not want to witness another war between humans and orcs. He longs for a world where both sides can coexist peacefully. However, these matters are beyond his control. Once conflict erupts between the Orc High Command and the human resistance, the situation will spiral completely out of control, and no one can predict what will happen next. Looking at the sea of heads before him, Thomas furrows his brow tightly. Evacuation in such a massive stadium, which holds tens of thousands of people, is no easy task.
Damn spider, damn bastard.
In that incomparably vast and empty luxurious VIP lounge, the wide floor-to-ceiling windows, astonishing in their breadth, resembled a giant mirror, capturing everything happening on the field outside without missing a thing. The Ram, Goster, glanced at the Tiger King, Tiger, who was leisurely seated on the VIP sofa, and unceremoniously reached out to grab a bottle of champagne from the exquisite tray held by a nearby bunny girl, pouring it directly into his own glass. With a dissatisfied expression, he said, "Those humans are simply outrageous, we should drive them all away." In the entire stadium, over half of the area was occupied by humans, but these humans were quite considerate, wearing various hats and accessories resembling bullheads, ram horns, and tiger claws, which did not seem overly conspicuous. Even so, Goster still felt uncomfortable all over. The intense desire burning inside him was like a flame, wishing that the entire stadium was filled only with beastmen. The Tiger King, Tiger, was not at all affected by Goster's words, not even casting a glance in his direction, and continued to watch everything on the field with a smile, leisurely saying, "There's no need to pay them any mind, Goster, we are here just to watch the game." "Your tolerance for these lowly creatures is truly admirable, great Tiger King," Goster said as he walked up to Tiger, his face filled with concern.
"But is this really wise?"
Tiger slowly raised his head, his indifferent gaze piercing through Goster like a sharp sword, and coldly replied, "You are blocking my view, Goster." Just this calm statement made Goster's face twitch slightly, but he could only helplessly retreat to the side, pacing nervously behind the sofa, occasionally glancing at the bunny girl beside him. Tiger watched the match in front of him with great interest, his eyes sweeping over the humans in the field like an eagle, as if he was most satisfied with the sight of humans coexisting peacefully with beastmen. Unconsciously, his peripheral vision swept over Goster, and a hint of barely noticeable darkness flashed in the depths of his eyes.
Bang, bang, bang.
Suddenly, the door to the box was knocked on urgently, and Tiger's expression instantly became serious, while Goster also involuntarily furrowed his brows. It should be known that in this room, there were only the two of them at the moment. Given their identities and statuses, unless the ultimate evolution personally arrived, no one on this planet would dare to disturb them lightly. Their anger was not something just anyone could bear.
"Come in," Tiger commanded coldly.
The door then slowly opened, and a lion-faced beastman walked in first, hands raised high, his mouth twitching, and his face extremely grim, occasionally glancing back over his shoulder. Following him was a figure with red hair tied up in a high ponytail, wearing a dark red long coat, who held an energy gun aimed at the lion-faced beastman's back. Her gaze swept through the entire VIP room like lightning, and her vigilant eyes finally locked onto Goster. Next, a tall and burly figure entered from outside, none other than Rick Jones. Tiger's gaze swept over Rick Jones and finally landed on Arno Stark, who came in behind him, his expression becoming extremely complex. "You've got some nerve," Goster said, clenching his fists, his eyes flashing with anger as he stared at Rick Jones, his whole body seeming to be on the verge of exploding, as if he would pounce on Rick Jones at any moment. Tiger quickly reached out to stop Goster, calmly saying, "Richard, you are interrupting my enjoyment of this wonderful game." "I'm sorry, Tiger King, but I believe we need to talk," Rick Jones said, fixing his earnest gaze on Tiger's eyes. "If I remember correctly, the location for our hostage exchange is not here," Tiger said, glancing at Goster. Goster awkwardly chuckled, slightly grimacing. As for the hostage exchange with humans, Tiger had not hidden this from Goster, nor had he concealed it from other companions of the Windargle Night Order. The X-51 incident was extremely important, and the Ultimate Evolution had even issued strict orders to destroy it immediately upon discovery. However, Goster had secretly begun research on X-51. If he hadn't given the human resistance an opportunity, perhaps X-51 would have been destroyed long ago, and today's hostage exchange would not have occurred. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Rick Jones's lips. "Of course, a hostage exchange location is not here. Our people will ensure the transaction goes smoothly. But before that, I must guarantee our safety, and we indeed need to have a good talk, Tiger King." "What, afraid we will capture you all at once?" Goster sneered, glancing outside. "Do you think just because you've come here, you can escape easily?" Rick Jones shook his head slightly. "Half of the guards outside have already been dealt with by us, and the rooms beneath this VIP lounge are already filled with explosives. I believe that for a while, you two shouldn't let anyone else disturb us. Of course, you will guarantee the normal progression of the transaction. As long as our people safely evacuate New York, the three of us will naturally leave." "You are thinking too simply." Tiger turned his head to look at Goster. "Send a message to the Panther Woman, have her catch all the human resistance involved in the transaction and bring them here, just outside this room. I want to see if they dare to detonate the bomb." Upon hearing Tiger say this, Goster's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked up his phone to start making arrangements. Witnessing this, the expressions of Arno Stark and Liana Rasputin changed slightly. They had originally thought that coming here would allow them to restrain the Tiger King, using his safety as a guarantee for their own safety, but they had never expected that the Tiger King would turn the tables, using others to threaten them and force them not to detonate the bomb. As a result, all of them fell under the control of the Tiger King, and the situation turned on its head in an instant. "I am truly disappointed in you, Tiger King. I originally thought you would join us to overthrow this unequal world, but it seems I misjudged you," Rick Jones said, his expression somewhat despondent. Strangely, however, his eyes remained fixed on Tiger. "Ha ha ha. What are you saying? What are you saying? Ha ha ha. You crack me up." Goster suddenly couldn't help but burst into laughter, genuinely unable to believe that these human resistance fighters thought they could turn the Tiger King against his own people here. That was simply absurd. It should be known that today's Tiger King Tiger stood at a position above all others within the Beastmen, in the entire world. And that supreme evolution at the very top was to Tiger like a mentor or father figure. Expecting Tiger to betray the ultimate evolution was utterly impossible. If it were that easy, Goster would have replaced Tiger's position long ago. Tiger ignored Goster's laughter, calmly gazing at Rick Jones, their eyes locking in what seemed to be a silent contest. "Indeed, the world has its flaws, but as long as we fix these flaws, it can become a perfect paradise." Tiger slightly shook his head, looking at Rick Jones with eyes full of regret. "Put down your weapons, Richard, you and we are of the same kind. As long as you surrender, we can create a beautiful world together." "I understand now, Tiger King." Rick Jones's face showed a look of sudden realization, disappointment evident in his eyes. Goster watched this unfold, a smug smile unconsciously creeping onto his face. But just then, ring, ring, ring. The red phone on the table suddenly rang, and for a moment, Goster inexplicably felt a very bad premonition. What? The laboratory actually caught fire? The expression on Gao CT's face instantly turned extremely ugly. He stiffly turned his head and looked at Rick Jones with suspicion. "Was it your people who did this, Richard?" Although he used an interrogative tone, his voice conveyed absolute certainty. Liana Rasputin and Arno Stark exchanged glances, both showing a look of confusion. They had no idea that Rick Jones had secretly arranged to blow up a laboratory. What was going on here? Compared to the two of them, Rick Jones appeared much calmer. "If I say I didn't do it, would you believe me, Gao C?"
Rick Jones slightly shook his head, a hint of a calm smile appearing on his face.
He spoke in a tranquil tone. If it were really me, I wouldn't have blown up just a laboratory, but that nuclear power plant at the northwest corner of the Upper East Side. Once that nuclear power plant explodes, all of New York will be plunged into darkness.
The faces of Tiger King and Gao Site instantly darkened.
Although anger burned within them, they seemed to be wary of something and did not dare to act recklessly. Rick Jones precisely mentioned the location of the nuclear power plant, making it difficult for people to believe he was joking. Both the laboratory and the nuclear power plant were highly likely to be his targets.
Tiger King was the first to calm down. He turned to Gao Site and whispered, "Quickly send someone to check the nuclear power plant. Also, which laboratory caught fire? Is it the one in Night Tower?"
Let's talk about this when we get back," Gao Site stammered for a moment, quickly turning his head to pick up the phone and issue orders.
Tiger King's confusion deepened.
Among the Beastman's laboratories, apart from a few core labs personally managed by the Supreme Evolution, the vast majority were under Gao Site's jurisdiction, because Gao Site himself was a top biologist. The problem lay here: Gao Site often conducted some undisclosed secret experiments. Tiger King had always turned a blind eye to this, but the phone call just now and the expression on Gao Site's face indicated that things were not that simple. However, Gao Site was right, some matters could indeed wait until they returned. Tiger King turned to Rick Jones, his face breaking into a relaxed smile as he extended his hand, saying, "Please, have a seat, Richard.
Didn't you say you wanted to chat?
Let's have a good talk. It's been a long time since we sat together and had a pleasant conversation like this."
"No need, there's nothing more to discuss."
Everything that needed to be said has been made clear. Rick Jones unexpectedly rejected Tiger King's proposal. He turned and disdainfully glanced at Gao Si, saying directly, "Please call your men and have them bring Bloomray here.
Once he arrives, we will leave immediately." Tiger King was momentarily taken aback and asked in confusion, "Didn't we agree on a swap? Hand over X-51, and we let you go. You can't seriously think you'll wait for the person at the swap point, right?" Rick Jones looked at Tiger King with a hint of helplessness, as if he couldn't believe his stupidity. "You can't actually think I'd obediently exchange hostages at the location you chose for us, right? Everyone here was seasoned, who would still play those childish tricks?" The mutual trust between humans and beastmen was already pitifully low. If it weren't for Rick Jones wanting to meet Tiger King, he probably wouldn't have shown up at all, and the swap location would have been much fairer. "Tiger King!" Gao Si suddenly called out anxiously.
He still had the phone in hand, but the matter before him was evidently very important. X-51, no, the mechanical artificial intelligence issue was something the Supreme Evolution had personally instructed. If they couldn't bring X-51 back, neither of them could explain themselves to the Supreme Evolution. "It's fine," Tiger King waved his hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, "just an old X-51. The situation at the nuclear power plant is much more important than X-51. Knowing Richard's character, if they can't leave safely, then the nuclear power plant will definitely explode." Tiger King clearly understood Rick Jones well, even having a profound understanding of the three individuals opposite them. If you added that unknown Kid Hoskins hiding somewhere, the human resistance fighters were basically all raised by the Beastmen. "You understand me well, Tiger King." Rick Jones finally showed a rare smile, stating directly, "The explosion at the laboratory was just to give you a warning. As for the nuclear power plant, I merely set up a small bomb, just a bit more powerful than usual. It will take some time to disarm." "That's the Rick Jones I know." Tiger King suddenly laughed heartily, standing up and walking briskly to Rick Jones, extending his hand and saying, "Since that battle years ago, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Richard, I hope the next time we meet, we can chat calmly like we do today. Can we?" Rick Jones slightly shook his head but still shook hands with Tiger King, both gripping each other's hands firmly. Moments later, there was another knock at the door, and a disheveled Bloomray appeared outside. From his appearance, it was clear he had gone through quite a lot. Although he had been deliberately cleaned up, signs of injuries were still visible on his body. Rick Jones knew that although Bloomray's body had suffered cruel treatment, his injuries were not actually severe, because the methods used by the Supreme Evolution in his nights against the human resistance fighters had never been those of harsh torture. "I hope you can take my words seriously, Tiger King. Goodbye." After speaking, Rick Jones turned to Gao Site, "And you, Sir Knight of Glory, I hope we can have another opportunity to meet." Gao Site, the Knight of Glory of the Wind Dagger Knight Order,
was a title that even few within their ranks knew about, but Rick Jones knew each of them like the back of his hand, familiar enough to be chilling, while conversely, they were also very familiar with Rick Jones and were full of trepidation towards him. I believe that day will not be too far off. Gao Site clenched his fists, his tall figure leaning slightly forward, as if about to pounce on Rick Jones. But at that moment, a hand stopped him. Tiger King, who simply pulled with a little force, made Gao Site involuntarily take a half step back. Tiger King's expression remained calm as he looked at Rick Jones and said, "I've always held this attitude. Whether you come or Nick Fury comes, I will always stand on the side of the Beastmen. This is my unchanging belief. Good luck, Richard." Nick Fury, another familiar name. Rick Jones let out a slight sigh. He originally wanted to say something, but at this moment, he had lost all desire to speak. He nodded and turned to leave, with Liana Rasputin lagging behind. She suddenly pushed the Lion Man in front of her toward Tiger King and then turned and dashed out of the room, crack. Her hand twisted into a pretzel shape. Tiger King. Gao Site immediately grew anxious. Rick Jones held a very high and crucial position in the human resistance. For many years, Nick Fury had kept him hidden very well. Even if the Beastmen sent people to infiltrate the human resistance, they had never come into contact with Rick Jones. But today, they let him leave so easily. How could Gao Si accept that? "Quiet, Gao Si, you need to be patient." Tiger King turned and sternly reprimanded Gao Si, then extended his hand, revealing a locator in his palm, the red dot on it blinking incessantly. "Go, follow them from a distance. Tonight, I will eliminate the entire human resistance in New York." A cold glint flashed in Tiger King's eyes. In the extremely noisy and crowded baseball stadium, in a dark corner, a figure lurked silently like a ghost. Li Hung hung upside down on the dark wall like a spider, his cold gaze fixed intently on Rick Jones, Arno Stark, and Liana Rasputin. He watched as they, with the rescued Bloomray, piloted a flying car and vanished into the dark night sky. Ha, what a bunch of cunning foxes, each putting on a more impressive act than the last. The so-called negotiations, the hostage exchange, it was all nonsense. The Beastmen had no intention of negotiating honestly, they were determined to capture the leaders of the human resistance all at once. And the human resistance? They were even more ruthless. The so-called negotiation team was a facade. They hadn't sent anyone to negotiate but had gone straight to Tiger King's lair, threatening him with the destruction of the nuclear power plant to force him to exchange hostages. By the time Li Hung found them, the plot had already progressed to the second half. He only heard the tail end of the conversation, but it left him utterly shocked. The names Richard Milhouse Jones and Arno Stark were somewhat familiar, but when the name Nick Fury was mentioned, everything changed dramatically. Coupled with the Green Goblin, Venom, and the massacre he had previously encountered, along with the Vulture still in the stadium, that familiar scent returned. The human resistance led by Nick Fury, even if Li Hung had to guess with his toes, he would know it had surely risen again from the ruins of S.H.I.E.L.D. So, would there be Captain America, Iron Man, Hulk, Black Widow, and Hawkeye? Perhaps even Thor, the God of Thunder. Maria Hill, Phil Coulson, and many more familiar and unfamiliar old acquaintances seemed poised to appear before Li Hang. The entire framework of the world finally became clear to Li Hang. Unlike on Earth, where S.H.I.E.L.D. represented the World Security Council, governing the entire superpowered world and suppressing numerous supervillains, on this anti-Earth, the planet Kant, the supervillains, especially the Beastmen group represented by Supreme Evolution, had instead become the rulers of the world, while Nick Fury's human resistance had turned into an underground organization, a worldwide underground resistance. It was somewhat reminiscent of Hydra ruling the world while S.H.I.E.L.D. was reduced to an underground organization. However, with Nick Fury at the helm, leading the human resistance, the Beastmen's rule could not be so secure. A slight misstep could lead to Nick Fury flipping the entire world structure upside down. Li Hung finally understood why Gao Site wanted to study a super biological virus capable of killing all humans. With someone like Nick Fury bringing pressure, who could remain relaxed? After all, this was the man known as the King of Earth's agents, and even on the anti-Earth of Kant, he was just as formidable. And then there was X-51. Li Hung shook his head helplessly. The value he could see, how could Nick Fury not see it? An awakened X-51, as long as it was given a new shell, might not compare to Ultron in vision, but it certainly wouldn't be far behind. The human resistance grew stronger by the day, and so the pressure on the Beastmen would increase daily, which was why they were so eager to eliminate the human resistance completely.
Watching Gao Si drive the airship in the distance, accompanied by a bunch of steel robots, chasing after Rick Jones and the others, Li Hong knew that today's events were far from over. Perhaps, he still had a chance to reclaim X-51. Without time to greet the vulture, Li Hong immediately leaped into the dark streets, using the power of his webbing to dash away into the distance. At this moment, Li Hong had to admit that using webbing was indeed much less tiring than running on his own during such a long trek. After all, he was about to face a fierce battle, and conserving energy would ensure he was in peak condition during the fight. Underground, in that dark and cold underground world, Li Hong stood alone in an empty tunnel. This was not the sewer where the symbiote hid, but an abandoned subway line that had once existed and was later discarded by the Beastmen. The subway, which began operation in 1904 in New York, was completely abandoned by the Beastmen when they came to power. After all, the population of Beastmen in New York was only a few 100,000, and the best welfare in the world was prioritized for them. Their modes of transport included not only old-fashioned cars and planes but also newly developed flying vehicles. Coupled with their leisurely lifestyles and short working hours, they had no need to squeeze into subways, and the subway was genuinely convenient for humans. Abandoning the subway greatly limited the mobility of humans. Moreover, to prevent the subway from being utilized by humans, the Beastmen completely sealed off the entrances to the subway throughout New York City and assigned personnel to patrol regularly. Even so, humans still found ways to bypass the Beastmen and access the underground passages. Especially the human resistance, they had nearly transformed the entire subway system into their secret base. The over a century-old New York subway concealed countless unknown underground passages. Particularly those that had been constructed and then abandoned were so complex that even humans themselves found it difficult to clarify their secrets, let alone the Beastmen. The human resistance had established countless tightly packed underground bases in the subway, destroying one only to activate another, as if there was no end. Now, with Rick Jones arriving in New York, it was a golden opportunity to capture the human resistance's headquarters in one fell swoop, which the Beastmen would naturally not pass up. This opportunity was indeed rare, but the deeper one went into the subway passages, the more complex they became, resembling a giant labyrinth. If it weren't for the Beastmen's squad ahead leading the way, Li Hong would have likely gotten lost long ago. However, the Beastmen moved forward in the subway passages without the slightest hesitation. Li Hong was certainly not a fool. He understood that the Beastmen must have done something to Bloomray. He cautiously progressed through the dark subway tunnel, a surge of worry rising within him. At the same time, he felt puzzled. How could someone as astute as Rick Jones not detect the tricks the Beastmen had played? Even if he hadn't noticed them at the moment, he should have been prepared. Suddenly, a large pit appeared in the center of the old tracks ahead. Under normal circumstances, Li Hong would have chosen to bypass this track and continue moving forward, but when he saw the faint light emanating from the dark depths of the hole, he knew that the Beastmen and steel robots had chosen this path ahead of him. In a vast underground cavern, on the massive central stone platform, the robot X-51 lay quietly. At this moment, X-51's entire body had been flipped over, its back already dismantled, exposing a tangle of wires. Not far away, a laptop sat, a stream of data continuously being input into X-51. Whether it was Rick Jones or Arno Stark, although they had not had X-51 for long, they had already begun in-depth research on it. Liana Rasputin carefully set Bloomray down and then looked towards Rick and Arno Stark, who were both intently watching the entrance of the cave. Their rear guard, Kit Hoskins, had yet to return. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached from the direction of the cave entrance. In no time, Kit Hoskins rushed in, one hand clutching his left shoulder, his face filled with anxiety. He seemed to want to say something, but due to his own injuries, he found it difficult to express himself. However, this was no longer important, because at that moment, a distinct sound of clashing came from deep within the narrow entrance, and the figures of steel robots were now visible in their line of sight. The powerful energy beam sliced through the hard rock on both sides of the narrow passage like a lightning bolt, completely obliterating various traps hidden within the corridor under this furious force. After jumping down from the underground pit, the deeper they went, the narrower the passage became. The Beastmen, with their agility, were still able to manage in this confined space, but the massive steel robots found it nearly impossible to navigate. Even when they turned sideways, they inevitably made noise, which did not escape the keen eyes of Kit Hoskins, who was bringing up the rear. However, at this point, the leader of the group, Gao Si, was completely unconcerned about these details. To him, the passage ahead was so narrow that it was likely the only way in and out. As long as they blocked the entrance tightly,
it would trap the human resistance fighters inside completely.
As a critical access point, the human resistance had naturally set many traps and obstacles above, but unfortunately, the steel robots, despite their cumbersome movement, could still fire powerful energy beams to obliterate any obstruction ahead. Although their progress was slow, they moved steadily and were not worried about other routes that might allow the human resistance to escape.
Just then, the area ahead suddenly opened up. 2 steel robots charged in first, but strangely, the human resistance fighters did not launch any attacks. This surprised Gao Site and the others. Gao Site quickly issued orders. Behind him, the Panther Woman and the Hippo Man burst in, energy guns in hand, followed by more steel robots flooding into the cave. On the opposite side of them, other than Rick Jones, everyone had concealed themselves using the terrain.
Gao Si, you shouldn't have come.
Don't you know my character? Do you think you have a chance to defeat me?
Rick Jones stood boldly in the center of the cave, without any special equipment or weapons, calmly facing Gao Site, unflinchingly exposed under countless energy gun barrels. Seeing this, Gao Site's mouth involuntarily twitched. Rick Jones, Richard Milhouse Jones, had played an extremely important role in that great battle years ago. He was one of the most crucial assistants to Supreme Evolution. Later, during the war between humans and beastmen, Richard Milhouse Jones was captured by Supreme Evolution but was successfully rescued by the human resistance.
In just over a decade, the human resistance had become a significant threat to Supreme Evolution and the beastmen.
As a comrade who had fought alongside him, Gao Site fully understood how meticulously calculating Rick Jones could be. Therefore, when Rick Jones mentioned having planted a timed bomb at the nuclear power plant, both Gao Site and Tiger King chose to believe him. Moreover, based on their consistent understanding of Rick Jones, if they could not escape, the bomb at the nuclear power plant would definitely explode, which would affect every beastman in the city. Even if it also endangered the humans in the city, Rick Jones would not care at all. His cold-blooded reputation was well known. During the battles, he had sacrificed millions of human troops with a mere swipe.
Thus, Tiger King and Gao Site did not dare to gamble with the safety of the city.
Gao Site had followed to this hidden base not only to wipe out the human resistance in New York but also to wait for Tiger King to send someone to neutralize the bomb at the nuclear power plant. Indeed, they had found the bomb at the nuclear power plant, and when they deactivated the bomb's fuse, there were only 3 seconds left until it exploded. Now, standing in front of Rick Jones, Gao Site had an obvious advantage, protected by dozens of steel robots, while Rick Jones was directly exposed under countless gun barrels. Yet, he felt a twinge of unease in his heart. Suddenly, Gao Si laughed. "Richard, I do understand your character very well, but you should also understand me. I'm the kind of person who will put you to death even if the King of Heaven himself arrives. Attack." With his command, countless energy beams rained down like a torrential storm, shooting towards Rick Jones.
In the midst of that storm of energy beams, Rick Jones smirked disdainfully.
The next moment, he suddenly expanded, and a blue giant towering over 3 meters appeared in the center of the cave, muscles bulging. As countless energy beams struck him, he merely frowned slightly, then released a roar, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, charging towards Gao Site's position. With a loud bang, Gao Site was sent flying by a single punch, crashing heavily into the wall, which immediately cracked open numerous thin fissures.
At that moment, Li Hong, hiding in the darkness at the top of the cave, couldn't help but gasp in shock.
This was no longer Rick Jones, it was clearly a version of the Hulk. The difference was that, unlike the Hulk, Rick Jones was now a completely blue giant, but without a doubt, he was employing the same combat style as the Hulk.
Was there really a Dr. Bruce Banner among the human resistance?
In the center of the cave, Rick Jones charged like a ferocious tiger towards the dozens of steel robots. Even the power of the steel robots could not suppress him. Instead, they were crushed one after another. "Everyone, fall back, group of 3, attack in turns," Gao Site's calm voice rang out. He had already stood back up and slapped his right palm against his left chest, and in the next moment, golden armor covered his entire body. His red cape fluttered in the wind as Gao Site grasped a silver warhammer and charged directly at Rick Jones. With a sudden roar, Rick Jones recklessly charged towards Gao Site, his reason seemingly lost in the ongoing killing and roaring.
With a loud thud, the silver warhammer smashed into Rick Jones's chest, the powerful shockwave hitting him hard and sending him flying.
This scene made Li Hong, hiding in the dark, click his tongue in astonishment. Supreme Evolution and his underlings from the Wind Dagger Knight Order could dominate the entire Earth not only because of their massive army of steel robots but also due to their powerful equipment and weapons. Even someone like Rick Jones, who had undergone evolutionary mutations, was no match for them.
However, although Rick Jones was not the Hulk, that towering blue giant inherited the Hulk's unkillable and angrier fighting style. In the blink of an eye, he had climbed back up and charged at Gao Site once more. Clearly, Gao Site's earlier attacks had not dealt any fatal damage to Rick Jones. It was uncertain how much longer it would take to subdue such a frenzied blue giant. A hint of helplessness flashed in Gao Site's eyes as he swung his silver warhammer while leaping towards Rick Jones, his gaze also shifting to another area. What are you waiting for? Get moving now. No sooner had he spoken than, from the depths of the cave, there was a sudden thud as a figure collapsed to the ground unconscious. Another person had snatched the energy gun from her hands, pointing the gun directly at her head. The person holding the gun was none other than Bloomray, who had been rescued by Rick Jones and the others, and the one being held at gunpoint was Liana Rasputin, who had been supporting Bloomray on their way back. Bloomray tightly gripped Liana Rasputin's red collar with one hand, while the other held a silver gun pressed firmly against her head. Despite the pain and struggle on his face, he managed to grit his teeth and utter a reluctant "I'm sorry" to the astonished companions around him. The gun remained unwaveringly pressed against Liana's head, showing no signs of easing. He lifted his head to look at Gao Site and the blue giant Rick Jones, who were locked in a fierce battle, and suddenly let out a frantic and pained scream. "Everyone, stop! I said stop! If you don't, I'll shoot! Everyone back off!" Gao Site calmly commanded, and his steel robots began to retreat. After sending the blue giant flying with a single blow, he also quickly stepped back, no longer entangled with Rick Jones. Roar! The transformed blue giant Rick Jones stood up again. With the overwhelming energy beams no longer raining down on the enemy at a distance, he momentarily appeared confused as the madness in his eyes gradually faded, restoring a semblance of clarity. The towering blue giant quickly shrank back into a normal human form, standing at under 6 feet tall, and his expression turned slightly weary. It was evident that Rick Jones's control over his abilities was still far from complete, leaving a significant gap compared to the more seasoned Bruce Banner. "Why are you doing this?" Rick Jones asked hoarsely, looking sadly at Bloomray, a flicker of pain crossing his eyes. His fists clenched tightly, filled with sorrow mixed with confusion as he demanded, "Why would you do this?" "I'm sorry, old buddy, I have my reasons." Bloomray turned his head, shame written all over his face, but his grip on the gun did not loosen at all. "Someone, arrest them all!" Gao Site suddenly commanded, his expression extremely cold. With a wave of his hand, the steel robots marched forward toward Rick Jones, Arno Stark, Kit Hoskins, and the others. As Gao Site moved, Arno Stark and Kit Hoskins immediately aimed their guns at him and his steel robots, but their eyes remained focused on Rick Jones. "Stop!" Rick Jones abruptly turned his head and shouted, "I said stop! Didn't you hear me?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a blue hue began to emanate from Rick Jones again, as if he was about to transform back into the blue giant. "Everyone, stop!" Gao Site hurriedly intervened, fully aware that if Rick Jones completed this transformation, he would become uncontrollable, attacking all enemies within sight. They had finally managed to restore his consciousness and secured a hostage. If he transformed again, the capture of the hostage and Bloomray's betrayal would become meaningless. Seeing the steel robots halt, Rick Jones stood straight, his gaze firmly fixed on Gao Site. "Gao Si, I can stay, but they have to leave. Otherwise." Rick Jones clenched his fist, and in an instant, his knuckles bulged to the size of a punching bag, glowing with intense blue energy, almost dripping with power. "Ha ha ha! Richard, after all these years, you still haven't changed at all. Being so soft-hearted to your own people, how can you succeed?" Gao Site shook his head, his expression unchanging as he replied, "I'm sorry, Richard, but you all have to stay. Panther Woman, activate the remote control program." As soon as Gao Site finished speaking, the Panther Woman produced a controller from her side. She pressed a button, and with a series of clicks, X-51 on the nearby pedestal suddenly lifted its head, its hands reaching out to pin Rick Jones's shoulders. This steel robot, this X-51, had actually been recontrolled by Gao Site. Li Hong, hiding in the darkness above the cave, instantly turned pale with rage. His purpose in coming here today was to seize X-51, but if it could still be controlled by Gao Site and the others, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Thankfully, he witnessed this scene today. Otherwise, at a critical moment in the future, if Supreme Evolution and his Wind Dagger Knights suddenly regained control over X-51, he might not even know how he would perish. The sudden turn of events shocked and enraged Rick Jones, the blue light around him threatening to erupt. At that moment, Gao Site coldly stated, "Don't move, Richard, or Bloomray will shoot through Rasputin's head." This was a blatant threat.
Rick Jones glared at Gao Site with fury, but he forced himself to suppress his anger, refusing to transform into the blue giant for fear that doing so would make the situation spirally out of control.
Gao Site smiled satisfactorily, but just then, a gasp drew his attention. "Kit, don't move." Bloomray suddenly raised the gun, pointing it at Kit Hoskings's position.
It turned out that at some point, Kit Hoskins had vanished, leaving only a moving white bandage on the ground. Bloomray, also a high-ranking member of the human resistance, knew Kit Hoskins extremely well as a comrade. Once Kit Hoskins became fully invisible, no one would know when he would appear beside them. For some reason, Bloomray felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He suddenly grabbed Liana by the shoulder, dragging her towards Gao Si and the others. He could sense that Arno Stark and the hidden Kit Hoskins were both watching him closely. If he showed even the slightest hint of weakness, they would pounce on him immediately. Seeing this, Gao Site instinctively frowned. He would have preferred Bloomray to remain in place, allowing them to threaten Rick Jones from both sides.
However, now, Bloomray appeared paranoid. With just a little pressure, he might completely collapse. Liana Rasputin in Bloomray's grasp was indeed a valuable hostage. At the same time, Liana could not sustain any harm at that moment. If Bloomray panicked and harmed Liana, Rick Jones would instantly go berserk and transform into the blue giant.
The old X-51 steel robot might not be able to control the transformed Rick Jones, and that would spell trouble.
The atmosphere had suddenly become so tense that Gao Site couldn't even figure out where the problem lay.
Meanwhile, Li Heng, hidden above, wore a smug smile. All he had done was sprinkle a little stone dust on the back of Bloomray's neck, and at this critical moment, Bloomray became even more nervous.
Coupled with the sudden movement of Kit Hoskins, Bloomray could no longer keep his footing.
A one-sided situation was never what Li Heng wanted to see. Only in a chaotic environment could he find an opportunity to take advantage. The chance had been given, now it depended on whether Rick Jones could seize this opportunity and turn the tide. Phew, Bloomray was panting heavily, feeling as though everyone around him was watching him with strange eyes, making him incredibly uneasy. Although he was dragging Liana Rasputin toward Gao Site, the closer he got, the more intense his feelings of anxiety became, as if the moment Gao Site laid hands on Liana, he would immediately strike him down. This palpable sense of danger sent chills down his spine, causing his steps to slow involuntarily. With each step closer to Gao Site, he felt as if he could see the growing menace in Gao Site's eyes. Though Rick Jones was firmly pinned down by X-51, he remained steady, unable to be overpowered despite X-51's best efforts. His eyes were fixed on Bloomray, and tonight, his plans had been meticulous, except for the miscalculation concerning Bloomray and X-51. Thankfully, Rick Jones had never fully trusted X-51, having conducted only preliminary research. Before the incident, X-51 had been completely unaware. That Gao Site could remotely activate X-51 was unexpected, albeit not entirely surprising. However, the greatest shock was Bloomray. He had regarded Bloomray as a brother. In the human resistance, countless people viewed Bloomray as one of their closest friends. He held a very high position, being one of Nick Fury's most trusted confidants, privy to astonishing secrets. Because of this, his capture had prompted Rick Jones to personally come to New York for a rescue. Yet he never anticipated that Bloomray would betray him, betray Liana Rasputin, betray all their former brothers and friends, and betray the entire human resistance. At this moment, he truly wished he could kill Bloomray himself, torturing him mercilessly.
Suddenly, Rick Jones keenly sensed something was off with Bloomray, and in an instant, all rational thought returned to his mind.
He knew Bloomray all too well. He was warm-hearted, emotionally rich, yet extremely sensitive, easily influenced by external factors. In that moment, countless thoughts flashed through Rick Jones's mind as he quietly watched Bloomray step away from him.
For some reason, Bloomray instinctively kept several meters away from him, trembling slightly. At that moment, Rick Jones lunged forward and shouted sharply, "Bloomray, are you really going to hand Liana over to Gao Si? Don't you know what kind of horrific torment that will bring her? Have you forgotten? Can you really bear to do this?"
Despite being firmly gripped by X-51, Rick Jones's sudden shout caused Bloomray's expression to drastically change. He looked up directly at Gao Site and saw the cruel glint in his eyes, causing him to tremble all over. Most of them had escaped from the Beastmen, and Bloomray was no exception. The scenes of being imprisoned in a lab and subjected to inhumane experiments still haunted him. At this moment, Bloomray's arms began to shake uncontrollably, and horrific images flooded his mind. Lyanna Rasputin, Rick Jones, Arno Stark, Kid Hoskins, and many more friends and allies being sent to the operating table by the Beastmen, the sight of them being disemboweled, and the anguished cries of countless people ringing in his ears, making his head throb painfully. Finally, the images froze on his greatest fear. He had just handed Lyanna over to Gao Si, and the next moment, Gao Si would pull out a gun without hesitation and kill him, blood splattering everywhere. He felt helpless, in disbelief, yet at that moment, he also felt a slight sense of relief, a look of clarity crossing his face as he fell to the ground.
No, I won't.
Bloomray's eyes filled with fear as he shot a fierce glance at Gao Si.
He then scooped Lyanna up and frantically dashed to the side. Shoot! Fire now! The sudden turn of events shocked Gao Si.
He hastily ordered an attack, his eyes filled with hatred as they turned towards Rick Jones. Yet in that instant, his eyes widened in horror. Rick Jones, wearing a look of ease and joy, suddenly expanded into a massive blue giant. With a powerful swing of his enormous arm, he easily broke free from X-51's grip. In Gao Si's shocked gaze, Rick Jones charged at him like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. With a loud crash, before Gao Si could even lift his silver warhammer, he was sent flying by Rick Jones. At that moment, Rick Jones resembled an enraged beast, wildly swinging his arms, sending steel robots crashing into the surrounding walls. He became increasingly frenzied, a beam of energy brushed past him, slamming into another steel robot. Seizing the opportunity, Rick Jones grabbed one of the robot's arms and ripped it off, using it to swing and smash wildly. The scene erupted into chaos, and behind them, Arno Stark and Kid Hoskins seized the opportunity to fire wildly. Just as Gao Si got back up, an energy beam nearly hit him, but he quickly dodged aside, escaping the deadly threat. At that moment, there was a sudden thud as the lights in the corner went out, plunging the entire cave into darkness. However, the fierce energy exchanges did not cease for a moment. No one noticed that Li Heng had silently descended from the top of the cave at this time. After Rick Jones broke free from X-51, its immense force sent it crashing against a stone table, rendering it immobile. Li Heng arrived at its side just then. Sensing something, X-51 looked toward Li Heng, only to be met with a cold hand that plunged directly into its chest. In an instant, X-51 lost all consciousness. Withdrawing his right hand from X-51, Li Heng held the violently disassembled power source and central processor, feeling a slight sense of relief. He quickly shot out a strand of webbing, remembering that the silver warhammer was right in that position.
Luckily, the webbing retracted, and Gao Si's silver warhammer fell into his hands.
He shot the webbing upward, grabbing the top of the cave, and swung swiftly, soon reaching the cave's exit. The sound of fierce gunfire behind him was no longer his concern. He had everything he needed. Hey! As Li Heng jumped out of the underground cave, he spotted a somewhat bulky figure rushing frantically through the darkness. That figure was none other than Bloomray, carrying Lyanna Rasputin on his back. Li Heng let out a disdainful chuckle and then shot a white web forward like lightning, instantly snatching Lyanna Rasputin from Bloomray's back. Cradling Lyanna in his arms, Li Heng vanished into the darkness in an instant. In the dim underground, a faint campfire flickered weakly, casting a hazy glow across the narrow space, where two shadows danced in the light. Ugh! Long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings as Lyanna Rasputin's deep, night-like eyes slowly opened, revealing a look of confusion and chaos on her finely crafted face. Then, a somewhat familiar voice reached her ears. "You're awake." Instantly, the chaos in Lyanna's eyes dissipated, and they sparkled like brilliant stars. As she turned her gaze toward the source of the voice, she instinctively braced herself on her elbows to sit up. But at that moment, a sharp pain like a knife shot through her left leg, causing her to let out a pain scream. "Ah! Be careful, your leg is broken." A figure quickly approached in the light. It was Spider-Man. No, it was Li Heng. Though still wearing his signature spider suit, Li Heng had removed his mask, revealing an anxious expression on his face. "Where is this place?" Lyanna asked as she glanced around. It was an extremely cramped space, measuring less than a dozen square meters. 3 sides were constructed from rough stone blocks, coated with white plaster, and about 5 meters ahead appeared to be an exit, beyond which lay an even darker tunnel. "This is an abandoned subway station's equipment room," Li Heng shrugged nonchalantly, cautiously examining Lyanna's injured leg as he spoke. "This is a secret base I prepared for myself. Sorry, but the Beastmen are currently conducting a massive search outside, so I can't get you up there." Lyanna fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "How did you find me?" "I stumbled upon it by pure chance." There was a big explosion in Queens, and the beastmen started flooding into the subway station, so I followed them.
I didn't expect to find you being carried down there.
Just as I was about to say hello, that person suddenly started shooting at me. Li Hong couldn't help but complain. I hadn't even had a chance to introduce myself as not being a beastman before that guy went crazy shooting at me.
Has your companion's resentment towards the beastmen reached such a level?
Liana fell silent again, and after a pause, she bit her lip and said, "That was Bloomray, he is indeed our companion, but now he has betrayed us." Although she had lost consciousness, Liana was aware that under the previous tense circumstances, only someone from their side could have knocked her out. From the angle and distance, the only one capable of doing that was Bloomray, especially since he had just been rescued from the beastmen.
Bloomray? Is he the one you were talking about exchanging for X-51?
Li Hong was startled, his hands momentarily pausing, but he quickly regained his composure, carefully helping Liana lie back down before pacing anxiously in the cramped space.
Could it be that the beastmen broke through his defenses? How many secrets did he leak to them? Does he know about the clinic?
Gwen, I should have killed him directly. Li Hong couldn't help but feel regret, looking at Liana and saying urgently, "Liana, I have to go back now, there's still no news from Gwen."
Wait.
Liana called out to Li Hong, waving her hand as she said firmly, "You don't need to worry, the clinic will be fine no matter what happens.
Bloomray, since he's not with the beastmen, it means things aren't that bad.
And if I were him, I wouldn't reveal too many secrets too quickly, otherwise he'd have no value left at all."
As Liana spoke, a cold smile slowly appeared on her lips. Betrayers are never welcomed anywhere.
Perhaps at first, they received favorable treatment due to their knowledge of secrets, but once those secrets were fully disclosed, they would become worthless, and their fate would be dire. So, even though it was possible that Bloomray had betrayed the human resistance, the secrets he had revealed wouldn't be too many.
Moreover, under Nick Fury's leadership, the human resistance had always enforced a strict compartmentalization policy. Even if Bloomray knew quite a few secrets, the actual damage he could inflict on the human resistance would be limited.
Nick Fury had long prepared various contingency plans for this rescue mission, and the possibility of failure was already within his considerations. At this moment, it was likely that not just Bloomray, but everyone involved in this operation had their external communication channels cut off. With this thought, Liana let out a slight sigh of relief, relaxing against the makeshift pillow Li Hong had found from who knows where, murmuring, "Honestly, our rescue operation has been swift enough, but no one expected him to be so easily caught by the beastmen."
Liana's expression turned incredibly complex, intertwining regret, pain, sorrow, and hatred. "Here, drink some water."
Li Hong held an old iron cup filled with warm water, helping Liana take a sip before comforting her. "After all these years, there are more human traitors than just him. There's no need to make a big deal out of it."
"No, you don't understand. Bloomray had an excellent relationship with each of us.
Once the news of his betrayal spreads, the entire organization may fall into turmoil."
Liana's expression was filled with sadness, but it was just sadness. Although Bloomray's betrayal was serious, Liana had greater faith in Nick Fury.
After all, he had faced even worse news and managed to handle it well.
The harm caused by today's incident wouldn't be too great.
Cough, cough. The air in the cramped space was somewhat stale, and the injured Liana coughed weakly a couple of times before saying with sadness, "Bloomray is twice our age, he is one of the few among us who experienced the old times." The mention of the old times filled Liana's eyes with longing and desire. Bloomray once said that when he was 13, his family moved to Brooklyn and opened a fruit shop. Life was filled with happiness back then, but, as she spoke, Liana shook her head slightly, her expression suddenly turning dim. Happy days are always so short-lived. The hostile beastmen gradually encroached upon the neighborhood, and the conflict between humans and beastmen soon erupted, leading to the beastmen's complete takeover of the city, and the war followed.
Wait, that's a bit different from what I've heard.
Li Hong couldn't help but interrupt Liana, frowning as he said, "What I was told was that after a war, humans lost and the beastmen took over the city. But from what you're saying, it seems like everything was reversed. The beastmen first took over the city, and then the war broke out."
"We're both correct."
Liana lowered her head, pain reflecting in her eyes. "Because what broke out initially were two wars. What you know is only the latter war, you know nothing about the earlier war, you haven't even heard of it."
"Two wars?"
Li Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, deep in thought. If that were the case, some of the questions that had troubled him before seemed to have explanations now. Why did the Beastmen Knights and the upper echelons of the human resistance seem so familiar with each other?
Why could an army of hundreds of millions of humans, mobilized from a population of thousands of millions, be defeated by the Beastmen? Why were the traces of war left behind not so apparent after such a conflict? Many previously unexplainable issues now seem to have answers. What was the first war like? What kind of war was it? And who was the enemy? Why would it lead to an alliance between Beastmen and humans? And why did the Beastmen betray the humans after the war?
Li Heng's sharp mind quickly pieced together the situation from Liana's fragmented words. The enemy, to be precise, was one person. His name was the Planet Devourer. A look of terror crossed Liana Rasputin's face, while Li Heng, struck by the revelation, felt as if he had been struck by lightning, standing there in shock, his mind racing with disbelief.
How could the Planet Devourer suddenly emerge again?
Li Heng held a small iron stick, which he had no idea where he had found, and intently poked at the fire in front of him, gently stirring the flickering flames. The constantly dancing flames occasionally licked at the iron cup hanging above, boiling the water inside to a bubbling heat. So, it was the arrival of the Planet Devourer that led to the alliance between humans and Beastmen.
But after the great battle, only a few human soldiers returned to Earth, and at that moment, the Beastmen launched their war, ultimately seizing control of the entire planet?
Li Heng looked up at Liana, the once hidden truth now vividly clear before him, yet he still felt a sense of disbelief and shock.
Who exactly was the Planet Devourer?
He was one of the 5 cosmic deities. There were even rumors that he was the only deity from the previous universe to survive until now. His sole mission in this world was to devour and destroy. Driven by his insatiable hunger, he instinctively consumed and annihilated one planet after another, maintaining the balance of the universe through this cycle of consumption and destruction.
When Thanos wiped out half the universe's population using the Infinity Stones, why didn't the Celestials and the 5 cosmic deities intervene?
Part of the reason might lie here. In a way, Thanos was also maintaining the balance of the universe. Of course, the fundamental reason was the death that stood behind him. In the Marvel universe that Li Heng was familiar with, the Planet Devourer had cast his gaze upon various Earths in different multiverses, but he had been defeated by the superheroes on Earth nearly every time.
Could it be that this place was also an Earth targeted by the Planet Devourer?
That said, the war with the Planet Devourer happened decades ago, and since Earth had not been destroyed, the outcome was self-evident. However, although humanity had stopped the consumption of worlds, they had failed to prevent the supreme evolution. Our organization had a theory that it was very likely that the supreme evolution conducted experiments to create Beastmen, which attracted the Planet Devourer, ultimately triggering that great war. If we had known this back then, humanity would certainly not have allied with the Beastmen. Otherwise, we wouldn't have allowed the Beastmen to seize control of the world after the war, and after our defeat, humanity ended up at the bottom of the world.
Liana's face was filled with regret as she mentioned supreme evolution. The Planet Devourer did not just consume any random planet, there were reasons behind the planets he devoured and destroyed.
Li Heng silently nodded. Now everything made sense. Why, despite having tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of soldiers and so many nuclear weapons, humanity ultimately suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Beastmen. It turned out that prior to this, humanity's army had already suffered significant losses at the hands of the Planet Devourer. Before the final battle between humans and Beastmen, there had been a period of peaceful coexistence between the two. As for why both sides eventually fell out, there was nothing more to say. This was also part of the Vulture's experience.
Now everything was clear.
Even with the combined strength of humans and Beastmen, for supreme evolution to defeat the Planet Devourer, his power must be terrifyingly strong. Moreover, he took the opportunity to seize control of the entire Earth, his cunning and malice chilling.
Are you sure humanity can reclaim the Earth from him?
Li Heng fixed his gaze on Liana, knowing that her next answer would be crucial. Supreme evolution is indeed very powerful. Some even remember that he once fought the Planet Devourer with a single punch and survived. But it was that punch, the one capable of wiping out tens of millions of soldiers, that also severely injured him.
Decades have passed, and he still hasn't fully recovered. Liana's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet also carried a hint of bitterness as she said, "This is our opportunity. If we can seize it, we can take back the world." Severely injured. Li Heng silently nodded.
No wonder he hadn't seen supreme evolution in all his time in this world. There was not a trace of him in any writings or images.
Now everything made sense. Then where is supreme evolution? Li Heng asked, hitting the critical point. To kill supreme evolution, they had to know where he was, right?
Otherwise, even with a nuclear bomb in hand, if they couldn't find the target, it would be a wasted effort.
I don't know.
Not a single person in the human resistance knows, and even among the beastmen, it's a closely guarded secret. Almost no one knows where Supreme Evolution is hidden, except for the Wind Dagger Knights. She added, for a long time, we suspected he was hiding in New York, but various signs have proven he isn't there. As for where he actually is, we're still investigating.
New York? It's unlikely to be New York. There are too many people here.
If he's really as injured as you say, this place is definitely not suitable for recovery.
Li Hong was almost certain that Supreme Evolution was not in New York.
Someone like him, capable of stabbing humanity in the back at the last moment, was certainly not a benevolent character.
A person like him would be inherently suspicious. How could he stay in a place teeming with humans?
Even with the beastmen, he wouldn't trust them much. He might be most wary of the beastmen. No wonder Rick Jones went to find Tiger King. The reasons behind it were becoming clearer.
I suppose after all these years, you've exhausted all the methods available to you?
Li Heng suddenly raised his head to look at Liana. In such a short time, he had been trying to think of ways to find Supreme Evolution, but he suddenly realized that the human resistance knew far more about this world than he did and were more familiar with it.
Their understanding of Supreme Evolution was deeper.
If they couldn't find him, then as an outsider in this world, it would be even more difficult for him to locate Supreme Evolution. This matter is handled by others. I don't know the specifics, but the